Chapter 1. One steel cable for 100,000 in US dollars? In the late autumn of Longxia Nation's Qinchuan city, a heated conversation unfolded. Let me tell you, Lu Xinwei, the Julong Steel Plant, is beyond saving. If you dare to use my dowry money to take over that wretched factory, our relationship will be over. Lu Xinwei replied softly, my parents' compensation fund still has 2 million left. As long as we revive the factory, our life after marriage will surely improve. I advise you to give up that foolish idea. Your parents' compensation was meant as my dowry. What right do you have to use it to rescue that crumbling factory? His girlfriend, Su Qing, retorted fiercely. Lu Xinwei, feeling helpless, responded, my parents passed away early, and I was raised by Uncle Ma and others. Without them, I wouldn't be here today. The Julong Steel Plant must be saved. The Julong Steel Plant was a renowned state-owned enterprise in Qinchuan, once hailed as the pearl of its industrial sector. Unfortunately, with the advent of the new century and the reform of state-owned enterprises, excessive production capacities were eliminated, and Qinchuan Steel was among the first. Batch of critical reform units that AS over 200 employees faced unemployment. Lu Xinwei proactively proposed to use his late parents' compensation fund to take over the steel plant, but this move was met with vehement opposition from Su Qing. If you wish to save those old folks, fine, but first give me 1 million for my brother's wedding and house purchase, Su Qing demanded imperiously. Lu Xinwei's face darkened. Give it to your unambitious brother? Absolutely not. Not giving it? Then our engagement is off. Su Qing countered sharply. Lu Xinwei, now infuriated, declared, if it's off, then so be it. You said it, don't regret it. Su Qing threw down her words before storming out. When one encounters a benefactor, familial ties come first. When one meets a noble, career takes precedence. Presently, he had yet to find a benefactor, but Su Qing was certainly no noble. With a heavy sigh, Lu Xinwei dialed the phone of the former director of Julong Steel, Ma Qianlin. Uncle Ma, please speak with the higher-ups. I'm willing to invest 2 million to take over the steel plant. Is this the result of your discussion with Xiaoqing? Sort of. I'll bring the money tomorrow. Don't rush. If you truly want to take over the plant, it'll negotiate for additional support from above. Half a month later, Ma Qianlin arrived with a formal approval in hand. The Julong Steel name is preserved. Once they heard it was a young heir taking over, they offered us a discounted price for the factory and a free land grant. Moreover, the 2 million for the state-owned enterprise's equity transfer can be paid later. Lu Xinwei was taken aback. The situation was far better than he had anticipated. Is this feasible? Rest assured, the authorities are aware of our planned situation and won't apply excessive pressure. Ma Qianlin reassured him. Lu Xinwei inquired, Uncle Ma, now that the factory is ours, what are your thoughts on its future development? Let's set that aside for now. Tomorrow, we'll handle the change of legal entity. The following day, Lu Xinwei held the business license in hand, overwhelmed with emotion. In this new life, though he could not save his parents in their time of need, he was determined to rescue the steel plant they had once cherished. Qinchuan was a major steel city, with unreported steel production capacities that outstripped certain developed nations on Blue Star. A humorous saying once claimed that Longxia Nation held the world's highest steel production, with Qinchuan City in second place, while the unreported steel production from Qinchuan ranked third globally. To revitalize the Julong Steel Plant, it was imperative to upgrade the steelmaking equipment and eliminate outdated production capacities. In the words of the legendary director Ma, this is the implementation of the steel strategy. Lu Xinwei had already formulated a plan. First, to sell the outdated equipment of the steel mill, combine it with the 2 million he possessed, and then mortgage the factory premises to secure a bank loan that he intended to acquire a batch of new equipment, confident that within 3 years, he could resurrect the Julong Steelworks. However, the pains of development during this period were inevitable. Uncle Ma, from today onward, we shall tighten our belts. I will assume the role of chairman, while you remain the factory director. Lu Xinwei patted Ma Qianlin on the shoulder, to which the latter silently nodded. Lu Xinwei continued, Julong Steelworks cannot perish under our stewardship. Ding! The system has detected that the host owns a steel mill. The Great Power Heavy Industry system has been activated. Initial activation rewards the host with a novice gift package. What is this? After 22 years, the system has finally arrived? Do you have any idea how arduous my years have been? The host may utilize funds to exchange for various industrial products, blueprints, and manufacturing equipment in the system mall. A system mall? Goodness. Some like artificial technology, super high load, recoverable hydrogen rockets, ultra-long distance, wireless charging technology. These are the crown jewels of industry. Yet even the cheapest requires 10 billion Longxia coins to unlock. Let's open the gift package first. Ding! Congratulations! The host has acquired the blueprint for super steel cable manufacturing. Super steel cable? High density, exceptional ductility? What purpose could this serve? For towing with trucks? Uncle Ma, what can we do with a steel cable that boasts high density and decent ductility? Ma Quanlin pondered for a moment and replied, it could be used for towing heavy trucks, but even if we produce it, we won't sell many. What do you mean? Lu Shenwei inquired. The market for truck towing cables is already saturated. There are several steel mills in Qinchuan City alone producing them. With a single statement, Ma Quanlin pulled Lu Shenwei back from his illusions. Is this truly worthy of being called a system gift package? What a disappointment. Nevertheless, having something is better than having nothing. Uncle Ma, tomorrow you should first scout a batch of new equipment. Our factory cannot remain idle indefinitely. We must get everyone moving. Have you decided what to do? I happen to have a blueprint for manufacturing super steel cables. Let's start with that and seek partners nationwide, offering a price lower than that of similar towing cables. Ma Quanlin opened his mouth, but the words of caution remained unspoken. The youth was filled with vigor. It would not do for this old man to dampen his enthusiasm. All right, he'll make the contacts. Half a month later, the first batch of super steel cables was successfully trial produced, yet there were no buyers. That Lu Shenwei resided in the chairman's office, troubled and sleepless, hoping for a miracle. Have all sales personnel go out to seek buyers. Whoever secures a deal will earn a 10 commission. With Lu Shenwei's words, nearly all the factory workers rushed out of the premises. 3 days later, a buyer was indeed found. How much? 100,000 Longxia coins per cable. Not Longxia coins, it's in USD. American dollars. USD? Am I dreaming? Even if each cable sold for 100,000 Longxia coins, selling just 20 would cover the costs. This not only means paying the workers, but also revitalizing the entire factory. Such an opportunity is rare indeed. Uncle Ma, are you certain the other party isn't a fraud? Surely not. The procurement documents have been sent over, all in English, which I cannot comprehend, Lu Shenwei pondered. A foreign company, a single steel wire costing 100,000 US dollars, should we give it a try? Let's request they pay half the deposit up front. This? I shall give it a shot. Ma Qianlin scratched his head. Previously, in state-owned enterprises, the norm was to complete the work before settling accounts. When funds ran low, commercial bills were redeemed. He had never heard of asking for half a deposit in advance. Lu Shenwei took the contract documents from the Eagle Sauce Company and frowned. Lock Donda Equipment Manufacturing Florida Company? Have you heard of it? I've heard of Lock Donda and Yoding Company. They assist the Eagle Sauce in manufacturing fighter jets. It couldn't possibly be them, could it? Don't jest. Let's contact them and see who knows what might come of it. It seemed absurd that the pinnacle of combat prowess, the premier weapons manufacturing company, would procure steel wire from a private steel mill. Qianlin turned to a translator to reach out to Lock Donda Florida Company, not holding much hope. After all, 100,000 US dollars for a single steel wire was a ludicrous ask. To his astonishment, the response was unexpectedly favorable. What did you say? They agreed? Lu Shenwei exclaimed in disbelief. Qianlin replied with excitement. They opened with an order for 200 steel wires, agreeing to pay half the deposit up front. 200 steel wires? That amounted to 20 million US dollars. After deducting taxes and production costs, there would be a profit of at least 13 million US dollars. Unkulima, our factory is saved. Lu Shenwei was elated, but Ma Qianlin continued. Good fortune comes to those who do good deeds, but they have one condition. As long as it does not compromise national interests, I would agree to not just one condition, but 100, Lu Shenwei declared. Ma Qianlin explained, they request that we withdraw our investment advertisements, shut down the company website, and refrain from trading with other Eagle Sauce companies. Is that all? I agree, but they must pay the deposit within a week. Doing business with Eagle Sauce would yield substantial profits. With those profits, they could renovate the factory and completely upgrade the steelmaking equipment. I will contact them immediately, Ma Qianlin said as he turned to leave. Having finally grasped a lifeline, he was determined not to let it slip away. A week later, Longxia Florida Company transferred the deposit of 10 million US dollars. Liu Shenwei was so excited he could not sleep the entire night, and the next day he instructed the cafeteria to slaughter 2 fat pigs to improve the meals for the workers. Wolves travel thousands of miles for meat, while dogs travel the same distance for scraps. Everyone knows the plight of our steel mill. We've caught this windfall, Liu Shenwei proclaimed, raising a toast in the cafeteria, while Ma Qianlin's eyes welled with tears. The workers drank beer and feasted on pig head meat, each envisioning a bright future. 3 months later, the 200 steel wires were successfully delivered, and Longxia Florida Company transferred the remaining balance. With such a significant influx of foreign exchange, the Long Dragon Steel Mill was awarded the title of Outstanding Foreign Exchange Contributor of the Year by Qin Xuan. Uncle Ma, what do you think Eagle Sauce will use our steel wires for? Perhaps for towing? Dragging large engineering machinery? Why concern ourselves with the details? We have profits to reap. True enough. Uncle Ma, let us drink. I've heard about Su Qing. A true man has no need to worry about having a wife. Uncle Ma, why the long face when we should be celebrating? Perhaps you should contemplate how many steel cables the Eagle Sauce Company will procure from us next year. Indeed, let's raise a toast, ha! As the crowd lifted their glasses in jubilant song, Liu Shenwei generously rewarded the sales representative responsible for the liaison. Yet, none could foresee the abrupt turn of events. Across the vast ocean, at Lockton Equipment Manufacturing in Florida, Mr. William, the steel cables produced in Longxia country surpass our domestically manufactured aircraft carrier arrestor wires in both strength and ductility, and their procurement cost is remarkably economical. Let me guess the price: 100,000 each? No, merely 100,000 per unit. 100,000 each? That's utterly outrageous. Indeed, wise Mr. William, which allows us to offer a more favorable price to the Department of Defense. Damn it, you foolish groundhog. Suppress your ludicrous notion of enslaving labor. The unit price of the arrestor wire must never dip below 1 million. Buying at 100,000 and selling at 1 million? Surely the Department of Defense won't catch on. Fear not, the defense personnel will never suspect that we are sourcing arrestor wires from Longxia country. With nearly tenfold profits, you are truly a genius. However, the quality of these steel cables is so exceptional that the Department of Defense may not have substantial demand. This matter is now classified as the company's highest secret. The liaison must vanish. Rest assured, I know what to do. The following month, Lockton Duxton Company announced the successful development of the 3rd generation of aircraft carrier arrestor wires, almost concurrently with Longxia's Navy. Announcing the initiation of the 1st generation of domestically produced arrestor wires. The subsequent spring at Qin Xuan Giant Dragon Steel Plant, Liu Shenwei stared bewilderedly at the halted cooperation correspondents, pondering the situation. Uncle Ma, please re-establish contact with the Eagle Sauce Company and manufacture a new batch of steel cables. Let's ascertain if the quality control was at fault. Liu Shenwei, ever meticulous, was met with Ma Qianlin's subdued reply. The other party has refused our emails, and our liaison sent to Eagle Sauce has been unable to locate their premises. There must be a flaw in the quality control. I have always emphasized quality as paramount. I personally oversaw the quality of this batch. With Liu Shenwei's supervision, the quality of the new batch of steel cables far exceeded the previous 2, yet communication with Lockton Duxton remained elusive, leaving 200 superior steel cables languishing in the warehouse, gathering dust. Uncle Ma, this cannot continue. We must diversify our avenues. As the chairman, I will follow your lead. In the past, we received production tasks from above, but now we must seek our own opportunities. I propose we align closely with residential needs. Shall we begin with water pipes? The raw material for water pipes is coarse steel, making the transition in production rather straightforward. Are you suggesting seamless steel pipes? Yet this product is already abundant in the market. Fear not. We shall triumph through quality. We must ensure excellence. Even the day after Lockton Duxton ceased cooperation, Liu Shenwei resolved that the steel mill must develop in multiple dimensions. Not only should they produce large items, but they must also be capable of crafting smaller ones. What is currently in highest demand in the market? Water pipes, without a doubt. Every household and industry could benefit from it. Liu Shenwei immediately exchanged 6 million for the level seamless steel pipe production technology in the system mall and upgraded the steel mill's equipment once again. Chairman, If we invest such a substantial amount, what if the steel pipes have no market? Ma Qianlin expressed his concerns. He had already conducted preliminary market research and found that the civilian water pipe market was saturated, resembling a Red Sea. Uncle Ma, we cannot confine ourselves to the domestic market. We should also consider the international water pipe market, for instance, in the Eagle Sauce Nation. However, in the Eagle Sauce Nation, to ensure the sweetness of tap water, the pipes are made of lead. How foolish. We should explore the markets of desert camels and bear country. Adopting a strategy of high quality at low prices, we will undoubtedly attract a portion of customers. Ma Qianlin stroked his chin thoughtfully. All right, I will make the necessary contacts. With the main business stagnant, if the new venture failed to take off, the steel mill, which had just begun to show promise, would face closure again. For the following 2 months, all workers were mobilized to promote the seamless pipes through ground sales, but the results were disheartening. With the funds in the steel mill's account nearing depletion, Lu Xinwei summoned Ma Qianlin for a strategic discussion. Uncle Ma, we cannot remain idle. What are your thoughts? I will fully cooperate. For the factory to thrive, we must focus on high-tech innovations, such as drones. Chairman, factory manager, we have received an order. We have received an order. A frantic salesperson burst into the room, prompting Ma Qianlin to frown. Calm down, speak slowly. Take a sip of water. Lu Xinwei offered a cup of water. It's a large order. They want 5,000 units, but their requirements are a bit unusual. The seamless pipes must be high-temperature resistant and corrosion-resistant. High-temperature resistant? That makes sense if it's for supplying hot spring water, Lu Xinwei pondered. However, we need to receive 1/3 of the payment up front before we can ship. I'll make contact. Wait for good news from me to AT the request of Desert Camel Company. The first batch of 200-level seamless pipes, marked with the GBT 309193 standard, was expedited to the Desert Camel region 2 days. Later, 2 months later, Longxia News reported the emergence of a new generation of guerrilla weaponry in the Desert Camel region, the individual Qasim rocket. Chapter 3. Is Eagle Sauce gone mad? Accusing me of being an international war sponsor. In the office of the chairman at the Dragon Steel Plant, the youthful mind of Ma Qianlin was brimming with ingenuity. Our seamless steel pipes, priced at a mere $100 each, find their way to overseas markets. And now, the Desert Camel Company has placed an additional order for 2,000 units. Ma Qianlin beamed with delight as Lu Xinwei quietly remarked, "We must adopt a diversified approach. Uncle Ma, please thoroughly investigate the drone project I mentioned. Personnel have already been dispatched. The quality of drones available in the market is uneven, but there is certainly potential. However, we hail from a steel manufacturing background and lack technical expertise. So we must start from scratch," Ma Qianlin pondered. Lu Xinwei waved his hand dismissively. "Do not concern yourself with the technical aspects, Uncle Ma. Focus solely on market demand. With the right systems in place and ample funding, what technology cannot we acquire? I will conduct a market survey tomorrow. Additionally, the Desert Camel Company is interested in customizing a batch of gas storage cylinders. For gas storage? The Desert Camel region hardly seems to lack natural gas, does it? I cannot fathom it either, but their offer is quite generous. $600 per cylinder," Lu Xinwei replied. His interest piqued as he examined the design blueprints. Are they essentially requesting gas tanks? Selling each for $600? That is indeed in US dollars. These affluent clients truly understand technology. How many do they require? The initial order is for 8,000 units. Goodness, that amounts to $8 million. Our production target for an entire quarter. However, we must first secure a deposit. You were unavailable yesterday. The deposit has already been transferred. Astute. Inform the entire workforce to expedite the production schedule and double the overtime pay. Understood. I shall proceed immediately. That very afternoon, the Dragon Steel Plant operated at full capacity, diligently manufacturing gas tanks specifically for the Desert Camel Company. The workers were enveloped in a state of blissful joy. Working alongside Chairman Lu is rewarding. Our wages have doubled this month. I hear these are gas tanks for the Desert Camel, each priced at $600. My goodness, $600? That equates to 200 Longxia coins. These affluent clients are indeed extravagant. Enough chatter. Let us work diligently to seize this windfall. Push forward for the sake of Longxia coins. Meanwhile, across the ocean in the Pentagon's triangular fortress, the commanders were left befuddled by the recent acquisition of Kassam rockets. Damn it! Can anyone tell me where they procured such a vast quantity of high-quality rockets? And what does the inscription GPT-3091-93 signify? The three-star commander of the Defense Department seethed with anger, recalling the sudden escalation in firepower from the insurgents active in the Desert Camel region just a year prior. The Eagle Sauce troops had suffered significant losses, and even more infuriating was the recent upgrade in the insurgents' firepower. Their proud M1A2 main battle tanks could not withstand the guerrillas' rocket artillery. Report to the commander. GPT-3091-93 is the steel production standard of Longxia. I anticipated Longxia's involvement in the Desert Camel region. We shall convene a press conference tomorrow to denounce Longxia for instigating war. Furthermore, we will impose sanctions on the manufacturers of these rockets. However, Commander, GPT-3091-93 is the manufacturing standard for civilian low-pressure fluid transport steel pipes in Longxia. Can civilian enterprises truly produce materials of such strength for rocket munitions? Before you speak, perhaps you should engage that wretched groundhog of a brain. The following day, the Ministry of Defense of Eagle Sauce held a press conference condemning Longxia's interference in the war in the Desert Camel region, and announced sanctions against the implicated enterprise, the Qinchuan Giant Dragon Steel Plant. Upon receiving the news, Ma Qianlin promptly reported to Lu Shenwei, who appeared utterly bewildered. What on earth? Eagle Sauce wants to impose sanctions on our factory? To label us as international war sponsors? An internationale Sponsor? One audacious accusation. Yet, all I have produced are steel cables and pipes, perhaps a few gas cylinders. Who on earth informed me that manufacturing gas cylinders is now a crime? How many cylinders remain in the warehouse, yet to be dispatched? The long reach of Eagle Sauce's jurisdiction is formidable. Foreign cargo ships are likely to refrain from accepting our orders. If maritime transport ceases, we will be compelled to utilize the Longxia Intercontinental Railway. Not only will costs multiply, but the critical issue remains that we cannot ensure the availability of train cars. We still have 4,000 in stock, with over 2,000 on the production line. Ma Qianlin pondered aloud. Lu Shenwei furrowed his brow and declared, "We must dispatch everything by tomorrow. Production will be temporarily halted. I will arrange it right away." Ma Qianlin replied, donning his coat before leaving the office. The sales of gas cylinders directly affect the interests of all factory workers, and he could not afford to be negligent. The Giant Dragon Steel Plant worked tirelessly throughout the night to load shipments, while the Qinchuan City Bureau of Industry and Commerce remained restless. Bureau Chief Zhou was awakened in the dead of night by phone calls. Is there no urgent matter that could wait until morning? Must it be addressed at such an hour? Chief, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the capital has sent a letter for assistance. Our Giant Dragon Steel Plant has been sanctioned by the Ministry of Defense of Eagle Sauce. What? The Giant Dragon Steel Plant? ISNT, that the unit where Old Ma was the director before? Sanctioned by the Ministry of Defense of Eagle Sauce? What a ridiculous joke. Upon hearing that it was a letter from the Longxia Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Zhou hastily donned his clothes and headed to the office. A letter of inquiry from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I have been a bureau chief for over 20 years, and this is my first encounter with such a document. Chief, we have compiled relevant data in advance, came the response. Flipping through a couple of pages, Zhou brow furrowed deeper. After its restructuring, the Giant Dragon Steel Plant initially manufactured a batch of steel cables for an Eagle Sauce company, which subsequently breached the contract, shifting production to steel pipes and cylinders for export abroad. This development strategy seems sound, does it not? Are there any issues with the buyers? Zhou inquired. One Eagle Sauce company yielded no detailed information. All that was known was that it engaged in international trade. Conversely, the Desert Camel Company was traceable, yet they too had been sanctioned by Eagle Sauce. Unable to discern any issues, he resolved to lead a team to investigate the Giant Dragon Steel Plant the following morning. The next day, in the office of the Giant Dragon Steel Plant, Lu Shenwei, Ma Qianlin, and two deputy directors overseeing production convened. I believe everyone is aware of the situation. The international shipping company will no longer provide freight services to us. And there remains 1,000 gas cylinders yet to be dispatched, Liu Xinwei remarked, surveying the group. Ma Qianlin raised his head and said, "This is my fault. Had I contacted the shipping company earlier, the remaining 1,000 cylinders would surely have been dispatched. Uncle Ma, if blame is to be assigned, it should fall upon the Department of Defense of the Eagle Nation. Damn it, they are bullying our Dragon Summer private enterprises." Liu Xinwei expressed his indignation, recalling how earlier this year, the Eagle Company unilaterally terminated the cooperation agreement, and now the Department of Defense has emerged with sanctions. Does Giant Dragon Steel have a vendetta against you? I refuse to be deterred. I am determined to ensure the success of Giant Dragon Steel. In business, integrity is paramount. The remaining 1,000 steel cylinders must be transported via international rail. Ma Qianlin, with a troubled expression, lamented, "Rail transport has limited capacity and high costs. The key issue is obtaining train cars is exceedingly difficult. Difficult to obtain? Even if it incurs losses, we must secure them. We cannot compromise our integrity." Liu Xinwei asserted resolutely. Ma Qianlin opened his mouth, but before he could speak, an officer from the security department suddenly barged in. "Chairman, it's bad news. The Industrial and Commercial Investigation Team has arrived. Chapter 4, o Dragão Steel. The nation calls for your compromise. Industrial and Commercial Inspection?" Ma Qianlin furrowed his brow. "Chairman, do not worry. I am well acquainted with Director Zhou from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. I will handle this matter. Perhaps I should accompany you. After all, I'm the legal representative of the steel mill." Liu Xinwei pondered the situation. The sudden visit from the Qinchuan Industrial and Commercial Bureau, without prior notice, seemed suspicious. 3 minutes later, after some pleasantries, Liu Xinwei discerned the Bureau's intentions. "To be honest, we learned about our sanctions from the news," he said with a wry smile. Zhou handed over the investigation letter, stating, "This is just a routine procedure. Chairman Liu, do not be anxious. I am aware of your steel mill situation. It is no small feat for you and old Ma to manage such a large operation." The restructuring of the Dragon Steel Mill had been completed under Zhou Wen's guidance, primarily due to the unsustainable nature of state-owned enterprises. Coupled with the policies of efficiency and streamlining at that time, venerable old factories like Dragon Steel were compelled to cease operations or undergo transitions. Fortunately, there were successors willing to take the helm, ensuring a proper resolution. Zhou had initially expected that, like other old factories in Qinchuan, the Dragon Steel Mill would end up leasing its premises post-restructuring and eventually fade into the annals of market history. To his surprise, under the leadership of this young man, the Dragon Steel Mill had experienced a renaissance. "Uncle Ma has spoken highly of you. Thank you for your support during the restructuring. Without your backing, we would not have our current standing," Liu Xinwei expressed with respect. Zhou replied modestly, "You flatter me, Chairman Liu. It is your leadership that has made the difference. Regarding the sanctions imposed by the U.S. Department of Defense, do you have any thoughts on the matter? You are aware of our situation. We merely produce some steel pipes and gas cylinders for the Desert Camel region. Could that possibly be related?" Liu Xinwei inquired. "Oh, and we also have some steel cables. Would you like to take a look?" Ma Qianlin interjected, "We were sanctioned yesterday, and today the International Shipping Company has ceased collaboration with us. We still have over 1,000 gas cylinders left in the warehouse. Director Zhou, could you possibly help us find a way to ship the remaining goods to the Desert Camel Company? We cannot betray our business commitments." Seeing Ma Qianlin's boldness, Liu Xinwei cast him an approving glance. "Steel cables? I think we can forego that inspection. After all, we are here to investigate you, and you dare to make demands." Zhou chuckled in disbelief. Ma Qianlin replied with feigned innocence, "The Dragon Steel Mill has contributed significantly to the Qinchuan local taxes. If these 1,000 cylinders cannot be shipped out, our tax contributions will drop by over 2 million. 2 million Longxia yuan? Zhou asked. Dragon Steel was one of the few enterprises in Qinchuan that contributed foreign exchange. Should they fail to assist them, fulfilling their annual obligations would be jeopardized. "It is 2 million U.S. dollars, Ma Qianlin said with a grin. Zhou smacked his lips. "Very well. Land transportation involves merely some freight cars. I can assist you with that. Thanks to the government's support, the 211 employees of Dragon Steel will not betray the trust placed in us." Liu Xinwei beamed. Zhou took a sip of water. "Let us proceed as such." I have observed that your factory scale is hardly capable of sponsoring an international conflict. It is assuredly a misunderstanding on the part of the U.S. Department of Defense. Indeed, the United States has a precedent of utilizing laundry detergent as a weapon of mass destruction, as Ma Qianlin pointedly remarked. Zhou, when inquired, "Is the investigation report ready? Let us present it to Chairman Liu and Director Ma. If all is well, we can proceed with the signatures." Liu Xinwei cast a glance over the report and affixed his signature with ease. "Director Zhou, I trust you will take care of the railway car issue," Ma Qianlin stated after signing. Zhou casually replied, "Rest assured, 1,000 gas cylinders hardly amount to much in terms of railway cars." As Liu Xinwei and his colleagues escorted Zhou, one and the others, to the factory entrance, Ma Qianlin chuckled, "Chairman, have we not resolved the railway car issue? Experience indeed counts. My uncle Ma is remarkable," Liu Xinwei responded with a light laugh. That evening, the workshop of the giant Dragon Steel factory was ablaze with light as the production of gas cylinders resumed. "Every team, give your all. Starting today, we will work tirelessly for the next 14 days. Each additional unit we produce translates to another profit for us. The chairman has assured us that overtime pay and production bonuses are abundant." The factory workers, fueled with determination, exerted themselves while Liu Xinwei convened discussions with the senior management regarding future development directions. Continuing with the strategy of high-quality steel is undoubtedly the right path. Yet I have previously mentioned the need for diversification, Liu Xinwei articulated, casting a glance at Ma Qianlin, who cleared his throat before speaking. "The chairman and I have deliberated on this. We aim to gradually phase out the bulky production capabilities and transition towards high-precision development. There is a drone research and development enterprise in the Qinchuan Industrial Park that is for sale. We are considering a full acquisition." Acquiring the drone R&D enterprise was a strategy Liu Xinwei had long envisioned. The steel factory could not solely rely on the production of low-end manufacturing, such as gas cylinders and pipes. Diversification towards a high-end route was essential. As a reborn individual, Liu Xinwei recognized that drones epitomized high-end manufacturing. In the future, the unicorn enterprise, Xiaojiang Drone, commanded an impressive 80% market share, with its civilian drones capable of influencing the outcomes of conflicts in smaller nations. "Old Ma, you and the chairman discussed this. We are all seasoned steelmakers," one of the deputy plant directors remarked. "Indeed, the chairman has given us the freedom to proceed as we see fit, even if it means facing daunting challenges. I, Zhao Tiniu, shall not falter," another added. Liu Xinwei continued, "Initially, my intention was simply to take over the steel factory and stabilize everyone. I never anticipated such an opportunity. However, since fate has presented us with this chance, I shall seize it and ensure we all thrive." Ma Qianlin and his colleagues nodded in agreement. Liu Xinwei then declared, "We will acquire the Qinchuan Eagle Drone Company for 60 million. Let us vote on it." In unison, Ma Qianlin and the others raised their hands. The following day, the giant Dragon Steel factory officially issued a purchase offer, proposing to acquire Eagle Drone for 60 million in cash. Upon learning of this development, the employees of Eagle Drone were initially bewildered, quickly followed by unexpected elation. Without the acquisition by giant Dragon Steel factory, Eagle Drone would have faced bankruptcy after exhausting its angel financing by the year's end. The next day, Director Zhou personally signed the investigation report at the Qinchuan Industrial Bureau and submitted it to the Longxia Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The ministry opted to shelve the investigation report, having discerned the true reasons behind the sanctions imposed on giant Dragon Steel by the United States. The colossal steel pipes destined for the Desert Camel region have been repurposed as the foundational material for the production of Kassan rockets, while the Dragon gas canisters have been ingeniously transformed by the local resistance into a morally dubious artillery piece for desert warfare. On that very afternoon, the diplomatic department of Longxia informed the Longxia Administration for Industry and Commerce, requesting a reduction in production at the Qinchuan Dragon Steel Plant, citing the need to phase out obsolete steel manufacturing capabilities. The officials at the Longxia Administration for Industry and Commerce were perplexed by this directive, questioning why covert maneuvers were not being executed behind the Eagle's back. Why, then, was a reduction in steel production being requested? The diplomatic department of Longxia replied that the inaugural aircraft carrier, the Vast Silence, was soon to launch from the shipyard, and there was an urgent need for the Eagle's cable technology for interception. Thus, compromises were necessary in certain matters. Chapter 5. 1,000 or 2,000. Is this the algorithm? In the Qinchuan Industrial and Commercial Bureau office, Zhou dialed Ma Chuanlin's number. Ma, didn't you say there were about 1,000 gas cylinders? Why does the report indicate over 3,000 cylinders need transportation? We indeed found over 1,000 cylinders in the warehouse. We can't let them rot away, can we? Ma Chuanlin replied, feeling awkward. Honestly, that's right. The higher-ups have conducted an investigation and will provide feedback, which I will pass on to you, Zhou casually remarked. The distinction between 1,000 and 3,000 was inconsequential to Zhou. As long as there was no explicit prohibition against Julong Steel's foreign trade, he felt empowered to act. With an additional 2,000 cylinders, Julong's annual foreign exchange target could be achieved. At the Julong Giant Dragon Steel Plant, in the office, Lu Shunwei received the documents handed to him by Ma Chuanlin and pondered deeply. Uncle Ma, what do you think the higher-ups mean? Are they suggesting we reduce production? The General Bureau has clarified that Julong Giant Dragon Steel is not classified as an international war sponsor and may engage in normal overseas trade. However, they have concurrently restricted the export of gas cylinders and steel pipes. Ma Chuanlin scratched his head, perplexed. I can't quite grasp it either. But Director Zhou has already promised to meet our transportation needs. The first batch of 500 cylinders was dispatched to the Desert Camel region yesterday. I plan to wait a couple of days before sending the second batch of 600. Well, that's good news. Wait, isn't that strange? Don't we only have a little over 1,000 gas cylinders left? How do we suddenly end up with over 2,000? Lu Shunwei questioned, puzzled. Ma Chuanlin scratched his head again. A few days ago, Director Zhou agreed to provide train cars, so I had them work overtime in production. We mentioned a little over 1,000. We didn't specify how much more, did we? A few hundred is still considered more, and 2,000 extra is also more. Listening to Ma Chuanlin's twisted logic, Lu Shunwei laughed. Uncle Ma, you really have a way with words. In the past, we diligently focused on business, and our factory nearly faced closure due to our old ways. Now, with liberated thinking, as long as we can generate revenue without breaking the law, we can venture into the unconventional. Ma Chuanlin chuckled. In those initial months of the factory's restructuring, I suffered from sleepless nights. Now the factory is thriving, and our ambitions have grown. The research and development team from the Eagle Drone Company is set to move in a few days. So, Uncle Ma, please clear some space. Although I have a system to assist, the fundamental research on drones still relies on these engineers. The Eastern Workshop is still vacant. I'll tidy it up, but if we were to fully commit to drone manufacturing, we must construct a new R&D building, Ma Chuanlin contemplated. Lu Shunwei nodded. You handle the planning, and I will oversee the drone development. The two parted ways, and soon, the drone research and development team settled into the Giant Dragon Steel Plant. Ma Chuanlin, with the necessary permits, went to handle the business registration procedures and fortuitously encountered Zhou, spending $60 million to acquire the drone company. Chairman Lu has quite the vision. It's all a gamble, but we still require substantial support from the government, Zhou commented. He had witnessed numerous traditional steel plant transition to high-end manufacturing, yet very few succeeded. You've seen the General Bureau's documents. Starting next month, there will be restrictions on the production of seamless steel pipes and gas cylinders, with exports limited to no more than 200 units per month. Ma Chuanlin, with a grim expression, remarked, Director Zhou, if this continues, it would be better to dissolve our factory and let all the workers be laid off. What do you mean by that? The higher-ups would never allow you to suffer. Zhou replied, the city has deliberated on this matter and is committed to providing support for you. I have already contacted the municipal waterworks. Henceforth, all their pipeline needs will be sourced from your factory. Zhou casually stated. This information had also arrived that very morning, with the higher authorities directly transferring the matter to the Qinchuan Industrial and Commercial Bureau, demanding immediate action to ensure that patriotic enterprises are not disheartened. What does it mean to not dishearten patriotic enterprises? Zhou found it perplexing how the Giant Dragon Steel Factory could be considered patriotic. Yet that did not hinder him from taking swift action. He promptly reached out to the municipal waterworks, insisting that all city water pipelines must exclusively utilize steel pipes from the giant Dragon Steel factory. Really? Thank you so much, Director Zhou, Ma Qianlin exclaimed with excitement. This trip to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau was not in vain. Furthermore, since your factory has acquired a drone research and development company, it qualifies as a high-tech entity, which means you can enjoy tax reductions. I can also assist you in applying for high-tech subsidies. Although the amount is modest, it amounts to 5 million. Despite Zhou skepticism regarding the giant Dragon Steel factory's transformation, he sincerely wished to assist. Ma Qianlin joyfully responded, Director, Zhou truly cares for our factory. However, our chairman Lu mentioned that both our Qin Chuan and the nation face hardships. While we take pride in paying taxes, we can forego tax reductions, but would gladly accept high-tech subsidies. Isn't Chairman Lu only in his 30s? Such high-minded ideals, Zhou admired. So many people, for trivial benefits, would point to the stars and stripes and pay 250 to renounce their dragon summer nationality. Just look at Lu Xinwei's awareness. If the giant Dragon Steel factory's transformation fails, I must help them rise again. At 24, he is indeed young and accomplished, with a sharp mind that surpasses several of the older gentlemen in our factory. Ma Qianlin chuckled. The presence of a talent like Lu Xinwei in the giant Dragon Steel factory is indeed a blessing earned through generations of toil by the workers. However, returning to the subject, Zhou added, developing drones is no easy feat. The enterprise must have a demand for it. I can help connect you with a group of university students engaged in research and development. That sounds wonderful. I will discuss this with the chairman, Ma Qianlin replied. Director Zhou is a good person, always thinking of ways to support our enterprise. All right then, I have a meeting shortly, so you may continue with your work, Zhou said as he prepared to leave, but Ma Qianlin grasped his arm. Director Zhou, actually there's another matter. What is it? Feel free to speak. I will certainly assist with anything within my power. Ma Qianlin hesitated. Well, it's not much, but we have a batch of steel cables lying idle in our warehouse. Since you have connections with various enterprises, could you help us think of a market for them? Steel cables? Ah, Chairman Lu mentioned them before. This batch was originally intended for export to the Eagle Sauce, but that company unilaterally rescinded the contract, leaving us with 200 cables that have not been dispatched. And keeping them idle in the warehouse is not a viable solution. Ma Qianlin explained the situation. Zhou pondered, I see. How do you price your steel cables for export? They're not too expensive, priced at 100,000 per cable. 100,000 Dragon Summer coins per steel cable is quite steep. Zhou remarked. It is not the Longxia coin, but rather 100,000 US dollars. US dollars? Zhou gasped in astonishment. 700,000 Longxia coins for a single cable. Are your steel cables made of gold? How can they be so exorbitantly priced? The Eagle Sauce Company procured at this very price, Ma Qianlin replied candidly. Zhou sighed. The cost is too steep. I shall devise a solution. Thank you, Director Zhou. If we can finalize this deal, I can assure you at least a 10% profit. No, let's conduct our business with integrity. I am willing to pay additional taxes. Very well. If we successfully manage to sell this batch of steel cables, we shall donate a nursing home to the city and present our bureau with 100 banners. Chapter 6. The chicken in the basin wants to buy steel cables? Let them go. While Ma Qianlin was busy seeking avenues for the steel cables in stock, Lu Xinwei was equally occupied. He convened the inaugural meeting of the recently relocated Eagle Drone Research and Development Team. Who is this person? He appears quite youthful. An intern from the giant Dragon Steel Company? Young master, wasn't he your chairman who called us for this meeting? Where is he? At this remark, Lu Xinwei chuckled softly. Hello everyone, I am Lu Xinwei from the giant Dragon Steel Plant. Lu Xinwei, ISNT, that the name of the chairman? Oh my, the chairman is so young. He can't even be 25 yet. Everyone, please be quiet and listen to me. Lu Xinwei scanned the room. The engineers and technicians were hardly older than he. He briefly introduced the transformation and development of the giant Dragon Steel Plant and inquired about their expectations. Chairman, since you have acquired Eagle Drone, we will certainly follow your lead. However, prior to that, I would like to know about our factory's remuneration. I want to work for less than 8,000 a month. The leading technician boldly voiced his concern. The owner of Eagle Drone had previously squeezed the technicians and engineers to cut costs, constantly feeding them toxic mantras about the virtues of the 996 work culture and the supposed blessings of hard work, while their salaries were merely half of the industry standard. Many technicians could not endure it and fled, leading to the eventual failure of Eagle Drone and its forced sale. 8,000? Huh. Lu Shenwei laughed in Giant Dragon Steel. You wouldn't even find a small worker for that amount. What are you laughing at? Is there something wrong with what I said? Exactly. If you can't afford high salaries, we want work. Lu Shenwei gestured dismissively. You can ask our doorman, old Lu. He makes no less than 8,000 a month just for guarding the entrance. What? Even the doorman earns 8,000? You must be joking. The technicians and engineers were flabbergasted. If the doorman earned 8,000, how could they possibly earn less? With only a few days left in the month, Lu Shenwei declared, from next month onward, all technical positions will receive a salary increase of 3,000 yuan, and anyone earning less than 10,000 will be adjusted to that amount. He spoke cheerfully. He had always respected those in technical fields, and the best way to honor them was through increased remuneration. Nothing was more cherished than a hefty salary. Really? Chairman Lu is indeed wise. How did you just speak to Chairman Lu? Shouldn't you apologize? Chairman Lu is magnanimous and does not hold grudges. We in the technical field are just straightforward. Lu Shenwei laughed heartily. As you are new to Giant Dragon Steel, take some time to familiarize yourselves with the environment. In a few days, we will hold a technical seminar on drones. To establish ourselves in the drone market, we must develop flagship products. Upon returning to his office, Lu Shenwei immediately accessed the system marketplace and laid his eyes on the astonishing drone. However, acquiring it would require an expenditure of 200 million, a significant sum indeed. Uncle Ma, how much do we have left in the account? Less than 50 million in funds. Do you have any ideas? Not fully formed yet. I will consider it further. Although the technology of drones is commendable, the costs are prohibitively high. An investment of 200 million could lead to substantial losses if the market fails to open up. Uncle Ma, let us seek enterprises in a market that require drones. They can provide the funding while we contribute our technological expertise for collaborative research and development, thus sharing the costs. If we can secure investment from prominent companies, I am confident that we can establish the drone industry as the second pillar of the Giant Dragon Steel Works. Indeed, we have a surplus of steel cables in the warehouse that have been stagnant for too long. I have already contacted Director Zhou to assist in finding a market for them. The mere thought of the unused steel cables gives Lu Shenwei a headache. What happened to the spirit of contractual obligations? Damn it, why is there no response from the Eagle Company? If they can handle it, let them. If not, we may have to sell it as raw steel, as our storage space is dwindling. Lu Shenwei murmured. To think that super steel cables, originally priced at 100,000 USD each, could be sold as raw steel? It would likely not fetch even 5,000 per ton. I will contemplate further solutions. Please do not fret, Chairman. Ma Qianlin reassured him, noting that while Lu Shenwei possesses many admirable qualities, his impatience is a flaw. Unbeknownst to him, future trade tensions would arise between Eagle and Longxia, aimed at thwarting Longxia's resurgence and its return to global prominence. Eagle is systematically suppressing Longxia's tertiary industry. If we do not act swiftly, it will become exceedingly difficult to engage in international trade once they realize the situation. Uncle Ma, I trust your capabilities. Lu Shenwei replied. Our production targets for this year have been commendably met, with profits nearing 3 million US dollars. Director Zhou wishes to honor us as an exemplary taxpayer unit. Suddenly recalling a call from Zhou when the previous day, Lu Shenwei mused, this is excellent news. I will need you, Uncle Ma, to make an appearance. Such matters of public recognition necessitate the chairman's presence. To put it in the parlance of the younger generation, it is the perfect moment for a grand display. Amused by Ma Qianlin's half-joking remark, Lu Shenwei laughed. You know me. I prefer to avoid trouble. You and the 2 deputy factory directors can handle this. You young man, I will always allow you to have your way, but not in this instance. The drone research team has matters to discuss with me. Let us continue this conversation later. Lu Shenwei excused himself from the call, preparing to ascend the stage for the award ceremony. dreading the possibility of delivering a speech. Despite having awakened a system, he harbored no grand aspirations. His sole wish was to ensure the prosperity of the giant Dragon Steelworks, a testament to his parents' hard work over the years. A week later, Zhou delivered promising news. A poultry enterprise expressed interest in the steel cables produced by Giant Dragon Steel. Ma Qianlin reported this to Lu Xunwei with a furrowed brow. They wish to visit our factory? Let them go. We will not sell our steel cables, even if they languish in a warehouse, to a poultry company. Lu Xunwei exclaimed in anger. While he needed funding for research and development, some money felt tainted. Different mountains, irreconcilable enmity. 10 years ago, during the Qin River earthquake, the first response from the poultry company was not a rescue team, but a surveying team. The imperialistic intent against us remains unyielding. Dealing with such creatures is abhorrent. Young Lu, you are absolutely right. We, the older generation, share your sentiment. No matter how high their offer, we cannot sell to them. Who knows what they would do with our steel cables? Ma Qianlin declared indignantly. Lu Xunwei remarked, however, we must express our gratitude to Director Zhou. He genuinely wishes to assist us in opening up sales channels. Indeed, I have conferred with other leaders and decided that, as the year draws to a close, we should present a few banners to Director Zhou and his team, Ma Qianlin responded. Lu Xunwei nodded in agreement, stating, this matter must be executed with great care. We should make a grand occasion of it, and ideally engage several media outlets. There is also another matter. At the year-end awards ceremony, Director Zhou specifically requested your attendance. As for me, I am merely an old man whom others do not regard highly, Ma Qianlin lamented. Director Zhou had privately informed him that Qinchuan City sought to establish a cadre of exemplary entrepreneurs. He had immediately identified Lu Xunwei as a young, affluent, ambitious, yet unassuming individual. It seems Director Zhou is intent on putting me in a difficult position. Please do not persist. I genuinely wish to avoid this, Lu Xunwei protested, attempting to decline the invitation. Chapter 7. Is Eagle Sauce engaging in robbery? A demand of $2 million for a restraint line? I have already suggested it. But Director Zhou insists on your presence, even stating that if you do not attend, this year's business recognition conference will be canceled. In truth, Zhou has his own considerations. Out of more than 200 restructured entities in the entire Qinchuan City, aside from those taken over by the government and the Julong Steel Factory, all others have been dissolved. Workers find themselves unemployed, and the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, along with the Restructuring Department, have been fiercely reprimanded by the mayor. After much difficulty, they have finally identified an outstanding entity, which is a purely private enterprise. Zhou certainly does not wish to miss this excellent opportunity for publicity, particularly since Lu Xunwei has taken over a drone research and development company, fervently promoting corporate upgrades and transformations. Is this not the exemplary enterprise he has been desperately seeking? Moreover, it has previously been sanctioned by the Eagle Sauce Department of Defense, labeled as an international war sponsor. Although the enterprise is not large in scale, it is among the few of its kind nationwide, undoubtedly a significant presence in Qinchuan. As the year-end business recognition conference approaches, the mere presence of the under 25-year-old Lu Xunwei will surely capture attention. Director Zhou is resolute in having me attend, fine, but can you negotiate the lifting of our gas cylinder production capacity restrictions? Lu Xunwei casually remarked, to which Ma Qianlin helplessly replied, I will give it a try. At the Qinchuan Industrial and Commercial Bureau, what did you say? Lifting your production capacity restrictions? Impossible. Zhou flatly rejected. That was a window suggestion from the Longxia General Bureau. A window suggestion is not merely a suggestion for your consideration. It is an instruction that must be implemented. Over the years, Qinchuan is the only entity that has managed to receive such a suggestion from the Longxia General Bureau. Director Zhou, please think of a way. Even if it doesn't work out, at least inform the higher-ups that we have made an effort, Ma Qianlin implored. He was aware that this was putting Zhou in a difficult position, but it never hurts to try. Fine, it's just you, old Ma. And the Julong Steel Factory. If it were anyone else making this request, I would have dismissed them long ago. However, let me make it clear, even if it doesn't work out, Chairman Lu must attend the year-end recognition conference, Zhou stated sternly. Ma Qianlin quickly nodded. Of course, you can rest assured. The next day, Zhou called the bureau director at the General Bureau. He intended to merely test the waters, as he had promised Ma Qianlin and could not go back on his word. To his surprise, the General Bureau approved the request on the spot, lifting the production capacity restrictions for the Chuan Julong Steel Factory. Furthermore, he was instructed to maintain a good relationship with the Chuan Julong Steel Factory and provide policy support when appropriate. This left Director Zhou utterly bewildered. Just 2 months prior, they had spoken of restricting the production capacity of Julong Steel. So why the sudden reversal? When Zhou inquired about the reason, the director on the other end of the line adopted a bureaucratic tone. He spoke of the difficulties faced by Chuan's industrial enterprises and the necessity of supporting corporate upgrades and transformations. When Lu Xinwei received Zhou's call, he was utterly bewildered. Would they once again collaborate with the technologically adept Desert Camel Company? Immediately contact the Desert Camel Company and inform them that our production capacity has been restored. Ma Qianlin questioned, I wonder what the higher-ups are thinking. Why the sudden lifting of restrictions? Do not concern yourself with that. Let us seize this opportunity to sell them a few more gas cylinders, Lu Xinwei replied. Policies are fleeting. Any profit we can glean is worthwhile. Inform all factory workers that effective immediately, vacations are canceled, overtime pay will be tripled, and production deadlines will be expedited. Ma Qianlin nodded in agreement, stating, I shall make the necessary arrangements. By evening, the Julong Steel Plant received a substantial order from the distant Desert Camel Company. 20,000 seamless pipes, 9,000 gas cylinders, and 30,000 high-temperature seamless pipes with a diameter of 12 millimeters. The demand in the Desert Camel region is indeed robust. Lu Xinwei smiled, while Ma Qianlin pondered. To fulfill the entire order, it would take approximately 2 months of production. The profit stands at $12 million. We must seize this tremendous fortune. Absolutely, he replied. 3 years without a single order, and now we feast for 3 years. The Julong Steel Plant revved up its operations, producing gas cylinders and seamless pipes at full throttle. The entire steel mill was ablaze with lights day and night, leaving the newly formed drone research team in awe. With shifts running around the clock, the 996-work schedule was indeed confirmed. Goodness, workers earning a monthly salary of 30,000 is the true blessing. They heard whispers of an impending 2-month intensive effort, and thus they resolved to accelerate their research and development pace, refusing to lag behind. The atmosphere at Julong Steel Plant was fervent, while the Longxia Navy's procurement and research department welcomed a group of distinguished guests. The aircraft carrier arrestor wire technology belongs to the pinnacle of Blue Star's technology. I trust your esteemed country is aware of this, remarked the impeccably dressed William with arrogance. As the invited supplier for the Longxia Navy, Vice President of Lockdong Nyoding Equipment Group, William received the highest standard of reception from the Longxia Navy's procurement and research department. The arrestor wire technology from Eagle Sauce is globally leading. Yet we understand that the Eagle Sauce Navy procured their arrestor wires from your esteemed company, stated Colonel Gu Ming, the director of the Longxia Aircraft Carrier Arrestor Wire Research Lab. Now in a position of need, as long as the price offered was not excessively outrageous, he could reluctantly accept. The Longxia Aircraft Carrier Arrestor Wire Research Team had spent 2 years developing the first generation of arrestor wires. However, their strength still did not meet the requirements for fighter jet landings, as the Guangyu jigging aircraft carrier was on the verge of launch without arrestor wires. The carrier would merely be a paper tiger. Colonel Gu, you speak truthfully. Our company's arrestor wire technology is indeed world-leading, and we hope to establish a partnership with your country, William nonchalantly remarked. Upon hearing this, Gu Ming's eyes brightened, as negotiations were now possible. As far as we know, the price at which Eagle Sauce procures arrestor wires from your company is this figure, Gu Ming indicated with a raised finger. William chuckled lightly. No. Considering the transportation costs of the arrestor wires, I believe this price is more appropriate. Upon saying this, William raised 2 fingers. $2 million per arrestor wire? Gu Ming gasped, having anticipated high costs but never imagined them to be so exorbitant. $2 million translates to 14 million Longxia currency. A single aircraft carrier requires at least 8 arrestor wires, 4 in use and 4 as spares, amounting to over 100 million. This price. Guming opened his mouth to speak, yet before he could finish, William interjected once more. Is this price very favorable? However, we have additional conditions. Your country must lift restrictions on Eagle Sauce's capital entry and reduce tariffs, William stated softly. Guming, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "This is impossible. Absolutely impossible." Given the formidable economic stature of Eagle Sauce, should Longxia reduce its tariff barriers and ease restrictions on foreign investment, the substantial funds of Eagle Sauce would undoubtedly flood the Longxia market. Mr. Gu, please remain calm, William consoled. Remain calm? I have exercised considerable restraint. Were it not for the fact that you're my guest, the moment you suggested that we lower our tariffs, I would have been tempted to shoot you on the spot. How dare you? Do you think we are still living a century ago, under the Qing dynasty? The price for obstructing our negotiations is still negotiable. How about 8 million? William proposed what he deemed a sincere offer. Gu Ming replied with restraint. Your company exhibits no sincerity. Please leave. Get out. I want you to leave this instant. Chapter 8. Gu Ming. What is tolerable and what is intolerable? Get out. Why are we constructing aircraft carriers and large destroyers? It is precisely to prevent you from bullying us further. Do you still wish to defecate and urinate upon us? Gu Ming suppressed his fury as William whispered, "The price is acceptable. Show him out." Gu Ming declared loudly, and the guards promptly ushered William away. You impudent Longxia people, you shall never develop high-strength arrestor wires. William shouted defiantly. Gu Ming slammed his fist on the table, silencing William, who departed in disgrace. Nevertheless, his objective had been achieved, irritating Longxia and disrupting their research on arrestor wires. To this end, the triangular building offered a staggering $12 million to thwart Longxia's successful acquisition of the arrestor wires. Of course, even if Longxia swallowed their pride, William would only sell them the second-generation arrestor wires developed by Longxia Company, which were of far inferior quality compared to the super arrestor wires marked with the dragon insignia that they sought. After expelling William, Gu Ming reported the situation to the Navy headquarters. His actions were met with approval, and he was instructed to expedite the development of the arrestor wires. With all necessary resources at his disposal, Gu Ming immediately convened all experts in arrestor wire research, issuing a military order to complete the high-strength arrestor wire development within a year. Director, should we consider soliciting participation from private enterprises? Suggested a newly joined researcher. Without hesitation, Gu Ming rejected the idea. Military technology is not something ordinary enterprises can engage in. Our research facility has gathered the finest experts from southern heavy industries. If they cannot achieve results, private enterprises are even less likely to succeed. This sentiment resonated with the group, acknowledging that Longxia Company had spent nearly 2 decades to attain its current leading position. They could not expect instant results. The consensus was clear. Civilian involvement in military research was impractical. Gu Ming contemplated. Since the Americans refused to sell us arrestor wires, we must retaliate. Director, do you have any ideas? The diplomatic department had previously mentioned that a private enterprise's seamless pipes and gas cylinders were repurposed by desert guerrillas into rocket launchers. Instruct that company to increase production. That is a brilliant idea. But does that company know their products are being used to manufacture artillery? Gu Ming pondered. The local commerce department had investigated, and they still believed the Desert Guerrilla Group merely needed gas cylinders. Ha. I wonder how shocked the company executives will be when they learn the truth. Let us not digress. Each research group must accelerate their development. As for the wide silence aircraft carrier, the Navy comrades will have to wait a little longer. Because of this, the production capacity of Julong Giant Dragon Steel Plant was once again released. The following month, under Director Zhou Wen's coordination, a freight train bound for the Desert Guerrillas set off, filled to the brim with thousands of seamless pipes and gas cylinders. 2 weeks later, the firepower of the guerrillas in the desert region was significantly enhanced once more. Upon noticing the news, Lu Xinwei murmured, "Uncle Ma, why does the guerrilla force's firepower seem to fluctuate? Last month, they were so impoverished they could barely make ends meet, Yet this month, an abundance of heavy firepower has suddenly emerged. Ma Qianlin, somewhat distracted, replied, "Who knows? Perhaps a major arms company is backing them." Another fortnight passed, and the Eagle Nation's Ministry of Defense announced an intensified sanction against Longxia Navy Dragon Steel Company, designating it as a primary international war sponsor. Moreover, they included Liu Xunwei and Ma Qianlin on the list of sanctioned individuals. Upon learning of this, Liu Xunwei chuckled. "Uncle Ma, we made quite an impression, being globally sanctioned by the Eagle Nation. I suppose Qinchuan is also in dire straits now?" Ma Qianlin, grinning, responded, "Don't just mention Qinchuan. The entire Northwest is unique in this regard. Our Dragon Steel is now recognized as an international war sponsor. If we find that company displeasing, we can swiftly dispatch forces to obliterate it." Liu Xunwei burst into laughter, and Ma Qianlin casually handed him a document, saying, "This is the speech for the end-of-month event. Director Zhou hopes you can deliver it without notes." Director Zhou wants me to establish the persona of an exemplary entrepreneur. How can I decline?" Liu Xunwei replied with a wry smile. Ma Qianlin shook his head, stating, "The municipal water plant has already signed a supply agreement with us. If we were to backtrack now, Director Zhou might very well devour us whole." "Very well. I shall spend the next couple of days memorizing the speech." Liu Xunwei conceded reluctantly. Over the past 2 months, while tirelessly producing steel pipes and gas cylinders, he also managed to invest 20 million yuan to acquire mature, small drone production technology from the systems marketplace, entrusting it to the Eagle team for assimilation. Liu Xunwei estimated that, if all went well, the Eagle team would manufacture the first batch of small drones by early next year. "Uncle Emma, we have made some progress with our drone research and development. Could you help us think of a suitable name?" Liu Xunwei casually inquired. Ma Qianlin chuckled. "Isn't this something the RD team should handle? It's truly a challenge for an old fellow like me. They insisted I think of something. I was pondering, since we are Dragon Steel, and our team is the Eagle technology, how about calling it the Dragon Eagle drone?" After a moment's contemplation, Ma Qianlin clapped in approval. "Dragon Eagle, Dragon Steel's Dragon Eagle drone. What a melodious and resounding name." The next day, Liu Xunwei officially announced to the entire factory that Dragon Steel was concluding its singular development phase, embarking on a dual-engine, multimodal growth trajectory. The factory workers erupted in cheers, and the chief engineer of the Eagle drone team was moved to tears. "Dragon Eagle, what a splendid name. The chairman has not forgotten our roots. I am firmly committed to Chairman Liu. Anyone who dares to speak ill of him in my presence will face my wrath." It was evident to discerning observers that Liu Xunwei was being considerate of the emotions of the drone RD team members. They had been sold for 60 million yuan by the former owner to Dragon Steel, and it was understandable that they might not use the original brand name. Yet, Liu Xunwei deliberately chose to honor their sentiments by naming the drone the Dragon Eagle. "We are all in this together. You have worked hard these past few months. I may not be well-versed in technical matters, but I rely on your support," he expressed, leaving the drone RD team in a state of astonishment. Listen, how humble this remarkable individual is, claiming to be unfamiliar with drone technology, attributing the complete drone design plans solely to their boss. Such modesty indeed. Starting this month, our technical team will receive a collective salary increase, with the minimum wage set at 15,000. Liu Xunwei declared loudly. The drone research and development team, consisting of dozens of individuals, was left speechless. Are you truly this audacious, boss? Could you possibly be even more audacious? Everyone was encouraged to focus on research and development, with the technical aspects entrusted to them, while sales and market matters would be managed by me and Director Ma. Liu Xunwei confidently assured them, and just as he finished speaking, Ma Qianlin hurriedly approached him. Chapter 9, I have tolerated the sanctions imposed by Eagle Sauce. But why must my own mother also conspire against me? What? Our factory has been restricted in production capacity again? This cannot be. Did we not reach an agreement with Director Zhou? Liu Xunwei exclaimed in confusion. Ma Qianlin sighed bitterly, stating, "This news was just conveyed to me by Director Zhou half an hour ago. I shall confront him," Liu Xunwei declared as he prepared to seek out Zhou. With the successful development of the drone, production was imminent. A substantial amount of funding was now required. and the technologically adept Desert Camel Company was a reliable source of capital. However, the sudden restrictions on steel production capacity could jeopardize my very existence. At the Qinchuan Industrial and Commercial Bureau, Zhou Wen, having received directives from above, wore a perplexed expression. What on earth is happening? Just moments ago, I was instructed to facilitate the giant Dragon Steel Plant by lifting restrictions, and now they are imposing production limits? Director, where are you going? Where? I am stepping out to avoid confrontation. Lu Xinwei from Giant Dragon Steel will likely come seeking me shortly. But you're the director. Should we fear such a minor entity as Giant Dragon Steel? It is not fear, but rather a sense of guilt. Alas, this matter is convoluted. I ask you to stall for a moment. Rest assured I shall. Director Zhou, what brings you here? As if summoned by fate. Zhou had barely a moment to flee before being intercepted by the brooding Lu Xinwei in the corridor. Young Lu, there's a meeting at the provincial office that I must attend, Zhou Wen replied awkwardly. With a darkened expression, Lu Xinwei responded, A meeting? Very well. I shall await you in the reception room. Is this a matter of urgency? Perhaps we could discuss it after your meeting? Zhou Wen feigned ignorance, and Lu Xinwei casually remarked, It is nothing urgent, merely that I feel the business environment in Qinchuan is unfavorable, and we at Giant Dragon Steel are contemplating relocation. This young man clearly intended to hold us accountable. One must not act impulsively, for Qinchuan is rich in coal resources, making it ideally suited for your steel production operations, Zhou Wen advised. It is not my desire to relocate. Rather, the elders in the factory are aging, and having earned some profit, we are considering venturing south to invest in the retirement industry. Lu Xinwei replied insincerely. Maqianlin interjected, Director Zu. You can see for yourself that my hair has turned considerably gray over the years. I am truly unable to continue. There is no escaping the truth. Unless we clarify this issue today, neither Lu Xinwei nor Ma Qianlin will leave easily. Since I fear you too, let us proceed to my office, Zhou Wen sighed, leading the duo back. I have conveyed your concerns to the higher-ups, who have shown support, stating that we must first eliminate outdated production capacities. Is that what it means? Why do I feel as if we are being toyed with? Director Zhou, please provide us with clarity. Will we still be able to engage in the steel pipe business? Zhou Wen shook his head and then nodded. This left Lu Xinwei and Ma Qianlin utterly bewildered. What does this mean? Can we or can we not? The higher-up stance is ambiguous, yet overall, they still support you. This much should not be doubted. Zhou Wen's words served as a reassurance for Lu Xinwei, who exhaled deeply, saying, Director Zhou, have you ever been on a roller coaster? My emotions are currently oscillating in the same manner. I shall endeavor to resolve the difficulties faced by the enterprise. Yet, Chairman Lu, you must refrain from casually suggesting relocating from Qinchuan, admonished Zhou Wen with a stern countenance. These are merely words spoken in anger. Both I and Uncle Ma are well aware of your attitude towards us. However, should production capacity be restricted, our subsequent development funding will be insufficient. The research on drones has just begun to take shape, and organizing a production line will require at least several tens of millions. Lu Xinwei is anxiously awaiting the harvest. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to threatening talk of relocating the enterprise. How much more is needed? Zhou, ever perceptive, understood. This is the kind of drama I wish to witness. 80 million? Can that be resolved? We can pledge the factory premises. Zhou Wen nearly choked on his tea upon hearing this. 80 million? Do you think my bureau is a cosmic bank? Your dilapidated factory is worth 80 million? Absolutely not. Not a penny. Do you take me for a fool like I was in my youth? Zhou Wen retorted, his irritation evident. Lu Xinwei chuckled. Uncle Zhou, what are you saying? If one demands a sky-high price, one must be prepared to pay on ground. At most, I could secure a loan of 30 million. Not a cent more. 30 million is far too little. Let us raise it to 60 million. 40 million. Do not push your luck. If repayment becomes an issue, I will bear the consequences. Are you not confident in me, uncle? A flat offer of 50 million. Once we commence production of the drones, I guarantee the loan will be repaid within 2 years. Zhou Wen expressed concern. Currently, there are few large-scale drone companies in the country. You're taking a gamble. I too wish to proceed cautiously, yet I fail to grasp the intentions of those above, though I understand they will not harm us. with Liu Shunwei's assurance. Zhou felt reassured. 50 million is acceptable, but you must pledge your land and property. Prepare for that. Rest assured, Uncle, our tax contributions will surely double next year. Liu Shunwei replied with a smile as he rose, followed by Ma Qianlin as they exited. Zhou escorted them to the door. Old fox and young fox. Trouble me less in the future. Oh, you said it. Then I shall not attend tomorrow's commendation ceremony, Liu Shunwei quipped. Not attend? Just try it. Zhou half joked. Threateningly, as Liu Shunwei and Ma Qianlin hurriedly exited the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. Director, do you truly agree to guarantee for Julong Steel? What else would I do? Julong Steel is the sole survivor of our Qinchuan restructuring. If it falters in the vast market, our efforts towards enterprise reform will be deemed a complete failure. Zhou's agreement to guarantee the loan stemmed from his confidence in Liu Shunwei and Ma Qianlin's capabilities, as well as a desire to preserve this last gem of reform from the city bureau's perspective. Will the province agree? The director's secretary hesitated. Disagree? Let Liu Shunwei deal with them. Have the people from the Bobcat Tractor Factory arrived? They have been waiting for quite a while in the reception room. However, their situation is even more dire. What do you mean? Can they be more troublesome than Julong Steel? This is not the case. The Lynx Tractor is also seeking financial assistance. However, you are well aware of their situation. Without a thorough restructuring and transformation, no amount of borrowed money can salvage their defeat. Alas, how did I find myself entangled in such matters? Zhou sighed and, accompanied by his secretary, made his way to the reception room. At the Qinchuan giant Dragon Steel Plant, Liu Shunwei announced upon his return that the funding for the drone production line had been secured, and the line would officially be established before the end of next month. Our chairman truly possesses remarkable capabilities. He managed to procure 50 million in just one afternoon. If it were not for the upper echelons restricting our factory's steel pipe production capacity, we would not have to seek loans from the Universe Bank. Clearly, there are greater challenges at play above us, and they too seem to be an impasse. The giant Dragon Steel has begun to limit its production capacity, while the Naval Equipment Procurement and Research Department is engaging in negotiations with Lockheed Martin and Dunning Company. Chapter 10. The most lethal form of subtle pretentiousness in this negotiation. Director Gu Ming had a firm grasp of the initiative. William's expression darkened, inwardly cursing Longxia's shamelessness. The firepower of the desert camel guerrillas fluctuated unpredictably. Could it truly not be attributed to you? Mr. William, we meet again, Gu Ming greeted with a cheerful smile. Following the lifting of production restrictions on a certain steel mill by the Longxia Industrial and Commercial Bureau, the Desert Camel region was suddenly abuzz with activity. Colorful confetti danced through the air, creating a lively spectacle. This cooperation comes with no additional restrictions. It is purely a matter of price, William murmured. He had learned from a general at the Pentagon that Longxia was secretly stirring the pot, causing turmoil in the Desert Camel region. The generals at the Pentagon had little recourse but to compromise and sell the arrestor wire technology in exchange for concessions from Longxia. $2 million is not the price we seek. I hope Mr. William understands. I have been entrusted to negotiate with Mr. Gu, and I come with sincerity. The arrestor wires used by the Eagle Nation's aircraft carriers cost $1.5 million per unit. If your country were to procure a sufficient quantity, the price could indeed be more favorable. Listening to William's words, Gu Ming fell into contemplation. This fellow's attitude had undergone a complete transformation. Could there be a hidden agenda? $1 million per wire is our utmost sincerity, Gu Ming stated earnestly. Although the Navy currently had funds, indiscriminate spending was unwise, particularly with the Eagle Nation's arrestor wires, which were not only costly, but also consumables. After the sea trials of the Wide Silence aircraft carrier, at least 8 arrestor wires would be consumed annually, amounting to over $50 million a year, money that came from the sweat and toil of Longxia citizens. $120,000 is my bottom line. I cannot negotiate below this figure, William insisted. Gu Ming pondered and offered a price that reflected their sincerity. $110,000. Surely, Mr. William does not wish to leave empty-handed. And what quantity are you looking to procure? 5 units, That is all Longxia currently requires. Fewer than 10 units. And I cannot justify it to the board. I hope Mr. Gu can consider this. 10 units? That is quite a bold demand. We need to discuss this further. With that, Gu Ming turned to leave, reporting the situation to his superiors. A single expenditure nearing 100 million military funds left him in a quandary. According to the higher-ups' vision, the Longxia Navy would develop its own domestic arrestor wires while also purchasing a batch from the Eagle Nation. Utilizing external expertise could benefit their own reverse engineering capabilities, which were commendable. By leveraging both approaches, they could significantly reduce the difficulty of self-development and expedite the production of domestically manufactured arrestor wires. Sir, the cunning Eagle Nation Company has quoted $110,000, and they insist we procure at least 10 units. What do you say? Do we agree? Yes, sir, Gu Ming nodded in response, as the higher-ups consented to the quoted price. However, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Was it truly acceptable to spend nearly 100 million military funds so readily? Half an hour later, both parties shook hands to finalize the deal. Mr. Gu, may our cooperation be delightful, William said with a beaming smile, while Gu Ming wore a somber expression, feeling an indescribable discomfort within. To lag behind meant to be struck, and worse still, to willingly submit to being exploited. I hope that in half a month, we can smoothly transition. Rest assured, Eagle Sauce Company values integrity above all else. William appears jovial, yet harbors ulterior motives. Selling to our competitors the inferior blocking cables? Quite feasible, provided they are of the lowest quality we currently possess. The following morning, in the stairwell conference room of the Qinchuan Bureau of Commerce, 6 high-definition live streaming cameras were strategically positioned in various corners. Lu Shenwei arrived early, but could not find his designated seat in the back row. Oddly enough, Director Zhou had assured him that a seat had been arranged. Zhouwen's phone was unreachable. Presumably he was preoccupied. Chairman, have you arrived? I just reached the bank. I will come over once I finish. Unclima. Securing the loan is paramount. I have memorized the speech for the commendation conference. I can manage it. Last night, Lu Shenwei received a call from the branch president of the Universe Bank, prompting him to arrange for Ma Qianlin and 2 deputy factory managers to deliver documents to the bank early that morning. After all, when it comes to loans, securing the funds is essential. With idle time, Lu Shenwei wandered around the venue. Director Zhou was not the obstinate type. He understood the importance of live streaming to generate buzz. You there? Yes, you. The guests are arriving soon. Come help with the sign-in. A man resembling a section chief called out to Lu Shenwei. He opened his mouth to respond. I am here to... From your attire, it's clear you are here on assignment to assist. Come lend a hand. Do you not see that the others are overwhelmed? Without further ado, the section chief thrust the sign-in sheet into Lu Shenwei's hands. A quick glance revealed that his name graced the top line. Well, since I have nothing else to do, Lu Shenwei took the sign-in sheet and confidently seated himself to manage the registration. You have no decorum. How dare you sit? The esteemed figures of our Qinchuan business community are arriving. Stand to show respect. Lu Shenwei opened his mouth to reply. The leadership has instructed me. Do not be so defiant. Observe the first name on the sign-in sheet. Lu Shenwei. Do you comprehend? One of the foremost young entrepreneurs in Qinchuan. Comparable in age to you, so take notes. Am I now considered a young entrepreneur of Qinchuan? Director Zhou is certainly intent on bestowing me with such an honor. Do not dawdle. Be sharp and alert. Understood, leader. Lu Shenwei merely nodded, refraining from further explanation. One should heed advice to thrive. In less than a tea's worth of time, the esteemed entrepreneurs began to arrive one after another. Old Li, you old rascal. You have come too? If you can attend, would Director Zhou not summon me? Old chap, shall we share a couple of drinks at noon? Bring it on. Do you think I fear you? A diverse array of individuals graced the event, from those with Mediterranean hairstyles to those embodying rural encirclement of urbanity. And even the astutely bald. While busy with sign-ins, Lu Shenwei found himself unconsciously patting his own hair. Is this the hairstyle of entrepreneurs? Is becoming a formidable figure one of the prerequisites for baldness? I heard that a significant foreign exchange earner is to arrive today by the name of Lu Shenwei. Has anyone seen him? You must be referring to the chairman of Old Ma's factory, right? The giant Dragon Steel. Indeed, that's him. It is said that he is young and accomplished, having revived the giant Dragon Steel Plant, which was on the brink of closure, within just 6 months. Quite impressive. It is said that their products have found considerable success in overseas markets, to the extent that they have even attracted sanctions from the Department of Defense of the United States. Is this true? Has the Department of Defense truly imposed sanctions on our Julong Steel Mill? Have they transgressed some unwritten law? Hush! I have heard that higher authorities have also intervened in this matter. Let us refrain from idle chatter. In the clash of titans, we bystanders may find ourselves in peril. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, they signed in and took their seats in the back. Has anyone spotted Chairman Liu of Dragon Steel? The awards ceremony is about to commence, yet he has yet to make an appearance. You don't just stand there in a daze. Go find him. Chairman Liu is the star of this awards ceremony. Officer Huang Liang scolded in a hurry, while Lu Shenwei leisurely inscribed 3 prominent characters on the sign-in sheet. Lu Shenwei. Chapter 11. The Yellow Millet Dream. Are you Lu Shenwei? What a muggle. Director Huang was momentarily stunned, his face turning the color of liver. What nonsense are you spouting? Are those words truly yours? Just as Lu Shenwei was about to explain, a deep voice resonated from behind him. Xiao Lu, at this hour? Why are you still lingering outside? Your seat is in the front row. Lu Shenwei turned around to find Zhou when staring at him. I couldn't find my seat. I'm heading there now. Is he really Lu Shenwei, the chairman? So young? Oh no, I've ruined a splendid opportunity. I am truly blind. Director Huang, why are you dawdling? All the guests are seated, and the commendation ceremony is about to commence, Zhou Wen said sternly. Yes, Director, Huang Liang replied, feeling bitter. He had just offended Lu Shenwei, and who knows what old words he might speak about him in front of the director. My career, damn it, is ruined. Today's event is being live-streamed, and we have invited numerous journalists. Stay sharp, Zhou Wen reminded him, leaving Huang Liang pale. Sharp? I might as well be the Taj Mahal if I mistook Chairman Liu for a mere staff member brought in to assist. The commendation ceremony was radiant with dazzling lights. Sister Mu, your station is quite serious, sending you, a top-tier journalist, to cover this event? Bai Xiaoying exclaimed. Mu Guhan, the host of the economic talk show from Chuan TV, replied, Aren't you here as well? How's your self-media venture faring? Decent, but the growth in followers is rather sluggish. So, you wish to interview today as star, Lu Shenwei, hoping to boost your popularity? Nothing escapes your notice, sister. Lu Shenwei is now a hot figure in Chuan. Interviewing him would surely cause my follower count to skyrocket. Before the interview, make sure to have a good word with Director Zhou. Rest assured, I've arranged everything in advance. Rumor has it that Chairman Lu Shenwei is low-key and enigmatic, never accepting interviews. Even when the giant Dragon Steel Plant was listed as an international war sponsor by the Eagle Sauce Department of Defense, he did not hold a press conference to clarify the matter. If this were any other enterprise, they would be flaunting such high-profile publicity. It's absurd. The Eagle Sauce Department certification is a prestigious badge, an international war sponsor. How remarkable. We'll chat more later. The commendation ceremony is about to begin. Bai Xiaoying nodded towards the podium, where Zhou Wen commenced his speech, followed by Lu Shenwei taking the stage. So young, he appears even more handsome than the rumors suggest. Bai Xiaoying leisurely opened the live stream, and the chat room was instantly flooded with 20,000 viewers. Where's Xiaoying today? No military analysis? Looks like she asked at some award ceremony. Quite timely. Dear fans, Xiaoying is currently at the Industrial Commendation Award Ceremony in Chuan City. Indeed, an award ceremony. Not much excitement. Who is that speaking now? He looks so young. Lu Shenwei, chairman of the giant Dragon Steel Plant, owner of billion-dollar enterprises. As Bai Xiaoying introduced him, the chat room erupted. Young and wealthy, he fits my stereotype of a tycoon. Sister Xiaoying, do you have his contact information? With no particular thoughts in mind, I simply yearn to forge a friendship. A fan has activated the skill of conjuring friendships out of thin air. The declaration on stage elicited waves of applause as Lu Shenwei cleared his throat. As a company that has faced sanctions from the Department of Defense of the United States on 2 occasions, we are confident in our ability to withstand pressure and rise against the tide. What on earth? The Department of Defense of the United States has imposed sanctions? Has this young chairman lost his mind? Surely, the esteemed Department of Defense would not target a mere steel mill. Those unaware, do not embarrass yourselves. Take a moment to review the recent news. Goodness, it is indeed true. Longxia Steel has been recognized by the Department of Defense of the United States as an international war sponsor. What a spectacle! My word. Isn't this merely a company producing water pipes and gas cylinders? Why would the U.S. impose sanctions on it? Longxia Steel has steadfastly adhered to a strategy of fine steel, and next month we shall officially unveil our first generation of transformative products, the Long Eagle drone. Listening to the impassioned speech on stage, Zhou furrowed his brow. Director Huang, did his prepared speech include these details? It seems not. Chairman Liu has taken the liberty to elaborate. He is using this recognition ceremony as a platform for promotion. A steel mill transforming into drone manufacturing? What a significant leap. The Long Eagle drone, I have never heard of it. Are you perhaps a bit uninformed? The Long Eagle drone is the brainchild of the former Eagle drone team. Water pipes, gas cylinders, drones. The mind capable of concocting such a combination is indeed remarkable. Longxia has been reborn. We welcome you all to choose our drone products. Having concluded his remarks, Liu Shunwei bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude to the leaders before stepping down from the stage. You, young man, are not behaving appropriately in formal settings. Is there truly potential in that drone? Zhou questioned skeptically. Liu Shunwei patted his chest in assurance. Sales may be uncertain, but the quality is undeniably reliable. If you do not believe it, the City's Transportation Bureau can procure a batch for use as aerial enforcement devices. Do not overreach. The last collaboration with the City's Water Company was arranged through my connections. Since you have already leveraged my influence once, why not do so again? Be careful. I might bring my team to conduct an inspection. Liu Shunwei was about to say more when a young woman in a flowing skirt, with round cheeks and fair skin, squeezed forward. Hello, Director Zhou. May I take a few minutes to interview Chairman Liu? Who is this? Bai Xiaoying, who previously served as the image ambassador for Qin Chuan, is now a social media influencer. You may converse with her. A social media influencer? Liu Shunwei repeatedly waved his hands. I am not adept at interviews. Perhaps I could arrange for you to meet Factory Director Ma another day? This young Chairman Liu seems shy. Wasn't he just promoting products at the conference? He has faltered. Bai Xiaoying is taking the initiative, capturing a wealthy magnate, and she would never have to worry about sustenance again. The live stream audience finds amusement in the unfolding drama as the big rocket soars. Factory Director Ma, Mr. Ma Quanlin? Bai Xiaoying inquired. It seems Miss Bai is also familiar with the esteemed name of our factory director. Then it is settled. I will arrange for you to interview Factory Director Ma another day. Liu Shunwei spoke and then swiftly vanished into the crowd, neglecting even to attend the midday banquet. Meanwhile, at the Cosmic Bank, Ma Qianlin inexplicably let out a sneeze. What could be the matter? Old Ma, have you been overworked lately? Perhaps, but after completing the loan procedure, I intend to check the venue. I cannot leave Chairman Liu alone there. At the awards ceremony, Bai Xiaoying appeared bewildered in the face of Liu Shunwei's hasty departure. Xiaoying, why are you still in a daze? Hurry and chase after him. Your husband has run off. I must admit, Chairman Liu is truly handsome. If I were a decade younger, I would undoubtedly marry him. Chapter 12. A new venture, the Lynx tractor. Do not be infatuated upstairs. Think carefully. How could a billionaire, owner of a steel factory before the age of 25, ever take notice of you? Damn it, my heart aches. In the live broadcast room, the audience beat their chests in lamentation, and many owners at the awards ceremony expressed their regret. Why did Chairman Liu leave so early? I wanted to discuss the acquisition matters with him. Does anyone have Chairman Liu's phone number? Compared to the spotlight, Liu Shunwei preferred to quietly accomplish his tasks. Uncle Ma, have you finished at the bank? With Director Zhou's introduction, it went smoothly. How about you? Not too bad, but I have a luncheon that I need Uncle Ma to help me handle. Of course, I'll head over now. Ma Qianlin knew that Liu Shunwei was not fond of such gatherings, so he promptly brought along 2 deputy factory directors to the awards ceremony. I say, old Ma, you finally made it. Where's Chairman Liu? Zhou inquired. Ma Qianlin replied with a smile. Isn't the drone production line about to be assembled? He must be busy monitoring the progress. I see. I was just going to introduce you to General Wang from the Lynx Tractor Factory. General Wang? We are old acquaintances. Is their factory undergoing reforms as well? The Qinchuan Lynx Tractor Factory was a renowned military-to-civilian enterprise from the era of reform and opening up. Before its restructuring, the Qinchuan Lynx Tractor Factory was a legitimate military enterprise, responsible for producing the Dragon Summer 5 vehicles at its peak, with an annual output reaching 500 units. However, following the industrial reforms, Qinchuan Lynx separated its military production functions. The rotund General Wang, along with former soldiers, was energetically pursuing the transition, producing the first wholly independent tractor, Lynx brand tractors. Subsequently, the factory was renamed Qinchuan Lynx Tractor Factory, remaining state-owned. Yet, as the new century dawned, the factory's development philosophy fell behind the times, gradually trailing behind competitors. The factory had been idle for over half a year and could no longer pay wages. General Wang Zizhong extended his hand respectfully to shake Ma Qianlin's. He had learned about the rebirth of Giant Dragon Steel from Director Zhou. Initially, he thought that Giant Dragon Steel was merely experiencing a fleeting revival. However, over a year had passed, and not only had it not collapsed, but it also invested heavily to acquire Eagle Drone Company, advancing into the high-tech industry. Feeling himself aging and unable to work, he worried that rash reforms might dishearten the lifelong workers, elderly, and children he still needed to care for. Faced with 4 paths of closure and transformation, he was fortunate that Director Zhou's introduction led him to consider collaborating with Giant Dragon Steel. Giant Dragon Steel, Ma Qianlin. We have met before. Ma Qianlin smiled, while Wang Zizhong looked puzzled. Met before? At the National Recognition Conference for Industrial Enterprises in the 1990s. Yes, in 92. You were a national advance worker then. 1992? I did visit the capital once. What a coincidence. Such fate. A bond of fate inexplicably drew the two individuals closer, prompting Zhou one to seize the moment, suggesting, "You two should converse in the meeting room." They nodded in agreement, clasping hands as they entered the chamber. Director Ma found himself fortunate to encounter Chairman Liu, a man of action. Wang Zizhong could not help but offer accolades, while Ma Qianlin waved dismissively, stating at that time, "We had no choice. Our chairman Liu pledged all his assets, mortgaging the factory to secure loans for technological upgrades. Had he not possessed such audacity, leading the entire factory to take the plunge, we would not be where we are today." Director Ma displayed humility, acknowledging that Chairman Liu's capabilities were evident to all. His intent in initiating this conversation was merely to explore potential collaboration between their enterprises. Wang Zizhong was forthright, leading to Ma Qianlin's puzzled response. Isn't there policy support for the Mountain Cat tractor? Even traditional industrial enterprises, when facing restructuring, are granted a transitional period by the Longxia General Bureau. As long as the business can turn a profit within 5 years, they can maintain their positions. Next spring marks the 5th year, and I lack the necessary means. Wang Zizhong replied somberly, eliciting a sense of empathy from Ma Qianlin. Without Liu Shun's timely intervention, the fate of Julong Steel would have mirrored that of the Mountain Cat tractor. What thoughts does Director Wang harbor? He inquired. Those who gather firewood for the masses must not succumb to the cold winds of adversity. As a factory director, Wang had amassed sufficient retirement savings and could easily walk away. Yet he pondered the fate of hundreds of workers should he do so. Having weathered the storm himself, Ma Qianlin also yearned to assist others. Might your chairman be interested in acquiring the Mountain Cat Tractor factory outright? Acquiring entirely? Ma Qianlin questioned, realizing the gravity of the situation, as the factory employed at least 500 workers, each dependent on their livelihood. He hesitated, reflecting, if it were an 18 million project, I could decide on my own. The crux lies in the fact that our Mountain Cat tractor has hundreds of employees and over 600 acres of land, which alone is valued at over 1 billion. Wang Zizhong sighed. I understand it's challenging. As an old brother from the industrial sector, could you bear to see your colleagues forced into unemployment? This, allow me to ponder, Ma Qianlin replied. Wang Zizhong's words struck like a sharp blade, piercing the soft underbelly of Ma Qianlin's conscience. I could persuade the workers over 50 to return home and start their own ventures. I can negotiate with higher authorities regarding the factory and land for a pro bono transfer. I implore you, help me clear this hurdle. As Wang Zizhong began to kneel, Ma Quanlin quickly supported him, exclaiming, "What are you doing, Director Wang? If there are issues, we shall find solutions together." "So you agree?" Wang Zizhong asked, elated. Ma Quanlin nodded. "I can only agree to advocate for you. Whether Chairman Liu consents remains uncertain. With your endorsement, that suffices." Wang Zizhong responded joyfully. He had thoroughly prepared for this meeting, knowing that Chairman Liu of Julong Steel held great respect for Director Ma's opinions, often consulting him on significant decisions. Thus, it could be said that with Ma Chuanlin's nod, the matter would be half settled. However, you should also communicate with the upper management. As you are aware, Julong Steel has recently launched a drone production line, and funds are not as ample, Ma Quanlin cautioned. Wang Zizhong exclaimed with excitement. "The higher-ups are eagerly awaiting my response. As long as Long Steel can take over the Cat Tractor factory, whether through full investment or even a half sale, I'm open to it. How are your discussions progressing? The banquet is about to commence. Let's take our seats." Zhou Wen, grinning as he entered, had overheard their conversation outside. If he could facilitate the collaboration between Long Steel and Cat Tractor, it would indeed be a commendable contribution to Qin Chuan Mining Enterprises. Such a feast is hardly a feast. Director Zhou, your intentions for this dinner seem less than noble, Ma Qianlin quipped half-jokingly. Zhou Wen, unperturbed by the remark, replied, "Large enterprises must shoulder their respective responsibilities." Large enterprises? If Director Zhou could relax our production capacity restrictions, I might concede that Long Steel qualifies as a large enterprise. But enough of this. Come, let us drink. Chapter 13. The Dream of Millet. What should I call you, Director Huang? Just call me Xiao Huang. A jovial atmosphere enveloped the banquet as guests exchanged toasts, lingering until 2 in the afternoon. Wang Zizhong, somewhat inebriated, grasped Ma Chuanlin's hand, saying, "Director Ma, the future of our colleagues at the Lynx Tractor factory rests in your capable hands. Rest assured, my elder brother, Chairman Liu listens to me. I'll take care of this matter," Ma Quanlin replied, a hearty laugh erupting from his chest after a few rounds of liquor. Coincidentally, this scene was captured by Xiaoying, who had been discreetly observing from outside. "Wow, these big bosses are really getting drunk," she exclaimed. "Isn't that Director Ma from Giant Dragon Steel? Where's the dashing and affluent Chairman Liu? Next to him is General Manager Wang from the Lynx Tractor factory." From their demeanor, it seems a collaboration between the two companies is in the works. Xiaoying's disappointment was palpable as she failed to interview Lu Xinwei. "Sister Mu, you have an extensive network. Could you possibly arrange a meeting with Chairman Liu for me another day? Are you still not giving up? You want to meet him?" Mu Guchan raised an eyebrow. She understood that while Lu Xinwei appeared amiable in public, he was capable of being formidable when necessary, even disregarding the authority of Director Zhou. Once cornering him in the hallway, in the years of Qin Chuan's openness, Lu Xinwei stood out as the first to confront a director so boldly. "Please, just help me out," Xiaoying pleaded, pulling at Mu Guchan's sleeve with a touch of playfulness. "All right, I'll speak with Director Zhou and see if I can bring you along when I conduct an interview with Giant Dragon Steel." Mu Guchan relented, and Xiaoying's face lit up with joy. As the banquet formally concluded, Zhou organized transportation for the various executives. Huang Liang exhaled deeply, relieved. "Huang Liang, where are you headed?" "Director, I'm going to see them off. You'd better be more astute in the future." Fortunately, Chairman Liu is not one to hold grudges. Otherwise, today could have ended in disaster. "You are right, Director. I should have prepared better. Who would have thought the illustrious chairman of Giant Dragon Steel would inadvertently match outfits with the reception staff? Drive my car to take Director Ma home, and make sure to apologize to Chairman Liu when you see him," Zhou instructed with a serious tone. Although Lu Xinwei may seem indifferent to such formalities, I know he carries a sense of pride, Zhou Wen continued, reflecting on Lu's remarkable achievements. Taking over a nearly bankrupt steel mill at the age of 22. He revived it within 2 years and led his colleagues into high-tech industries. How could such a person not be proud? Rest assured, Director, if I err again, I will resign before you can discipline me, Huang Liang vowed, thumping his chest in assurance. Zhou Wen waved him off, urging him to leave quickly. Huang Liang helped the inebriated Ma Quanlin into the vehicle, along with 2 other vice directors who were also inebriated. Drive carefully to Giant Dragon Steel. We don't want to jostle the 3 directors in a nausea, he said, as he transported the unconscious trio to the factory's entrance. Lu Shenwei, come out, Huang Liang shouted. Lu Shenwei, I know you're inside. Was our breakup a test for me? Very well, you have one. Suqing, admiti misgagu. Come out, and let us reconcile. Huang Liang adjusted his glasses, pondering. Who is this madwoman? Why is no one escorting her away? Huang Liang assisted Ma Qianlin to the entrance, with a doorman, old Lu, opened the door to welcome them inside. How could Director Ma and the others, known for their considerable drinking capacity, have succumbed to intoxication? It would be strange if they hadn't tea. Wang Zizhong and a few others took turns toasting. One must understand that Wang Zizhong is a man from Subei. How could these men from the Northwest dare to match him drink for drink? The Northeast Tiger and the Northwest Wolf cannot compete with the Gentle Lamb from Subei. Is Chairman Lu available? Huang Liang inquired. The chairman is in his office. I will take you there, came the response. Upon encountering Lu Shenwei again, Huang Liang found him convening the launch meeting for the drone production line. Lu Shenwei courteously greeted. Hello, Section Chief Huang. Huang Liang, startled, replied, Chairman Lu, I'm not much younger than you. Just call me Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang, Lu Shenwei mused. Likely due to the morning attendance issue being addressed by Director Zhou. Understanding the unspoken, he continued, Thank you for specially escorting our 3 directors back. Please, Chairman Lu, it's our duty, as stated by Director Zhou, to assist enterprises in overcoming difficulties, Huang Liang replied with a smile. Old Lu approached and whispered, Chairman. Suqing is still blocking the door. Hearing this, Lu Shenwei's expression darkened. Have the security remove her. If she doesn't leave, we will call the police. Chairman Lu, please continue with your work. I will return for a visit later, Huang Liang said, taking his leave. Lu Shenwei politely remarked, Please see Section Chief Huang out. As Huang Liang exited, he finally realized that the one blocking the door was Lu Shenwei's ex-girlfriend. Once unable to weather the storms together, now that Chairman Lu had soared, she had returned to seek his favor. Section Chief Huang is correct. That woman merely seeks to climb the social ladder, and our chairman, being magnanimous, is disinclined to engage with her, they noted. If she does not leave soon, we shall indeed call the police, and you can serve as a witness. Huang Liang declared, raising his hand. There is no need for such trouble. Our Bureau of Industry and Commerce also holds enforcement authority. This madwoman has already interfered with normal business operations, and I can arrest her. Huang Liang seized the opportunity to make a statement. Just refrain from intervening. I'll be wearing my enforcement device. With Huang Liang's assurance, the security personnel felt relieved. Suqing, being the chairman's ex, required discretion in handling. But Huang Liang had no such reservations. Public areas prohibit loud disturbances. Huang Liang announced, his enforcement device prominently displayed. Suqing scoffed, Who do you think you are? Mind your own business. Earlier that morning, while scrolling through videos, she had stumbled upon a segment where Lu Shenwei was being honored. She was taken aback. She knew the Julong Steel Plant had not gone under, but she never anticipated its remarkable growth. A company generating millions in tax revenue annually. What does that signify? Its yearly revenue must be approaching hundreds of millions in Longxia currency. With her background in finance, she was unmatched in calculations. When Lu Shenwei had taken over the Julong Steel Plant with his parents' compensation, she had calculated it would surely incur losses. She had not anticipated being so mistaken. The wealthy second generation she was currently with paled in comparison to Lu Shenwei's success. Meanwhile, her brother awaited a wedding dowry of 400,000, along with $1 million for purchasing a home. If she could reconcile with Lu Shenwei, the Dragon Steel factory would undoubtedly become her Suqing's enterprise. You shrew, if you don't leave now, I shall drag you out. Huang Liang was not one to indulge her. Suqing shouted, I am Lu Shenwei's girlfriend. Dare you lay a finger on me? Lu's girlfriend? You ought to take a good look at yourself. Do you truly believe Lu would find you appealing? Huang Liang, a champion of the city debate competition, had never been bested in the art of insult. You are ridiculous. Lu Shenwei, I know you're inside. Come out. Refusing to come out, are you? Then I shall unleash a rabid dog upon you. Upon hearing this, Huang Liang immediately seized Su Qing's wrist, causing her to cry out in pain. You dare to insult law enforcement? You have truly crossed a line. Chapter 14, A Double Triumph. Lifting production capacity limits, once again. In the office of the giant Dragon Steel factory, Lu Xinwei observed Huang Liang's actions through the surveillance footage. Chief Huang truly was a good man. He genuinely took action when needed. Lu Xinwei murmured, and his assistant interjected, Chairman, what about Director Ma and the others? Send a car to take them home to sober up. With them in such a state, they cannot work today. Chief Huang was indeed unyielding, pulling hair with abandon, while Su Qing was equally ruthless, resorting to brutal measures. Chairman, should we not separate them? Separate them for what? Su Qing is violently resisting the law, while Chief Huang is merely executing his duties. After more than 10 minutes, Su Qing was subdued by Huang Liang. At the Qinchuan Bureau of Industry and Commerce, Zhou Wen glared at the arrested Huang Liang, infuriated. What is going on with that woman outside? She interfered with the normal operations of the enterprise, and I am to stop her, yet it ended up like this. Zhou Wen, upon hearing the account, corrected him. It is not a brawl. Rather, you faced obstruction in your enforcement of the law. She is accused of assaulting a public official. Report it to the City Patrol Bureau. They will handle it. Huang Liang's eyes lit up. The director had acknowledged his actions. Director, was my handling of the situation inappropriate? Of course it was inappropriate. If a madwoman disrupting business can bring you to this state, your enforcement capabilities are indeed concerning. Zhou Wen replied tersely. Yet he acknowledged Huang Liang's ability to grasp the leader's intent. With this incident, it seemed Lu Xinwei would not dwell on the morning's unpleasantness. Unbeknownst to Zhou Wen, Lu Xinwei had not taken the misunderstanding with Huang Liang to heart. At the giant Dragon Steel factory, after hearing the financial report regarding the account balance, Lu Xinwei furrowed his brow. The cost of establishing a production line was a staggering 40 million. The high-tech industry truly was a money pit. After the production line's completion, the steel mill's cash reserves would dwindle to less than 20 million, leaving no room for other endeavors. Lu Xinwei picked up the phone, intending to consult Ma Qianlin, but suddenly recalled that Ma was likely still recovering from his inebriation. You carry on with your tasks. We will discuss the allocation of funds tomorrow. Lu Xinwei dismissed the finance team and opened his phone to browse the daily news. Qinchuan discovers a 25-year-old billionaire. Who could he be? Curiosity piqued. Lu Xinwei clicked on the article, only to find it described him. Unfazed by power, standing firm against sanctions from the Eagle Sauce Defense Department, leading his colleagues in significant research and development. This, who concocted this? While it bore resemblance to the development of giant Dragon Steel, the embellishments left Lu Xinwei exasperated. He was merely a factory scion, yet the article portrayed him as a returned overseas doctoral graduate. Apart from his name and age, even the name of the steel company was miswritten as Julong Steel. The quality of journalism has truly declined. Anyone can be a reporter these days. Lu Xinwei scoffed, noticing the article was signed by Bai Xiaoying. Out of curiosity, he clicked on Bai Xiaoying's profile, discovering her last 5 articles were all lavishly praising giant Dragon Steel. Who is attempting to elevate me to the heavens? Or is this a deliberate mockery? It cannot entirely be blamed on Bai Xiaoying's fabrications. The crux of the matter lies in the dearth of information regarding Long Steel Corporation on the internet. Remarkably, the esteemed Long Steel Corporation lacks even an official website. Aside from Lu Xinwei's attendance at the Qinchuan commendation ceremony this morning, the latest news is a report from last month about the municipal water plant procuring long steel pipes. Bai Xiaoying? Quite intriguing. As the sun dipped below the horizon at the Ma family residence in Maquin, the elder Ma pondered, "Why have you brought me back at midday?" His partner, Sun Ping, took the warm towel and murmured, while Ma Qianlin sipped his hot water, "Let us not speak of it. I fell prey to the wiles of the people from Su Bay, and drinking has led to mishaps." The thought of having patted his chest and promised Wang Zizhong to persuade Lu Xinwei to acquire the Lynx tractor factory made Ma Qianlin's stomach churn with regret. Mishaps? Wasn't he today, as commendation ceremony, quite successful? Sun Ping inquired, having learned of the event through the evening news. Indeed, the ceremony was commendable. But I've landed myself in trouble, Ma Qianlin sighed. recounting his promise to Wang Zizhong in detail. What is said in a drinking bout holds weight. A man's word is a man's bond. Even if uttered inebriated, it counts as a commitment. Pride before a fall. Why not discuss it with young Liu? What face do I have to show? Young Liu once poured his entire savings into reviving the factory with his parents' pension, while I, an old fool, have lost my bearings after a few cups of wine. Ma Quanlin lamented his folly, just as Sun Ping's phone rang unexpectedly. Aunt Sun, is Uncle Ma feeling better? Yes, doing well. Sun Ping glanced at Ma Quanlin. He is sleeping now. Is there something urgent? Shall I wake him? No. I merely inquired about Uncle Ma's condition, as long as he is well. After a brief exchange, Lu Shenwei concluded the call, and Sun Ping gently remarked, Young Liu is one of us. You may speak candidly. It appears there is no other option. The following morning, before Ma Quanlin had even begun his workday, Wang Zizhong's call came in. He hastily deferred, citing the need to await 2 more days due to his busy schedule with the drone production line. In the office of the chairman at Julong Steel Corporation, Ma Quanlin and 2 vice presidents offered their apologies. With a face full of regret, Ma Quanlin declared, Chairman, this matter was beyond my authority. Please dismiss me. It is not Ma factory director's fault. I failed to prevent him. Chairman, the responsibility lies with me. Should there be any punishment, let it be directed at me. The 3 men exchanged words, anxious to ensure the blame did not fall on another. Let us not rush into debate. Uncle Ma, do you mean that the Qinchuan Lynx Tractor Factory wishes to collaborate with us? Lu Shenwei inquired. Not a collaboration. Rather, they intend to sell the entire operation to us. I was flattered by their praises and unwittingly agreed. The tractor factory? What shall we do with it? Engage in tractor production? The 3 fell silent, realizing that in their bravado, they had failed to contemplate the implications of taking over the tractor factory. Perhaps I should reject Wang Zizhong's proposal, Ma Quanlin thought, not wishing to place Lu Shenwei in a difficult position, especially since assuming control of the tractor factory could adversely affect the development of Julong Steel Corporation if mismanaged. Uncle Ma, let us not hastily refuse. Perhaps you should first inquire about the conditions that General Wang might offer, Lu Shenwei contemplated. The reason he had the audacity to take over the nearly bankrupt Long Dragon Steel was primarily due to his deep-seated affection for the children of the steel mill. Moreover, having lost his parents at a young age, it was Uncle Ma and these kind-hearted figures who had nurtured him to adulthood. This debt of gratitude, one could say, is beyond the worth of 2 million. Even 20 million would not suffice to repay it. Very well, I shall inquire on his behalf. With Lu Shenwei's assurance, Ma Qianlin felt a sense of certainty. At the very least, they could initiate a dialogue with Wang Zizhong, just as both parties were poised for their first engagement. The Longxia General Bureau unexpectedly received a notification from the Navy demanding that the Qinchuan Long Dragon Steel Plant operate at full capacity. Chapter 15. Would you like me to reform the Bobcat tractor? Not a chance. Director Zhou, when received the news again, his expression a mixture of confusion and disbelief. It was indeed a case of DJV. What do the higher-ups mean by this? Were they attempting to manipulate morale? Huang Liang scratched his head. Equally perplexed, I couldn't quite grasp it either. I made some inquiries through acquaintances, but no one could provide a definitive answer. The higher-ups also demanded that Julong Steel expand its production capacity, with the funding coming from our Qinchuan industrial sector. Everything about this situation felt suspicious. Zhou was at a loss. Director, the 5 million yuan in support funds allocated by the higher-ups has already arrived, Huang Liang reported. Zhou furrowed his brows. All right. Although I do not understand the intentions from above, we must execute this without hesitation. By the way, Director, Mr. Wang from Bobcat Tractors is waiting for you in the reception area. Have him come to my office for a discussion. Wang Zizhong entered the room, and Zhou greeted him courteously. Please have a seat. How did your meeting with Ma Qianlin go? Bobcat Tractor Factory was once a key enterprise supported by Qinchuan, basking in glory, but now it was on the decline. As the director, Zhou was naturally reluctant to witness the collapse of an establishment he had personally nurtured. Director, yesterday at the banquet, factory manager Ma seemed very agreeable, but today when I reached out his attitude was rather cold, Wang Zizhong said, scratching his head in confusion. Zhou pondered. Simply making a phone call won't suffice. Ma Qianlin is easily swayed. I need to visit him in person and convey my thoughts. Zhou leaned closer to Wang Zizhong and whispered, the latter frowning slightly. Director Zhou, is that advisable? Just say what I instructed. There is an excellent chance of success. Zhou encouraged. Understood, I'll go right away. Don't go empty-handed. Ma Qianlin enjoys drinking white spirits. Rest assured, I will return with good news. With Zhou's guidance, Wang Zizhong rummaged through his home to retrieve 2 boxes of 30-year-old fine liquor before heading to meet Ma Qianlin. Factory manager Ma, are you busy at the moment? I was just about to call you regarding our collaboration. That sounds great. I'm right outside your factory gates, Ma Qianlin responded. Excellent. Let us discuss in person. In the office of Julong Steel's factory manager. Why bring something? Just come as you are. Isn't it customary to bring a little something when visiting friends? Let us sit down for tea. I've discussed our collaboration with Chairman Liu. What are our leaders' thoughts? As long as they agree to take over Bobcat Tractor Factory, I will accept any conditions, Wang Zizhong stated earnestly. Ma Qianlin, in a softer tone, replied, You are well aware of Julong Steel's circumstances. Hearing Ma Qianlin address him with such respect, Wang Zizhong suddenly interjected, By the way, before we discuss collaboration, let me share some good news. Good news? Please go ahead, Ma Qianlin inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. I know our factory's production capacity is limited, but coincidentally, I have acquaintances at the higher-ups who can assist in lifting those restrictions, Wang Zizhong said languidly. Upon hearing this, Ma Qianlin abruptly stood up. What did you say? Lifting the production capacity restrictions? You can't be serious. The reason Julong Steel is focused on developing drones is precisely because their production of steel pipes and gas cylinders is frequently constrained, leaving them limping along. If all goes as expected, the approval for lifting those restrictions should have already reached the municipal bureau. Factory manager Ma can inquire about it. Ma Qianlin stated earnestly. This is indeed a significant matter. Allow me to step outside to make a phone call. He promptly made his way to Liu Xinwei's office. President Wang is resolute in his desire to collaborate with us. I will first contact Director Zhou for verification. If this is indeed the case, there is no reason we cannot become partners. With the formidable strength of Julong Steel, accommodating a few hundred mouths to feed should pose no challenge. Originally, it was Zhou who suggested this to Wang Zizhong, and when Ma Qianlin confirmed the details, Zhou readily agreed. Chairman, it appears that Wang Zizhong indeed possesses remarkable capabilities. The authorities have temporarily lifted our production restrictions for 2 months. Liu Xinwei contemplated, let's go meet Wang Zizhong. Wang Zizhong had been waiting in the factory director's office for nearly half an hour, and seeing no sign of anyone arriving, he hurried to the door upon hearing footsteps. You must be President Wang of the Bobcat Tractor, he exclaimed. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Liu Xinwei extended his hand, and they exchanged a firm handshake. I apologize for taking up Chairman Liu's valuable time with our affairs, Wang Zizhong said politely. The young man before him, not yet 25, exuded an unspoken pressure. With a mere flick of his tongue, he could determine the fate of Bobcat Tractors. Director Ma has briefed me on your situation. Let us dispense with pleasantries. I can sense your sincerity. Lifting the 2-month production restriction equates to tens of millions of dollars in revenue, a veritable windfall. We must extend a helping hand to such benevolent individuals, he continued. Chairman Liu, you flatter me. I genuinely hope to welcome the workers of Bobcat Tractors into our Julong Steel family. The speed of a train is contingent upon the engine's power. If I am merely an old horse pulling a cart, then Director Liu is undoubtedly the high-speed train, racing to its limits. I have fully authorized Director Ma to handle this matter. You may negotiate terms with him, provided they are reasonable, Liu Xinwei stated as he rose. While the production restrictions were temporarily lifted, he still intended to establish a drone production line. Diversifying our operations will ensure that Julong Steel flourishes. Rest assured, Chairman, I will strive for the most favorable restructuring policies, Wang Zizhong replied, his face beaming with joy inwardly. In the following week, Wang Zizhong and Ma Qianlin finalized the restructuring plan for Bobcat Tractors. All workers aged over 50 at the tractor factory would be retired under state provisions, while those willing to remain would join Julong Steel. The factory buildings and land would be reclaimed by Jinchuan City, and 2 outdated tractor production lines would be relocated to the Julong Steel site. Simultaneously, Jinchuan's Industrial and Commercial Bureau allocated $5 million in funding to ensure the proper resettlement of Bobcat tractor workers. Consequently, Julong Steel incurred no expenses while acquiring 2 tractor production lines and approximately 400 workers. The laborers from Bobcat tractors expressed discontent, but before they could voice their concerns, the workers from Julong Steel had already protested. Our factory is performing admirably. Why should we take on the burden of the failing Bobcat tractors? Aren't they in a state of near collapse? They exclaimed. Indeed, we are thriving. Whose misguided idea was this? Hush! It is rumored that the city initiated this, and that Director Ma is overseeing it. Has old Ma become muddled in his old age? We've only just begun to enjoy a few good days. Under the leadership of Lu Shenwei, the performance of Giant Dragon Steel is flourishing, with workers earning a minimum monthly salary of $15,000, and even during downtime, they receive over $8,000. Initially, when the acquisition of Eagle drones was proposed, there were voices of dissent, but Lu Shenwei stood firm against the majority. Most people still possess a narrow perspective, reluctant to embrace new concepts, and even less inclined to accept those who have fallen from grace. Organized by some busybodies, hundreds of workers surrounded Ma Qianlin under the cover of night. Director Ma, was the idea to acquire the dilapidated tractor factory proposed by you to the chairman? Chapter 16, Is there still justice? Is there still law? Old Ma, we haven't even enjoyed a few good days. How have you become so arrogant? Ma Qianlin surveyed the crowd, his expression one of bewilderment. The individuals surrounding him were predominantly older workers, some of whom had labored alongside him in the same workshop during their youth. Old Lu, how have I become arrogant? Ma Qianlin inquired. You have indeed become arrogant. Speak up. How much did you take from Wang Zizhong to betray our factory's core interests? Exactly. You've surely accepted money from the little lambs of Su Bei. A chorus of old colleagues chimed in, their determination suggesting that unless he clarified matters today, he would not be allowed to leave. Oh, is that what you were referring to? Ma Qianlin suddenly understood and immediately clarified. The acquisition of the tractor factory is a step towards our diversified development. Please do not misconstrue it. And to those claiming I embezzled or accepted bribes, Wang Zizhong is so destitute he is selling his underwear. Does he have money to give me? Old Ma, don't jest. Just because the chairman is young doesn't mean he is oblivious to these intrigues. We old comrades are quite perceptive. You are taking advantage of the chairman's delegation of authority. The old workers were relentless, leaving Ma Qianlin at a loss for words. Chairman, it's serious. Factory manager Ma is surrounded. An assistant rushed in, and Lu Shenwei inquired in astonishment. Surrounded? By the people from the Mountain Cat Tractor Factory? It must be the Mountain Cat Tractor Factory personnel dissatisfied with the placement plan. However, it can still be negotiated without resorting to such measures. No, it's our factory's old workers insisting that Manager Ma has received benefits from Wang Zizhong. Ah, this is truly a misunderstanding of Uncle Ma. On the day we signed the equity transfer agreement, Wang Zizhong was so overwhelmed with emotion he was nearly in tears. If he had any money left, he would have already offered it to help the factory grow, rather than selling himself in the end. Let us go take a look. When Lu Shenwei arrived at the scene of the conflict, Ma Qianlin was explaining with a pained expression, nearly exhausted from speaking. Yet the old colleagues refused to let him go. What on earth are you all doing? Has the production task been completed? Lu Shenwei called out, surveying the crowd. Chairman, Manager Ma is not being honest. He deceived you into taking over such a failing unit as the tractor factory. You cannot be fooled by him. He undoubtedly accepted money from Wang Zizhong. Seeing that everyone was concerned for the factory's development, Lu Shenwei abandoned his reprimanding intentions. The acquisition of the Mountain Cat Tractor Factory was my idea. Do any of you have objections? I have spoken on numerous occasions about the need for diversified development. Where have you all stored my words? To say Manager Ma is dishonest is to imply that I, the chairman, am ignorant. Lu Shenwei's face darkened, leaving the crowd speechless. Should anyone lead another disturbance in the future, disrespecting the factory's decisions, do not blame me for turning against you. Noticing Lu Xinwei genuinely angered, Ma Kuan-lin quietly remarked, "Everyone is just looking out for the factory's best interests. Do not remain frozen. Disperse." With Ma Chuanlin's words, the crowd glanced at Lu Xinwei, and upon seeing him slightly nod, they felt as if they had been granted a pardon and began to leave. "This is outrageous. Uncle Ma, are you all right? What could possibly be wrong with me? With that bunch of old codgers, I can handle them single-handedly." Ma Qianlin laughed artily. Yet inwardly, he pondered the familiarity he held with his colleagues, understanding their personalities all too well. This recent disturbance certainly harbored underlying peculiarities, and he resolved to investigate further when time permitted. Lu Xinwei spoke softly. "Today's uproar has unveiled a new dilemma for us." "What dilemma? Is it lax management?" "No. It pertains to the developmental issues following our acquisition of the Bobcat tractor factory. On the surface, Julong Steel has expanded its scale, yet its essence is diminishing. Profits are solely derived from the production of steel pipes and gas cylinders, while substantial investments in drone research have yet to yield any returns. The livelihoods of the 400 employees at the newly acquired Bobcat tractor factory remain precarious. Lu Xinwei, accompanied by technicians, has already assessed that the 2 dilapidated production lines for tractors are barely operational. However, achieving profitability will require considerable effort and ingenuity. There are only a handful of domestic agricultural machinery manufacturers that have made a name for themselves. One is Sanha Heavy Industry and another is Liuzhou Machinery, both of which dominate the agricultural machinery market, controlling nearly 70% of the share. For Julong Steel to compete in this arena is akin to scaling a mountain. "This is something we both need to contemplate deeply," Lu Xinwei advised. "Green agriculture could also be a viable avenue for development. I will reach out to the experts at the Qinchuan Agricultural Research Institute to see if they have any insights regarding agricultural machinery. It is wise to consult professionals for specialized matters. By the way, the Bobcat tractor factory is set to close at the end of the month. What is Wang Zizhong planning?" Lu Xinwei inquired. The little lamb from Subei mentioned he intends to return to his hometown. Perhaps he is feeling despondent, Ma Qianlin reflected. Despite having been misled by Wang Zizhong in the past, he found himself quite fond of him. Returning home? Isn't that a waste of talent? Those colleagues at the Bobcat tractor factory are quite challenging. He should be brought back to lead the team. Rehiring? Not rehiring, but formally inviting him to join Julong Steel. That stubborn fellow may not be easily persuaded. Tell him that the workers at the Bobcat tractor factory are unruly, and I am prepared to dismiss a number of them. Indeed, you possess a clever strategy. I will make contact shortly, to strike the iron while it's hot. The reason Wang Zizhong intends to leave after the restructuring of the Bobcat tractor factory is because he feels assured that his colleagues are settled. Yet, Lu Xinwei was determined to thwart his intentions, valuing his colleagues, practicing frugality, and even going so far as to seek assistance in finding them favorable opportunities. Such a person may not embody technical prowess, but undoubtedly serves as a backbone within the team, illuminating and unifying it. When Wang Zizhong received Ma Qianlin's call, he was utterly perplexed. What does this mean? An invitation to serve as deputy factory director at Julong Steel? I have already tarnished the Bobcat tractor factory. Aren't you afraid? Chairman Lu? Our chairman treasures talent. You should accept. Ma Qianlin replied with a smile. Wang Zizhong politely declined the invitation. At my age, I lack the vigor of Chairman Lu. Perhaps it is best to pass. Pass. Very well. Just the other day, several workers from the former Bobcat tractor factory disregarded labor discipline, and Chairman Lu stated that, as a warning, they were all dismissed. Upon hearing these words, Wang Zizhong's expression darkened considerably. Which organization is devoid of its share of difficult individuals? A little education could transform them into commendable comrades. Long Dragon Steel is currently in a phase of rapid development. It lacks nothing except for manpower, so why not proceed? Old Ma, you are truly cornering me. Huh. After all, you are not the factory director. Let it be as it may. Very well, you have intimidated me. I consent to join Long Dragon Steel. Does that suffice? Thus, Wang Zizhong, albeit reluctantly, formally became a member of Long Dragon Steel, securing his position as the third in command under Ma Qianlin. with Ma Qianlin managing the workers at the original Mountain Cat tractor factory, and Lu Xinwei fully dedicating himself to the debugging of the drone production line. All aspects of Long Dragon Steel are progressing favorably. In contrast, at the Naval Procurement Research Department, Director Gu Ming wore a frown, as the research for the next generation of domestically produced arrestor wires proved to be exceptionally challenging. Chapter 17. Production of Agricultural Vehicles. Shandong Kat Kominchis. Longxia Naval Procurement Research Department. Gu Ming furrowed his brow, while the assistant researcher dared not utter a word. The notorious Lock Dongda Company sold us the second-generation arrestor wires manufactured by the Americans, which were not only defective but also of inferior quality. During the maiden flight of the Wide Silence aircraft carrier, it employed the American arrestor wires, leading to a significant mishap that day. The wires snapped on the spot, failing to catch the landing fighter jet. Fortunately, the pilot reacted swiftly and pulled the aircraft up just before crash. The pilot's decisive actions earned him a second-class medal, while Gu Ming, responsible for procurement, faced disciplinary action, and the entire procurement research department was suspended for 2 months for reflection. Upon resuming work, Gu Ming resolved to toil day and night, yet he remained unable to overcome the technical challenges. The arrestor wires lacked sufficient elasticity, and their strength was appallingly low. Director, perhaps you should take a break? Don't overexert yourself. Indeed, Director, health is the foundation of revolution. Gu Ming slammed his fist on the table. What is my life worth? If I could develop high-quality arrestor wires, I would willingly sacrifice 10 years of my lifespan. Director, please don't act impulsively. We still have avenues we haven't explored. The assistant suggested. Hearing this, Gu Ming cooled down and replied, What avenues? The chief engineer of the Navy has already visited. We can't exactly beg the Americans. Can we? In truth, if begging the Americans could secure the arrestor wire technology, it might be worthwhile, but the Americans are not fools. They have made it clear that they intend to tighten their grip on us. What good would it do to kneel until our knees are bruised? We could solicit solutions from civilian guerrilla groups, the assistant proposed. Are you suggesting private enterprises? The technical challenges that Southern Heavy Industry and Jiangnan Shipyard's Research Center have failed to conquer. Do you believe private companies can succeed? Gu Ming was skeptical of the so-called technologies from private enterprises. After all, issues that military-industrial companies could not resolve would be futile for private firms. Haven't you heard the saying that masters are found among the common folk? That might fool the masses, but do you genuinely believe that? Gu Ming shot the assistant a glance, and the assistant, feeling awkward, replied, Well, it's still a potential solution. Very well, if there is no progress in 3 months, I will apply to higher authorities. Though he spoke this way, Gu Ming still held disdain for private enterprises. In Qinchuan City, at the conference room of Julong Steel Plant, amidst Lu Xinwei's booming voice, the production line for the Long Eagle drone officially commenced operations. The first batch of 50 small drones was produced, featuring a flight time of 30 minutes, a maximum altitude of 1,500 meters, and a maximum flight radius of 4 kilometers. The parameters of the Long Eagle drone far exceeded those of competing products, and Lu Xinwei named it Long Eagle Model 01. We have produced the goods. Now, we must consider the sales channels. What ideas do you all have? After Lu Xinwei's statement, the attendees in the conference room began to offer their suggestions. Chairman, small drones are currently popular for aerial photography. I can contact the City's Photography Association to promote them. We have connections in the City Transportation Bureau. We could supply them with a batch. Our drones could also be utilized for oil and gas pipeline inspections. I have a classmate working there. Lu Xinwei smiled. Everyone's suggestions are excellent. We can certainly explore all of them. The brief meeting concluded, and Lu Xinwei summoned Ma Qianlin to return to the office. While their methods were certainly worth exploring, achieving significant sales would necessitate the involvement of those with technical expertise. Ma Qianlin, quick-witted as ever, proposed, Are you suggesting we reach out to Desert Camel? Indeed, having purchased a substantial quantity of our steel pipes, their usage for water or gas transportation would likely require regular inspections. Wouldn't our drones be perfect for that? Upon hearing Lu Xinwei's words, Ma Qianlin's mind buzzed with possibilities. It was evident that Chairman Lu possessed a sharp intellect. the solid partnership between Desert Camel and Julong Steel would undoubtedly yield fruitful results. Although upper management had imposed limitations on our steel pipe and gas cylinder production, there were no restrictions on our drone manufacturing. We should dispatch 100 drones to them. Once we establish a market with Desert Camel, the prospect of future profits seems bright. All right, I'll contact them right away, Ma Qianlin declared, rising to leave. However, Lu Xinwei called him back. Please find Wang Zizhong for me. The drone production line is in good shape, but the issue with the Lynx tractors remains challenging. This matter truly requires Wang Zizhong's expertise. With him overseeing operations, the workers at the original Lynx tractor factory have ceased their unrest. Mr. Wang, you're here. Please, have a seat. After joining Julong Steel, Lu Xinwei had accorded him the status of deputy factory director, recently relieved of the burden of settling fellow workers. Wang Zizhong had been enjoying restful nights and hearty meals, even gaining a few extra pounds. Our 2 tractor production lines have been idle for a month now. Do you have any thoughts? Given the production capacity restrictions imposed from above, Lu Xinwei knew that Julong Steel's prosperous days were temporarily coming to an end. With drone sales sluggish, he had turned his attention to the Lynx tractors for potential revenue generation. Chairman, may I ask how much liquidity we currently have? Approximately 30 million in working capital. This fund was set aside for emergencies during capacity restrictions, and I will not touch it unless absolutely necessary. 30 million seems insufficient. If we had 200 million, we could upgrade to the world's top 2 tractor production lines. Seeing the seriousness on Wang Zizhong's face, Lu Xinwei could not help but chuckle. Old Wang, have you become too accustomed to Uncle Ma's ways? Not at all. Isn't it common knowledge that our factory is financially sound? Do you really believe what outsiders say? Lu Xinwei shot him a skeptical glance. He was well aware that Wang Zizhong had falsely claimed that the lifting of production restrictions was due to his influence. Lu Xinwei had already learned the truth from Zhou. However, he chose to remain discreet, allowing Wang Zizhong to save face. Let us not confine our vision to tractors. There is a market for other agricultural machinery as well. Your words have indeed sparked an idea. If we don't pursue tractors, perhaps Lynx could focus on agricultural vehicles. Agricultural vehicles? Are you referring to 4-wheeled ones that emit black smoke? What you're talking about are 3-wheelers. I'm referring to 4 wheels. With a 2-2 layout. Lu Xinwei pondered for a moment. I see. Please continue. Our region, Longxia, is vast and populated with numerous farmers. If we could develop an economical and durable agricultural vehicle, it would surely be profitable. How is the agricultural vehicle market faring? Regardless of the endeavor, one must first investigate the market. Otherwise, no matter how exceptional the product may be, it will remain unsold. Take, for instance, the super steel cables from Julong Steel. While their quality is unparalleled, they merely languish in the warehouse, gathering dust. The thought of this infuriated Lu Xinwei, cursing the damned eagle sauce. In the agricultural machinery market, the larger players include Changhe, Wuling, and Lulutong, with prices hovering around 30 to 40,000. 30 to 40,000? That is exceedingly affordable. Most farmers possess limited funds, and only affluent farmers can afford to spend 30,000 on agricultural vehicles. After some contemplation, Lu Xinwei decided to conduct a market survey, suggesting to reconvene in 2 weeks. Wang Zi nodded in agreement and departed, while Lu Xinwei pondered for quite some time before accessing the system's marketplace. What could possibly rival the Shandong Maomao agricultural vehicle in terms of affordability? For merely 2 million Longxia coins, it promises to fulfill all your aspirations. Chapter 18. Wang Zizhong, I have been working tirelessly, my eyes nearly bursting. The quality of Shandong Maomao's locomotives is comparable to that of infantry fighting vehicles. For merely 2 million, one can acquire the entire set of blueprints. Truly an incredible bargain. The system is exceedingly conscientious. When Lu Xinwei brought the blueprints to Wang Zizhong, the latter was utterly bewildered. Chairman, where did you procure such remarkable blueprints? With 4-wheel drive, a weight of 6 tons, a maximum payload of 500 kilograms, and a designed fording depth of 50 centimeters. This machine boasts a maximum speed of 120 kilometers per hour, with a fuel capacity of 30 liters that allows it to travel 400 kilometers. The most impressive aspect is that it is entirely compatible with the current tractor production line. With a simple adjustment in the manufacturing process, production can commence. Regardless of where the blueprints originated, I must inquire when you will be able to assimilate their contents and master the manufacturing techniques. Wang Zizhong pondered for a moment. 3 weeks, no, at the earliest 2 weeks. As long as the production line is operational, we will definitely produce the first batch of test locomotives within 2 weeks. Very well, I entrust this matter to you. If funds are insufficient, seek Uncle Ma. Lu Shunwei patted Wang Zizhong on the shoulder, who felt an overwhelming sense of responsibility. In the subsequent 2 weeks, Wang Zizhong resided in the production workshop, dedicating all his time to studying the blueprints, save for meals and restroom breaks. When Lu Shunwei learned of this, he asked Ma Quanlin to intervene. But before Ma could say much, Wang Zizhong, along with his colleagues, forcibly ushered him out. Chairman, old Wang is obsessed. I cannot manage him. Research cannot be conducted in this manner. His health will suffer. When Lu Shunwei found Wang Zizhong, he had not slept for 3 days, his eyes bloodshot. Everyone, stop your work. From now on, take a 2-day break. Anyone who dares to sneak back to the factory to work will face my wrath. But Chairman, we are on the verge of mastering these blueprints. Wang Zizhong retorted defiantly, his colleague's eyes red with fervor, nearly ravenous. What? Do you not heed my words? Lu Shunwei's stern demeanor softened as he met Wang Zizhong's fierce gaze. What are you all doing? Dare to challenge the chairman? Have you lost your minds? Wang Zizhong bellowed at the crowd. Lu Shunwei expressed concern. Your health is the foundation of our endeavors. How will you work for me if you collapse? Chairman is correct. Everyone should rest today. And you, old Wang, take a look in the mirror at those bloodshot eyes. Return home and rest for 3 days before coming back. After a firm reprimand from Lu Shunwei, Wang Zizhong reluctantly led his team home to recuperate. In the office of the chairman at Julong Steel, old Wang has grown bold. He dares to defy you now. Uncle Wang is also striving for the company's development, but is overexerting himself. Today, I am here to report on the sales of our drones. We have 200 units left from the first batch that was sold partly and given away. Still, 200 units? Does that not mean we have hardly sold any? We trial produced 50 units, and the second batch produced 500, resulting in 350 units essentially given away without establishing a market. Lu Shunwei frowned, while Ma Quanlin awkwardly remarked, the young team in RD is indeed working hard, but the results have been limited. The Transportation Bureau of Qinchuan City, the gas company, and the electric company have all made contributions. However, it appears that they have no intention of making purchases. This situation is untenable. The acquisition of the drone company cost $60 million. The technology purchase amounted to another $20 million. And the assembly production line incurred expenses of over $30 million. If sales do not materialize, over $100 million in funds would go to waste. I recall Director Zhou had expressed a desire to arrange a feature interview for me. Uncle Ma, what do you think about promoting our drones through the city television station? It seems like a viable avenue. Yet Director Zhou may not agree to allow us to present our innovations during the interview. What is there to fear? As long as they come for the interview, the narrative will be in my hands, Lu Shunwei asserted confidently. Ma Quanlin scratched his head, stating, I will reach out and see what can be done. When Zhou received Ma Quanlin's call, he was quite surprised, as Lu Shunwei had previously declined several interview requests. What caused a change of heart this time? There must be some hidden agenda. If you're worried, then perhaps we should let it go, Huang Liang suggested. Zhou casually replied, How can we let this go? The reporter is one we dispatched, and they will edit the interview content as they please. The director is quite astute. Stop flattering. Call the city television station and inform them that I invested significant effort to persuade Lu Shunwei to accept the interview. 2 days later, at the giant Dragon Steel Plant. Sister Mu, how did you convince Lu Shunwei to agree to the interview? Bai Xiaoying inquired with curiosity. Mu Guchan replied earnestly, It was Director Zhou who lent us his support. Otherwise, do you think a billionaire would give us the time of day? Experience speaks volumes. Sister, could you spare me 5 minutes after the interview? What do you intend to do? Opportunities like this are rare. Please don't do anything reckless. Sister, you've already mentioned it several times. My ears are sore from hearing it. As they conversed, Quanlin approached with his team. Dear journalist friends, thank you for your patience. Our chairman Liu is in his office. Mu Guchan's interview was succinct and effective, with Liu Shenwei discussing the transformation of giant dragon steel into drone production, spending a full 20 minutes promoting the Long Eagle drone. Mu Guchan, a top student from Qingbei University of Journalism, found it difficult to interject a word. Do you have any further questions? Liu Shenwei asked earnestly. Mu Guchan poursuit her lips. An hour and 20 minutes, and you spoke for an hour. You've almost covered everything. What more can I ask? Thank you, Chairman Liu, for agreeing to the interview. Bai Xiaoying exchanged glances with Mu Guchan and whispered, if possible, I would like to request a separate interview with you. A separate interview? What do you mean? Liu Shenwei asked, puzzled. He recognized the girl before him as a moderately well-known self-media influencer. Mu Guchan nodded, and Bai Xiaoying pleaded, Chairman Liu, I beg you. A small influencer is still an influencer. Any opportunity to increase the drone's market reach is welcome, even for multiple interviews. Certainly. When shall we begin? Do I need to prepare anything? Really? Chairman Liu, you need not prepare anything special. I will ask, and you will respond. Simple enough, right? Liu Shenwei nodded, that works. Bai Xiaoying exclaimed, let us get started then. 3, 2, 1. We are rolling. Dear family, Xiaoying is live. Can you guess who I have invited today? Oh my goodness. A wealthy young magnate. Has Xiaoying secured a prominent figure? Incredible. Isn't this the Dragon Steel factory area? Xiaoying truly has connections. Greetings, everyone. I am Liu Shenwei from Dragon Steel, the global ambassador for Long Eagle drones. Liu Shenwei waved at the camera. Chairman Liu's voice is truly delightful. Mother, I think I'm falling in love. Chairman Liu, I am your long-lost younger brother. This is Chairman Liu's first appearance in the live stream. Please behave yourselves. Has Xiaoying found love? Let us hear some cheeky banter. The comment Han Xin pursued, Xiao, he under his legs has been muted by the host. I can't stop laughing. How could you expose Xiaoying's secrets in front of others? Bai Xiaoying cleared her throat. The informal interview with the spirited Xiaoying begins now. My first question is, how old is Chairman Liu this year? Chapter 19, The Ascendant Xiaoying. The Dragon Corporation's website crashed. How old are you this year? What kind of question is that? Nevertheless, Liu Shenwei cooperated and replied, just 25. Xiaoying's motives seem impure. Could she be seeking a son-in-law for herself? This cannot be permitted. It is a grand matchmaking event now, a segment for representatives to speak. He is even a year younger than I am? Bai Xiaoying inquired further. May I ask, Chairman Liu, do you have a girlfriend? This young lady knows how to captivate attention and seize traffic. Dragon Steel is in the midst of expansion, leaving no time for romance. Dragon Steel Dragon Straight Man, Steel Straight Man. Too busy making money to seek a girlfriend? Who is the most detestable? Someone richer and more industrious than you. Is Chairman Liu intent on overwhelming us? Please, spare us this self-aggrandizement. Chairman Liu is competing with billionaires. Do you really think you measure up? What sin have I committed to deserve this? Subtle pretentiousness is the most lethal. The barrage of comments surged in the live stream, and Bai Xiaoying rejoiced, for it was finally her moment to soar. Seizing the opportunity, she posed her third question, what does Chairman Liu enjoy in his spare time? Who wouldn't want to uncover the secrets of a billionaire? What do I enjoy? This question is rather broad and challenging to answer. Liu Shenwei pondered, and the fans in the live stream immediately chimed in. Xiaoying, be direct. Just ask if Chairman Liu likes you. Great assist. Vote for Chairman Liu's girlfriend. I cast my vote for Xiaoying. As for sports, exercise, hardly any, as the factory keeps him busy, leaving little time for physical activity. And what about hobbies? Reading? Watching films? He rarely has the leisure for that. The most he reads are contemporary industrial magazines from Longxia, a quintessential steel straight man, striking right at Xiaoying's heart. An industrial tycoon, how appealing. Longxia Contemporary Industrial Magazine? What on earth is that? Is it a workaholic's favorite? Bai Xiaoying felt at a loss for words. For her fourth question, she asked, with the new year approaching, does Chairman Liu have any wishes? If we speak of wishes, undoubtedly. It is for the Dragon Eagle drones to sell phenomenally, and for the workers at Dragon Steel to enjoy increasingly better lives. To be able to provide for his colleagues is his parents' wish, and now it is his own as well. What is vision? Just look at Chairman Liu. Are you kidding? A 20-something chairman. How many in his family are truly clean? Grown on chemical fertilizer? Such a foul mouth. What business is it of yours? Pathetic. As the live stream continued, two factions suddenly erupted into conflict. Many fans considered Liu Shanwei hypocritical, while others, privy to the truth, defended him. Everyone, please refrain from arguing. Does anyone have questions for Chairman Liu? Time is precious, and Bai Xiaoying wished not to miss even a sliver of traffic. Unfortunately, the discord among the fans escalated, eventually attracting the attention of moderators, leading to Bai Xiaoying's first ever ban from the live stream. The live stream has been banned? What is this? Bai Xiaoying wore a distressed expression as Mu Guchan attempted to ease the situation, saying, "Thank you, Chairman Liu, for accepting the interview. We shall conclude here for today. You have worked hard as well. These two drones are a gift for you." Liu Shenwei handed over the drones to the two individuals, and Bai Xiaoying, who had been mired in disappointment, instantly brightened at the sight of a gift. Alas, she could no longer flaunt her success, for that would have garnered her more attention. "These items are far too precious. We cannot accept them," said Mu Guchan, well aware that even the most ordinary drones on the market cost thousands, let alone the Long Eagle drone, a flagship product of Dragon Steel, renowned for its unparalleled quality. What constitutes preciousness? The cost is negligible, Liu Shenwei remarked casually. Negligible cost? You're selling them for 3,000? Mu Guchan exclaimed in surprise. Liu Shenwei shrugged. The initial price was set at 998, but the Bureau claimed that such pricing was too low and might disrupt the market. Thus, 3,000 became the minimum. Is that so? Aren't businesses free to set their own prices now? In that case, we shall accept them. Thank you. After sending off the two media representatives, Liu Shenwei promptly contacted Zhou Wen to request the interview footage. Xiaomu hasn't sent it to me yet. Why the urgency? Director Zhou, we can't sell our drones. The situation is becoming critical. All right, I'll send it to you later. With Zhou Wen's assurance, that very evening, Liu Shenwei obtained the video and immediately summoned the company's publicist. Work overtime tonight to edit the video. We'll post it on the official website tomorrow morning and encourage everyone to share it, amplifying the influence of the Long Eagle drone. Understood, Chairman, the publicist nodded earnestly. Liu Shenwei's strategy was simple: to leverage the power of new media to broaden the sales channels for the Long Eagle drone. Hence, he accepted the exclusive interview, disregarding Bai Xiaoying's playful inquiries. Hey, why haven't you left yet? Chairman, our official website has been closed for 2 years and remains inaccessible. It's all Eagle Sauce's fault. You continue editing. I promise it will be operational by tomorrow. Liu Shenwei stated earnestly, recognizing the tremendous impact of video dissemination in the age of new media, hoping that the Long Eagle drone would soar to new heights. While Liu Shenwei busied himself preparing the video, Mu Guchan and Bai Xiaoying were also hard at work, particularly Bai Xiaoying, who immediately edited and uploaded the recorded video after her live stream was suspended. This time, I will profit immensely. Upload. 10 minutes later, a video titled Shocking: The Untold Secrets of a 25-Year-Old Tycoon Exposed was uploaded to major video platforms, marking the moment Liu Shenwei's name became known to internet users, gaining him a modicum of fame. However, Bai Xiaoying was unaware that while she was leveraging Liu Shenwei to build her own popularity, others were profiting even more by tarnishing his image. The next day, Dragon Steel spent 3,000 to reopen its website and promptly listed its flagship products: Dragon Steel pipes, Dragon gas cylinders, and Long Eagle drones. Yet, the website attracted scant visitors, let alone any orders. Chairman, perhaps we should temporarily halt operations, treating it as a break for the Long Eagle drone team, suggested Ma Qianlin. Liu Shenwei pondered for a moment. No, the drone team has finally achieved results. Allowing them to take a break now would severely dampen their enthusiasm. However, the Dragon Eagle drone has not been sold in significant numbers, and our financial resources cannot accommodate such a burden, Ma Qianlin said with a hint of bitterness. Liu Shenwei pondered for a moment and inquired, "Was the progress on Old Wang's end?" He had just grasped the design of the agricultural vehicle and was preparing to trial produce a batch next month, which would incur a substantial expense. More expenditures? Did Golden Dragon Steel not earn a considerable profit? Why is there so little in the account? Chairman, you should check online. Our official website has been overwhelmed. Are there visitors placing orders for our drones? Is it that popular? No. There's a flood of visitors leaving messages attacking Golden Dragon Steel. What did you say? Visitors are attacking us? Chapter 20. If you wish for the demise of Dragon Steel, how could I allow you to survive? An attack on our official website? What audacity! Lu Xinwei powered on his computer, urging the technical team to attempt to log into the website's backend, only to find it incapacitated. Is it possible to trace the source of the attack? The IP addresses span across the nation and even overseas, indicating this is not merely an organized assault. Frowning, Lu Xinwei remarked, "Uncle Ma, please contact the Municipal Bureau to inquire about the situation." Ma Qianlin nodded emphatically and dialed the number of Zhou, one from the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. However, before he could even speak, Zhou interjected. "Old Ma, what is the background of your boss, Lu's ex-girlfriend? You'd better find someone to deal with her promptly." "Suin? What has happened to her? You're not aware?" Su Qing is disseminating videos, accusing Chairman Lu of being fickle, claiming Dragon Steel is usurping state assets. The higher-ups are now compelled to investigate me. It seems Su Qing possesses a certain prowess to generate such a stir. Lu Xinwei took the call. "Director Zhou, we are not apprised of the circumstances." Lu Xinwei typically did not keep abreast of media developments, and Ma Qianlin and the others were too unsophisticated to navigate live streaming platforms. Completely oblivious to Su Qing's antics. "Please ascertain the details. The Municipal Discipline Inspection Team is currently investigating here, and Director Huang has already been suspended from his duties." Huang Liang. Does this matter pertain to Director Huang as well? Huang's troubles are like mud in one's pants. It's either foul or just as bad. Enough of this. Just look it up online. Zhou terminated the call, prompting Lu Xinwei to immediately open a short video on his mobile device. A video entitled "Wealthy Chairman Abandons Pregnant Girlfriend, Usurps State Assets" surged to the top of the video platform with a staggering 46 million views. Is this about me? Lu Xinwei clicked on the video, wherein Huang Liang was depicted as intervening to prevent Su Qing from disrupting Dragon Steel's normal operations, distorted into a narrative of collusion between the Bureau of Industry and Commerce and Dragon Steel. The Bureau's director was portrayed as a thug for Dragon Steel, bullying the recently miscarried Su Qing. How dare they claim I was involved in her miscarriage? We have been separated for nearly 2 years. Her miscarriage is of no concern to me. Despite Lu Xinwei's composed demeanor, he was incensed by the video. Huang Liang was slandered as a rogue director, while Ma Qianlin was labeled an accomplice in the illicit sale of state assets. Director Zhou was branded a corrupt official colluding with enterprises. And Lu Xinwei himself bore an even graver accusation: mercenary, usurping state assets, a despicable traitor. Lu Xinwei scrolled through a few comments, which were utterly appalling. "I toil day in and day out at my job, while he can profit 100 million from selling state assets in half a year. I had previously seen his interview and thought he was quite capable for his age. Now he seems nothing but trash. That old ma must be arrested for selling state assets to set an example. What is collusion between officials and businessmen? This is it. The director sells state assets cheaply, handing them over to his own relatives, with the approval of the higher-ups in the Bureau of Industry and Commerce, all very well coordinated. Dragon Steel has numerous issues. I suggest the relevant authorities conduct a thorough investigation, as they are also suppliers for the municipal water company. As the saying goes, when the wall collapses, everyone pushes. When the drum breaks, everyone strikes." Lu Xinwei felt his blood pressure surge, yet managed to contain himself. However, beside him, the elderly Ma Qianlin, having worked diligently for half a lifetime, was unaccustomed to such humiliation. Unable to hold back, he instantly turned pale. "Uncle Ma, what is wrong?" Lu Xinwei swiftly grasped Ma Qianlin's arm. "Don't just stand there. Quickly take Uncle Ma to the hospital." While Wang Zizhong, preoccupied with examining blueprints, accompanied Ma Qianlin to the hospital, Lu Xinwei convened a meeting with all the young employees adept in new media at the factory. The situation was well known. Someone was intent on tarnishing the reputation of our Dragon Steel. Lu Xinwei succinctly outlined the events, inciting righteous indignation among the workers. If I discover who is behind this, I shall not spare them. Chairman, there must be someone orchestrating this. Su Qing's fan base has surged by over 100,000 in just 3 days. Lu Xinwei nodded, recognizing that this incident was indeed fabricated. Such high visibility could not arise without external provocation. With Su Qing's astute mind, she would never conceive such tactics on her own. The pressing question remained: who was stirring the pot? And what was their objective? Did they seek to overturn Dragon Steel? What benefit would the puppeteers derive from this chaos? Those with connections sought to leverage them, while others began to create videos for clarification. We found ourselves in the eye of the storm. If mishandled, the weight of public opinion alone could crush us. Lu Xinwei cautioned as voices clamored. Chairman, several of my friends are involved in MCNs and know many influencers. Perhaps they can assist us in voicing our side. I have connections as well and can facilitate communication right now. As suggestions flowed, Lu Xinwei responded. I will also reach out to Su Qing to ascertain her true intentions. Meanwhile, chaos engulfed the Qinchuan City Bureau of Industry and Commerce. Zhou, we have received reports from the public alleging that, as the bureau chief, you are implicated in accepting bribes and misappropriating state assets. An investigator from the inspection team read the order, and Zhou Wen's expression darkened. The innocent will clear themselves. I am willing to undergo an investigation. Huang Liang, you are accused of assaulting individuals advocating for their rights. Please accompany us. Huang Liang's mind exploded with confusion, leaving him slumped on the ground. Just yesterday, everything was fine. How did it suddenly escalate to this? Not only Huang Liang was baffled, but Zhou Wen, a participant in the incident, wore a look of utter bewilderment. Had Dragon Steel truly violated regulations? Were so many organizations intent on striking it down? Leaders of the inspection team, I assure you, during the handling of this matter, Dragon Steel adhered to Longxia regulations, and there are no conflicts of interest. Investigations hinge on evidence. If you are innocent, we shall not wrongfully accuse you. Without further ado, the inspection team took Zhou Wen and Huang Liang away, plunging the city bureau into disarray. At the Dragon Steel factory, in the chairman's office, Lu Xinwei inquired, how is Uncle Ma's condition? Faced with such a significant crisis, he found it impossible to leave the factory. His heart rate was elevated. The doctor said he was overly agitated, but after receiving fluids, he is feeling better now. Wang Zizhong lowered his voice to avoid disturbing Ma Quanlin. Currently, the factory is stable, but we cannot quell the fervor of public opinion, and Director Zhou's phone is unreachable. I have heard whispers that Director Zhou and Section Chief Huang have been taken away for investigation. Are you not aware of this? What? They have been apprehended? A tempest of emotions surged within Lu Xinwei. He had initially contemplated enlisting the assistance of a law firm to clarify matters, perhaps dispatching a few legal letters to quell the fervor, as was customary in such affairs. However, the fact that even Director Zhou has been taken indicates that the situation is far from ordinary. Uncle Wang, please keep an eye on Uncle Ma and refrain from disclosing anything to him. I shall handle this. With that, Lu Xinwei promptly dialed Su Qing's number. While business may falter, honor remains. Yet, as you desire the demise of the Dragon Steel, how could I allow you to survive unscathed? Chapter 21. Sudden fame? Calm down. Footbath chicken. As Lu Xinwei dialed the number, Su Qing's sarcastic tone greeted him from the other end. Chairman Lu, what brings you to call me so suddenly? What mischief are you up to behind my back, Su Qing? Lu Xinwei inquired. Just a girl defending her rights. What mischief could I possibly be up to? Soyez déplaise, softly. What are you really after? Do you wish to know? Tonight at 8, at the Qinchuan Intercontinental Hotel. Don't play games. With that, the line went dead, and Lu Xinwei, his expression darkening, thought to himself, I shall see what tricks you have in store tonight. Amidst his pursuit of the truth, Bai Xiaoying was also in a state of disarray. A few days prior, leveraging Lu Xinwei's handsome and affluent persona alongside the imposing image of Julong Steel, she had amassed a staggering 420,000 new fans in just 3 days. However, this brief period of glory was short-lived. In the past 2 days, public opinion had shifted dramatically, and Julong Steel had become a pariah overnight, with everyone clamoring for its downfall. Consequently, she too faced the repercussions, her fan count plummeting back to the abyss. Sister Mu, please help me think of a solution. I'm barely holding on myself. The city television station has ordered me to take a leave of absence for reflection. What? Is it really that serious? Is Chairman Liu in trouble? Whether there is trouble remains uncertain, but the current public sentiment is overwhelmingly negative. Any slight blemish on Liu Shunwei's reputation will be magnified infinitely. Is there anything we can do to assist? By Xiaoying, still possessing a sense of conscience, suggested, Julong Steel has released a clarification video. Could you help by sharing it? Though it may be a drop in the bucket, it is better than doing nothing at all, Mu Guchan affirmed. I'll give it a try. But the number of haters has significantly increased these past few days. Out of 3 videos I post, 2 have been reported and taken down, by Xiaoying lamented. Mu Guchan, unwavering, declared, the righteous will prevail. I believe Liu Shunwei is innocent. As a seasoned journalist, she sensed sincerity and dedication in Liu Shunwei and could not fathom him embezzling state assets. I trust your judgment, Sister Mu, by Xiaoying contemplated. The barrage of private messages attacking her grew increasingly overwhelming, with some even offering money for her to delete the interview content. Why is this happening? Is it merely because some fear the exposure of Liu Shunwei's positive image? As night fell at the Qinchuan Intercontinental Hotel in the executive suite, Liu Shunwei murmured to himself, what is this all about? Why summon me to the hotel? As he knocked on the door, Su Qing appeared, clad in a sheer black gown, holding a glass of red wine. What do you truly want? Your ex-girlfriend invites you to a hotel room. What else could it be? Come in, she beckoned. The fragrance of wine wafted through the air, and Liu Shunwei stepped back, evading Su Qing's eager grasp. He pressed a button on his chest, activating a pinhole livestream camera. For one, must always be wary of others' intentions. Wow, what have I stumbled upon? Chairman Liu of Julong Steel is live streaming? Goodness, isn't that the stunning Su Qing who has been making waves these past few days? Where's the tissue? I'm bleeding from my nose. The crowd in the live stream called out to one another, and the number of onlookers continued to swell. I truly did not anticipate that within less than 2 years, you could revitalize the steel mill that was on the brink of bankruptcy. I admit, I underestimated you. Su Qing set down her wine glass, crossing her legs elegantly while seated on the sofa, revealing a captivating sight beneath her skirt. Such a scene is somewhat inappropriate for children, one observer remarked. Is this something I can view without cost? Mr. Liu is impressive. Another added. Supervisors, I advise you not to meddle. Mr. Liu, adjust the camera angle for a better view. The scene was enchanting, yet Liu Shunwei had no inclination to appreciate it. He was certain that someone was guiding Su Qing from behind. Otherwise, given her perspective and capabilities, would she have conceived the idea of manipulating public opinion and reporting to the business administration, a strategy so sophisticated? Without makeup, she resembled a ghost. Your beauty trap holds no sway over me. The conversation has suddenly taken on deeper implications. They are indeed clever individuals. Another noted, Mr. Liu's taste is commendable. While this lady may be a schemer, she is of the Bai Luo Chun caliber. Liu Shunwei replied coldly as Su Qing frowned. It is said that 100 years of cultivation allows one to share a boat, and 1,000 years to share a bed. Although we did not end up together, you need not be so heartless. Had you agreed to let me use my parents' insurance money to revitalize the steel mill, we might not have arrived at this point. Su Qing exclaimed with fervor. Let me emphasize if, I had agreed back then, would we still be together now? With your narrow-minded nature, would you have allowed me to spend $2 million to save the near-bankrupt factory? Explosive content. Mr. Liu revived the factory using his parents' insurance money? Another chimed in. $2 million is quite insufficient, but with policy support, it seems enough to restructure a failing industrial enterprise. Confronted with Liu Shunwei's counter, Su Qing fell silent. No more words? Very well. I am disinclined to engage in superficial pleasantries. 20 million. This is my utmost sincerity, Liu Shunwei stated earnestly. 20 million? You intend to dismiss me with such an offer? I have heard that Mr. Liu's Julong Steel generates at least 100 million annually. A schemer obsessed with money, confirmed. 20 million is quite a generous sum from Mr. Liu. If it were me, I would emerge from the factory at 18 years fresh, younger, and more beautiful. I would only require 200,000. What is happening upstairs? Mr. Liu can personally broadcast, clearly aiming to cleanse his reputation and seek companionship. Are you out of your mind? What about the wages for the workers? Don't procurement and research and development costs require funding? I have only 20 million. Liu Xinwei's expression hardened. He had not anticipated Su Qing's insatiable greed, as if she wished to consume the entire factory. Reveal the puppet master behind this. Withdraw the complaint against the business administration, and 20 million shall be yours. Su Qing laughed. In the past, I would have settled for 200,000, but now, with your fortune exceeding 100 million, you offer me only 20 million? Is this how you treat a beggar? Is 20 million not sufficient? Why waste words on such a disgraceful woman? Another commented, the pitiable schemer remains oblivious. From the moment Mr. Liu stepped through the door, she was destined to lose utterly. What is Mr. Liu's background? He rose from nothing, took over a failing enterprise, and within 6 months, brought the near-bankrupt steel mill back to life. How could she ever compete with someone of his caliber? 30 million. This is all my cash, but you must reveal the mastermind behind it. Liu Xin insisted. Mr. Liu, such generosity. 30 million, just like that. The naive green tea has trapped herself, waiting for her demise. By the way, aren't you all curious about who the mastermind is? Boring. I want to see bloodshed. Gossip, gossip. I announced the biggest scandal of the year in Qinchuan has emerged. Although Su Qing had indulged in red wine, her mind remained clear. I am merely a pitiful girl seeking compensation for lost youth. There is no mastermind here. The green tea is impressive. Her acting skills are on point. No wonder she was Mr. Liu's ex-girlfriend. She is destined for stardom. To the brother upstairs, you will surely rise to fame. Dear netizen foot basin chicken, please remain calm. Chapter 22. The Enabler, Usury, and the Green Tea Bitch. Debuff maxed out. The atmosphere in the live stream instantly turned suggestive with the sudden intrusion of an online user. Su Qing refused to divulge the identity of the mastermind. Yet Liu Xinwei remained unfazed. Perhaps there do exist steadfast and virtuous women in this world, but Su Qing is certainly not one of them. 50 million. I offer 50 million. If you still refuse, I shall walk away. Goodness. Has Chairman Liu summoned the power of the wealthy? Offer me 500,000, and I shall gladly speak. Come on. Why is this green tea still not satisfied? Hurry up and agree. The fans in a live stream were in a frenzy, sending spaceships and rockets soaring. 50 million? Su Qing hesitated. Her family could not earn that amount in 10 lifetimes. 50 million is my compensation for lost youth. Which you owe me. Su insisted defiantly. Liu Xinwei scoffed. I offered you the chance, but you chose to decline. Chairman Liu, I beg you. If you want to agree, I will. I am a private investigator and can help you uncover the truth. Do you think your youth is made of gold? You green tea? I live in a world of luxury, spending 200,000 daily, and I could do so for a year. Brother, you are impressive. 24K titanium alloy kidney. With that, Liu Xinwei strode purposefully towards the exit. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Wait, Su Qing suddenly called out. Before the overwhelming power of money, those devoid of faith, let alone a money-grubbing green tea like Su Qing, are utterly defenseless. Now you wish to speak? It is too late. As Liu Xinwei reached for the door, Su Qing swiftly shut it. It was General Liu from Green who instructed me to slander you. General Liu from Green? I have never heard of him. What does he do? Liu Xinwei inquired. He is a real estate developer, and he has his eye on the land of Julong Steel for development. Su Qing paused. My brother is in debt to loan sharks, and General Liu stepped in to help me, even giving me 200,000. An enabler? Usury? Green tea? Are you stacking buffs here? All elements maxed out. I hereby declare Su Qing the top green tea of the year. I know green real estate. They have a number of unfinished buildings in Qinchuan. I was attacked when I tried to defend my rights there. My heart aches for the brother upstairs for a second. Let us all unite to take down this green tea. Liu Xinwei murmured, green real estate. Is it? I see. You still remember my car number, right? When will you transfer 50 million to me? Su Qing shamelessly asked. I initially agreed to give you 50 million, but you did not accept, did you? Liu Xinwei replied, turning to leave. Liu Xinwei, you scoundrel. Su Qing screamed in desperation, But Lu Xunwei feigned indifference. With evidence in hand and the mastermind exposed, he would not give Su Qing a single cent ISNT. It better to save my money for my workers' braised pork? Why would I get it to green tea? Bah, Lu Xunwei, you coward. I will ruin your reputation. I will sue you for rape. Ah, so we have a battling green tea. But today is a live broadcast across the internet. You vile person, await your imprisonment for slander. Emerging from the hotel, Lu Xunwei downloaded the entirety of the recent live stream onto his mobile device. Uncle Wang, how are things with Uncle Ma? He inquired, aware that they were both quite upset. Tell Uncle Ma that I have already acquired the evidence, Lu Xunwei reassured him. Ma Qianlin, upon hearing this, seized the phone from his grasp. What did you say, Xiaolu? You have obtained evidence? Yes. It is Lu from Leviuan Real Estate who is orchestrating this behind the scenes. Lu Jujian? Damn it. When we were restructuring Julong Steel, he was the first to approach me, insisting on $300 million to secure our factory's land for real estate development. I categorically refused, and at that time, Director Zhou was still the head of the restructuring division at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. With this revelation, Lu Xunwei began to piece together the underlying motives. It appeared that Lu intended to settle old scores while also implicating Director Zhou. Uncle Ma, now that we know who is behind this scheme, there's no need for you to become agitated, Lu Xunwei counseled. Raising his voice, Ma Qianlin retorted, damn it, if they dare to undermine us. I will come to the factory tomorrow morning and discuss this properly. After ending the call, Lu Xunwei dialed by Xiaoying's number. She was troubled by the swift decline in her follower count. Miss Bai, please check your email. I've sent you some videos that may pique your interest. Videos of interest? What do you mean? You'll find out once you take a look. With an air of mystery, she wondered what could possibly be so intriguing. The reason Lu Xunwei shared the videos with Bai Xiaoying was twofold: her substantial follower base and the inspiration he had drawn from her for his live stream and meeting with Su Qing. As Bai Xiaoying opened the video, an immediate sense of shock washed over her. WTF? What is this? A pair of long, elegant legs and the tantalizing hint of black stockings? Holy moly! Chairman Lu actually enjoys this kind of thing? What does he mean by sending it to me? Could it be that Chairman Lu wants me? Disregarding her initial thoughts, Bai Xiaoying continued watching the video and soon realized her misunderstanding. The footage contained Chairman Lu exposing Su Qing's false testimony, and she exhaled in relief. Chairman Lu is an excellent ally. The ambitious Xiaoying is poised for a comeback. Without delay, Bai Xiaoying edited the video into 3 segments and uploaded them to a short video platform. Within half an hour, the view count soared past 200,000, accompanied by over 700 comments. It turns out it was like this: all blame lies with that despicable woman for leading me to misinterpret Chairman Lu. Chairman Lu, I am guilty. I was led astray by them. I knew you were innocent. Xiaoying is amazing, managing to obtain the original video. I request an unedited version. Same here. I have a friend who wants to see the part where Su Qing poses provocatively, purely for critique. I want it too, and I am willing to pay. In my opinion, with that figure, Su Qing should consider entering the industry. She might earn more than through extortion. Isn't it time to exercise restraint, my friend? Do you think that gold is made from her? Over the course of a single night, public sentiment reversed. Those who had initially condemned Lu Xunwei and Julong Steel turned their ire towards Su Qing. Su Qing's personal homepage was subjected to relentless criticism until it was shut down, and her newly established live streaming account was also banned by the platform. The official website of the Green Landscape Real Estate behind the scenes was bombarded by enraged netizens. And Chairman Lu Jujian was doxxed, with even his phone number and home address exposed online. Lu Jujian, overwhelmed, faced a large crowd of outraged individuals besieging the Green Landscape office building since morning. The police had made 2 attempts to disperse the crowd, but to no avail. That wretched woman took my money and then betrayed me. Damn it, I want to skin her alive, he exclaimed. Chairman, what shall we do now? Asked the anxious secretary. With a dark expression, Lu Jujian replied, call President Kitata. This plan was his suggestion. If we are to perish, we shall do so together. However, President Kitata's phone had been unreachable since last night. What did you say? Lu Jujian roared in fury, cursing the wretched situation that had befallen him. Chapter 23. The internet armies clean up Lu saying, "The cherry blossoms of my hometown have bloomed." The Green Landscape Corporation mobilized everyone, yet they were unable to reach Kitada. Chairman, shall we make a run for it? What nonsense! With so many assets at stake, how could we flee? Lu Jujian reprimanded sternly, when suddenly his phone rang. "Liu Song, President Kitada, I'm relieved to finally get in touch with you." Lu sang, "Do not panic." How can I not panic? Our Green Landscape Corporation is being viciously criticized online, and the Bureau of Industry and Commerce is about to investigate us. Rest assured, we will handle your concerns. Kitada Jiro had secretly employed 20,000 internet personnel to reverse the public sentiment, for when it came to twisting the truth, no one could rival them. What do you need me to do? Simply remain silent. In 3 days, we will suppress the heat and plunge the dragon steel into the abyss. With Kitada Jiro's assurance, Lu Jojian's anxious heart momentarily settled. President Kitada, our normal operations at Green Landscape have been affected due to your company's plans. What do you think? Our corporation has already transferred 20 million to your personal account. Lu sang, "Do remember to check." Really? You are too generous, President Kitada. Liu Song, the cherry blossoms of my hometown have bloomed. Once this matter is settled, I invite you to come and see. Lu Jiujian nodded excitedly. Dragon Steel, is it? Do you think you can bring down our Green Landscape? In your dreams. That evening, multiple self-media outlets released articles accusing Dragon Steel of environmental pollution and hiring internet personnel for damage control. They particularly targeted by Xiaoying and Mu Guchan, defaming them as unscrupulous media who accepted benefits from Dragon Steel. Sister Mu, have you seen the video? How did the public opinion suddenly shift? Bai Xiaoying's account was suspended, along with her previous uploads regarding Lu Xinwei's battle with the Green Tea faction. Mu Guchan whispered, "If you do not occupy the territory of public opinion, the enemy will. Prepare yourself and fight back with all your might. Our opponents are formidable." Bai Xiaoying nodded, gathering friends from her circle to support her. "Xiaoying, we've all heard about your situation, so just tell us what to do. Just help me share the videos, specifically the segments of Lu Xinwei exposing the green tea." The financial backers behind Green Landscape have approached us, offering 500,000 each for operational fees, demanding to slander you and Mu Guchan, with a focus on attacking Dragon Steel. Really? When did this happen? Bai Xiaoying was astonished. A backer offering 500,000 was indeed extraordinary. Almost everyone in the self-media circle received offers from Qin Chuan. I refused, as such money does not sit well with me. Thank you. Thank you. I'll treat you to a meal another day. But do be careful. Not everyone can uphold their principles. Bai Xiaoying and Mu Guchan busied themselves seeking clarifications, while Dragon Steel was not idle either. Lu Xinwei uploaded the sequence of events on a video platform, including a self-exposing video from Su Qing, only to have it taken down by the platform for obscene content. Uncle Ma, this situation has become intriguing. How so? I suspect Green Landscape is a puppet master. There must be someone else behind it all. Could a mere real estate company, with a valuation of only 1 billion, wield such immense power? They have resorted to an all-encompassing assault on the Dragon Steel Corporation. Even dragging Director Zhou went into the fray. Our legal team has meticulously prepared the necessary documents, and we shall formally initiate a lawsuit against Su Qing and Green Landscape Real Estate tomorrow. Engaging in a war of words serves no purpose. If we are to engage, it must be with earnest resolve. Is this feasible? In the court of public opinion, we lack the upper hand. Thus we must place our hopes in judicial proceedings. There is no other recourse. Shortly, I will keep an eye on Old Wang. The Dragon Steel Corporation is fighting a desperate battle. While within the Qinchuan City Review Bureau, Zhou gazes solemnly at the two examiners. Beneath the dim lighting, one examiner sternly addressed him. "Director Zhou, now that you are in the Review Bureau, it would be prudent to be forthcoming. What should I confess? That I have tirelessly devoted myself to the development of Qin Chuan's enterprises? That I have lost countless nights of sleep to secure project investments?" Zhou cast a disdainful glance at the examiners, provoking their ire. "Zhou, show some respect. You may be in the Review Bureau, but that does not grant you immunity. Do not be so agitated. After all, I am a bureau chief myself. Just ask your questions, and I shall respond." Faced with Zhou Wen's obstinacy, The examiners found themselves in a predicament. Their superiors had instructed them not to handle Zhou Wen roughly, as he was merely suspected of mishandling state assets rather than being conclusively incriminated. How did you collude with Liu Xinwei to embezzle and sell state assets at a loss? I did no such thing. Do not make baseless accusations. At that time, Dragon Steel was burdened with debts amounting to tens of millions. Liu Xinwei took over and managed to turn the company around within 6 months. Are you suggesting you are a savior of the state-owned enterprise? One could say that, though I prefer to remain modest and eschew accolades. Now you're being obstinate. Let me ask you again, why did you suddenly instruct the municipal water plant to procure steel pipes from Dragon Steel? How much kickback did you receive? The Central Bureau had specifically directed that Dragon Steel be supported, stating it was a patriotic enterprise. However, this directive had only been communicated to Zhou Wen, with a strict request for confidentiality. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Wen dismissively replied, Dragon Steel's pipes are of superior quality at a reasonable price. Naturally, I would procure from them. You are lying. Dragon Steel's pipes are not inexpensive. Will you not be forthcoming? I see no reason not to be. It is entirely my prerogative. Zhou Wen appeared unconcerned, inciting further frustration from the examiners. Realizing their hard approach was ineffective, they decided to adopt a softer tactic. Director Zhou, you are not one to lack understanding. Public sentiment has already turned against Liu Xinwei and Dragon Steel. All that is required is for you to affirm that Liu Xinwei's acquisition of Dragon Steel was procedurally flawed and that the valuation was excessively low. Would that not resolve this matter? As a distinguished director, why endure such indignity? Indeed, this matter should not heavily involve you. All we need is for you to acknowledge that there were issues with Dragon Steel's restructuring process. You will not face any repercussions, and we can all fulfill our obligations. Despite their coaxing, Zhou Wen remained steadfast. If you wish for my agreement, I must first make a phone call, he stated after a moment's reflection. To untie the knot, one must first understand its origins. The Review Bureau was merely acting as an intermediary to facilitate business for Dragon Steel. Yet this endeavor had been sanctioned by the Central Bureau. Since you insist on delving deeper, why not inquire with the Longxia Administration for Industry and Commerce? Is that truly the case? Feel free to make the call, but we must be present to listen. How you choose to hear it is your business. Yet I must articulate my point clearly. Once you listen to this call, there will be no turning back. In the face of Zhou Wen's warning, the two remained unfazed. Go ahead and make the call. There is no conversation that Qin Chuan is unable to handle. The head of the Review Bureau handed over the phone, but Zhou Wen hesitated suddenly. The director of the General Administration demanded confidentiality from anyone. Does this action not constitute a breach of that secrecy? Zhou Wen, a former military officer, is known for his strong principles and discipline. He took the phone, dialed the number. Jingjing, has our son been behaving well these past few days? Is this rascal playing tricks on us? The call was made to his wife. Chapter 24. Pressure from the headquarters. Zhou Wen's background is astounding. Director Zhou, do you find this amusing? The examiner's face flushed with anger as he snatched back his phone. Zhou Wen, appearing indifferent, replied, I merely wish to spare you from entanglement in troublesome affairs. It is you who ought to be embroiled in complications. Resisting scrutiny serves no advantage for you. Resist? That is hardly the case. You could detain me for a maximum of 48 hours. Without concrete evidence, the Examination Bureau has no choice but to release Zhou Wen. You remain silent? That is of no consequence. I am confident that Section Chief Huang will cherish this opportunity to redeem himself. The examiner, brimming with self-satisfaction, was met with Zhou Wen's chuckle. Do you truly believe Huang Liang will be forthcoming? Extracting a confession from him is akin to a Herculean task. Huang Liang is privy to the details, yet he is even less likely to utter a single word. The two examiners, doubting his words, abandoned Zhou Wen and sought out Huang Liang. After a prolonged and fervent interrogation, not only did Huang Liang remain tight-lipped, but he even sustained an injury to his head in his defiance, leaving the Examination Bureau utterly perplexed. Section Chief, Green Landscape Real Estate has made a formal report. Could there be something amiss? It does not seem so. Liu Jujin has assured us with utmost confidence. were it not for Liu Jiujian and Green Landscape Real Estate's formal complaint. The Qinchuan Examination Bureau would not have gone to such lengths to offend the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. However, now that 18 hours have elapsed, there is not even a shred of evidence to be found. At this juncture, we must broaden the scope of our investigation. I refuse to believe Zhou Wen is entirely blameless. The Examination Bureau was inundated with work, while the Longxia Industrial and Commercial Headquarters was in an uproar. The Longxia Army's Equipment Research and Development Center had somehow acquired information alleging that rockets handcrafted by the Desert Camel Guerrilla were manufactured by a private enterprise in Longxia. A director was dispatched, insisting that the Longxia headquarters provide a batch of steel pipes for research. The head of the headquarters, not daring to delay, immediately called Zhou Wen, only to find the line constantly busy. How peculiar that Zhou Wen, typically astute, would fail to answer at such a crucial moment. Director, should I make the journey to Qinchuan myself? Do not go to such lengths. We are aware of that company in Qinchuan. Instead, contact the Julong Steel factory. Yet, even the Julong Steel's line proved unreachable, leaving the headquarters director bewildered. Something is amiss. Swiftly investigate what transpired in Qinchuan. The Industrial and Commercial Bureau chief's phone had been unanswered for 2 consecutive days, and the key patriotic enterprise, Julong Steel, was also unreachable. This was indeed troubling. The headquarters staff promptly commenced an investigation, and upon delving deeper, they were nearly struck with terror. Yesterday, Zhou Wen, the director of the Qinchuan Industrial and Commercial Bureau, was taken for questioning on suspicion of selling state assets at a loss during the restructuring of Julong Steel. The legal representative of Julong Steel, Liu Shenwei, was placed under residential surveillance, and the vast Julong Steel factory was brought to a standstill. All journalists and content creators who had previously reported positively on Julong Steel were also subjected to scrutiny. The headquarters director was incensed. Is someone attempting to undermine me at this critical juncture? Why did Julong Steel have to face troubles precisely when the army demanded materials from headquarters? Furthermore, Zhou Wen's approval of Julong Steel's restructuring was sanctioned by the headquarters. At that time, Julong Steel had been incurring losses for years and was insolvent. It was imperative to act. Now, there are media reports alleging the disgraceful sale of state assets. It is evident that one seeks to reap the rewards of another successful enterprise. Director, do you truly believe the situation is not as grave? Not serious? Have you perused the news reports? Zhou Wen has acted as an intermediary, facilitating business for Julong Steel. And damn be it, this directive stemmed from the Naval Research Department, ultimately at my behest. Is this not akin to being publicly insulted? This is intolerable. I demand that Qinchuan's inspection department be involved. Yet, Director, the inspection department does not fall under our bureau as jurisdiction. What is there to fear? I will not consume anyone. A few verbal reprimands suffice. That old fool Zhou Wen is quite obstinate, even after being apprehended for interrogation. He fails to utilize my influence for protection. Director Zhou is tight-lipped, a commendable comrade. The bureau director remained silent while dialing Zhao Qinquan of the Qinchuan Inspection Bureau. Zhao Qinquan, staring at the blank confession, furrowed his brows. Is this truly the outcome of your 2-day investigation? Zhou Wen has not uttered a single word. Director, Zhou Wen is quite stubborn. Should we not employ some tactics? Fool, Zhou Wen has yet to be convicted. He remains the head of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Zhao Qinquan, who once vied for the affections of a girl alongside Zhou Wen, lamented his own inadequacies that led to Zhou Wen's triumph. In the end, Zhou Wen found his match, while Zhao Qinquan remains solitary to this day. Although it is not a matter of deep-seated enmity, Zhao Qinquan has never forgotten. Having finally seized an opportunity, he is determined to rectify Zhou Wen. Director Zhou is quite obstinate. The situation has become absurd, even to the point of banging his head against the table. After further interrogation yields nothing, they must release him. Ding, ding, ding. Zhao Qinquan's phone abruptly rang. He answered only to be met with a harsh reprimand. Director Zhao, you wield quite the authority. Who is this? I am Li Feihai from the Longxia Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Zhou Wen acted on my advice to connect with Julong Steel, and the restructuring work is also under my purview. Li Feihai, Longxia Industrial and Commercial Bureau? Zhao Qinquan was momentarily taken aback. Is this an attempt to disrupt the proceedings? Director Li, I believe there has been a misunderstanding, You lack the standing to explain yourself. Release Zhou Wen immediately and lift the surveillance on Lu Xinwei of Julong Steel. However, the investigation is not yet concluded. Asking me to do so complicates matters. At this juncture, one must navigate the errors made. Zhao Qinquan steeled himself to persist. Complicated? Very well. I shall have Wu Feiming speak with you. The mere mention of Wu Feiming sent a shiver down Zhao Qinquan's spine. Wu Feiming's, the chief inspector of Longxia, is a figure of considerable influence. He is principled yet loathes complications. After days of investigation, Zhao Qinquan is almost certain that Greenview Real Estate is fabricating accusations. Should Wu Feiming learn of this, his career might reach an abrupt end. How could I trouble Director Wu? Rest assured, I shall release him immediately. If I do not receive a call from Zhou Wen within 20 minutes, prepare for repercussions. Li Feihai hung up in a huff, leaving Zhao Qinquan drenched in cold sweat. He realized he had stirred a hornet's nest. Zhou Wen's superior is Li Feihai, a fact he had overlooked. It is clear that he wishes to witness my downfall. Director, what shall we do now? Release him immediately and withdraw all personnel monitoring the Dragon Steel factory. Do not forget to relax the control over public opinion. All those who malign Dragon Steel online must be silenced. In the review room, Zhou Wen, with his leg crossed, glanced at the clock. Only 4 hours remained until the review concluded. How could you have apprehended Director Zhou? Nonsense. Release him at once. Zhao Qinquan entered, cursing, and 2 reviewers bowed their heads, ready to comply. Zhou Wen, astute as ever, was well aware that this was merely a fade. No, you think I'm unaware that they captured me? Spare me the charade, Director Zhou. Zhou Wen waved his hand dismissively. Chapter 25. A live broadcast of a leap from the building. Xiaoying, you are truly something. Seeing Zhou Wen's dark expression, Zhao Qinquan hurriedly apologized, claiming it was all a misunderstanding. Zhou Wen retorted, you know how to swerve when your car hits a wall. You know to buy stocks when they rise. You repent only after being sentenced for your mistakes, and now that the child has grown, you begin to nourish them. Do you think my years as Director Zhou have been in vain? Today, I will endure until the end of this investigation. Zhou Wen's temper flared, and not even 10 oxen could restrain him. He had already surmised that the higher-ups had pressured the investigation bureau. Otherwise, would Zhao Qinquan, with his temperament, ever soften? Director Zhou, it is all my fault. Please, have mercy on a small man like me. We have investigated, and you have no issues. Zhao Qinquan said in a low and submissive tone, eager to placate Zhou Wen. What about Huang Liang? Director Huang has been brought out? Zhao Qinquan nodded, and the investigator led Huang Liang in. Upon seeing him, Zhou Wen's anger surged. What happened to you? Did they hit you? Director, I didn't say a word. Huang Liang exclaimed, visibly agitated. The injury on his head, coupled with his emotional expression, nearly confirmed the allegations of the Investigation Bureau's misconduct. Director Zhou, please don't misunderstand. Director Huang's injury was self-inflicted. Zhao Qinquan quickly clarified. Is that so? Huang Liang honestly admitted, I hurt myself. Director Zhao did not strike me. However, his candor only made matters worse. Zhou Wen's fury ignited upon hearing this. Ah, so his personal vendetta, is it? If you have the guts, come at me instead. Assaulting my subordinate, Zhao Qinquan, this is far from over. Zhou Wen shouted as he dragged Huang Liang out of the investigation room, with Zhao Qinquan trailing behind, trying to soothe him. Director, please calm down. Don't forget to return that call to Director Li from the headquarters. He's been trying to reach you all day. Zhao Qinquan said with a forced smile. Zhou Wen, still fuming, snapped back. What does that have to do with you? Despite being scolded, Zhao Qinquan remained cheerful, and Zhou Wen muttered something under his breath before departing. You two come here. Once Zhou Wen left, Zhao Qinquan's face turned as cold as ice. Should we follow and warn Zhou Wen and Huang Liang? Warn? Nonsense. This blunder has escalated. We must act now. Immediately. Control Lu Jujian. Zhao Qinquan seethed, directing his anger at Lu Jujian. After leaving the investigation bureau, Zhou Wen promptly redialed Li Feihai. Good day, leader. You've been released? Leader, please don't jest. Stop joking. Contact Julong Steel immediately and have them produce a batch of seamless pipes to be sent to the capital at once. Our headquarters needs them. Why all the inquiries? Just execute the order. Understood, leader. When are you available? I will come to the capital to report. Stop with the flattery and just do your job well. The two exchanged a few more words before ending the call. Zhou murmured, fortunately, the headquarters needs something from Julong Steel. Otherwise, we would have lost face today. Director, where shall we go now? Shouldn't you return home first? Return home? We're heading to Julong Steel. Half an hour later, at Julong Steel in the chairman's office. Lu Shenwei was astounded upon hearing the experiences of the two individuals. Director Zhou, fortune favors the virtuous. I must rely on your support to discuss serious matters. Sitting upright, Lu Shenwei listened intently. The general administration requires a batch of steel pipes. I hope you could dispatch them by tomorrow morning. A batch? Would 200 suffice? That should be adequate. Quality and quantity are paramount. Rest assured, Director Zhou, we are experts in steel pipe manufacturing. After a brief exchange, Lu Shenwei inquired. The tactics of green landscape real estate are exceedingly unscrupulous. We are preparing to sue them. Do not waste your time. The Qinchuan Inspection Bureau has already apprehended everyone involved. You may await the results with peace of mind. The Inspection Bureau operates swiftly, yet we must still file a lawsuit against them, Lu Shenwei insisted. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. We must strike first to deter further attacks. If this matter concludes in a muddled fashion, others will dare to spit on giant dragon steel, he added. As you wish, just do not delay production, Zhou remarked, noting the gravity of the situation. This impacts not only the Qinchuan Administration for Industry and Commerce and the Inspection Bureau, but could also lead to a restructuring of the entire Qinchuan media sector. The proliferation of paid commenters and various false defamatory messages is rampant. Lu Shenwei nodded. Is Chief Huang all right? I will hold them accountable for the beating he received from the Inspection Bureau. Zhou wore a grim expression. Huang Liang wished to explain, but reconsidered that perhaps it was better left unsaid. That evening, the steel machinery roared back to life, producing a fresh batch of steel pipes. The public sentiment regarding giant dragon steel experienced a dramatic reversal overnight. Bai Xiaoying was released from her silence, and Mu Guchan resumed her duties. The Qinchuan Administration for Industry and Commerce issued a public statement. Giant dragon steel is a model for corporate restructuring in Qinchuan, and the Municipal Bureau will fully support its development. The restructuring process of giant dragon steel adhered to Longxia regulations, was legally compliant, and the valuation was reasonable, with no illegal activities present. Upon release of this statement, public outcry ensued, even as some paid commenters resisted. Vilifying the declaration from the Qinchuan Administration for Industry and Commerce, the facts spoke louder than words. Furthermore, with Gu Tian's funds dwindling, many influencers and media figures began to change their stance. The image of giant dragon steel was once again elevated, along with Lu Shenwei's interview video and the unedited footage of the so-called green tea Su Qing being released. I knew there was nothing wrong with giant dragon steel. I wronged you, Director Lu, using the compensation left by my parents to save the factory they cherished, not keeping a penny for myself. Can that make me a villain? Truly moving, Longxia. Director Lu, you are remarkable, and I still adore you. The netizens, adept at shifting their allegiances, were not entirely spared from the backlash. Sister Mu, are you all right now? I'm Fina. Was your short video account unblocked? It was just unblocked, but my live streaming account is still under review. It seems someone has intervened. I heard Director Zhou has also been released. It appears so. I also heard that Director Zhao from the Inspection Bureau has been suspended for reflection. Bai Xiaoying whispered, and Mu Guchan suddenly smiled. Sister, what are you laughing at? Suddenly, a sensational news story crossed my mind. You might want to capitalize on the trending topic to surely gain followers. What trend, you ask? The Green Landscape Building, which I have heard has been cordoned off by the Inspection Bureau, and Chairman Lu Jiujian is reportedly threatening to leap from the building. What? Why didn't you inform me sooner? There is no time to waste. Bai Xiaoying hung up the phone and immediately drove to the Green Landscape Building. A crowd had gathered at the foot of the building, with personnel from the Inspection Bureau maintaining order. Bai Xiaoying swiftly activated her backup account and began to livestream. Dear viewers, we are broadcasting live from a potential leap. Are you not thrilled? Goodness. ISNT, this the green landscape building? The chairman is about to jump? All I can say is, I wish him a good demise. Damn it. I purchased one of their unfinished properties. Could they not complete the building before taking such drastic measures? Chapter 26. Aiming for the gaps, apply for a live stream in black stockings. Brother, you've really lost it. You dare to buy a house from Green Scene Real Estate? Woe is me. I was wrong. I shall never dare to purchase property again. Xiaoying, is the camera focused on the protagonist? Are you filming thin air? Everyone, please be patient. The crowd is rather large. Bai Xiaoying directed her phone towards the building, zooming in to reveal Lu Jujian precariously standing at the edge of the rooftop, at risk of losing his footing at any moment. It's not that the brothers don't believe. They merely wish to broaden their horizons. Those upstairs, please mind your words. The super admin might be watching in Xiaoying's livestream. On the rooftop, Lu Jujian trembled as he shouted, "Don't push me. Otherwise, I'll jump from here." Green Scene Real Estate has long engaged in tax evasion, with evaded taxes amounting to nearly 300 million. Coupled with Lu Jujian's fondness for gambling and beautiful women, and his frequent visits to the high-end clubs if the tax authorities were to conduct a joint inspection. Even selling Green Scene Real Estate would not suffice to cover the owed taxes. Holy cow, he wouldn't really jump, would he? The big bosses are terrified of death. He wouldn't leap unless absolutely necessary. Bai Xiaoying's live stream significantly heightened the news as popularity, catapulting the story of the chairman of Green Scene Real Estate contemplating suicide to the top of trending searches. Reclining in his executive chair, Lu Shenwei fortuitously stumbled upon a live stream. Is it Xiaoying again? Is this a new account? In the footage, Lu Jujian was in a hysterical state, alternately standing on the high platform and jumping about. "Uncle Ma, come quick, this old fellow Lu Jujian has gone mad." "Mel?" Ma Qianlin leaned in closer, and Lu Shenwei murmured, "Does he desire our factory? Is he resorting to suicide as a last resort after his plot failed? I suspect there's much more to this." From what Director Zhou insinuated, it seems Green Scene Real Estate is backed by some dubious capital. Really? Then I wish him a swift demise, Lu Shenwei declared, sending a large rocket emoji. Bai Xiaoying, in her live stream, joyfully exclaimed, "Thank you, Lu." "Huh, the tycoon is watching my stream? Thanks to Director Lu for the grand rocket. Wishing Director Lu a flourishing career." "Director Lu? Which Director Lu? You don't know Director Lu?" He asked from Qinchuan. "Chairman Lu Shenwei of Giant Dragon Steel. Rich tycoon, does her big leg need a charm?" The fans in a live stream thrived on the spectacle, urging Lu Jujian to jump. Standing on the rooftop, Lu Jujian, under immense pressure, made one last call. "Kuei-tian, you must save me." "Lu, what on earth has happened?" Kuei-tian Jiro, far away in the foot basin, had no inkling of the sudden upheaval. Overnight, Green Scene Real Estate had plummeted for grace, and Lu Jujian had become a pariah. They are clearing Giant Dragon Steel's name. I am now destined to be a prisoner. If you do not rescue me today, I will expose everything about us. The reason for their previous collusion was not without mutual interest. Green Scene Real Estate had coveted the land of Giant Dragon Steel, while Koei Tianjiro had sought the steel cables from Giant Dragon Steel's warehouse. He had even paid 30 million Longxia coins to Green Scene Real Estate, hoping they would assist him in acquiring the cables. "Do not worry, Lu. I shall do everything in my power to help you clear your name," Koei Tianjiro promised. But Lu Jujian did not believe a word. "I must remain tight-lipped unless you transfer another 40 million to the overseas account. The Longxia Tax Bureau will not overlook any instance of tax evasion. Green Landscape Real Estate is finished, yet Lu Jujian must continue to survive. Even if sentenced to prison, he would emerge after a decade or so, and as long as he possesses wealth, he can continue to live extravagantly. Liu Song, the Foot Basin Chicken will not forget your contributions, but before payment, I require you to undertake one more task." Hesitating, "That old dog Kuei-tian still wishes to toy with me? Speak up." Lu Jujian, suppressing his temper, listened as Koei Tianjiro spoke in hushed tones. The soft approach has failed. Now we must resort to force. I need you to steal the steel cables from the Dragon Steel warehouse. What secret do those cables hold that warrants such treachery? Lu sang, "It is best to arrange the operation for tonight. My people will meet you at Qinchuan Port." After Kuwait Tianjiro hung up, Lu Jujian cursed vehemently. Foot basin chicken, old dog. Once I secure the funds, I will report you at the first opportunity. Lu Jujian sent a message to his confidant and then ascended the high platform. Has President Lu's farewell call concluded? Is he about to jump? Brothers, let us witness President Lu's moment of glory. President Lu? Put on a show. 18 years later, he will be a coward once more. The patrolling officers began to disperse the crowd, laying out air mattresses. Bai Xiaoying covered her eyes, unwilling to witness a bloody scene. Yet in the next moment, Lu Jujian suddenly faltered, descending from the platform and donning a silver bracelet. Lu Jujian, you are suspected of multiple counts of land encroachment, tax evasion, and defamation. Please come with us. What? How did President Lu back down? Even ants strive to survive. How much more so for President Lu, who has tasted the splendors of life. Damn it. 2 hours wasted. What a stroke of bad luck. Family, the fun has ended. Xiaoying must return home now. Bai Xiaoying waved to conclude the live stream, yet the fans remained unsatisfied. Whoosh, a large rocket flashed by, and Lu Xinwei commented, "Let us get a close-up of President Lu's moment of glory." Certainly. Mr. Lu, your loyal servant Xiaoying is at your service. Bai Xiaoying zoomed in on Lu Jujian's dejected face, her demeanor undergoing a striking transformation. Xiaoying, are you fawning over the wealthy? I suspect Xiaoying is in love. It's just that Mr. Lu is still unaware. What nonsense is this? Pasta mixed with concrete number 42? The normal requests from fans are always welcome. Bai Xiaoying playfully remarked, yet the audience in the live stream was not amused. As a 3-year veteran fan, I have never received such treatment. I strongly demand Xiaoying to do a live stream in black stockings. I second that. I'm in favor of a peek at the keyhole. Beware of the super moderator. Have you all lost your minds? Bai Xiaoying ignored the lewd comment from fans, concluding the live stream as the farce ended with Lu Jujian being escorted into a law enforcement vehicle. The following day, at 3 in the morning, the Dragon Steel factory was ablaze with lights, the first batch of urgently produced steel pipes rolling off the assembly line. Do not be deceived by their hurried production. The quality is absolutely assured. Director Zhou specifically instructed us to monitor this closely. Lu Xinwei asserted, this public uproar will swiftly subside, and Zhou, one must have exerted considerable effort. The director simply did not express his intentions, and it would be inappropriate for him to pursue the matter further. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Lu Xinwei dialed Zhou Wen's number. Director Zhou, the steel pipes you requested are ready. Where shall we deliver them? To the Longxia Administration for Industry and Commerce in the capital. If it is convenient, I would appreciate accompanying your vehicle, Zhou Wen casually replied, considering that he owed a favor to Director Li and found it more prudent to express his gratitude sooner rather than later. Are you also going? I can arrange for a vehicle to take you at noon. Traveling with the freight truck would be too slow, Lu Xinwei suggested. Zhou Wen pondered for a moment and did not decline. Shall we send our vehicle for Director Zhou? However, we only possess an old model Santana, which was purchased by our first factory director. Chapter 27. The sea trials of the vast islands are approaching, and the investigation of the blocking rope begins. The Santana? An overpriced, underperforming vehicle. Mr. Ma, you ought to purchase a decent car, no less than $1 million. Do I really have to handle this? If it falls to me, I can only bring back a heavy-duty truck. A heavy-duty truck for Director Zhou? Quite an intriguing idea. Despite Lu Xinwei's entreaties, Ma Quanlin refused to go, suggesting they seek Wang Zizhong instead, who was preoccupied with studying blueprints and fine-tuning the agricultural vehicle production line. Reluctantly, Lu Xinwei donned his coat and set off to purchase the vehicle himself. The Auto City is situated in the western suburbs of Qinchuan. After perusing several dealerships, Lu Xinwei ultimately decided upon Ford and Geely, not for any particular reason, but simply to seek a stroke of good fortune. Unfortunately, the selection of Geely models under $1 million was rather limited, prompting him to visit the Ford dealership. However, the seasoned sales representatives at the Ford Four Sons dealership hardly acknowledged his presence. Only a young girl, newly employed, greeted him with enthusiasm. Is there a high-spec Ford Raptor available? Lu Xinwei inquired. Yes, sir, we do have one, but it is priced at $820,000. What do you think? 820,000 ISN T2 extravagant, Liu Xinwei murmured, considering that the Ford Raptor was robust and durable, perfectly embodying the spirit of Julong Steel. The youth of today are so fond of boasting. 820,000 not expensive? If you can produce 82,000 today, it would be a testament to your wealth. Xiaoling. Don't waste your breath on him, two-season sales representative sneered. Liu Xinwei chose not to engage in their banter and glanced at the name tag of the young girl, Wanling. He pulled out his phone. Finance? Please come to the western suburbs Ford Four Sons dealership with cash. 1 million will suffice. Don't forget to bring the company driver to drive the car back. The snide sales representatives mocked. Such a young age, trying to play the part. Do you have the means? Anyone can make a phone call. Liu Xinwei disregarded their taunts and addressed Wanling. I would like a high-spec Raptor. The person making the payment will arrive shortly. Can a temporary license plate be issued now? Certainly, sir, but there will be a service fee for an expedited temporary plate. Go ahead and proceed. I am in urgent need of the vehicle. Liu Xinwei paid a deposit of 10,000, and Wanling's large eyes sparkled with excitement. The other sales representatives, witnessing this, hurried over. Sir, the Ford Raptor may not suit your persona. Perhaps you should reconsider. There's a 15-year scrapping ban on pickups. Purchasing it wouldn't be cost-effective. I'll scrap it after just one use. There's nothing unwise about that. This statement left the two-season sales representatives utterly bewildered. Scrap it after one use? Such a shallow person, lacking discernment, daring to steal business right in front of someone. Their audacity was remarkable. Liu Xinwei shot them a disdainful glance. I will only purchase from her. Before long, the finance team arrived with cash in hand. Liu Xinwei instructed the driver, obtain the temporary plate, and deliver the vehicle to Director Zhou. Accompany him to the capital. A what? It's a business trip. A daily travel allowance of 500. Understood, Chairman. The driver, pleased, followed the finance team to handle the paperwork, while Liu Xinwei departed the dealership amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers. By noon, Liu Xinwei dialed Zhou Wen's number. Director Zhou, the driver is waiting for you downstairs. ISNT there, just a Santana at your factory? I think I'll take the high-speed train instead. The high-speed train is punctual and remarkably swift. As for the newly acquired vehicle, do grant a glance. Upon hearing Liu Xinwei's words, Zhou Wen had no choice but to acquiesce. However, when he laid eyes on the Ford Raptor, his gaze became transfixed. The V8 engine, an embodiment of power, defies environmental concerns. Zhou Wen harbors a profound affection for pickup trucks, yet his meager salary renders such a dream unattainable. Is this a recent acquisition of Mr. Liu? It's barely out of the dealership, the protective film still intact. May I take it for a spin? Just with a thrill. This predicament left the driver in a quandary. Mr. Liu had explicitly instructed him to chauffeur Director Zhou. Now, it seems the tables have turned, with Zhou directing the driver instead. Rest assured, I shall keep this secret from Mr. Liu and even sing your praises in his presence. How does that sound? Zhou Wen's excitement was palpable, and the driver reluctantly agreed, discreetly messaging Liu Xinwei afterward. Liu Xinwei chuckled softly, bemused by Zhou Wen's unexpected passion. Did you know that before his transfer, Director Zhou served as an automotive soldier? Ma Qianlin remarked. Liu Xinwei shook his head, replying, upon his return from the capital, I shall gift him this vehicle. However, he would certainly refuse it. By the way, have you heard about Liu Jujian's arrest? This rascal is audacious, embezzling over 300 million in taxes. With penalties included, he would need to remit at least 500 million to escape imprisonment. Quite impossible. Even if he sold green landscape real estate, he could not muster such a sum. Those who engage in wrongdoing inevitably meet their demise. But let us not dwell on them. How have drone sales been these past few days? He has invested considerable effort into the drones, and failure is not an option. We are still riding the wave of public opinion. Our official website manages to sell a dozen units daily. Selling a dozen each day? That barely covers the cost of sales. The domestic market appears to require a patient approach. What about the desert camel situation? No updates yet? It's quite peculiar that we've been unable to make contact with Desert Camel, yet they have accepted our complimentary Dragon Eagle drones. Liu Xinwei pondered. It is only natural for communication to be slow in regions plagued by persistent conflict. Little do Liu Shunwei and Ma Qianlin realize that not every nation enjoys the peace and prosperity of Longxia. People here fret solely over financial gain, scarcely concerned about safety or survival. Let us send a few more emails to inquire whether our drones meet the needs of the Desert Camel region. If our product fails to sell, Liu Shunwei promptly seeks the root cause within his own offerings, unlike certain enterprises that insist on enhancing consumer education. Ridiculous. Educate consumers? I shall educate you instead. The following day, in Longxia's capital, at the Bureau of Industry and Commerce, Zhou Wen sped along, reaching his destination in just 12 hours. Upon learning that Zhou Wen personally delivered the steel pipes, Li Feihai was elated and hosted a banquet in his honor, to which Zhou Wen merely expressed his gratitude. As they raised their glasses, Li Feihai, having indulged a little too much, revealed that this batch of pipes was specifically requested by the army. Zhou Wen suddenly comprehended why Li Feihai dared to confront the inspection bureau with such audacity. He had formidable support behind him. You must keep this under wraps. Do not disclose anything to Julong Steel. Rest assured, my lips are sealed. There is another matter that requires your attention. The Longxia Navy has recently encountered setbacks in their research on arrestor wires. Please inquire which state-owned enterprise produces steel cables that meet the quality standards for aircraft carrier arrestor wires. The aircraft carrier arrestor wires? Is the vast silence about to be launched? It is not merely on the verge of launching. It has already been launched. Yet the poor quality of the arrestor wires has adversely affected its sea trials. Without these wires, the safe landing of heavy fighter jets cannot be assured, thus rendering the aircraft carrier incapable of operational effectiveness. Qinchuan is a major steel city, and I will investigate as soon as I return. Zhou Wen confidently assured that he would begin visiting the prominent state-owned steel enterprises in Qinchuan the very next day, but he overlooked the Julong Steel. This was due to Julong Steel's recent transformation, which has now rendered it a private enterprise. Chapter 28. Lu Bu and Dian Wei. Invincible? Zhou Wen convened a meeting with all the state-owned steel mills in the city, demanding that they manufacture steel cables according to the technical parameters provided by the headquarters. Director Zhou, the technical parameters you provided are excessively high and even contradictory. They require both strength and ductility. It will take years of research to yield results. Zhou Wen frowned and replied, Everyone, think of a solution. You should understand the weight of what the Longxia headquarters requires. What do they need this for? The demanded strength and ductility far exceed the standards for towing steel cables. Director Zhou, could you divulge a bit more information? Zhou Wen, with a stern expression, retorted, Why are you asking so many questions? I will tell you this. Whoever can produce such steel cables, I will strive to secure for them the prestigious Longxia trademark honor. Is that for real? The Longxia trademark is almost an official seal of approval. With it, we need not worry about sales. Am I jesting? Huang Liang distributed the technical parameters to the group, and after Zhou Wen had everyone sign a confidentiality agreement, he urged them to act swiftly. This matter concerned the launch of the broad area silent aircraft carrier. Should the steel enterprises of Qinchuan City overcome the technical challenges, Zhou Wen feared he would ascend to great heights alongside them. While Zhou Wen was engrossed in internal research, the Julong Steel Plant was also busy. In the early morning, Ma Qianlin received an email from Desert Camel Company, requesting that the Julong Steel's Longxia drone enhance its payload capabilities. What does payload capability mean? I presume it is for transporting goods? Is the Longxia drone's load capacity sufficient? We must not damage it. Liu Shunwei pondered, realizing that the drone obtained from the system mall was merely a low-spec, small drone, lacking many extravagant functions. Old Wang and I have tested it. It can manage to carry items weighing 3 to 5 kilograms. Upon hearing Ma Qianlin's inquiry, Liu Shunwei replied earnestly, adding payload functionality is not difficult, but must not exceed the maximum load capacity. I will consult with the drone team, and we will calculate the data accurately before responding to them. Liu Shunwei nodded, and Ma Qianlin promptly turned to implement the necessary steps. 2 days later, the maximum load test for the Longxia drone was completed, revealing a maximum capacity of 6 kilograms. If one was unconcerned with potential drone damage, it could handle up to 7 kilograms. Let us play it safe. Inform them that we can add payload functionality with a maximum weight of 6 kilograms. Ma Qianlin immediately sent an email to notify the counterpart, only to receive an inquiry within the hour. They wish to add an infrared night vision capability? Do they require nighttime deliveries? Lu Xinwei murmured, adding payload functionality increases the cost of the Longxia drone by 30 yuan. If we add the infrared night vision module, the cost may rise by an additional 20 yuan. This is the advantage of operating in a large-scale industrial country, where various components are incredibly inexpensive. Little Lu, I sense that the other party may not have good intentions. We must be cautious about adding functionalities. It would be prudent if they could first remit payment to us. That would be more secure. Ma Qianlin had already learned Lu Xinwei's approach. As long as it was legal, everything should align with financial gain. Originally, they had provided a batch of drones to them for free as a way to test the waters. Now, they could only hope for a glimmer of opportunity in the east while the west remained dim. Given the current capabilities of Dragon Steel, it is virtually impossible to penetrate the domestic drone market without extensive advertising. Presently, local pricing stands at 3,000, while the Desert Camel Edition should be priced no less than 4,000, plus an additional 1,000 for shipping. Let's set the price at 5,000, and perhaps adorn it with a desert gray skin to better resonate with the local aesthetics. Lu Xinwei contemplated. Inform them that a minimum order of 1,000 units is required. Anything below that is non-negotiable. Ma Qianlin pondered. Lu, I believe we could raise the price. Foreign small drones rarely sell for less than 1,000 USD. A strategy of thin profit margins with high sales can be effective. We can increase prices once we establish a foothold in the market. The Desert Camel region may lack many resources, but it is certainly not short on funds. If the Long Eagle drone can penetrate the Desert Camel market, selling at a lower price now will not jeopardize our overall strategy. Ma Qianlin, deep in thought, immediately instructed the translator to communicate this to the counterpart. The Desert Camel Company responded positively, promptly placing an order for 5,000 units. Such a hefty order, truly a significant player. Lu Xinwei marveled. However, Ma Qianlin frowned, noting that the other party expressed concerns over the pricing, inquiring if discounts could be offered. Is 5,000 Longxia coins still considered expensive? Nevertheless, as long as they agree to pay up front, we can gift them an additional 100 units. Our cost is only a few hundred per unit, so 100 units hardly amounts to a substantial expense. The translator relayed the information accurately, and to our surprise, the other party readily agreed. Excellent. At last, we have secured our first order. Let us celebrate tonight. Lu Xinwei exclaimed with excitement. Ma Qianlin awkwardly interjected. Lu, Haven T, you noticed that the workers have been rather averse to pork lately? What's going on? As their incomes have increased, there is now a trend toward healthier eating, focusing on controlling hypertension and other health issues. Lu Xinwei scratched his head. I hadn't noticed that. Let us have the cafeteria prepare some shrimp tails. We need to keep the spirits high. The chairman and the factory director noted that the other party requested to pay half the deposit by tomorrow, hoping for swift delivery. It appears that even significant players comprehend technological nuances, yet I wonder what the urgency for drones could be. Lu Xinwei mumbled to himself, not giving it much thought. Little did he know, the Desert Camel region is currently engulfed in conflict, and the previously gifted Long Eagle drones have been modified to carry explosives, transforming them into harbingers of destruction on the battlefield. The Desert Camel guerrillas, having tasted success, began to place substantial orders. From their initial repurposing of seamless steel pipes into rocket launchers, to later converting gas canisters into ruthless artillery, they now possess drone bombers capable of carrying explosives. The Desert Camel guerrillas have firmly embraced the Dragon Steel brand, favoring any product emblazoned with the black dragon emblem. With their firepower upgraded, the Eagle Nation soldiers have suffered greatly, thus drawing the attention of the Eagle Nation S Department of Defense. But that is a tale for another time. The successful completion of the first major transaction for the Long Eagle drones led Lu Xinwei to host a celebratory feast for the drone development team. During the banquet, the team was overwhelmed with emotion, with even the most stoic among them shedding tears. Director Lu, you are our savior. Without you, we would have been doomed. Our peers at the larger firms have ridiculed us daily, but now I shall proclaim loudly that they are the foolish ones. The steed of 1,000 miles is often found, yet the true connoisseur is a rare gem. You are our esteemed connoisseur. Lu Shunwei nodded repeatedly, offering reassurance to the crowd. Let us all work diligently. The future of giant dragon steel is exceedingly bright. A bald engineer raised his glass and proclaimed, Mr. Lu, it is often said that Elbu is invincible on horseback and Dianwei unmatched on foot. You are the Elbu of our time, and our team embodies Dianwei. With Elbu riding Dianwei, this combination is unparalleled in the world. However, this metaphor seems somewhat misplaced. If one were to ride, it would be on Jiao Chan, not on the rugged warrior Dianwei. What an absurdity! The crowd reveled in their merriment, celebrating until the late hours of the night. The next morning, before Lu Shunwei had fully awakened, he was roused by a phone call from Ma Quanlin. Uncle Ma, is there something amiss? It's only 6 o'clock. You must come to the factory at once. There has been an issue with the order from yesterday. What does that imply? Chapter 29. $2,500,000? Oui, petit patron. Indeed, it is you. Lu Shunwei hurried to the office, only to find senior executives Ma Qianlin, Wang Zizhong, and Zhao Tiniu present. What is the matter? Ma Qianlin glanced at the finance officer. You explain. This morning, the funds from the Desert Camel Company have been received in full. Isn't that a good thing? Is there a problem? 25 million. The amount is correct, but the currency unit is not. What do you mean the currency unit is incorrect? Are they using Zimbabwean dollars? No, they paid in US dollars. 25 million US dollars. Lu Shunwei inhaled sharply, realizing the implication. No wonder when I mentioned 5,000 Longxia coins yesterday. They thought it was expensive. It seems they believed it was in US dollars. In this case, do we breach our contract? Both parties have expressed their genuine intentions. We are not in breach, the finance officer contemplated. That is good. Since they are such magnanimous patrons, we should not be stingy. Let us send an additional 100 units. You, as a technical expert, know that once Julong Steel has the funds, the prices will certainly be lowered, and we will be grateful to you. You are quite impressive. Which school did you graduate from? Longxia, the finance officer replied softly. Longxia? Is there such a financial university in Longxia? Lu Shunwei wondered. Ma Qianlin leaned into whisper. Longxia is a prison, specifically for accountants convicted of economic crimes. Then how is she in our factory? Due to the previous factory director's connections, she has taken the fall for the factory. Oh, then let us keep a low profile. Julong Steel will not neglect anyone who has contributed, especially those who have taken the blame for the factory. The Dragon Eagle drones have achieved success, and the entire factory is enveloped in joy, with the exception of Wang Zizhong. It is not that he is unhappy, but rather that the burden he bears far exceeds his joy. The Dragon Eagle drone project has been successful, but the agricultural vehicle he is leading, the Lynx, still has no progress. He initially boasted that he would master the blueprints in 2 to 3 weeks and complete the tractor production line transformation within a month. Yet here he is, having only completed the first step. While he has mastered the blueprints, how will he resolve the process adjustments? With a team of 400, they have been researching for over a month, but the difficulties in moving forward are immense. As night fell, Qinchuan City was ablaze with lights. Wang Zizhong brought 2 bottles of fine liquor to Ma Qianlin. Old Ma, do you think if I apply to the chairman for 3 million to transform the production line, he would think I'm a coward? You underestimate the chairman. He sought me out at noon, wanting to allocate 5 million for the tractor production line transformation. But he feared it might be too much pressure for you. Ma Qianlin cracked a peanut and tossed it into his mouth. Wang Zizhong stood up excitedly. Did the chairman really say that? He is not like Ma Qianlin. He is aligned with Lu Shunwei and must ensure the workers at the tractor factory stand tall at Julong Steel and achieve results. If you don't believe me, go to finance tomorrow and apply for 5 million for the production line transformation. They will certainly grant it. Ma Qianlin casually remarked. Wang Zizhong raised his cup of liquor. Old brother. No, I call you brother. We cannot disrupt the hierarchy. Let us not talk about it. It's all in the liquor. Early the next morning, Wang Zizhong withdrew 3 million yuan in cash from the finance department, filled with ambitions to renovate the production line. Xiao Lu, do you think old Wang can pull it off? Ma Qianlin murmured. Lu Shunwei responded with a smile. I believe that determination can achieve anything. With such fervent effort from Uncle Wang, surely he will accomplish something significant. Indeed, Wang Zizhong is quite confident, he continued. The sales of Longying drones are not an immediate concern. Gradually penetrating the domestic market will suffice. The Shankat agricultural vehicles also show promise, requiring little of his attention. Lu Shunwei organized his thoughts. It was time for retribution against old grievances. Green landscape real estate. Lu Jujian. Our accounts are far from settled. In the Qinchuan Industrial and Commercial Bureau, Zhou gazed at the reports from various steel mills, his disappointment palpable. Qinchuan Precision Steel Group is inadequate. Qinchuan Iron Mine Group is overwhelmed. Qinchuan Songshan Steel lacks the capability. Is this endeavor truly so challenging? Zhou felt a throbbing headache. While he assuredly Feihai of success, he had not anticipated encountering such a formidable obstacle. Director, the Navy has yet to make any headway. Should we not take a break? One subordinate suggested. Don't you wish to progress? Such a lack of ambition. Zhou retorted. I do wish to advance. But you refuse to budge, came the reply. If we could develop a barrier cable, wouldn't he that allow for movement? How foolish. If I weren't so foolish, how could you possibly be the director? You with your sharp tongue. Zhou laughed, a sudden realization striking him. Director, what do you think about consulting Julong Steel on this matter? Julong Steel? Forget it. Their own steel cables are gathering dust in the warehouse. What do they possibly contribute? Zhou shot a disapproving glance at Huang Liang, who appeared contemplative. That makes sense. If Julong Steel can't sell their cables, their quality must be subpar, he conceded. In another half-month, we must report to the headquarters that the Qinchuan steel industry cannot provide what is needed, Zhou lamented. Huang Liang nodded, then inquired. By the way, Director, how is the situation with Zhao Qinkuan and Lu Jujian ultimately resolved? Just thinking about it makes me furious. That day, during their inquiry, didn't they injure you? Yet the provincial inspection office concluded it was your own fault. Zhou's face darkened. He was determined to avenge his subordinate's humiliation. Rest assured, I will report to the headquarters. This injustice shall not go unpunished. Director, that was indeed my own doing, came the sheepish reply. Your doing? No, they force you into it. Remember this, or how shall I commend you at year-end? Understood, Director. Your insight is profound. Huang Liang beamed with satisfaction. Zhou continued. Zhao Qinkuan has been suspended, and the two inspectors who questioned us have been reassigned for reflection. And what of Lu Jujian? How was that old rascal faring? Huang Liang pressed. Without Lu Jujian's formal complaint, none of these troubles would have arisen. Suspected of tax evasion, we, along with the tax and inspection bureaus, will ensure he faces considerable consequences. Director, I have heard whispers that Lu Jujian's green landscape real estate is shrouded in the influence of the Foot Basin Chicken Society. I have also caught wind of this, yet Lu Jujian remains obstinately tight-lipped, akin to a turtle swallowing a weight. Lu Jujian willingly accepts all culpability, leaving Zhou and others with no recourse. However, this does not imply that Lu Shunwei is powerless. Have you meticulously noted the details of the lawsuit against Green Landscape Real Estate? Lu Shunwei inquired of the legal department. The legal representative nodded, and Lu Shunwei continued. Additionally, include the prominent influencers on short video platforms who are stirring the pot. They too shall face litigation. According to my calculations, encompassing entities like Jimu News and Nongfu Mountain Bandit, there are approximately 130 individuals involved. The legal representative furrowed his brow, remarking, So many? That is quite a workload. For each successful lawsuit, I shall reward you with 10,000, and upon victory, there shall be substantial further rewards. Chapter 30, Brothers. It's time for a meal again. Isn't the dog food quite delightful? Today, I shall unveil the truth about the eyes of the Prince of Horses. Previously, I couldn't be bothered with you all. Did you truly believe that our dragon steel was afraid of confrontation? Rest assured, Mr. Liu, I shall not let a single slanderer escape unpunished. With a mere handful of defendants, the lawsuit amounts to 3 million. If I were to gather a few more, wouldn't I be reaping substantial profits? With this clarity of thought, the legal department prepared to work through the night to compile a list and seize the opportunity. A gentleman does not leave a grudge unaddressed. Lu Shenwei had once been as docile as a little lamb, but that was only because no one dared to provoke him. Want to challenge Dragon Steel? Let us see if you can withstand my wrath. Having conveyed the legal department's tasks, Lu Shenwei dialed by Xiaoying's number. What brings Chairman Lu to think of me? The Dragon Eagle drone has become quite a lucrative deal. I was hoping to engage your services for some publicity. Prior to calling by Xiaoying, Lu Shenwei had already been in touch with Mu Guchan, arranging for a 10-second advertisement for the Dragon Eagle drone to be aired on the city television station. A gesture of reciprocity. Especially for me? Thank you, Chairman Lu. How shall we determine the pricing? 4 voiceover advertisements. It's 50,000 for 10 spots, a preferential rate. 50,000 for 10 spots? That doesn't seem too steep. However, the impact of voiceover ads pales in comparison to videos. How about this? You incorporate 3 video ads into your regular live broadcasts, plus an exclusive commentary, all for a package of 100,000. Chairman Lu is quite generous. You could also assist me in finding other streamers, and we can agree on a 60-40 split. Message received. The efficacy of advertising through new media far surpasses that of traditional outlets, as long as there is ample time. Lu Shenwei is confident that it will unlock the domestic market. In the bustling Xiaoying's live stream, brothers, it's mealtime. Xiaoying is magnificent. Which benefactor is behind this? Let us help her skyrocket. I genuinely feel happy for Xiaoying. There are few who can maintain their integrity in such a murky world. The purchase link is now posted in the comments. Everyone, remember to consume wisely. Let me see what this is. Dragon Eagle drone? Produced by Dragon Steel. I sent a whiff of romantic allure from the sales link. This price ISNT low, $29.98, which is nearly my monthly bonus. The comment section features a discount coupon of 1,000. Don't forget to claim it, by Xiaoying urged. $19.98 for the drone? To be honest, I'm a bit tempted. After using the coupon, it's several hundred cheaper than the market price. Is Dragon Steel losing money to gain publicity? Doesn't seem likely. Chairman Lu is quite astute, so everyone buy freely. Don't worry about losses. By the way, the Dragon Eagle drone supports a 15-day no-questions-asked return policy, ensuring quality. The drones currently available have already been sold to distant desert regions. Desert regions? Do the white hat princes fancy them too? Aren't they usually into leopards, lions, and ladies? Now, they've taken to high-tech toys? Brothers, I'm diving in. If it's not fun, I can refund it within 15 days. With by Xiaoying leading the sales. The Dragon Eagle drone Model 01 achieved an epic breakthrough in sales for the month. Uncle Ma, the advertising effect seems quite promising. Wouldn't you agree? In a single month, sales surpassed 1,000 units. Ma Qianlin smacked his lips, stating, "We invested $2.6 million in advertising, and, after deducting costs, we can only claim to have broken even with a slight loss. Nevertheless, it was effective. This month, we shall intensify our advertising efforts. We still have a substantial amount of cash on hand. With $25 million received, after taxes and transportation costs, we are left with at least $18 million, which is pure profit. One must remain vigilant. The demand for Desert Camel Company's products may not always be so significant," Ma Qianlin remarked. "I am aware that once the domestic market opens up, we plan to renovate our factory and add several production lines. Given the current capacity of Julong Steel, a single drone production line can yield a maximum of 4,000 drones per month. Presently, domestic sales are only at 1,000 units, and this figure continues to grow. According to Lu Shenwei's estimates, when the market is fully opened, monthly sales should reach at least around 3,000 units. Expanding the production line requires careful consideration. It will be prudent to wait until Uncle Wang's agricultural sector also shows progress. Speaking of which, how is Uncle Wang's tractor production line renovation progressing? Not very smoothly. He has withdrawn another 2 million, claiming it will be completed in 20 days. Lu Shenwei pondered briefly. Tell Uncle Wang not to rush. We have already achieved a monthly income target of 3 million through sales of water pipes and drones. Even if the Bobcat agricultural vehicle does not materialize, we will still be in the clear. With drone sales on track, Julong Steel is no longer reliant on a single source of income. That old fellow is quite obstinate. I will advise him. Just as they were conversing, the translator rushed in. Chairman, Desert Camel Company has sent another business email ordering 10,000 units of the upgraded Dragon Eagle drone Model 01. Indeed, Desert Camel demonstrates a keen understanding of technology. Inform them that we have improved our production process, allowing us to offer a discount of $1,000 per unit. Lu Shunwei exclaimed with enthusiasm. 10,000 units of the upgraded model means an influx of $40 million. We are truly on the path to prosperity. Isn't a $1,000 reduction a bit excessive? Ma Qianlin mused. Not at all. Lu Shunwei laughed. Desert Camel is our savior. One should not forget the well digger when drinking water. Let us indulge them a little. Very well. As the chairman suggests, I will respond immediately. The translator nodded vigorously and hurried away, only to return shortly. Chairman, the counterpart has requested to purchase the entire 10 million discount as drones. How generous. Desert Camel is indeed magnanimous. Observe how they conduct business. $50 million. Let us send them 13,000 drones. Since they are so generous, we at Julong Steel should not be stingy. Let us add an extra 500 units as a gesture of goodwill. Uncle Ma, can we now expand the drone production line? It is imperative that we expand. We must live up to the sincerity shown by Desert Camel Company. The next day, Lu Shunwei announced a significant advancement in the sales of the Dragon Eagle drone, officially opening a second production line. The director of the Longxia Foreign Exchange Administration dialed Zhou Wen's number. Old Zhou, may I inquire about a situation? Has Julong Steel recently struck it rich? What do you mean? What has happened with Julong Steel? Zhou Wen asked, puzzled. Last month, their company recorded an inflow of $25 million, and this month, another $50 million. I noticed that the sales proceeds and corresponding taxes have been duly paid. Are there steel pipe sales not under regulation? Steel pipes and gas cylinders from Julong Steel are classified as key export products under strict control by Qin, and the relevant authorities have already informed the Foreign Exchange Administration about this. It certainly cannot be the steel pipes. I will inquire with them and get back to you shortly, Zhou Wen replied, then called Lu Shunwei. Lu Shunwei, congratulations on your newfound wealth. What wealth? I am nearly destitute. Lu Shunwei chuckled. Chapter 31. Lu Shunwei. The ultimate goal is the artificial sun, the production of steel pipes and gas tanks, as well as the development of drones, were never Lu Shunwei's true intentions. His aspiration was solely to leverage these efficient and cost-effective products to expand Julong Steel, thereby achieving the initial accumulation of wealth, 10 billion to exchange for his most coveted creation, the artificial sun. The artificial sun represents the pinnacle of future technology. Should it come to fruition, Julong Steel would ascend to become a leading high-tech company globally. This would fulfill his parents' wishes and ensure that they rest in peace, devoid of regrets, while also honoring the trust placed in him by his colleagues at Julong Steel. Upon hearing Lu Shunwei's jest, Zhou Wen adopted a serious demeanor and retorted, "You cannot conceal this from my discerning eyes. I assure you, I will know by the next day. Confess honestly, how much have you profited from the Desert Camel Company this time?" Lu Shunwei chuckled. Not much. If converted to our Longxia currency, it amounts to just under 400 million. I plan to add another production line, striving to capture 1/3 of the national market for Longying drones. Zhou Wen, now stern, remarked, "Look at you with a little success. Your tail is already in the sky. To claim 1/3 of the national market based on this modest achievement, does that mean I, as the head of the Qin Industry and Commerce Bureau, am insignificant? Huh. I believe you, Director Zhou, should be promoted to provincial leadership. Being merely a bureau chief is hardly sufficient," Lu Shunwei replied in jest. Listening to his half-joking remarks, Zhou Wen teased, "The Foreign Exchange Administration has already called me. Have you paid your sales taxes?" "Yes, every penny has been settled," Lu Shunwei affirmed. "That's good. Though we are familiar, you must remain vigilant. The steel mill has grown significantly, and it's imperative to operate within regulations, lest you follow the reckless path of green landscape real estate," Zhou Wen cautioned. He genuinely admired Lu Shunwei, a vibrant young man in his 20s, earning billions annually, yet remaining humble and composed. There was no trace of the ostentatious behavior typical of newly wealthy individuals. He had not indulged in extravagant purchases such as luxury cars or villas, nor had he engaged in frivolous affairs. His most significant expenditure was a high-end Raptor bought for a trip to the capital, which, he heard, was left gathering dust in a factory. What became of Lu Jujian from Green Landscape Real Estate? Lu Xinwei inquired. After a moment's thought, Zhou replied, tax evasion and malicious business competition. However, that old fellow managed to procure funds from somewhere to pay off the evaded taxes and penalties. Does he possess such capability? The fines were substantial, Lu Xinwei remarked. For 7 billion, paid in full at once. He is likely to be released on bail soon, Zhou informed him. Director Zhou, you must thoroughly investigate his funding sources. I have a nagging suspicion that there is more to this story, Lu Xinwei advised. Zhou nodded. The tax audit is underway. We will have results shortly. I had intended to dismantle Lu Jujian directly this time, but never anticipated he would have the means to emerge. Regarding the expansion of the production line, do not act hastily. I have consulted an actuary for analysis. We will not proceed recklessly. The prosperity of the nation relies on businesses like Julong Steel rather than the real estate ventures of Green Landscape. After ending the call, Zhou suddenly remembered he had yet to respond to the headquarters. He promptly dialed Li Feihai's number to clarify the situation. Li Chu, the report has been submitted. Unfortunately, the technical capabilities of Julong Steel Enterprises are inadequate. I am aware that the Navy has sought alternative solutions. While Li Feihai speaks lightly of the matter, the issues facing the Navy have left Gu Ming overwhelmed. In the equipment procurement and our D department of the Navy, Gu Ming's eyes are bloodshot from sleeplessness. He has not rested for 3 days and nights. The investigation into the state-owned enterprise's research on the barrier cables, entrusted to the Longxia General Administration of Industry and Commerce, has proven to be a complete failure. The research institute associated with the Navy has also encountered numerous setbacks. At the current pace, it will be impossible to develop high-quality barrier cables within 3 to 5 years. The sea trials of the wide area silence have been postponed repeatedly, and the Navy's generals are growing impatient. They have issued an ultimatum. If a breakthrough in existing technology is not achieved by the end of the year, the barrier cable RD office will be dissolved, and they will resort to purchasing the cables at a high price from the Russians. However, the Russians' barrier cables are inferior to those from the Eagles in both strength and elasticity. Moreover, the Russians are demanding an exorbitant price of $2.4 million per cable, along with a series of stringent conditions. Director, there is still one last method we have yet to try. Speak your mind. I am willing to attempt any solution that might work. We could solicit designs for barrier cables from private enterprises nationwide, seeking companies capable of producing high-quality cables. The assistant whispered, knowing that Director Gu Ming has always looked down upon private enterprises, yet this was indeed the last resort. Private enterprises? You think they can solve the technical challenges that national-level research institutes and nearly all major state-owned steel mills cannot? Upon hearing Gu Ming's dismissal, the assistant hung his head in silence. Gu Ming sighed. You have mentioned this 3 times. Proceed with your idea and solicit proposals at a high price. The assistant had suggested this notion multiple times, and even Gu Ming, typically unsympathetic, had to give it some thought. After all, this was indeed the final option. The last straw before drowning. Knowing it may not save him, he still wished to try. A reward of 20 million will be offered for a complete solution, and we will purchase in bulk any finished products at 1.5 million Longxia dollars per cable, Gu Ming said with forced enthusiasm, while the assistant diligently recorded the details. The following day, the Longxia Navy Equipment Research Department officially issued a tender invitation to major enterprises and private organizations across the country, seeking the manufacturing of high-quality steel cables. Simultaneously, a strange occurrence transpired at Giant Dragon Steel. Shaolu, some workers have reported strange happenings at our old warehouse, Ma Qianlin remarked. Lu Xun was astonished. Haunted? Nonsense. The atmosphere is rather tense. I was considering sending someone to monitor it. There is no need to send anyone. Let us deploy our Longxing drones to monitor the warehouse and see what is causing the disturbance. Very well, I will arrange it immediately. That evening, Ma Qianlin enlisted Wang Zizhong and 5 security personnel from the steel plant to hide in the warehouse, waiting for the unexpected. Old Ma, you could have handled this alone. Why drag me into it? I thought you could use a distraction. The pressure you've been under is quite evident. ISNT the pressure, all due to you? The synergy of steel and drones flourishes, while the Bobcat Agricultural Vehicle Division has yielded scant results. Fear not, for the Dragon Eagle drones are witnessing an explosion of overseas orders. We are not lacking in funds. Should the transformation of your tractor production line prove unfeasible, we can simply procure 2 new ones, as it would only cost 20 million, and we are quite affluent. Wang Zizhong, struck by the gravity of the situation, remained silent for an extended period. There is truth in our wealth, yet we must exercise prudence in our expenditures. Hush, someone approaches. The crowd fell silent as a figure in a cap stealthily pried opened the warehouse door. Click, click, click. The individual drew out a camera and began to fervently capture images of the long-dormant super steel cables within. Chapter 32. Higher than the Navy's demands? Is this a mistake? What is happening? Ma Qianlin was bewildered. Wang Zizhong soon grasped the situation. It seemed that what they referred to as haunting was merely the noise produced by the camera's flash. Arrest him, he urged. Not so fast. Let us see what this kid is up to. In pursuit of the supernatural, Lu Shunwei had specially modified 2 silent Dragon Eagle drones, which now hovered silently above the cap-wearing figure, observing everything. Ma Qianlin and his companions held their breath, keenly watching the movements of the individual in the cap, while Lu Shunwei, stationed in the office, monitored the cap-wearer through the drone's camera. Could he be attempting to steal the steel cables? Those weigh around 200 pounds. Lu Shunwei muttered. Just then, he observed the cap-wearer drawing a dagger and making a slash against the super steel cable. This is intriguing. It appears he is here to steal technology. Unfortunately, the super steel cable is of exceptionally high strength, and even a dozen slices from an ordinary dagger would leave no mark upon it. The cap-wearer sighed, sheathed his dagger, and prepared to flee. Suddenly, the warehouse lights blazed alive, and Ma Qianlin and his companions, armed with steel pipes, emerged. You've got some nerve, daring to steal from Giant Dragon Steel? The cap-wearer tightened his grip on the dagger, visibly anxious. Wang Zizhong bellowed, drop the dagger, or don't blame us for being unmerciful with our steel pipes. 7 or 8 individuals, brandishing their steel pipes, stare him down. The cap-wearer glanced at his meager dagger, realizing the futility of his situation. He wasn't foolish. He immediately discarded the dagger and crouched down. Half an hour later, the cap-wearer found himself before Lu Shunwei. What is your name? Liang Feng. Do you enjoy photography? What brings you to our warehouse at this hour? Just taking a look, hoping to swipe some scrap steel to sell. Not telling the truth. Uncle Ma, take him out. Don't let him get killed. Hearing Lu Shunwei's words, Liang Feng panicked. Wasn't Giant Dragon Steel a renowned enterprise in Qinchuan? Why was there talk of killing? I merely took a picture of your discarded steel cables. Don't make a move. I'll talk. Under duress, Liang Feng confessed. He was a drifter who delighted in petty thefts. The head of the security department at Greenview Real Estate had given him 5,000 yuan to steal 2 steel cables. He hadn't thought much of it, having scouted the location a few days prior and planned to act tonight, only to be caught. I hadn't even gone to trouble Lu Jiujian, and he has already causing me problems. Does he really think Giant Dragon Steel is made of clay? Lu Shunwei seethed. Ma Qianlin suggested, let us turn this kid over to the police for a good reflection. Simply turning him over one suffice. Contact Director Zhou Wen and inform him that Greenview Real Estate has stolen our commercial secrets. As for this kid, he is merely a pawn. So let us give him a beating first. Be gentle though, don't kill him. Ma Qianlin's eyes widened. He thought Lu Shunwei was joking. You're serious? Yes, otherwise. Any Tom, Dick, or Harry will think they can bully us. Upon hearing this, the crouching Liang Feng immediately cowered. This is a society governed by law. Hitting someone is against the law. Certainly, it is unlawful to target ordinary individuals. However, our aim is to teach a lesson to the wrongdoers. Lu Shunwei remarked with a smile as Liang Feng was dragged away amidst cries and pleas for mercy, followed shortly by a chorus of wails. When Zhou Wen received a call from Ma Qianlin, confusion etched across his face. Has Green Landscape Realty been caught stealing the commercial secrets of Giant Dragon Steel? Were they apprehended red-handed? How could a real estate company pilfer the confidential information of a steel enterprise? Even if they succeeded, would they know how to utilize it? And what of the thief? For now, he is detained in the factory security department. You did not harm him, did you? Rest assured, he is not dead. What do you mean he is not dead? What kind of statement is that? Zhou inquired. We have him under control. I'll bring my team over immediately. After concluding the call, Zhou dialed the city police department, and within half an hour, officials from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, alongside the police, arrived at the Giant Dragon Steel factory. What has happened to this person? Did you lay hands on him? Asked the leading officer. Ma Qianlin chuckled. The visibility was poor at night. This fellow stumbled several times, did he not? Indeed, I caused all of this. It has nothing to do with Giant Dragon Steel. I am guilty. I deserve punishment. Liang Feng shuddered as he recalled the horrifying ordeal from 2 hours prior. Can a fall truly break ribs? Do not play tricks. Officer, I am guilty. Please take me away, I beg you. As he spoke, Liang Feng sank to his knees, feeling as if the entire hierarchy of Giant Dragon Steel, from the chairman to the security personnel, were demons. He had been beaten, then force-fed raw seafood, and just as he had filled his stomach, he was assaulted once more. His insides were churning, yet he could not vomit. Was this even human? It felt like a living hell. For the sake of 5,000 yuan, he had trespassed into the realm of the dead. Now, he wished he could slap himself twice. Had the police not arrived swiftly, he doubted he would see the dawn. Little did he know, the rogue Tiao Benji had paid Lu Jujian $5 million for the theft of Giant Dragon Steel's cables. Lu Jujian had delegated the task to the head of the security department, providing a meager 50,000 Longxia currency as a reward. The head of security then subcontracted the dirty work to Liang Feng, offering him a mere 5,000 yuan. Poor Liang Feng toiled with the heart of a drug dealer while receiving the wages of a vegetable seller. Take him away. After the police escorted Liang Feng, Zhou remained behind. Director Zhou, do you think Lu Jujian has lost his mind to steal from us? It may not necessarily be Lu Jujian's own idea. Do you have any leads? Green Landscape Realty's ability to settle tax payments stems from backing by a certain Tiao Benji association. If he is colluding with Tiao Benji, he deserves punishment. Lu Shunwei exclaimed, filled with righteous indignation. They had yet to repay the blood debts of 35 million Longxia from their ancestors. Relevant authorities have commenced an investigation. As for the theft of Giant Dragon Steel's commercial secrets, you need not make it public for now. I will handle the inquiry. Very well. I trust you to handle the matter. Lu Shunwei nodded, and Zhou Wen continued. The Longxia Navy has recently issued a tender announcement. The project amount is quite substantial. You might want to consider it. The Longxia Navy? What is the tender for? It appears to be for cables, although the requirements are quite high. Cables? Do we not have a stockpile readily available? I appreciate the concern from our leadership. We shall revisit this matter. The bidding for the steel cables by the Longxia Navy undoubtedly entails stringent technical specifications, and Lu Shunwei harbored little optimism. The following day, Ma Qianlin presented the bidding announcement released by the Longxia Navy. Remarkably, the technical parameters demanded by the Navy were indeed substantial. Do our Super Dragon steel cables meet these requirements? Ma Qianlin responded, I was just about to report on that. The technical parameters required by the Navy are indeed considerable, but the batch we currently have in stock surpasses their specifications. Initially, they were prepared for the Eagle Company, but ultimately, they did not proceed with the order, leaving 200 cables languishing in the warehouse. Lu Shunwei, taken aback, inquired, Are you certain there is no mistake? Our steel cables possess specifications that exceed those required by the Navy. Chapter 33. The bid interception. Lu Shunwei felt utterly disregarded. I meticulously verified that the last batch of steel cables was produced under your special instructions, with improved techniques and enhanced quality, anticipating that the Eagle Sauce Company would procure them in substantial quantities. Lu Shunwei recalled his initial confidence, only to be disheartened when the Eagle Sauce Company suddenly reneged on the contract. The naval tender documents stated that as long as the requirements were met, they would purchase 500 units at once, 5 million each. A grand project worth 700 million. I will personally lead the team next week. Lu Xinwei declared with conviction. With unwavering confidence, Lu Xinwei instructed his assistant to prepare the bidding documents, while Lu Jujin on the other end was being mercilessly berated by Kuwaitian. Lu, I am quite displeased. I merely asked you to pilfer a few steel cables, yet it has dragged on for so long without completion. Lu Jujin remained silent, thinking, who do you think you are? Did you not see that Liang Feng, whom we sent, was beaten to a pulp? It would be foolish for me to go there again. President Kuwaitian, please do not be anxious. I have dispatched my most capable security chief to handle the matter. You will surely receive news within 3 days. My patience is limited. I hope you cherish this opportunity, Lu. Limited patience? How dare you? I have already arranged my exit procedures, and we shall part ways tomorrow. This task is exceedingly challenging. I hope President Kuwaitian can provide additional funding. Lu, there's a saying in Longxia. Those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Do not push your luck. 2 million. If you can grant me an additional 2 million, I assure you this matter will be resolved. Kuwaitian hesitated for a moment before contemplating. Very well. I hope Lu does not disappoint me. Rest assured, President Kuwaitian. Await good news. Lu Jujin was elated. Half an hour later, his overseas account received a remittance from Kuwaitian. Lu Jujin hastily destroyed the company's financial records and boarded the first flight to Longxia Port Island the following morning. He had already arranged for his wife and children to settle on the island, preparing for their family's immigration. However, he had miscalculated. He failed to account for the Chuan police, who had already set their sights on him. Lu Jujin was apprehended immediately upon disembarking. Lu Jujin, you are suspected of stealing corporate secrets and are under arrest. The news of Lu Jujin's arrest spread back to Chuan, prompting Lu Xinwei to inquire, Director Zhou, how long can he be detained? Stealing commercial secrets carries a minimum sentence of 10 days to half a month, depending primarily on his willingness to confess and whether you agree to a settlement, Zhou Wen replied. Lu Xinwei pondered, a settlement? Impossible. I hope he receives a severe sentence. Attempting to seize the Dragon Steel factory is tantamount to endangering the lives of all the factory workers. How could 10 days or half a month suffice? He deserves at least 8 to 10 years. Failing to steal commercial secrets and then attempting to flee abroad suggests there are certainly deeper issues at play. Both our department and the police are investigating, Zhou Wen remarked casually. Lu Xinwei asked, do we need to send someone to assist? You all have been quite busy lately. It's unnecessary. Zhou Wen was aware that the Long Eagle drones had surged in popularity, driven by a cadre of social media influencers, with Bai Xiaoying's live stream selling out. Lu Xinwei was already in the process of establishing a second production line, anticipating that it would commence operations next month. Hasten the bidding for the steel cables required by the Navy. I have heard that numerous enterprises have sent representatives. Uncle Ma and I will go tomorrow. Originally, Lu Xinwei intended to bring his assistant to the bidding, but Ma Qianlin insisted on accompanying him, unable to quell his concern. Having him along might prove beneficial. After all, success often follows the diligent. Lu Xinwei chuckled at this notion, expressing gratitude for Director Zhou's kind words. The following day, Lu Xinwei and Ma Qianlin embarked in a Ford Raptor, the truck bed laden with 2 super steel cables, heading eastward. Along the way, they traded places with the truck driver, and within 10 hours, they arrived at the Naval Procurement Research Department. The atmosphere was bustling, filled with individuals who had also come to bid. Lu Xinwei estimated there were at least 70 to 80 participants by the time they submitted their bidding documents. Dusk was approaching. Greetings, we have brought the steel cables your department requires. Fully compliant with your specifications, Lu Xinwei spoke softly. The assistant researcher in charge of registration, Chen Huadao, inquired, are you certain there are no discrepancies? There are slight deviations in the technical parameters compared to your requirements. They exceed your standards. Lu Xinwei was interrupted before he could finish. Chen Huadao, having received 300 to 400 bidding companies from across the nation in the past week, assured that many had claimed compliance with the parameters. However, upon actual testing, none had met the standards and not even 2/3 of the requirements have been satisfied. Initially, Director Gu Ming had dedicated himself to the task, attending to each company that arrived, but as hope dwindled, so did his presence. Eventually, he left the registration to Chen Huatao, who would compile the bids and conduct gradual testing. Lu Xinwei and Ma Qianlin unloaded the steel cables at the designated warehouse, securing the prominent black dragon logo of Julong Steel before departing. Young Lu, I fear our prospects are dim. The competition consists of hundreds of enterprises, Ma Qianlin remarked, having encountered several leaders from other steel mills outside, while Lu Xinwei registered. These were executives from the top 5 steel companies in the nation. Internationally renowned, what chance did smaller mills have? Success is contingent upon effort. We must at least give ourselves a chance, Lu Xinwei replied with optimism. After all, Julong Steel was not lacking in funds. The sales of Longxia drones had also opened up, allowing for an expansion of production capacity, ensuring a steady influx of capital. Uncle Ma, you must be exhausted. Let us take some time to enjoy this coastal city, Lu Xinwei suggested with a smile. Ma Qianlin nodded. Don't just point fingers at me. You are nearing 26. When will you settle down? A push towards marriage? Uncle, you just said I'm only 26. I shall wait for the right person, Lu Xinwei laughed. Many department heads and vice directors at our factory have inquired about your matrimonial prospects. Upon learning you are still single, their eyes gleamed with interest, Ma Qianlin noted. After all, who is Lu Xinwei? The legal representative of Julong Steel, a complete shareholder, and a tycoon with an annual income in the hundreds of millions, who wouldn't he wish to marry off their daughter to him? However, Ma Qianlin's concern was more for Lu Xinwei as personal life. The young man lived alone, spending his days with his co-workers, residing in a modest 36-square-meter home left by his parents, without anyone to care for him. Ma Qianlin opened his mouth to speak, but Lu Xinwei suddenly took out his phone. Miss Bai, do you have something for me? Chairman Lu, I urgently seek your assistance. The drone I helped promote has completely sold out. Sold out? I thought there were still over 2,000 units in stock. In my live stream, someone placed an order for 500 units at once, effectively depleting the inventory. What do you mean? An order of 500 units all at once? This is outrageous. Buyers are pressing me daily for shipment, and my followers are watching my every move. I simply cannot endure this any longer, which is why I called you. How could this happen? Such an explosive surge in sales? Lu Xinwei inquired. Are you unaware? I will send you a video, and you will understand. After watching Bai Xiaoying's video, Lu Xinwei was left utterly stunned. Chapter 34. The new product. The dual-tailed Scorpion unmanned transport aircraft. In the video, the Long Eagle drone transports delivery boxes back and forth, significantly saving time for delivery personnel. As a result, numerous delivery platforms have procured Long Eagle drones, retrofitting them with mounting points. Uncle Ma, you can explore the seaside town on your own. I must return to expand our drone production capacity. You young folks seem uninterested. What purpose does it serve for an old chap like me to linger by the sea? Let's head back together. After their exchange, the two drove back to Qinchuan. During the journey, Lu Xinwei was engrossed in short videos, and the creativity displayed by netizens regarding the drone left him utterly amazed. Owing to the Long Eagle drone's durability and load-bearing capabilities, a myriad of applications has been developed. Delivery is merely one among them. Parcel delivery is even more remarkable. The Long Eagle drone can carry several small items and deliver them directly through windows, providing impeccable service. Brothers, check out the new use for the Long Eagle drone, mounting firecrackers for long-range firepower strikes. Be cautious, don't get reported. In the first video, the Long Eagle drone is seen carrying 28 fireworks shells beneath it, soaring into the sky to wreak havoc. In another video, 2 teams of 6 drones engage in a spectacular fireworks battle, reminiscent of a World War scenario. I must say, the Long Eagle drone manufacturers are not promoting it well. Look at how innovative this use is. Impressive. I'll place an order too, but it's scheduled for 3 months from now. If I were the manufacturer, I would immediately ramp up production to reap substantial profits. Do you think the giant Dragon Steel company doesn't want to? They simply lack the capacity. It's rumored that the Long Eagle drones have already been exported overseas. So, are we exporting to re-import? Ha ha ha. Quite the spectacle. Lu Xinwei nearly burst into laughter at the comments from netizens. If I had your creative ideas, the Long Eagle drone wouldn't have been given away without anyone wanting it in the first place. The Long Eagle drones in the Desert Camel region seem to be quite different from ours, They even possess infrared night vision capabilities. The foreign trade version has mounting points. I strongly recommend Giant Dragon Steel to launch the foreign trade version domestically as well. Don't be ridiculous. We're using the Long Eagle drone for fun, while the Desert Camel folks are using it for revolutionary purposes. What do you mean by that? Just check the foreign internet, and you'll see. The Long Eagle drone is a toy in our hands, but in the hands of freedom fighters, it is a formidable weapon. A formidable weapon? As Liu Shenwei pondered this, his phone vibrated in his pocket, interrupting his thoughts. Chairman Liu, have you returned? I have found you a significant client. A significant client. Director Zhou, I'm on the way, and I expect to arrive in Qinchuan by tomorrow morning. All right, come by in the afternoon. What could this mysterious matter be? The following day, upon returning to the steel mill, Liu Shenwei immediately convened the drone research and development team to assign production tasks. He mandated all workers to halt any vacations, offering triple overtime pay, and to produce the Long Eagle Drone Model 01 and its improved foreign trade version around the clock. Simultaneously, he contacted Bai Xiaoying to inform her that new users could purchase insurance for drone accidents. For merely 1,600 yuan, one can insure a drone, allowing for a complimentary replacement in the event of operational mishaps within 6 months. Bai Xiaoying, brimming with excitement, immediately commenced a live broadcast. My dear friends, do not think I have forgotten you in my good fortune. The Longxia drone now offers insurance. For those who enjoy a bit of adventurous tinkering, you can purchase with confidence. Any damage incurred within 6 months will be replaced free of charge. Is this for real? Xiaoying has truly outdone herself. This is precisely what I need. Please provide me with a package. When will the stock be replenished? I still do not own a drone. I heard that last time. A wealthy individual in a live stream procured 1,500 units and resold each for an additional 500 yuan, all of which sold out. Wow, a staggering profit of 750,000 Longxia coins. I'm so envious. It is that reselling Dogecoin that has caused the discount coupons in Xiaoying's stream to dwindle. Now, it is only 500 off for purchases over 1,500. The fans in a live stream were filled with righteous indignation, and Bai Xiaoying added, I have another piece of good news. The foreign trade version of the Longxia drone is also set to launch. Is it the model equipped with a mounting device and infrared night vision? The same as the one used by the White Hat Prince. I'm all in. Wallet, just bear with me a little longer. Let me gather my funds. I want the desert gray version. I can pay up front. Bai Xiaoying murmured. Have you all forgotten that I am a news anchor renowned for my looks, not a sales host? Xiaoying, consider a career change. Chairman Liu has been quite generous to you. Just given Chairman Liu, ha ha ha. The fans in the live stream teased her mercilessly, and Bai Xiaoying, her face flushed, declared, enough nonsense. I'm signing off. At the Qinchuan Industrial and Commercial Bureau, in the conference room, Liu Shenwei looked at the middle-aged man before him with newfound respect. It was Wang Jiawei of Nanfeng Express. Mr. Wang, it is an honor to finally meet you. Chairman Liu, your youthful achievements are remarkable. Your company's drones are currently gaining significant traction. Please, continue your discussion. I have another meeting to attend. After Zhou introduced them, Liu Shenwei grasped his arm. Director Zhou, you must clarify your intentions. What does Nanfeng Express seek from me? We are looking to collaborate on the development of delivery drones, Wang Jiawei replied. Liu Shenwei nodded and allowed Zhou to leave. We are very interested in your Longxia drone, as it is perfectly suited for parcel delivery, Wang Jiawei continued. The domestic express market in Longxia is fiercely competitive, not only with the entry of the green-clad elder brother, but also with 3 major courier companies under the auspices of Shaolin monks eyeing the market. Alongside the international Wild Rabbit Express, Wang Jiawei felt a palpable sense of urgency amidst this fierce competition. Recently, he stumbled upon a video showcasing couriers utilizing drones for deliveries, significantly enhancing efficiency. This sparked the idea for his meeting with Liu Shenwei. What are your thoughts, Mr. Wang? Liu Shenwei inquired. Wang Jiawei pondered for a moment. We require a large drone capable of long-distance cargo transport. Does your company possess experience in this area? A large drone? Provided the funding is secured, we can certainly accommodate that. What do you mean by that? Is it merely a matter of funding? What amount do you require for development? Please specify your requirements first. and we will conduct our research before providing a quotation. Shortly, I shall formally extend an invitation for research and development to your esteemed company under the name of the Headwind Logistics Group." Wang Jiawei nodded in acknowledgement. Lu Xinwei smiled and remarked, "I hope our collaboration will be fruitful." That evening, Julong Steel received a correspondence from the Headwind Logistics Group. The letter specified a commission for Julong Steel to develop a large commercial unmanned transport aircraft, with requirements including a maximum payload of no less than 1 ton, a flight range of no less than 2,000 kilometers when fully loaded, and a development cycle not exceeding 2 years. Upon reviewing the specifications, Lu Xinwei immediately envisioned the prototype of a large unmanned transport aircraft. He accessed the system marketplace and found that only the double-tailed Scorpion large commercial drone met the requirements of the Headwind Logistics Group. At a cost of 300 million, it was an exceptionally worthwhile investment. Chapter 35. Wind Against the Tide. A bold investment of 600 million. The Wind Against the Tide logistics requires a maximum load of no less than 1 ton, with a full load flight range of no less than 2,000 kilometers. The dual-tail Scorpion commercial drone boasts a maximum load of 3 tons and a range exceeding 3,500 kilometers when fully loaded. Most importantly, its cost is remarkably economical. Priced at a mere 5 million. Lu Xinwei, having selected the drone, promptly dialed Wang Jiawei's number. "Mr. Wang, based on your company's requirements, the research and development costs have been calculated to be at least 400 million. 400 million? Do not consider it excessive. Research and development is quite capital-intensive these days. We can assure completion within 2 years. Not excessive, but rather quite economical. Is this sum sufficient for developing a large drone? You actually think it's too cheap? I had deliberately raised the price to make an additional 100 million. How about this, Mr. Wang? We will recruit more personnel to ensure the research and development is completed in 1.5 years. Upon project commencement, we will gift your company an additional 12 drones. What do you think?" Lu Xinwei proposed. Wang Jiawei pondered for a moment. "What we seek is quality. I can allocate 600 million for the research and development, and I would like you to provide me with 20 drones. However, our procurement price cannot exceed 10 above the cost." Truly, Mr. Wang is a shrewd businessman, befitting the CEO of a multi-billion enterprise. Agreed. That evening, Lu Xinwei convened a meeting with all senior executives of the factory to discuss the development of the drone. "Chairman, what are your thoughts? We are all ears." Following the chairman yields fruitful rewards. Lu Xinwei raised his hand, prompting everyone to sit up straight and listen attentively. "Our market share in the small drone sector has already increased. It is time to pursue broader horizons." Ma Qianlin and Wang Zizhong looked at Lu Xinwei, awaiting further elaboration, while the assembled crowd began to murmur quietly. Isn't the large drone market dominated by state-owned enterprises? There are few commercial options, and profitability seems elusive. Lu Xinwei surveyed the room and declared, "After preliminary investigations, we have tentatively identified our research direction and partnership. It is with a top-tier domestic express delivery group, Wind Against the Tide. They have already agreed to advance 600 million for research and development. So there is no need for concern regarding finances. 600 million for RD. Wind Against the Tide truly possesses substantial resources. Chairman, how do you intend to proceed? Whatever your plans are, we stand firmly behind you. I voluntarily relinquish all vacations to fully commit to the development of large drones." Lu Xinwei smiled, while Ma Qianlin voiced his concerns. "Chairman, we have little experience in developing large drones. Rest assured, I have a clear strategy for the development plan," Lu Xinwei reassured. "Our team is seasoned. The only shortcoming is our limited numbers. We must now expand the Long Eagle drone production line and simultaneously initiate dedicated research for large commercial drones. With our current team, even if we work them to exhaustion, we could not meet the demands. Thus, we shall commence external recruitment, targeting top universities in Longxia, offering an initial salary of 15,000. No sooner had Lu Xinwei finished speaking than a programmer raised his hand. "Chairman, several of my classmates work at the Research Institute. I can lure them over. My mentor also possesses resources and has recommended junior students to come over." Everyone was filled with excitement as Liu Xinwei declared. Let it be settled then. We will initially recruit 100 individuals, with 30 through internal recommendations and 70 via external recruitment. The following day, the official website of Julong Steel issued a recruitment announcement, causing a stir in the Qinchuan industrial circle. How outrageous of Liu Xinwei to offer fresh graduates a salary of 15,000. What is he thinking? Julong Steel is wealthy. Haven't you seen that their Longxia drones are sold out? Even with money, that isn't the way to spend it. Doesn't Old Ma have anything to say about this? Not only does Old Ma remain silent, but he also fully supports it. After all, Chairman Liu has propelled Julong Steel to new heights. The magnates of the Qinchuan industrial circle scoffed at Julong Steel's actions, while the business and tax authorities welcomed it with open arms. Early in the morning, Liu Xinwei received nearly 100 resumes from prestigious institutions such as Qingbei, Shanghai Jiaodong, and Harbin Institute of Technology, leaving him overwhelmed. Chairman Liu, this is by Xiaoying. The Longxia drones are currently in high production. Please do not rush the orders. This isn't about the drones. My cousin studies mechanical processing and is eager to join Julong Steel. Regarding this matter, please send over the resume, and I will have Director Ma take a look. Chairman Liu was magnanimous. You may check your email shortly. After hanging up, Liu Xinwei received a call from Zhou. That discussion went quite well. I see you've posted the recruitment announcement on your website. It's all thanks to Director Zhou. Without your introduction, we wouldn't have been able to establish a connection with the Reverse Wind Logistics Group. I won't beat around the bush. My nephew studies electromechanical engineering, and I hope you can arrange something. Please send the resume over, and I will ensure Uncle Ma facilitates the process. Thank you. I will treat you to drinks later. No, if it's drinks you want, go to Uncle Ma. For business introductions, you can count on me. Liu Xinwei chuckled as he hung up the phone, and soon after, several acquaintances saw connections, all of which he graciously accepted. Students arriving to submit their resumes at Julong Steel formed a line stretching a kilometer away to Erfu Street. Makwalin smiled broadly. The last time I witnessed such a scene was back when our factory first opened last century. Resta surd, un clima. Scenes like this will become commonplace for you in the future, Liu Xinwei jested. Wang Zizhong quietly interjected, Chairman, do you think we could also recruit a few students specializing in mechanical engineering? No problem at all, Uncle Wang. Are there any difficulties on your end? No major issues. Just that the newly improved production line has been encountering persistent problems that need further adjustments. Wang Zizhong was currently overwhelmed, as the drone team shone brilliantly, overshadowing the steel pipe and gas cylinder production departments. He led a team of 400, troubled to the point of sleepless nights. The integration of the Shankat tractor into Julong Steel had been over half a year, yielding no results and costing more than 5 million. It was only Liu Xinwei's ambitious vision that prevented him from being overly concerned with immediate gains or losses. Under a typical boss, the entire production line would have been dismantled by now. In the capital, at the headquarters of the Reverse Wind Logistics Group, Wang Jiawei pondered over his assistant's report. Julong Steel certainly exudes confidence. Chairman, are you truly considering entrusting them with the development of a large unmanned transport aircraft? What other options do we have? Other capable domestic enterprises are reluctant to take on our project, especially since Julong Steel has agreed to sign a bed agreement with us. Should Julong Steel fail to complete the drone development within 2 years, they will refund 70 of the research and development costs. However, Julong Steel has only recently undergone transformation, and their technological reserves are insufficient to support the development of a large commercial unmanned transport aircraft, the assistant expressed with concern. Wang Jiawei clarified, we have indeed approached state-owned research institutes, but they quoted a price of 1 billion and bear no responsibility in the event of failure. If you were in my position, how would you decide? The advantages and disadvantages are clear, and Wang Jiawei had no alternative. Chapter 36. The Restless Hen and the Intervention of Kuwaitian. The following day, Long Steel received a substantial infusion of 600 million, marking the official commencement of a large-scale commercial unmanned transport aircraft project. Liu Xinwei allocated 300 million to procure the design blueprint for the twin-tailed Scorpion drone from the system marketplace, which he entrusted to Ma Qianlin. Ma Qianlin, taken aback, remarked, so, you had a plan all along. The design is fully developed. The proposal is indeed feasible. It merely hinges on our ability to produce it. Following Liu Shunwei's strategy, we will immerse ourselves in the blueprints for 3 months, then spend another 3 months constructing the assembly line, followed by half a year dedicated to production and debugging. Within a year, we will undoubtedly have the drones required for rapid delivery ready for deployment. The drone development team is currently brimming with enthusiasm, Ma Qianlin exclaimed. Liu Shunwei cautioned, while enthusiasm is commendable, we must temper it. We have over 100 connections among the applicants. How shall we proceed? Such a multitude? Ma Qianlin responded. An excess of connections is unfavorable. We shall conduct an initial screening. Those who meet the educational and capability criteria will advance to the written examination, and all must adhere to the established protocols. Despite his verbal assurances to the connected individuals, Liu Shunwei possessed countless strategies to judiciously eliminate them. Meanwhile, at the Naval Equipment Procurement and Research Department along the coast, Gu Ming wore a furrowed brow. In a span of 2 weeks, they had received 322 design proposals and produced 458 steel cables. Initially, he was filled with optimism, meticulously monitoring each test. However, as 2 weeks elapsed with 300 cables tested and not a single one passing the strength and flexibility assessments, his hopes waned. Each failure to meet the standards for either strength or elasticity, coupled with a low threshold for metal fatigue, resulted in breakage with the slightest tension. With every severed cable, Gu Ming's expectations diminished, leading him to a state of emotional numbness. Xiao Chun, you handle the remaining tests. There's no need to rush. Take your time, Gu Ming sighed. Chun Huathao whispered, Director, are you all right? Of course, I am fine. I merely require a few days of rest. The greater the expectations, the deeper the disappointments. Gu Ming found himself plummeting in both spirit and physical condition. Were it not for his indomitable will, he feared he would have already succumbed. Director, please take care of yourself. I will complete the remaining cable tests promptly, Chun Huathao asserted with determination. No need to rush, just finish by year-end. But it is only April. No but, do I say? Gu Ming erupted. The pressure of the aircraft carrier arrestor cable research driving him to the brink of collapse. Director, are you all right? Apologies, Gu Ming muttered repeatedly, dragging his weary frame from the testing facility. Upon seeing Gu Ming depart, Chun Huathao immediately seized the phone to contact the Naval Hospital. This is Chun Huathao from the Research Department. It appears Director Gu is unwell. Please come at once. The next day, Gu Ming was admitted to the hospital for treatment, leaving Chun Huathao reluctantly to take over the cable testing responsibilities. Xiao Chun, your director will be fine. Do not shoulder too much pressure. The bear has already approved our request to purchase the arrestor cables. Hearing the remarks of the former leader, Chun Huathao casually responded, Rest assured, I shall ensure the completion of the task. The following day, Chun Huathao procured a forklift and transported over 100 steel cables back to the test field warehouse in batches. A dozen cables were lifted, their ends trailing on the ground. The emblem of the giant Dragon super steel cable was fortuitously snagged by stones along the route, leaving the brand nameless. The progress of the naval aircraft carrier's obstruction cable research had slowed, and Jiro Kita of the Foot Basin Chicken Corporation was growing increasingly anxious. Damn Liu Jujian. He's actually contemplating fleeing with what I provided. Lord Kita, what shall we do next? An assistant inquired. Kita's expression turned frosty. We must seize all obstruction cables from their warehouse before Longxia Navy uncovers the secret of giant dragon steel. But our supported green landscape real estate is already finished. What can we do now? We can resort to robbery. Robbery? Longxia has prohibited the Foot Basin Chicken military from entering. How would we accomplish that? Of course, not through overt theft. I suggest we acquire shares of giant dragon steel. Once we become shareholders, we could dispose of that batch of obstruction cables at will. But would they agree to sell? I heard giant dragon steel's performance is quite robust. As long as we offer a sufficiently enticing price, no one can refuse. A week later, as giant dragon steel busied itself with the development of large commercial drones, news suddenly circulated online that the company was to be sold to the Foot Basin Chicken Corporation. Could it be? Giant Dragon Steel is selling out? Chairman Liu doesn't seem like someone in need of funds. You never know a person's heart. Liu Shunwei is young and surely cannot resist temptation. I've heard the women of Foot Basin Chicken are quite cunning. Can Liu withstand that? Faced with the chaotic rumors online, Liu Xinwei's expression darkened. If I find out who spread these lies, I will ensure they face ruin. Young Liu, our lives have been too comfortable these past few years. Some are envious. I also think it's better to remain low-key. After some contemplation, Liu Xinwei concluded that quietly amassing wealth was the way to go. Director Zhou, I would like to request your assistance in removing all news concerning Giant Dragon Steel from the internet, especially anything pertaining to me. Why do you wish for this? ISNT fame desirable? You've seen the recent rumors online. One fears notoriety as pigs fear becoming fat. It's best we remain as discreet as possible. The news about Foot Basin Chicken's acquisition of you? I've seen it. I checked with industry insiders, and all comments originate from foreign IPs, making electronic tracing quite challenging. Someone seeks to besmirch our reputation, and we are investigating. I will assist in mitigating the situation. Your company should focus entirely on production. Despite the support of the Qinchuan Industrial and Commercial Bureau and relevant departments in dampening the rumors. The chatter regarding Giant Dragon Steel's alleged acquisition by the Foot Basin Chicken Corporation persisted vehemently online. Numerous comments and posts attacking Giant Dragon Steel proliferated. The products of Giant Dragon Steel are unworthy even of a dog's attention. Indeed, that Dragon Eagle drone is overpriced and of terrible quality. Otherwise, how would they resort to bombing machines for profit? You are unaware that Dragon Steel has become a veritable poison within the industry, wreaking havoc in the realm of drones. It has come to my attention that they have been wholly acquired by a company known as Foot Basin Chicken. Thus, every Dragon Eagle drone you purchase is akin to a bullet aimed at us by Foot Basin Chicken. Let us begin our resistance against Dragon Steel from within ourselves. The vitriolic attacks online not only mislead the uninformed masses, but also incite a faction to physically assault the Dragon Steel factory. This despicable enterprise should be expelled from Longxia. They do not deserve to wield the name of Dragon. These treacherous wares. A group of over a dozen ruffians gathered at the entrance, shouting defiantly. And despite the police's repeated interventions, it proved ineffective. Liu Shan furrowed his brow and remarked, "It appears that the sinister forces behind Green Scene Real Estate are becoming restless." Chapter 37. Guming. Was the obstruction orchestrated by a private enterprise? However, Chairman, what do they seek? Ma Qianlin inquired with confusion. 3 days prior, an obscure company, known for its peculiar chicken dishes, extended an acquisition offer to Long Dragon Steel, proposing a sum of 2 billion Longxia currency for a 51 stake in the company. Liu Xinwei expelled the lobbyist with disdain. You're also a citizen of Longxia. How much did the chicken company pay you to act as their hound? Chairman Liu, not everyone is as fortunate as you, basking in wealth worth hundreds of millions. I engage in legitimate business, earning my profits with a clear conscience. How about you? Is it pleasing to be a dog for the chicken company? Liu Xinwei scolded, pointing an accusatory finger. The lobbyist, with resignation, replied, "They promised me a 5 commission. Uncle Ma, immediately post a notice at the factory gate. No entry for the chicken company and their dogs." Liu Xinwei said with a stern expression. The lobbyist left in discontent, and the following day, a pixelated video emerged online. In the video, a representative of the chicken company offered a high price to acquire Long Dragon Steel, while Liu Xinwei appeared to nod politely. Is the editing so chaotic that they think the viewers are blind? Chairman, we must issue a clarification announcement. Let us do it now. I trust the judgment of the public, Liu Xinwei remarked. However, he was taken aback the next day. Major websites and short video platforms were inundated with rumors that Long Dragon Steel was selling to the chicken company. Even the announcement from Long Dragon Steel proved futile. The official website was overwhelmed by furious netizens, and Liu Xinwei's personal video account suffered malicious attacks as well. Indeed, one should not rejoice too soon. I need to contact Director Zhou to inquire about the situation, Liu Xinwei muttered. Ma Qianlin replied helplessly, I've already reached out. Director Zhou stated they are also investigating and initially suspect the chicken company of foul play. Darn chicken company, I will not let this go. Just as Liu Xinwei was speaking, he received a call from Zhouwen. Chairman Liu, did Long Dragon Steel truly not sign a stock transfer agreement with the chicken company? No, why? Can you guarantee that? I am the legal person. I must sign off on any stock transfer. Then you should check online quickly. It's in black and white. Longxia Steel has transferred 51 of its shares to the chicken company. What? Lu Shenwei hung up the phone and immediately searched online. Major platforms had reposted the agreement for the 51 stake transfer, with Lu Shenwei's name as the signatory. The signing date was just 3 days prior, and the document appeared authentic. Is my signature truly so unsightly? Lu Shenwei murmured. Ma Qianlin furrowed his brow. The puppet master not only forged your signature, but also faked our steel plant seal. They came prepared. Vowing not to rest until our steel plant is in ruins, Lu Shenwei pondered. At this juncture, we must hold a press conference to clarify the situation. You prepare for it. We will hold a press conference tomorrow, ensuring that the puppet master and the slanderers pay the price. Longxia Steel was left in disarray due to the slander, while, miles away, in the Naval Equipment Procurement Research Department, Chen Huadao danced with excitement. The main steel wire meets the strength standards, the fine steel wire meets the strength standards, and the medium-scale steel wire meets the strength standards as well. The overall strength and toughness of the cable are up to par, capable of halting an object exceeding 40 tons in weight within 1 to 2 seconds. All testing parameters significantly surpass those of the expensive imported Bear and Eagle blockade cables. Is this not the very blockade cable that we have longed for? Akin to that of the Dragon Summer aircraft carrier? Chen Huatao conducted the tests repetitively thrice, confirming that the cable in hand completely adhered to the technical specifications. Curiously, why was there no indication of the manufacturing enterprise on this steel cable? During the initial registration, the Navy's Research and Development Department mandated that all bidding enterprises label their cables with their company names and brands. Chen Huatao, not pausing to ponder further, promptly dialed Gu Ming's number. Director, this is Xiao Chun. A bidding cable has passed the technical tests. Oh, I'm doing well. What did you say? Gu Ming sprang from his bed in astonishment. A bidding cable has passed the technical tests? Say that again. Director, a bidding cable has indeed passed the technical tests, and all parameters exceed our requirements. Really? Where are you now? I'm coming over immediately. Clad in a hospital gown, Gu Ming threw on his outerwear and dashed out of the ward. The supervising physician inquired, Colonel Gu, where are you going? You're still unwell. Gu Ming had been diagnosed with multiple ailments, including intercostal neuralgia and lumbar disc herniation during his hospitalization. I'm fine now, Gu Ming retorted, hastily driving to the testing site. Where's the item? Look, it's right there on the testing machine. Chen Huadao gestured casually. Gu Ming pressed further. Which company is it from? I don't know. There are no markings on the cable, and I'm currently investigating. You don't know? Never mind that for now. Continue your investigation. I'll retest it myself. Gu Ming personally operated the machine, yielding results identical to those obtained by Chen Huatao. He slumped into a chair, tears streaming down his face. We, Dragon Summer, finally possess our own blockade cable. Director, please remain calm. How can I not be excited? Gather everyone from the R&D department. We must find the bidding enterprise immediately. 20 minutes later, 65 researchers from the Dragon Summer Navy's procurement and R&D department convened. They dialed the number left by the bidding enterprises one by one for inquiries. Half an hour later, Chen Huatao reported, all calls have been made. Currently, only 3 companies remain unreachable. Julong Steel in Qinchuan, 211 Heavy Industry in Xishan, and Iron Army Group in Lunam. Immediately contact the local industry and commerce department to verify their technical parameters, Gu Ming urged impatiently. Within 10 minutes, a verification call reached the Qinchuan Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Zhou Wenjing was busy addressing the rumors surrounding Julong Steel when Huang Liang hurriedly approached him. Director, a call from a Navy's Research and Development Department. The Navy? What do they want with us? Zhou Wenjing answered the phone. Hello, I am Zhou Wenjing, Director of the Qinchuan Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Yes, indeed. Julong Steel is our city's leading enterprise in civilian steel. Their phone number is 011. The chairman is Lu Shenwei. You are looking for them. Very well. I understand it is a confidential matter, so I shall refrain from further inquiries. After the other party hung up, Zhou Wen murmured, what does the Navy want with Julong Steel? The office of Julong Steel was inundated with the incessant ringing of the landline. The staff were preoccupied with preparing materials for the press conference scheduled for the next day. leaving them no time to answer the phone. Ma Shu, you will preside over the event tomorrow. I will say a few words. Let's keep the press conference straightforward. Lu Xinwei remarked. Ma Quanlin nodded in agreement. I have already arranged for the technicians to analyze the video materials, which will substantiate that both the video and the share transfer documents are forgeries. Additionally, we should reach out to several more media outlets. We must ensure a substantial presence of journalists at the venue. It will be streamed live across the internet. And I refuse to believe that the trolls and shadowy figures can turn the tide. Lu Xinwei asserted with calm determination. Chapter 38 now. Immediately, bring Lu Xun over. Long Dragon Steel is prepared to make a comeback, and the naval forces have finally verified that the tested arrestor wires are indeed produced by Long Dragon Steel. Director, the bids from Xishan's 211 Heavy Industry and the London Iron Army Group have been dismissed, and Long Dragon Steel's proposal and testing data align perfectly. What did you say? A private steel factory has produced an arrestor wire that the Navy has struggled with for years? Though it seems implausible, the outcome is undeniable. I recall, during the registration process, the representative from Long Dragon Steel confidently asserted that their steel cables fully met our requirements, even exceeding certain parameters. Why didn't you speak up then? Many companies were inflating their parameters back then. As you are aware, Chen Huatao explained. Gu Ming contemplated deeply. He had personally overseen the testing of the initial batch of steel cables and recognized that many companies had indeed misrepresented their capabilities. Long Dragon Steel, a private enterprise, I fell victim to empirical biases, underestimating the strength of private companies, Gu Ming reflected. Chen Huatao continued, Director, don't be too hard on yourself. The circumstances were quite complex back then. Has Long Dragon Steel been contacted yet? The phone has been perpetually unreachable. Perhaps we should send Qin Chuan from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to find them? No, this matter must remain confidential. We will contact them ourselves. Gu Ming stated before dialing the Navy's leadership. Hello, esteemed leader. I bear good news. The technology for the aircraft carrier's arrestor wire has made a breakthrough. What did you say? The arrestor wire technology has made a breakthrough? Indeed, a private enterprise has manufactured the arrestor wire we require. A private enterprise? It seems there are indeed masters among the populace. Where are you now? I will dispatch technical experts immediately. This matter cannot be taken lightly. We are at the aircraft carrier arrestor wire testing site, along with other colleagues. An hour later, a naval helicopter landed outside the testing site, and 3 research experts emerged in succession. Old Zhong, what brings you here? Gu Ming asked, flustered. Zhong, a senior naval researcher enjoying a special state allowance, serves as a senior military equipment advisor for high-ranking naval officials, a prominent figure in naval equipment. How could I possibly miss such a significant event as the successful development of the arrestor wire? Zhong chuckled. Enough of that. Take me to see the arrestor wire. Gu Ming opened his mouth. This way, please. The arrestor wire testing machine roared to life, and the steel cable was instantly tautened as a 40-ton testing vehicle sped towards it. Zing! The testing vehicle was abruptly halted by the steel cable. The entire process was seamless. The ductility and strength are commendable. What about the technical parameters? Zhong's final trace of doubt dissipated as Gu Ming presented the testing data. Zhong exclaimed in astonishment. This was indeed produced by a private enterprise? The technology is impressive. Why hadn't I heard of Long Dragon Steel before? It is a private enterprise that we only recently discovered, Gu Ming clarified. Contact them immediately. No, we shall fly over there now, Zhong said, brimming with excitement. As a naval equipment expert, he felt it necessary to inspect the enterprise in person to ensure confidence in their capabilities. It is rather late today. How about we take a private jet first thing tomorrow morning? That works. We shall depart at 7 a.m. Upon receiving Mr. Zhong's approval, Gu Ming immediately contacted the local military unit. Upon hearing that their superiors were visiting, the local troops promptly arranged for soldiers to inspect the surrounding area, all unbeknownst to Lu Xinwei. The following morning, Lu Xinwei and Ma Qianlin hurriedly arrived at the press conference venue, where reporters Mu and Bai were also present. Ma Qianlin remarked, and Lu Xinwei, in a polite manner, expressed his gratitude. Thank you both for your support. Shouldn't Chairman Lu provide us with a press release beforehand? It would allow us to disseminate the news promptly. Mo Guqian responded. Bai Xiaoying waved her hand dismissively. I don't require it. I will be live streaming the entire event. Even better, truly deserving of the title of the one who tears apart the emperor, Xiao Ying. Lu Shenwei teased. Bai Xiaoying rolled her eyes. Ever since she staunchly supported Julong Steel, the online attacks and insults from various detractors had not ceased. Accusations such as Bai Xiaoying uprooted the willow and Bai Xiaoying's ancestors were traitors for 8 generations flooded the internet. Eventually, when Bai Xiaoying's fans began to strike back, they concocted various humorous retorts. Bai Xiaoying captured the 8-headed serpent. Bai Xiaoying crushed Hirohito's golden elixir with her bare hands and set fire to the Yasukuni shrine toilet. Viewers further mocked, saying, Chairman Liu, you should expedite this matter. The sales of the Longxia drones are being affected. Bai Xiaoying murmured. Lu Shenwei raised his hand. No need to rush. We can clarify this by this morning. Shall I say a few words to the fans during the live stream? Bai Xiaoying inquired. I suspect Xiao Ying has been won over by Chairman Liu. Oh dear, my youth has ended. Incorrect. It's Chairman Liu who has been captivated by Xiao Ying. Can't you see? Now, various factions are besieging Julong Steel. It's not easy for Chairman Liu either. Thank you all for your support. Now, please enjoy the upcoming press conference as I take the stage, Lu Shenwei said in an unusually cheerful tone. So, Chairman Liu does possess a mischievous side, one remarked. He's merely in his 20s. The previous version of Chairman Liu was rather somber, another added. After all, being a billionaire, a steady demeanor is prudent, someone noted. Please hold on. The press conference will commence shortly, Lu Shenwei announced before heading backstage to prepare. Meanwhile, the leaders from the Longxia Navy's procurement and research department landed smoothly at Xinchuan Airport. Proceed directly to Julong Steel and do not disturb the local government, Zhong Zheng advised. Gu Ming nodded and canceled the call he had intended to make to Zhou. Under the guidance of the local armed forces, 18 military vehicles sped along, arriving at the gates of Julong Steel in less than 20 minutes. We are from the Longxia Navy's procurement and research department, and we have a confidential mission to discuss with your plant's leadership, a soldier reported. However, the gatekeeper, Old Liu, stubbornly refused to open the door. Having dealt with too many disturbances in recent days, Old Liu was convinced that this group was merely another set of troublemakers. Longxia Navy? You must be joking. Do you think I'm too old to see through your ruse? Xinchuan is an army base, Old Liu exclaimed, raising his cane defiantly. Upon observing the situation, Zhong Zheng alighted from his vehicle. Good day, I am Zhong Zheng from the Naval Equipment Department, and I wish to meet with the leader of our factory. With a demeanor that was both courteous and composed, he spoke slowly. Old Liu muttered, You are quite polite. Please wait a moment while I call the factory director. What did you say? I can't hear you clearly. We are currently at a press conference in the Xinchuan Intercontinental Hotel, came the response amidst the cacophony of the venue, rendering Ma Qianlin unable to discern Old Liu's words. Our chairman and factory director are at the Xinchuan Intercontinental Hotel. If you're not in a hurry, please wait a bit, Old Liu replied nonchalantly. Zhong Zheng remained unperturbed. Yet Gu Ming was as restless as an ant on a hot stove. Xiao Chun now. Immediately. Fetch Lu Shenwei for me. Chapter 39. Do not speak nonsense. Aircraft carrier arresting cable? We have never engaged in such matters. Chun Huatao was momentarily taken aback before inquiring. Should we seal off the Dragon Steel Plant to prevent any leaks? He instructed, contact the local authorities in Xinchuan and temporarily secure the Dragon Steel Plant. Maintain a low profile, while all personnel are to be restricted from entering or exiting. It is imperative that we treat the staff within the facility with utmost respect and courtesy. The matter concerning the aircraft carrier's arresting cable was of great significance, and it was crucial to prevent any external disclosures. We must be polite to the technical staff. Bring them back to me. Chun Huatao nodded solemnly and departed with a squad of armed soldiers. Seeing this, Old Liu grew anxious as he noticed the men in military uniforms drawing their weapons. He promptly dialed Ma Qianlin's number, but to no avail. Director Ma, please answer the phone. Our factory is surrounded by armored vehicles. Old Liu was in a state of panic, while Ma Qianlin and Lu Shenwei had set their phones to silent, preparing to hold a press conference. At the Qinchuan Intercontinental Hotel, in the grand conference room on the third floor, the chairman remarked, "Most of the attendees have arrived. We may commence." "Where's Director Zhou?" He mentioned he wanted to avoid any suspicion. "They will issue a statement later." Lu Xinwei nodded, and Ma Quanlin cleared his throat. "Thank you all for attending. Since the establishment of Dragon Steel, we have always adhered to..." The audience appeared sizable. It was unclear how Dragon Steel would retaliate. Retaliate? The Foot Basin Chicken Society has already released a video with irrefutable evidence. Dragon Steel is undoubtedly a traitorous enterprise. Everyone quiet down. Do not jump to conclusions until the final moment. After a few minutes of pleasantries, Lu Xinwei took the microphone. "Hello everyone, I am Lu Xinwei, chairman of Dragon Steel. The rumors circulating online regarding our collaboration with the Foot Basin Chicken Society are entirely baseless." Chairman Lu looks quite young, possibly not even 30. In his mid-20s, if nothing goes awry, he may become the youngest trillionaire in Longxia. The alleged equity transfer agreement is a forgery. Our company seal and my signature are also counterfeit. As Lu Xinwei spoke, he wrote his name on a blank sheet of paper. What kind of calligraphy is this from Chairman Lu? I have never seen it before. It is agile and swift, with a slender yet vigorous stroke. Chairman Lu writes in the slender gold style. Such a beautiful signature cannot be achieved without years of practice. In comparison, the signature circulating online is utterly atrocious. We have already applied for handwriting verification and demand that the so-called Foot Basin Chicken Society confront us directly. Lu Xinwei relaxed slightly and declared, "A gentleman has principles. Dragon Steel would rather starve than associate with the Foot Basin Chicken Society. Support Chairman Lu. Go Dragon Steel." Anyone can speak empty platitudes, but knowing a person's heart is another matter. Why demand a confrontation with the Foot Basin Chicken Society now? Where were they before? This tactic is known as self-mutilation to survive. Dragon Steel certainly knows how to maneuver. The online trolls stirred the pot, with doubts and criticisms echoing throughout the internet. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xinwei prepared to release a clarifying video. Suddenly, the conference room door swung open, and Chen Huatao strode in, flanked by 8 armed soldiers guarding the entrance. What is happening? Why did soldiers in military uniforms suddenly appear? Is this a pre-rehearsed act? The Dragon Steel Company is quite formidable. I wonder if impersonating a soldier constitutes crime. Something feels amiss. The soldier's rough skin clearly indicates years of training and exposure to the elements. In response to this unexpected situation, Bai Xiaoying promptly directed her camera towards Lu Xinwei. "Sister Mu, is there such a segment in the press conference?" she asked. "I'm also uncertain," Mu Guchan replied, her face reflecting confusion. Before Lu Xinwei could react, Chen Huadao fixed his gaze on the nameplate and announced loudly, "Is this Mr. Lu Xinwei? We require your assistance in an investigation. May I ask you to accompany me?" Lu Xinwei nodded and inquired, "And you are?" "It's rather crowded. I need to discuss some matters privately with you." Observing the visitor in sharp military attire, Lu Xinwei had no reason to doubt him, and thus complied. However, the press conference had not yet concluded, and with the timing of Lu's departure, it would inevitably lead to misunderstandings. Ma Qianlin felt a sense of urgency. "Where are you taking our director, Lu? And who are you?" he demanded. "I am Ma Qianlin, the director of Dragon Steel." "Director? Please accompany us as well." Chen Huatao, with a commanding presence, ushered both men into the military vehicle. Wang Zizhong approached with Dragon Steel security, but was unable to intervene in time. Observers on site quickly spread rumors, suggesting that Lu Xinwei was not merely being requested for questioning, but rather apprehended on the spot. Soldiers are making arrests. This proves Dragon Steel is treasonous. Incredible. The press conference is a disaster. How thrilling. The chairman and director of Dragon Steel have been taken. This is quite the spectacle. Have you considered that a young man in his 20s could possibly manage a multi-million-dollar enterprise without any hidden agendas? Dragon Steel has faced scrutiny before. The last time they sold state assets at a loss, the news was suppressed. The online discussion surged, but Bai Xiaoying felt panicked. "Sister Mu, what is happening?" she asked. "I am not sure either. Let me call Director Zhou," Mu Guchan replied softly. Upon receiving the call, Zhou was utterly bewildered. "What did you say?" Lu Shenwei and Ma Qianlin have been taken away? It just happened, but they were not arrested. They were invited to leave by a soldier, right in front of several media outlets. Zhou composed himself and said, "Don't panic. I'll inquire about the situation." He promptly called the Qinchuan Inspection Bureau, but they were unable to clarify the situation. He then contacted several departments within the Qinchuan police station, all of whom were equally uninformed. Meanwhile, Lu Shenwei and Ma Qianlin were bewildered as they boarded the military vehicle. "What do you want to ask us? Or what is it that you need us to assist with? Some matters require you to meet with our superiors before we can discuss them. Now is not the appropriate time," Chen Huathao insisted, eager to minimize delays. "I recognize you. You are the one who registered the naval cable bidding," Lu Shenwei suddenly recalled. Chen Huathao nodded silently and ordered the vehicle to accelerate. "Xiao Lu, this is the direction back to the factory." Back to the factory? Could there be an issue at the plant? Before the two could exchange a few words, the armored vehicle suddenly came to a halt. "Please disembark," Chen Huathao instructed. "Director, the two comrades have returned," he added. Before Gu Ming could inquire further, old Lu rushed forward, exclaiming, "Chairman, factory director, it was they who sought to enter the factory. Yet no one answered your calls." Lu Shenwei feigned calmness, but upon witnessing the scene, he felt utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? Dozens of army infantry fighting vehicles surrounded the giant Dragon Steel Plant, leaving no room for escape. The adjacent road was cordoned off, and, in the distance, two squads of sentinels patrolled back and forth. Has the giant Dragon Steel Plant committed a grave offense? "Greetings, I am Gu Ming from the Naval Procurement and Research Department. I require your cooperation for some clarifications," he stated. Despite exercising considerable caution, both Gu Ming and Chen Huathao faced repercussions for their hasty decision to escort individuals away during the press conference. "Good day, I am Lu Shenwei, chairman of the giant Dragon Steel Plant," Lu said, extending a firm handshake with Gu Ming, who then turned to Chen Huathao with a stern expression. "You were tasked with bringing them back. Why is the atmosphere so tense?" Chairman Lu is a scientific expert, a pillar of the nation. This is hardly a respectful approach towards a master craftsman. Chen Huathao quickly apologized, and Lu Shenwei merely nodded. With misunderstandings cleared, Lu inquired, "Are you able to discuss this further inside?" "Absolutely, it's quite convenient." "Old Lu, please open the door. We have esteemed guests from our Navy," Gu Ming replied. "Old Lu, you are quite formidable, surpassing even General Gu Yuan. The infantry fighting vehicles are stationed outside." "Understood," Lu said, as the iron gate slowly opened, revealing the vast factory premises. Zhong surveyed the surroundings, exclaiming, "The foundational essence of an old state-owned enterprise." "Who are you?" Lu Shenwei asked in surprise. "This is Elder Zhong, and he has some inquiries for you," Gu Ming replied. "When was this factory established?" "In 1965, during the third line construction period, our steel plant was founded." 1965? A factory nearly 50 years old. What prompted you to consider producing aircraft carrier arrestor wires? "Aircraft carrier arrestor wires? We have never engaged in that," Lu Shenwei responded, glancing at Ma Qianlin, who mirrored his confusion. "Arrestor wires? We have never produced those," Lu reiterated candidly. As they conversed, they arrived at the conference room, where Lu instructed his assistant to serve tea, though Gu Ming and the others declined. "It is the steel cables your factory bid for. The Navy's tender is intended for use on aircraft carriers," Zhong elucidated. "Is it truly possible for those super cables to be utilized on an aircraft carrier?" Lu Shenwei was taken aback, taking a moment to respond. "We had no idea. There are nearly 200 left in the warehouse, as we assumed they were unwanted and gathering dust." "What did you say? There are 200 left in the warehouse?" Zhong was flabbergasted, and Gu Ming felt his worldview shatter. The major naval research institutes and affiliated arsenals have exhausted all efforts yet failed to produce arrestor wires. How did a private enterprise manage to create hundreds? "Where are these items? Please lead us to see them," Gu Ming urged excitedly. Lu Shenwei, not daring to delay, motioned for Ma Qianlin, who promptly guided them to the old warehouse. Upon opening the warehouse, Zhong and Gu Ming were left in utter disbelief. "Did you truly fabricate so many arrestor wires for the tender? You seem quite confident," Gu Ming inquired. Lu Xun scratched his head and remarked, "We are also unsure about the fact that our Navy is recruiting for the barrier cables. These have been in storage, untouched, and unwanted for quite some time." Chapter 40. What was thought to be a stranglehold turned out to be a sweater worn inside out. Inventory? Is there truly no one interested? Is this even a coherent statement? Gu Ming's expression darkened. After all the effort invested in assembling a military research team of nearly 1,000 for the Navy, it appeared to be overshadowed by a mere private steel mill. He bent down to wipe away the dust from the restraint cable, feeling a pang of sorrow. Ma Qianlin nudged Lu Xunwei with his elbow. "Little Lu, why is Director Gu in tears? Is he overly emotional?" Lu Xunwei replied in a hushed tone, "Director Gu, if our Navy's construction is in need, our Julong Steel Plant can generously donate all the super cables." Gu Ming regained his composure. "No need for that. The Navy can afford this amount. Longxia is vigorously developing its Navy, with military funds at an all-time high, while the Army is nearly in tears holding onto their shovels. Furthermore, the Longxia military prohibits commercial activities and cannot accept donations from enterprises without justification. I ask you, little Lu, what is the purpose of manufacturing so many high-quality cables if you have no pressing tasks at hand?" inquired the elderly Zhong, who was squatting on the ground, pondering the research on the Navy's restraint cables. Chen Huatao chimed in. "Did you perhaps anticipate that aircraft carriers would require restraint cables and commenced research prematurely?" "Impossible," Lu Xunwei clarified. "These cables were initially intended for a high-price sale to Eagle Sauce Company, but they suddenly breached the contract, putting us in a difficult position." Ma Qianlin added. Director Lu was concerned about their scrutiny of the quality, and he even improved the production process, only for them to unilaterally terminate the agreement in the end. "Is that so? Eagle Sauce Company actually sought to procure restraint cables from you?" Gu Ming expressed his astonishment. Lu Xunwei nodded. "Uncle Ma, please fetch the contract for the leaders to review. What could Eagle Sauce Company possibly need restraint cables for? They cannot possibly intend to use them themselves," Chen Huatao remarked casually. Yet, his comments sparked clarity in Gu Ming and Zhou. Gu Ming promptly inquired, "When did Eagle Sauce Company procure the first batch of restraint cables?" "Approximately 3 years ago, and the price was quite substantial, 100,000 each. With an order of 200 cables," Lu Xunwei recalled. "Hiss," Gu Ming gasped. As it appeared, the Defense Department of Eagle Sauce had also announced the successful development of a new generation of restraint cables around the same time. There was a possibility that Eagle Sauce's restraint cables were indeed sourced from Julong Steel Plant. Ma Qianlin hurriedly returned, clutching the contract, and the accompanying Navy translators were left dumbfounded upon seeing it. The Florida branch of Lockheed Martin. Is it not the very arms manufacturer contracted by the Defense Department of Eagle Sauce? Gu Ming's head swam with blood, nearly causing him to faint from anger. He had initially believed that Eagle Sauce was choking him out, preventing the development of restraint cables. After much consideration, it turned out he was simply wearing his sweater inside out. Aside from selling a batch to Eagle Sauce, were there any other buyers for these cables? Given their significance to naval development and even state secrets, Gu Ming was exceedingly cautious. Elder Zhong interjected, "Little Lu, think carefully about who has been involved in the production of restraint cables." Hearing this, Lu Xunwei felt a surge of anxiety. Aside from Eagle Sauce Company, there was also a chicken company that expressed interest in purchasing our cables. Upon hearing the name of the Foot Basin Chicken Company, both Old Zhong and Gu Ming furrowed their brows in unison. The Foot Basin Chicken is hardly a commendable entity. The Maritime Self-Defense Forces have concocted the Izumo-class flat-deck vessel, boasting a displacement of 40,000 tons, while absurdly claiming it to be a frigate. Those with discerning eyes can see through their intent to develop an aircraft carrier, thereby breaching established boundaries. However, the American Eagle is no fool. It tightens the leash, refusing to allow them access to the critical restraint cables. Should the Foot Basin Chicken circumvent American oversight and acquire these cables, their Izumo-class frigate could swiftly transform into an aircraft carrier, posing a grave threat to regional security. You haven't sold them to the Foot Basin Chicken Company, have you? Gu Ming asked anxiously. The quality of the restraint cables produced by our Long Dragon Steel is renowned as world-class. If the Foot Basin Chicken's maritime self-defense forces were to obtain them, it would spell trouble, Lu Xun declared with righteous indignation. Old Zhong expressed his admiration, exclaiming, "Well said. You have integrity." Gu Ming exhaled in relief and turned to Chen Huatao, saying, "Xiao Chun, make a note to investigate which company is attempting to purchase our Long Dragon steel cables. Seal the warehouse. The Navy will take full responsibility for this batch of steel cables," Old Zhong stated generously. Lu Xun, with a smile, added, "For the Navy's construction, I really feel uncomfortable accepting payment." "Then let us offer a discount," Gu Ming joked lightly. After pondering, Lu Xun responded, "Our Navy's bidding price is 1.5 million per cable. How about we settle on 1 million? The budget is 750 million, and the unit price cannot be lowered, but you may include some extras," Gu Ming suggested. "We shall follow your arrangements," Lu Xun replied with a grin. Ma Qianlin tugged at Lu Xun's sleeve, prompting Lu Xun to say, "Old Zhong, Director Gu, if you have no further questions, please wait in our reception room for a moment. Our press conference has only just begun." "Press conference? What does that mean? Are you launching a new product?" Gu Ming asked, puzzled. Lu Xun scratched his head and explained, "Perhaps our products are selling too well, and we're being targeted. Several media outlets are maligning us as traitorous enterprises. This matter must be clarified today. Please bear with me while I conclude the press conference." Old Zhong questioned, "If the Foot Basin Chicken is purchasing restraint cables at such a high price and Long Dragon Steel refuses to sell, how could such a company be accused of treason? This is absurd. There is no need for a press conference. I will clarify this for you," Gu Ming stated solemnly. "There must be hostile forces behind the scenes trying to undermine Long Dragon Steel. Would a company capable of donating 750 million truly betray the nation, regardless of others' opinions? I, Gu Ming, do not believe a single word of it. Xiao Chun, immediately contact the Qinchuan Cybersecurity Department to investigate the truth and restore Long Dragon Steel's reputation. It is truly wonderful to have your assistance." Lu Xun expressed his delight. With the Navy taking action, how could the Foot Basin Chicken Company possibly turn the tide? "Director Ma, have Vice Director Wang Zizhong return. Let us warmly welcome the Navy leaders this afternoon." At the press conference venue, Wang Zizhong, overwhelmed with work, found himself in disbelief upon hearing the news. A number of onlookers began to jeer, "What is the point of holding a press conference? The chairman and factory director have both been taken away. This is hilarious. Are they still claiming not to be traitorous enterprises?" Armed soldiers have made their appearance. "The fate of Dragon Steel is inevitably sealed. It shall soon disband." Wang Zizhong raised his hand and proclaimed loudly, "Today, an unexpected situation has arisen, and we shall provide an explanation." "Hush! An explanation? Are you suggesting that you are not a treasonous enterprise? I hereby declare that the most ludicrous joke of the year in Qinchuan is that Dragon Steel is not a comprador and traitorous corporation. In an attempt to sabotage the press conference of Dragon Steel, the Chickenfoot Society has expended vast sums to hire online trolls." Bai Xiaoying shouted at the top of her lungs, "The downfall of Dragon Steel, what benefit does that bring to you?" Standing firm, Xiaoying is remarkable, truly advocating for justice. Indeed, she is the heroine capable of shattering Yu Ren's golden elixir with her bare hands. Go, Xiaoying. Unfollowed, worthless streamer, colluding with Dragon Steel. Chapter 41. Gu Ming, drones and agricultural vehicles? We have no need for them. Bai Xiaoying is no fragile woman. She unleashes her fury against detractors without reservation. Bans are imposed. Reports are filed. Let me be clear. If Julong Steel is a traitorous enterprise, I, Bai Xiaoying, shall withdraw from the realm of social media. Support Xiaoying. This time, I stand with Julong Steel. Don't make rash declarations. Beware the backlash. The scene and the live broadcast are in turmoil, with Wang Zizhong and the security officer unable to maintain order. Fortunately, at a critical moment, Zhou Wen arrives with reinforcements. What are you doing? Disperse. Many media representatives recognize the director of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau and dare not escalate the situation further. I told you, Julong Steel definitely has someone backing them. That's why the Industrial and Commercial Bureau is here. What is collusion? This is it. Upper management influencing lower, utterly corrupt. The online trolls are relentlessly slandering Bai Xiaoying, and she cannot block them fast enough. opting to end the broadcast. Director Zhou, you finally made it. Director Liu wants you taken away, Mu Guchan urged. Zhou raised his hand. Don't panic. I'm aware of this situation. He is not in any danger. Not in danger? Then why can't I reach him by phone? Bai Xiaoying inquired. Zhou explained. He simply cannot take calls at the moment. We will discuss this matter later, but for now, clear the area. When a well-known entrepreneur from Qinchuan is suddenly taken away during a press conference, it is bound to drive any director of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to madness. Zhou was initially at a loss until 10 minutes ago when Liu Shunwei called to clarify the situation. Naval equipment experts and the head of the R&D department were present at Julong Steel. Liu Shunwei's removal was merely for questioning. At Julong Steel's cafeteria, the leader chuckled. You don't mind the humble environment of the cafeteria, do you? Liu Shunwei said cheerfully. The table was adorned with a variety of dishes, accompanied by 2 bottles of liquor. It has been years since I dined at the factory canteen. It truly brings back memories, Zhang Zheng remarked wistfully. Ma Qianlin fetched a wine dispenser, but Gu Ming raised his hand. Let us refrain from drinking during work hours. Liu Shunwei replied with a smile. Then let us substitute tea for wine. Zhang Zheng raised his glass. Comrade Liu, you have resolved a significant issue that has troubled nearly 1,000 personnel in the Naval R&D department for 2 years. If only you had reported it sooner. How many brain cells I could have saved? Gu Ming jested. Chun Huatao chimed in. Our colleagues in the R&D department have been living at the unit for over a year. Julong Steel must take responsibility for this matter. Before Liu Shunwei could respond, Ma Qianlin interjected, Blame me, blame me, when the chairman wanted to submit the steel cable for the National Science and Technology Progress Award. I foolishly stopped it. There was no intention to blame you. In the future, any new products must be reported to the state first. Zhang Zheng laughed. Liu Shunwei explained, the key issue was not realizing that a single steel cable could entail so many complications. It was my oversight and not my factory director's fault. Such unity is commendable. I find it hard to believe that a company like this cannot flourish, Zhang Zheng praised. Gu Ming stated earnestly, upon returning, I will report to the higher-ups to conduct a nationwide industrial assessment and see what further surprises our Longxia private enterprises can offer. This notion is splendid. Our Longxia is indeed home to many talented individuals. As everyone raised their glasses, the atmosphere was exceedingly harmonious, with hosts and guests enjoying themselves. Liu Shunwei arranged for Elder Zhong to rest before leading Gu Ming into the office. Gu Ming stated with solemnity, once the matters are clarified, it becomes quite straightforward. We require all of the inventory's barrier cables, and the price shall remain at 750 million. Furthermore, you are to assist us in producing an additional 400 cables. That should not pose a problem, correct? Liu Shunwei nodded, acknowledging that producing 400 more cables was a trivial task. Secondly, the technology for the aircraft carrier's barrier cables must be handed over to the Navy's Research and Development Department. Of course, you will not be providing your expertise without compensation. Please state your price, Gu Ming continued. The barrier cables are the lifeline for the safety of carrier-based aircraft and must be firmly held within the Navy's grasp. It is an honor for Julong Steel to assist in the Navy's development. We shall transfer it free of charge, Liu Shunwei declared grandly. Gu Ming raised a hand to halt him. That will not suffice. The Navy has regulations. Let us proceed at the initial bidding price, with a technology transfer fee of 20 million. I shall heed your counsel, Liu Shunwei replied with a nod. As long as we can connect with the Navy, who would dare to bully Julong Steel in the future? Gu Ming pondered for a moment before inquiring, I have heard that you are also developing other products. Might you share some details? Well, our flagship products at present are the D-grade seamless steel pipes and the Longxia drones, which you should be familiar with. I am aware of your steel pipes, and I have heard whispers about the drones. What about other products? Doyist. Julong Steel was sanctioned by the Eagle Nation precisely because our steel pipes were repurposed into rockets. As for the drones, they are currently quite popular, but they are merely civilian products and do not compare to the steel pipes in terms of significance. We also have 2 products under research. One is a large unmanned transport aircraft commissioned for development by the Wind Resistance Transport, and the other is an agricultural vehicle we are preparing for production. Liu Shunwei paused. These 2 would not be of use to the military, would they? Not at all. I was merely asking out of curiosity, Gu Ming waved off. Would the military utilize agricultural vehicles? That is a jest. The large agricultural machinery from the Agricultural Reclamation Corps far surpasses agricultural vehicles in utility. As for the large unmanned transport aircraft, it is needless to say. Who does not know that Longxia's drone technology leads the world, leaving the Eagle Nation far behind? Liu Xinwei contemplated, I maintain my stance. Julong Steel will always support the construction of our nation's military. Gu Ming chuckled. With such awareness, it would be difficult not to prosper. As dusk fell, with 4 military trucks departing from the Julong Steel factory, Zhong Zheng and Gu Ming officially took their leave. Ma Qianlin, relieved to have finally seen off the esteemed guests, leaned back in his chair with an exhale. Xiao Lu, in the future, please do not involve me in such exhausting affairs. My old bones can scarcely endure it. He lamented. Liu Xinwei wiped the sweat from his brow. Who could have predicted that casually produced steel cables would attract the Navy's procurement? By the way, Uncle Ma, this matter must remain confidential throughout the factory. Should anyone leak it, they will undoubtedly face the consequences of revealing state secrets. I have ensured that all informed parties have signed non-disclosure agreements, including Uncle Liu at the gate. Ma Qianlin responded. Thinking of Uncle Liu, Liu Xinwei felt a pang of apprehension. How audacious to block a Navy colonel and leaders at the door, truly fearsome. This month, an additional 5,000 yuan bonus will be awarded to Elder Liu. Starting next month, we shall recruit a young man to oversee the gate, Liu Xinwei suggested. Ma Qianlin remarked, why not let him retire? After all, he is over 60. No, I believe Elder Liu is quite content with his work. When the day comes that he can no longer manage, he will broach the subject of retirement himself, Liu Xinwei replied, unwilling to deprive any colleague who has contributed to the factory. Ma Qianlin nodded in agreement and inquired, what arrangements shall we make regarding the press conference that has fallen through? How shall we clarify the matters? Colonel Gu stated that it is unnecessary for us to intervene. He will handle it. Liu Xinwei explained, surely, a distinguished colonel would not go back on his word. Chapter 42. Am I truly illiterate, and you accuse me of espionage? The following dawn at the Qinchuan Detention Center, Liang Feng, having secured his release on a hefty bail arranged by Liu Jujian, grumbled, Liu, you're as unscrupulous as they come. The Foot Basin Chicken pays you $5 million for a task, and you hand me a mere 5,000 Longxia coins? Is this a joke? I entrusted this matter to the head of security, giving him 50,000. Who could have guessed that scoundrel would only pass on 5,000 to me? Liu Jujian, a master of shifting blame, merely laughed. Rest assured, my dear brother Liang, we VE share the same cell. After all, I shall dismiss the head of security immediately. You can take his place. He chuckled, having already arranged for a smuggler to facilitate his escape later that night. The depths of the relationship between the Dragon Steel Corporation and the Foot Basin Chicken were far too profound for a mere small fry like him to meddle in. Rest easy, Mr. Liu. If I ascend to the head of security, I guarantee that your green landscape realty will flourish henceforth, free from all troubles. Liang Feng boasted, his confidence bolstered by the connections he had forged during his recent stint in the small labor camp. He envisioned himself as a significant figure in Qinchuan's realm. Liu Jujian feigned admiration, yet inside he harbored nothing but contempt. You? A mere pauper. I have 200 million in cash overseas. Only a fool would remain in Qinchuan to play games with you. As their conversation unfolded, a squad of soldiers clad in military uniforms approached. Liang Feng, we are from the Qinchuan Confidentiality Review Department. We officially issue your arrest in connection with the suspected theft of state secrets. The solemn soldiers presented an arrest warrant, its prominent red seal leaving Liang Feng momentarily speechless. What do you mean? I am suspected of stealing state secrets? This must be a misunderstanding. I can barely read. He waved his hands in denial. The soldiers questioned him further. On the night of the 24th, did you not stealthily enter the Dragon Steel warehouse to take photographs? Yes. That did happen, but the warehouse contained nothing but discarded steel cables. Surely that does not qualify as state secrets? Liang Feng retorted. Defendant Liang Feng admits to the theft of state secrets. The recording is complete. Take him away. Without further ado, the soldiers seized Liang Feng, shackling him with cold silver handcuffs. Struggling, he protested, I did not spy on any state secrets. You cannot wrongfully accuse an illiterate. Meanwhile, Lu Jujian stood frozen in shock. What did this mean? The Dragon Steel warehouse harbored state secrets? The realization struck him, and his legs weakened. Just as he contemplated fleeing, he was abruptly addressed. Come with us, Lu Jujian. You are suspected of instructing Liang Feng to steal state secrets. I didn't. It was all the doing of our head of security. He stammered. The Green Landscape Realty building had been sealed off, and all personnel were being interrogated, leaving only him unaccounted for. What? Lu Jujian's mind erupted in chaos, nearly causing him to faint. This was the end. It was all over. Kuei Tian, how dare you? Shortly after Lu Jujian's arrest, Su Qing, who had been live-streaming under the guise of being Lu Xinwei's former girlfriend, was also taken from her home. Thus, the nefarious influence of Lujing real estate was officially eradicated. That afternoon, Qinchuan Television reported that 621 employees of Lujing real estate were undergoing scrutiny. Bai Xiaoying seized the news and promptly followed up. The wheel of fate turns justly. Who can escape the divine retribution? Since absorbing the essence of Yuren's golden pill, Xiaoying's intellect has significantly improved. How absurd! Yuren? Such a wretched creature dares to compare with Xiaoying? The downfall of Lujing real estate suggests a reversal in the situation surrounding the Julong Steel incident. This month, I have been inundated with gossip to the point of saturation. I need to catch my breath. Additionally, let me share some insider information. The matter of Julong Steel is far more complex than it appears. Bai Xiaoying said mysteriously. Is there more to the story? Xiaoying, do you have connections? What do you mean by having connections? This netizen, please be mindful of your words. The Longxia drones have resumed production. Those in need can place their orders. In the midst of the live news, Bai Xiaoying did not forget to promote her products. Xiaoying, can you list the water pipes from Julong Steel? Purchasing hardware has brought me to the live stream. Quite bold of you. Water pipes? If you provide me with a specific model, I will inquire with Chairman Liu. Bai Xiaoying replied with a smile. This month, selling Longxia drones has already earned her nearly 200,000 in commissions. While selling Julong water pipes may not yield significant profit, it could foster a closer relationship with Lu Xinwei, paving the way for greater earnings in the future. I have sent you a private message. It is the type in the picture, and I require a large quantity. A fan under the name by Belly and Pig sent an image of a steel pipe with a black dragon emblem, shattered and lying quietly in the sand. Is this the Julong water pipe you sent me? How could it be so damaged? It is charred. It was broken by an excavator. The quality of Julong water pipes is excellent, and I hope to purchase in bulk. Are you in construction, brother upstairs? We can collaborate. Has Xiaoying's live stream turned into a trading platform? Will there be a commission in the future? If possible, I would like to order 5,000 pieces. We can negotiate the price. 5,000 pieces? How extravagant! Requesting such a substantial amount is no small matter. Bai Xiaoying pondered for a moment before dialing Lu Xinwei's number. You want 5,000 Julong steel pipes? When? The sooner, the better. That fan seems quite urgent and is said to be in construction. The counterpart must pay a 50 deposit first, and I will arrange production. Although selling goods in a live stream feels somewhat frivolous, it is wise to be cautious in business. Half an hour later, Julong Steel received a remittance from the western border of Longxia. I haven't heard of any construction happening in border cities. Emma, we have received an order. Lu Xinwei called Ma Quanlin for a brief arrangement and then put the matter out of his mind. Xiaoying, you are incredible. You just made a major deal while live streaming. Thank you for your support, and once the deal is finalized, I will reward you handsomely. After saying this, Bai Belly and Pig sent 10 enormous rockets. Gratitude to the esteemed benefactor for the rocket. If anyone has any desires for purchases, do not hesitate to speak up. Xiaoying will ensure your wishes are fulfilled. Just as Bai Xiaoying was joyfully engaged in her profitable endeavors, a sudden call from Mu Guchan interrupted her. Xiaoying, quickly turn on the news broadcast from Longxia. There is something significant. Is it a major event? Indeed, an extraordinary piece of news regarding Julong Steel. You must see it. With that, Mu Guchan abruptly ended the call, leaving Bai Xiaoying no choice but to pause her broadcast. Dear family, there seems to be an issue. I shall update you shortly. Bai Xiaoying switched on the television. With a solemn visage of a veteran from Longxia, Sanqing stood holding a document. In recognition of patriotic enterprises and their contributions to the construction of the Longxia military, I am here to announce the first batch of 13 advanced demonstration units for military-civil integration, as directed by higher authorities. They are Qinchuan Julong Steel. Julong Steel? What does this signify? Advanced demonstration units for military-civil integration in Longxia? Chapter 43, Shock. Long Dragon Steel is a top-secret unit of Longxia. What does this mean? Bai Xiaoying was utterly stunned upon hearing about Long Dragon Steel. What has Lu Xinwei done? Long Dragon Steel has been recognized as an advanced demonstration unit for military-civilian integration in Longxia. Before Bai Xiaoying could recover from her astonishment, the old soldier, bearing the 3-star insignia, continued. The aforementioned units have been designated as top-secret units of Longxia. A top-secret unit? Has Long Dragon Steel developed nuclear weapons? Such absurdity. This is significant news, and Bai Xiaoying immediately resumed her live broadcast. Brothers Alliance. It's over. Long Dragon Steel has been honored as an advanced demonstration unit for military-civilian integration in Longxia, now classified as a top-secret unit. Bai Xiaoying exclaimed, causing the live stream to erupt in excitement. I can't believe it. I was just watching the news and thought I was seeing things. But it's true. Long Dragon Steel. Wow. A top-secret unit of Longxia. That's impressive. Can someone enlighten me on what a top-secret unit means? I only have a primary school education. I'll explain. Longxia secret units are categorized into 3 levels, with the first level being the highest. Top-secret units undertake research and production tasks for ultra-secret projects, second-level units handle confidential projects, and third-level units manage secret projects. Thanks to the explanation, to be honest, Bai Xiaoying was also taken aback. She clutched her chest, breathing heavily. I can't believe it. A top-secret unit. Has Long Dragon Steel developed a hydrogen bomb? Wow. My home is near Long Dragon Steel. I must rush to the factory gate tonight to clock in, or I may never get the chance again. What does that mean? There will be guard posts at the entrance of a top-secret unit, with fully armed soldiers on duty, and the perimeter walls may even be electrified. Listening to the netizens, Bai Xiaoying became quite curious about what Long Dragon Steel looked like now. Xiaoying quickly called Director Lu and asked what they have developed. If you want to die, don't drag Xiaoying into it. Probing into national secrets is illegal. I think I somewhat understand why Green Scene Real Estate faced such dire consequences. It was heard that General Lu of Green Scene Real Estate had been taken away by relevant authorities, and the entire Green Scene building had been sealed off. One could only say it was a deserved fate. Also, has anyone noticed that the online trolls seem to have vanished today? It does seem that way. Could it be that their supply of dog food has run out? Haha, it's not that the dog food has run out, but rather that their bowls were overturned by the highest scrutiny of Longxia. Luo Taijun's sweet, donut, gold medal lecturer. Don't tag the wrong person. The lecturer is a master of dark humor, one of us. Forget it. Let us just don the enemy's attire and bury ourselves deep. The designation of Long Dragon Steel as an advanced demonstration unit for military-civilian integration in Longxia was the result of discussions between Gu Ming and Zhong Zhong. The award ceremony was originally scheduled for next month at the naval base. But Gu Ming suggested to the higher-ups to announce it early for the convenience of Long Dragon Steel. Consequently, Long Dragon Steel was caught off guard, and upon seeing the news, the workers were all bewildered. Xiao Lu, what does it mean to be an advanced demonstration unit for military-civilian integration in Longxia? Well, quite literally, it feels like we've become a defense industry enterprise. As Lu Xinwei was explaining, Zhou phone call unexpectedly came through. Chairman Lu, gather all the factory staff immediately. The leaders from the Qinchuan Armed Forces Department are coming to sign a confidentiality agreement with you. Right now? But everyone is already clocked out. Regardless of whether it's after hours or not, even if it means going to hell, they must return to sign the confidentiality agreement, Zhou stated solemnly. Having also received a sudden call from the Qinchuan Armed Forces, they demanded that a confidentiality agreement be signed with all 1,300 employees of Julong Steel by midnight tonight. Uncle Ma was instructed to notify all workers to assemble, as the leaders from the Armed Forces Department were on their way. What? This? Don't just stand there. Even Uncle Wang's tasks should be paused. What about those on leave? Yes. compensate them for overtime, and have them all come back. Lu Shenwei declared decisively, suddenly recalling something. Do you think we should set up a security booth at the entrance? Would it be better on the left or the right? The left side? Of course. It said that the left eye twitches with fortune. As dusk fell, Zhou arrived at Julong Steel with the leaders of the armed forces. Chairman Liu, I apologize for not realizing that your company was responsible for highly classified military tasks, which led to disturbances from enemy agents, said one leader. Nonsense. It was we who caused trouble for the organization, Lu Shenwei replied, shaking hands with the stern-faced soldiers. Zhou interjected, not just you. Even I was kept in the dark. Let us skip the pleasantries and get down to business. The leaders of the armed forces were efficient, and the engineering soldiers quickly constructed the security booth and set up the monitoring system. The resting workers of Julong Steel returned to the factory in small groups, astonished by the scene before them. Wow, is that an infantry fighting vehicle? Those soldiers look like high-ranking officials. Yesterday, they surrounded the factory. What now? Sure. Can't you see the chairman and the factory director talking to the soldier leaders? This was truly a spectacle. No one could have imagined that Julong Steel would become a semi-military enterprise. What do you mean by semi-military enterprise? We are clearly a military enterprise. Over 1,000 people lined up in the factory yard, and it was not until 11 p.m. that the confidentiality agreements were completed. Isn't this just like yesterday? The agreement from yesterday only pertained to the cables, but today's is much more serious. It's a lifetime confidentiality. Once everyone had signed, Zhou turned to the soldier, who nodded slowly. Chairman Liu, I will send someone tomorrow to install a red landline in your office, which will connect you directly to me. Thank you for your concern. Lu Shenwei replied with a smile, and Zhou shot him a glance. You nearly gave me a heart attack with the events of the past few days. I never anticipated things would unfold this way. Lu Shenwei remarked helplessly, as he had merely wished to develop quietly, unexpectedly becoming a model unit for military-civilian integration. I'll tell you more later. By the way, we've identified the individuals behind the smear campaign against your Foot Basin Chicken Association. Their president is named Kiteda. Zhou, when casually noted as he accompanied the soldier out. Kiteda, is it? I'll remember that. Lu Shen silently committed this name to memory, while across the sea, Kiteda Jiro inexplicably shivered. Kita-san, are you all right? I feel I have betrayed His Majesty the Emperor. The plan to intercept the Longxia aircraft carrier has failed. It is not your fault. We can only blame the cunning of the Longxia people. The Green Landscape Group, which we ardently supported, has been thwarted by Longxia, and Lu Jiujian has also been imprisoned. The scheme of the Foot Basin Chicken has utterly failed. Kita-san, the military has devised a new plan that requires your cooperation. I am willing to serve His Majesty the Emperor until my last breath. Kiteda Jiro is always at the military's command. The military has another scheme, aptly named to skin a tiger. Chapter 44. Substituting the inferior for the superior. Deceiving eagle sauce. Upon hearing these words, Kamida instantly became invigorated. A man clad in military attire whispered beside him, and Kamida's spirits lifted at the mention. Are you suggesting that we leverage the influence of eagle sauce to procure the blocking cables from Long Dragon Steel in a legitimate manner? Indeed, but it is not we who shall purchase them. Rather, we shall entrust the task to the Lok East Germany Nioding Company to acquire the blocking cables. The man in uniform replied with a smile. The Foot Basin Chicken Corporation had paid a hefty price to bribe the researchers at Lok East Germany Nioding. To their dismay, they discovered that Eagle Sauce's blocking cables were sourced from a private steel mill in Longxia, leaving the Foot Basin Chicken flabbergasted. Wasn't it said that Eagle Sauce's technology was unparalleled? Is this all there is to it? Thus began a series of calculated maneuvers by Kamida Jiro to wrest control of Long Dragon Steel. Long Dragon Steel has been recognized by the Longxia military as a quasi-military enterprise. Does Eagle Sauce not know this? Kamida queried. The man in uniform chuckled, of course. The Pentagon is aware of Long Dragon Steel. Yet what they do not realize is that the blocking cables used on their aircraft carriers are products of Long Dragon Steel. This is rather unfathomable. Kamida pondered, perhaps exploiting this information gap could indeed work. Long Dragon Steel is a private enterprise in Longxia, and for the sake of corporate profitability, they might be willing to continue trading with Lok East Germany Nioding, especially considering their past transgressions. I shall give it a try. Rest assured, Lok East Germany Nyoding is so eager for excess profits that they might even sell the very ropes that strangle them. The man in uniform asserted confidently. The next day, Kamida formally sent a business letter to Lok East Germany Nyoding, requesting their assistance in procuring Longxia's super cables. However, William was no fool. The intention to retrofit the Yukumo-class frigate was nearly written across his face. It was clear to anyone with vision that the Foot Basin Chicken was attempting to replicate the glory of the anti-sanitary napkin empire. There was no negotiation regarding the procurement of Longxia cables. Other than that, they could collaborate. William sternly refused, and Kamida forced a smile, offering, "The price for each cable is 800,000. The matter of Longxia's cables is of utmost importance. Mr. Kamida, you would not. 2 million per cable. This. The board will not approve such a transaction. 5 million. I hope the chairman understands our thirst for technology. 5 million? Has the Foot Basin Chicken gone mad?" William gasped. The 5 million price far exceeded his expectations, as the initial procurement price from the Eagle Sauce Department of Defense had only been 1 million. "How many do you require?" "It is not entirely unnegotiable." William spoke in a soothing tone. Noticing William's softened stance, Kamida raised a single finger. 10? That seems rather insufficient. No, I meant 100. If your esteemed board can agree, I shall also present a generous gift. Kamida chuckled. He had long since discerned the nature of Lok East Germany Nyoding's Vice President William, who was avaricious and fond of beautiful women. The Foot Basin Chicken had cultivated numerous exquisite and youthful ladies. Surely, a few would sway William to comply. Mr. Kamida is knowledgeable about technology. How about this? The company shall provide you with a response in 3 days. Thank you for your support. I shall await good news at the hotel. Kuwait departed with a sense of satisfaction, and William immediately dialed the president of the company. The president was ready to refuse, but upon hearing the offer from the Foot Basin Chicken, he too was intrigued. I must remind you that the Foot Basin Chicken has never forgotten revenge. Rest assured, the leash is firmly in our grasp. Very well, you shall take charge of this matter. The following day, the giant Dragon Steel Company received an email from across the ocean. Longxia Navy Company? Do they dare to show their faces? They wish to order 300 steel cables? Lu Shunwei was perplexed, while Ma Qianlin speculated. Is this a test? It felt more like a standard business invitation. We should report the situation to Director Gu and the others. When Gu Ming received the call, he was taken aback. What do you intend to do? Director Ma suggested a direct refusal, but I wish to sell to them. Lu Shunwei replied candidly. After all, has not the entangled accusations over the past year stemmed from the Eagle Nation's interference in our cable business? Such a rare opportunity for retaliation must not be squandered. Uncle Ma was cautious and reluctant to stir up trouble, but Lu Shunwei was not. Dare to act behind my back. Just wait and see how I will ensnare you. Sell to them? What are your specific thoughts? Lu Shunwei was not one to follow conventional logic. He surely had his own scheme. High prices for inferior goods. Do you understand what I mean? High-priced sales? Inferior goods. Ahem, you certainly have a knack for clever ideas, Gu Ming teased. It is all thanks to your remarkable leadership. Do not jest. Remember this. Do not mess it up. Our superior blocking technology must not fall into the hands of the Eagle Nation, Gu Ming warned. To which Lu Shunwei merely nodded. With Gu Ming's approval, Lu Shunwei promptly convened a meeting with the factory directors to assign production tasks. Upon hearing Lu Shunwei's plan of selling inferior goods, Ma Qianlin and the others furrowed their brows in disbelief. Chairman, is this feasible? The Eagle Nation's Department of Defense is not foolish. They will certainly uncover our dealings with substandard products. What is there to fear? We can at least collect half the deposit up front, thus netting a significant profit. It is merely a question of whether we can deceive the Eagle Nation out of a few fighter jets. If not, we still do not incur a loss. Seeing Lu Shunwei persist, Ma Qianlin and the others reluctantly agreed. The next day, Giant Dragon Steel responded to Longxia Navy Company, stating that due to their previous breach of contract, the price for the super cables would rise to 2 million Longxia coins each, with half the deposit required up front. William furrowed his brow. Damn Giant Dragon Steel, they actually raised the price. Even if they have increased the price, we can still make a considerable profit, said Julie. Moreover, the Longxia company values its reputation highly and would never act in breach of agreement. William nodded. The absurd Longxia company is bound by ethics and credibility. They do not realize that abandoning morality could yield greater gains. That afternoon, Longxia Navy Company sent a formal procurement agreement and paid a deposit of 300 million. Lu Shenwei's lips curled into a smile. Uncle Ma, the fish has taken a bait. Are Longxia Navy Company truly fools? Ma Qianlin questioned in confusion. They're all makeshift teams. Who among them could claim superiority? 2 days later, the hastily modified production line for substandard super cables commenced shipping. Lu Shenwei remained oblivious to the fact that the cables he manufactured had instigated the gravest aircraft carrier incident since the founding of Eagle Sauce. But such revelations would come later. At the Qinchuan City Bureau of Industry and Commerce, Director Zhou when dialed Lu Shenwei's number. You've been quite busy lately, haven't you? I've heard that reporters from all quarters are seeking you out. Zhou chuckled. I'm just pretending to be busy. I've turned down all the interviews. Fame can be a double-edged sword. Perhaps it's for the best. I previously mentioned the matter regarding my nephew. I trust you haven't forgotten? Zhou Cun, right? He passed the interview. A rather astute young man, I must say. I hear that in recent days, the applicants have nearly overwhelmed your factory's entrance. Your connections surely must have helped. Chapter 45. The Cyber Authority takes action, sweeping all. Lu Shenwei chuckled, acknowledging that Zhou Wen's nephew was quite resourceful, having pursued a degree in electromechanical engineering, yet excelling in public relations. With your assurance, I feel at ease. The higher-ups have mentioned that they will come in a couple of days to install the plaque for the confidential unit. Let us prepare diligently, for this is indeed a significant matter. The directive was clear. Simplicity is key. Lu Shenwei nodded, preferring to avoid unnecessary extravagance. Additionally, there is an upcoming business banquet in Qinchuan that you must attend. Another banquet? Is it possible for me to skip it? You are aware of my aversion to such gatherings, Lu Shenwei lamented. You may bring Director Ma along to help shield you from the toasts. Very well. I shall place the burden on my old Uncle Ma. With the intervention of the Cyber Authority, the online reputation of Julong Steel underwent a remarkable turnaround. While some criticism remained, it lacked the intensity of orchestrated trolling. In the office of the chairman at Julong Steel, Lu Shenwei casually remarked, Uncle Ma, we have a banquet to attend in a couple of days. Director Zhou has insisted multiple times, and it cannot be postponed. Ma Qianlin scratched his head, contemplating. We have received an overwhelming number of orders for steel pipes lately. I was wondering if we could possibly expand our production line. Uncle Ma, you may make the arrangements. We are not short on funds at present. Julong Steel's financial records boasted a deposit of 1 billion, sufficient for either expanding the production line or initiating new projects. Even with ample funds, we must spend wisely. Let us prioritize the expansion of a steel pipe production line. As for the banquet, you may take Wang Zizhong with you. Ma Qianlin advised. Julong Steel and its cable production soared in popularity, while drone sales flourished. Yet the agricultural vehicle research department was stagnating. Wang Zizhong, burdened with over 400 employees, was losing sleep and his hair was turning gray from stress. Is Wang Zizhong's situation still unaltered? He is nearing a breaking point. Please take him to the banquet. Perhaps it will serve to distract him, suggested Lu Shenwei. Understood. In the meantime, Uncle Ma, please keep a close eye on recruitment and ensure the cable production maintains its quality, Lu Shenwei instructed. To outweat the competition, Lu Shenwei even redeemed camouflage technology for cables from the marketplace, confident that with the technical level of the competitors, no issues would arise. Although drone sales were booming, he decided against expanding the production line for the moment, opting instead to focus on developing large-scale transport drones once sufficient personnel were hired. The first step towards diversified development must be taken with care, ensuring Julong Steel's long-term stability and growth. 2 days later, a special team from the Longxia Confidentiality Bureau arrived to install the plaque designating the company as a Level 1 confidential unit. Lu Shenwei announced on the spot that all employees would receive an additional monthly confidentiality allowance of 600 yuan. The chairman is generous. Our days at Julong Steel are becoming increasingly prosperous. Indeed, Just 3 years ago, we were on the brink of bankruptcy. I believe it was Director Ma's good fortune and resolute leadership that enabled Chairman Liu to take the reins. Otherwise, we would have been left to fend for ourselves. I heard the chairman is attending the banquet with Director Wang tonight, and Qinchuan's business sector is set to award us. The workers bantered jovially. While Lu Xinwei and Wang Zizhong arrived early at the Qinchuan Hotel for the banquet. Chairman Liu arrived quite early. Please have a seat. Upon noticing Lu Xinwei's arrival, Huang Liang promptly approached him. Isn't there a need for check-in today? Lu Xinwei quipped lightly. Huang Liang responded with a hint of embarrassment. You still remember such trivial matters? Ha ha, just joking. Where is Bureau Chief Zhou? Lu Xinwei deftly shifted the topic. As the enterprise expanded its scale and production lines proliferated, the urgency to enlarge the factory space became increasingly apparent. Lu Xinwei intended to seize the opportunity today to have a serious discussion with Zhou Wen. Bureau Chief Zhou is preparing a draft and will arrive shortly. With Huang Liang's words, Lu Xinwei found a place to sit, followed closely by Wang Zizhong. However, scarcely had he settled when a stout man with a round face and ample physique waved at him. Who is that? Chairman Li Shouxin of Qinchuan Coal Group. A self-made titan, Wang Zizhong replied. Just as he finished speaking, Li Shouxin approached, holding a wine glass. Seeing you in person is more impressive than mere reputation. Chairman Liu, you are indeed youthful and accomplished. It is a privilege to finally meet you. Chairman Li is quite a prominent figure in the industry. The honor is mine, Lu Xinwei replied casually. Knowing that Chairman Liu would attend today's gathering, I made a point to arrive early. Do you have matters to discuss, Chairman Li? Not particularly. I was merely considering how I might assist Chairman Liu with some challenges. My eldest daughter, before Li Shouxin could finish, he suddenly felt a hand patting his shoulder. Old Li, that's rather inconsiderate. Your daughter is 6 years younger than Chairman Liu and already in her 30s. Is it appropriate to introduce her to him? Are you suggesting a match? Chairman, the shorter gentleman is General Manager Wu of Qinchuan Chemical, possessing assets worth billions. Wang Zizhong whispered. Though he once mingled in similar circles, he had attended fewer of these gatherings since the decline of the cheetah tractor factory. After all, they are all astute individuals, without wealth, who would wish to associate with you. Forget about lending a helping hand. Simply avoiding you is already a kindness. What nonsense is this? What does age matter? Haven't you heard that a woman 3 years older brings fortune? And 6 years older brings even more, Wu teased. It's quite laughable. What status does Chairman Liu hold? He could easily find a starlet. What merit does your daughter possess to be deemed worthy of him? General Manager Wu jested, to which Li Shouxin retorted with mock indignation. You speak nonsense. My daughter is an overseas PhD, well matched with Chairman Liu. Everyone knows your daughter's degree was purchased. If anyone is suitable for Chairman Liu, it would be my second daughter. Old Wang, are you trying to provoke a fight? Am I afraid of you? Don't think I'm unaware of your underhanded tactics. Seeing the escalating tension, Lu Xinwei quickly pulled Wang Zizhong to a corner. Old Wang, you aren't even carrying any snacks. You want to intervene? Intervene? Why would I? Wine gatherings are rather dull. Watching two old men bicker is far more entertaining. It's rare to have such amusement, and I certainly want to play peacemaker. You must be Chairman Liu. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Xiao Chen. A middle-aged man extended his hand, and Lu Xinwei shook it. This was Xiao Chen, the chairman of the electromechanical company, a tycoon worth billions. Wang Zizhong quietly reminded him, and Lu Xinwei inquired, he doesn't have a daughter, does he? Yes, he does, and she's an only child. I've heard she is quite beautiful. Greetings, Mr. Xiao, Lu Xinwei said courteously. I've heard that your esteemed company is developing a large unmanned transport aircraft. Our unit's electromechanical systems are quite reputable. I wonder if there might be an opportunity for collaboration. Relieved that this was not a matchmaking endeavor, Lu Xinwei exhaled. You are quite well informed. Let us find a suitable time to discuss this matter further. Chapter 46. The departure of the Totoro agricultural vehicle and Lu Xinwei's ultimate ambition. The design scheme for the twin-tailed Scorpion unmanned transport aircraft is nearly flawless, and the only feasible collaboration lies with the modified Long Eagle 01 model. Should we acquire an enhanced motor system, the maneuverability of the Long Eagle drone will be significantly augmented. What do you think about tomorrow? Asked Xiao Chun. So urgent? There won't be any pitfalls, will there? Very well. I shall await you at the Giant Dragon Steel factory tomorrow. It would be better at our company. Giant Dragon Steel is now a top-secret facility. As a Level 1 confidential unit, even someone of Xiao Chen's stature must undergo strict scrutiny to gain entry. Lu Xinwei nodded in agreement, much to Xiao Chen's delight, who immediately instructed his assistant to make arrangements for the reception. The subsequent banquet was filled with merriment, while Lu Xinwei sipped a couple of drinks, leaving Wang Zizhong to handle the socializing. Leaving already? Inquired Zhou. If I don't leave now, it will be too late. Everyone's trying to set me up with potential matches, daughters of President Li and the niece of President Zhang. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinwei felt overwhelmed. Wasn't this supposed to be a business networking event? How had it transformed into a grand matchmaking affair? Before arriving, Uncle Ma had mentioned the importance of cultivating relationships, as one often encounters the same faces. With so many daughters of executives present, it would be unwise to accept any offer, so he simply declined them all. Do you believe they wish to marry off their daughters to you? Isn't that the case? Marrying off their daughters is just a facade. Their true intention is to find someone capable of managing their enterprises. Zhou Wen's words enlightened Lu Xinwei. It appeared the executives were seeking a son-in-law to assist with their businesses. If that's the case, I must indeed take my leave. Let Wang Zizhong handle the socializing. You need to practice your drinking skills. Speaking of which, I wanted to inquire about the expansion of our factory. Can we secure some land? That matter falls under the jurisdiction of the regulatory department. But since it's your expansion, the city will certainly cooperate. The provincial leadership has specifically instructed Qin Chuan to prioritize support for Giant Dragon Steel. Zhou initially intended to promote Giant Dragon Steel with accolades such as Advanced Manufacturing Enterprise and Pioneer of the Qin Chuan Chamber of Commerce, while also securing titles for Lu Xinwei such as Outstanding Entrepreneur of Qin Chuan and Provincial Model Worker. Now, however, Lu Xinwei had articulated his own needs, land, which was much easier to facilitate. In that case, I thank you in advance. The factory has been quite busy lately. I appreciate your attention to this matter. With that, Lu Xinwei departed, leaving Wang Zizhong behind, unaware that while he had evaded the initial encounter, he could not escape the inevitable. The next day, Lu Xinwei accompanied Ma Qianlin to the electromechanical building. Xiao Chun organized a grand, welcoming ceremony. Yet before any discussions regarding collaboration could commence, he began to extol the virtues of his cherished daughter. With dual master's degrees from Ivy League institutions in economics and finance, she is well-versed in poetry, music, and proficient in both piano and guitar, he boasted extravagantly. However, upon meeting her, Lu Xinwei found her to be covered in tattoos and piercings, exuding a decidedly rebellious demeanor. Who could withstand such a presence? Despite Lu Xinwei's reluctance to remain, Xiao Chen insisted, "Don't be misled by my daughter's ostentatious appearance. Her heart is quite pure. I smoke, drink, and am tattooed, but I'm still a good girl. You are attempting to push me into a perilous situation, old by, with ill intentions. We may discuss matters of collaboration, yet I shall ponder the idea of befriending your esteemed daughter. Tattoos are merely an external manifestation of nefarious affiliations. Have you not observed the domestic productions?" Lu Xinwei, having uttered a brief remark, turned to depart. On the way, Ma Qianlin jestingly remarked, "Are you not tempted to inherit his vast fortune of hundreds of billions?" "Not at all. I possess both hands and feet capable of earning for myself," Lu Xinwei replied earnestly. His ultimate ambition was to accumulate hundreds of billions to exchange for an artificial sun, thereby resolving the energy crisis faced by Longxia. Although rich in land and resources, Longxia suffers from a lack of abundant oil and gas reserves. For years, it has been compelled to import oil at exorbitant prices from the desert regions, where the camels, supported by imperial powers, have established a so-called oil alliance, frequently raising prices to the detriment of Longxia's industrial development. Ma Qianlin contemplated these past few days. Wang Zizhong has regained his vigor and is fervently proclaiming the intent to work tirelessly for 30 days, aiming to achieve the trial production of the first agricultural vehicle by the end of the month. Uncle Wang is merely putting pressure on himself. I have already advised him that our Giant Dragon Steel does not lack in funds. Lu Shenwei suddenly felt a pang of regret. He should have let Wang Zizhong go when he initially took over the cheetah tractor factory. It was said that Wang Zizhong had not returned home for nearly 6 months, residing entirely at the factory for the sake of the new agricultural vehicle production line. Old Wang is quite stubborn. He only listens to your advice, Ma Qianlin remarked casually. Very well. Let us convene a meeting with them tomorrow morning. The following morning, in the grand conference room of Giant Dragon Steel, over 400 individuals were seated as Lu Shenwei addressed them. Giant Dragon Steel is not lacking in finances. I can see everyone's efforts. Director Wang has been leading you with great fervor, and the first agricultural vehicle is on the verge of trial production. Surely, it requires a new name? Wang Zizhong, upon hearing this, remained silent, while Lu Shenwei surveyed the crowd and inquired, "This agricultural vehicle has been created by all of you. Do you have any suggestions?" Chairman, how about continuing to call it the Cheetah Agricultural Vehicle? Cheetah Agriculture Vehicle? That sounds rather petty. Would Giant Dragon Agricultural Vehicle be more melodious? It aligns perfectly with the steel plant's name. Giant Dragon Agricultural Vehicle feels a bit too grand. That won't do. Since we are in Chuan, naming it Chuan Agricultural Vehicle would be most fitting. The higher-ups would never consent to naming it after the city. The crowd below buzzed with chatter, each offering their thoughts. Old Wang, do you have any ideas? After a prolonged silence, Wang Zizhong finally spoke. How about Dragon Cat Agricultural Vehicle? What do you think? Dragon Cat Agricultural Vehicle sounds great, echoing the tone of the Dragon Eagle drone. It retains the original company's brand while incorporating the new owner's name. Wang's suggestion is indeed astute. What say you all? Lu Shenwei proclaimed. Dragon Cat, what a delightful name. Dragon Cat and Dragon Eagle, a lineage continued. Chairman, this name is splendid. It is bound to bring great fortune. With the dragon paired with the cat, the Dragon Cat Agricultural Vehicle will soar to success. Observing the crowd's enthusiastic applause, Lu Shenwei nodded in satisfaction, finalizing the name for the agricultural vehicle. By the end of the month, the first Dragon Cat Agricultural Vehicle rolled off the production line amidst the cheers of Wang Zizhong and 400 fellow workers. The officially discontinued Totoro Agricultural Vehicle measures an impressive 3.5 meters in length and boasts a curb weight of 1.6 tons, with a rated load capacity of 700 kilograms. It is equipped with a 1.2-liter, 100-horsepower gasoline engine. Preliminary tests indicate that it can reach a maximum speed of 100 kilometers per hour on paved roads. In all-terrain mode, it maintains a speed of 50 to 60 kilometers per hour, and with a full tank, it can effortlessly cover a distance of 400 kilometers, demonstrating a water wading depth of 0.5 meters. Undoubtedly, the Totoro Agricultural Vehicle is entirely suitable for the diverse and challenging agricultural environments found within the Longxia region. Remarkably, the total cost of production does not exceed 15,000 yuan, allowing for a profitable sale price of 20,000 yuan after deducting production and transportation expenses. Chapter 47. The Dragon Rider faces off. I am the one bullying Eagle Sauce. Recently, Uncle Wang has been quite busy. From now on, the testing duties will be entrusted to Uncle Ma, Lu Shenwei stated. Upon hearing these words, Wang Zichong immediately felt displeased. Uncle Ma thinks he can just come in and reap the rewards? Not a chance. Wang Zichong's facha darkenet. Ma Quanlin chuckled. Chairman, did you hear that? It's not that Uncle Ma is unwilling to take over, but rather that our director Wang is quite fond of his own broom. Ha ha ha. Uncle Wang, can your health still hold up? As strong as ever. You need not worry. Wang Zichong patted his chest with confidence. Lu Shenwei nodded. All right then. We shall commence the agricultural vehicle performance testing tomorrow. Uncle Wang, how do we address the issue of sales for the agricultural vehicles? Ma Quanlin inquired. The product has been manufactured, yet no matter how exceptional the quality, it must be purchased. Wang Zichong pondered for a moment. Once the testing is complete, I will personally lead a team for ground promotion. He had conducted research and discovered that the agricultural population in Chuan City, across 7 districts and 6 counties, amounted to 6.23 million. Excluding the farmers who have migrated for work, there's still at least 4 million remaining to till the land. If the sales channels are smooth, we could potentially sell 300,000 units. Ground promotion? Is that feasible? Lu Xinwei murmured, as he possessed only a rudimentary understanding of agricultural vehicle sales. However, his connections from when he managed the Snow Leopard tractor factory could be of assistance. Wang Zichong exuded confidence. Just wait for my good news. Seeing Wang Zichong so assured, Lu Xinwei felt it unnecessary to press further. Ma Quanlin had investigated the agricultural vehicle market and noted that companies like Shifeng Agricultural, Chang'e Motors, and Jinbei Automobile had nearly dominated it. The Longmao agricultural vehicle only held an advantage in pricing. Let Wang Zichong and his team experiment. If it fails, we will reassess. Xiao Lu. The final batch of super steel cables has been produced and is ready for shipment, Ma Quanlin reminded. Lu Xinwei casually replied, inform Lock Dongdon Yoding Company that the final payment must be made when our trucks arrive at the dock. I will contact them immediately. Ma Quanlin nodded and departed. Lu Xinwei dialed Guming's number. The sample goods ordered by Eagle Sauce have all been dispatched. Do you have any further instructions? Really? That is splendid. In the past, Eagle Sauce always took advantage of us. But now the situation has reversed, Gu Ming exclaimed with excitement. In previous years, Eagle Sauce relied on cutting-edge technology to frequently encroach upon Longxia's space for survival, often delivering subpar goods to Longxia. Falling behind meant suffering defeats. Longxia needed to produce 300 million shirts just to exchange for a single large aircraft from Eagle Sauce. It was simply frustrating. Now, Longxia has risen comprehensively, albeit still constrained in certain critical sectors by Eagle Sauce. However, Guming believed such circumstances would not endure for long. How has the feedback been regarding our batch of steel cables from the Navy? Do we need to improve our processes? Lu Xinwei inquired. Guming replied cheerfully. The giant Dragon super steel cables have completely met the demands for aircraft carrier arrestor wires, and there is currently no need to increase costs for improvements. By the way, next month, the Guangyu jigging aircraft carrier will undergo sea trials, and Old Zhong has specifically requested your participation. An invitation for me to attend? I would be thrilled to witness Longxia's first aircraft carrier. Lu Xinwei responded joyfully. Are there no confidentiality issues? I'm just an ordinary person, he asked. Of course. There is no doubt. As a supplier of aircraft carrier arrestor wires, your participation in the inaugural combat test of the arrestor wire is essential. With your assurance, I shall certainly be present, Lu Xinwei remarked with a smile. Guming added, it is said that the refitting of the Izumo is nearing completion. When the time comes for a competitive display, we shall surely temper the arrogance of those foreign rascals. Lu Xinwei scoffed. These barbaric nations, after a few years, forget their own identities. Just a bunch of clowns. I will send a private jet for you next month. Don't forget. After Gu Ming said this, he hastily ended the call, as the sea trials of the aircraft carrier were imminent, and there remained much foundational work to be done. Across the vast ocean, at the headquarters of Lockton Didi Bulling Company, William erupted in fury. Have Dragon Summer Company lost their minds? They demand our final payment before the shipment is even loaded? His assistant explained in a low voice. The Dragon Steel accuses our company of lacking credibility, thus insisting on advance payment before shipment. Not a chance. They ought to inquire. Lockton Didi Bulling Company holds a global AAA credit rating, William retorted with pride. Very well. I shall respond to them immediately. The assistant spoke and began composing an email. Lu Xinwei frowned as he contemplated the expansion of the factory. They expect us to ship without the final payment? They must be dreaming. Thus commenced a Trans-Pacific contest, with Lockton Didi Bulling Company steadfastly refusing to make the final payment. In a more drastic turn of events, Lu Xinwei ordered the return of the delivery truck. They left the cruise ship at the port for half a day, and they actually brought the goods back? William was beside himself with rage. The assistant suggested, Sir, how about we pay 90 of the amount due and hold back the remainder? The Defense Department of the Eagle Nation has already pressed us multiple times, and the Foot Basin Chicken Company has made 2 visits. Lockton Didi Bulling Company may breach their contract with Dragon Steel, but they cannot afford to offend the Eagle Nation's Defense Department. Damn Dragon Steel. Let us proceed as such for now, William conceded. In the pursuit of excessive profit, there is little that one cannot compromise. Pay 90 of the final payment? That is acceptable, Lu Shunwei replied nonchalantly. Ma Qianlin nodded. Then I shall proceed with the shipment. Shipment? What goods are there to ship? We shall discuss shipping only when they have transferred the entire final payment. Lu Shunwei had begun to perceive that the claims of the Eagle Nation regarding international credibility were mere nonsense. If breaching contracts yielded greater profits than normal transactions, the Eagle Nation would hardly care about international credibility. Whether AAA rating. Everyone knows that the 4 major credit rating agencies are mere lapdogs of the Eagle Nation. Is this feasible? Ma Qianlin remained earnest, his mind solely focused on the shipment. Uncle Ma, have you not heard the saying on Wall Street of the Eagle Nation? Abandon useless morals, and you can earn more. In response to Lu Shunwei's outrageous remarks, Ma Qianlin hesitated. Our Dragon Summer Company values integrity above all in business. Uncle Ma, do not forget, they breached the contract first. As the sage said, it is better to repay grievances with straightforwardness than with virtue. The Eagle Nation has already taken advantage of us, yet they still preach about martial virtue. Let us use swift tactics and strike decisively. Facing Lu Shunwei's unscrupulous maneuvers, William on the other side of the ocean was infuriated to the point of fury. In the past, he had always resorted to unscrupulous tactics against gentlemen, but now, he found himself up against someone even more unscrupulous. They accepted payment without delivering the goods, and what was even more insidious was that he could not voice his grievances. Reluctantly, he paid the remaining balance to them. Cursed be the Dragon Steel. I shall make you aware of the folly in provoking Longxia Navy Company. William seethed with impotent rage, yet found himself compelled to comply. Upon receiving the final payment, Lu Shun immediately instructed the translator to block all correspondence from Longxia Navy Company. Previously, it had been foreign companies bullying Longxia Company. Now, the tides had turned. Little Lu, our steel pipe sales have been unusually abnormal these past few days, Ma Qianlin suddenly remarked. Chapter 48. This pipe looks so familiar, doesn't it? Isn't this my family's steel pipe? Is there something unusual about the sales? Lu Shunwei inquired, puzzled. Ma Qianlin handed over a report. Please take a look for yourself. The monthly sales report revealed that, starting 3 months ago, the sales of Julong Steel Pipes skyrocketed. In the first month, the sales reached 30,000 units, followed by an increase to 60,000 in the second month. And this month, the figure astonishingly hit 100,000. The production line's conveyor belt was practically sparking. Yet last month's orders remained unfulfilled. What on earth is happening? Is half of the sales coming from Bai Xiaoying's live stream? Does she wield such influence? Have you asked her about it? I've inquired several times, but Bai Xiaoying claims that the orders are made by her fans in the live stream. Where are all these products being sent? They are scattered across various regions. Do we have a sales distribution map? I'll have someone compile it immediately. Steel pipes are entirely unaffected by seasonal changes, and we haven't conducted any promotional activities. How could there be such a sudden surge in sales? Bai Xiaoying, have you been running any promotions in your live stream recently? A bewildered Bai Xiaoying responded. What kind of promotion? Something like buy one, get one free. For Longying drones or Julong steel pipes? No, why does Chairman Lu ask? Has someone approached you for returns? Not at all. It's just that the recent sales figures seem a bit peculiar. Have they decreased? Bai Xiaoying has been profiting immensely from the sales of Julong steel pipes. As long as Julong Steel informs her of stock availability, she lists them immediately, requiring no effort in promotion, as buyers seemingly appear from nowhere to purchase every available share. Some even go to the extent of monopolizing the sales of Julong steel pipes at exorbitant prices. With a revenue split of 90-10, Bai Xiaoying does nothing and still earns tens of thousands monthly. Bai Xiaoying, too, could not fathom why there were such frenzied purchases of Julong steel pipes. No, on the contrary, the sales have surged. Isn't that a good thing? A sudden increase in product sales necessitates understanding the underlying reasons. One cannot conduct business in a state of confusion. I see. I will inquire further. Bai Xiaoying contemplated, while Lu Shunwei exchanged a few more pleasantries before concluding the call. Chairman, the sales distribution map has been completed. Lu Shunwei took the sales distribution statistics, noting that there were buyers from all directions, appearing rather irregular. Perhaps I am overthinking it? No, wait, Uncle Ma. Why are all the pipes being sent to border cities? Lu Shunwei exclaimed in astonishment. Ma Qianlin donned his reading glasses. Indeed, there are no exceptions. Northeast, southwest, and northwest border cities are all included. I haven't heard of any major developments in those areas. It's quite strange. Lu Shunwei pondered, unable to make sense of it. Let us not dwell on it for now. Let us continue to expand the steel pipe production line. We shall fulfill as many orders as come our way. Certainly. Ma Qianlin relished hearing this, appreciating the straightforwardness of conducting business. Who would ever complain about having less money? There are also two other matters to discuss. Wang Zizhong has already taken his team out for grassroots promotion. Should we send someone to monitor? Let Uncle Wang handle it himself. He can ask for anything he needs. The development potential of the Totoro agricultural vehicle is immense once the market opens. Julong Steel will undoubtedly achieve a diversified evolution. With steel, drones, and agricultural machinery as its three pillars, how can Julong Steel not soar? In the following days, despite investigating the surge in steel pipe sales, Julong Steel found no answers. However, the Pentagon across the ocean uncovered the truth. In recent months, the firepower of desert-dwelling terrorists has intensified, resulting in significant casualties among our soldiers. The operations officer lamented, "How is this possible? Haven T, we already cut off their supply of rocket materials. They lack munitions factories. From where could they possibly acquire rockets?" The commander, shouldering a Samsung, expressed his confusion. The intelligence agency discovered that the guerrillas were purchasing rocket materials from the black market at prices significantly higher than those of Longxia Corporation. Damn Longxia Enterprises. It seems that their suicide drones originated from them. Coupled with the rockets, one cannot help but suspect the ulterior motives of Longxia's upper echelons. The commander furrowed his brow. Previously, he had sold Longxia a batch of substandard aircraft carrier arrestor wires, which delayed Longxia's sea trials while simultaneously constraining their influence over domestic enterprises. But what now? Should we fabricate something from nothing and continue to play the cotton card? Or should we press on Longxia's soft underbelly at Frog Island? Perhaps we can incite some chaos in Longxia's backyard to exert pressure? The commander declared sternly. Enhance sanctions against Longxia Steel Pipe Company. This time, let the language be more severe and designate that drone manufacturing enterprise as an international war sponsor. The advisor, in a hushed tone, cautioned, "I must remind you, the suicide drones are also produced by that steel pipe company." The commander was taken aback. WTF? Can a foolish Longxia groundhog truly possess such capabilities? Despite his disbelief that a steel pipe enterprise could pivot to drone production, the unfortunate truth was that they had achieved it. A steel mill producing drones? Is this some form of blasphemy? The commander's worldview shattered as he grasped the advisor's collar, his eyes ablaze. "Are you certain?" The suicide drones had already resulted in nearly 100 of our soldiers being unable to return home before Christmas. Indeed, we have studied Longxia's drones. They are appallingly rudimentary. The Pentagon's Weapons Technology Center procured 10 Longxia drones from the black market, and after disassembling them, all researchers were left dumbfounded. Their simplistic structure, exceptional maneuverability, an astounding payload capacity combined with the fearsome C4 explosives encapsulated the essence of a suicide drone. It is said to cost less than 6,000, yet its lethality rivals that of a 120,000 Stinger missile. Coupled with Longxia's terrifying production capacity, they have supplied the desert-dwelling guerrillas with 20,000 drones in a single month. As a result, even tanks defending freedom now require additional armor to venture outside. Right now, convene a press conference at the Ministry of Defense. I must denounce the damned Longxia military-industrial complex to the world. The commander, in a fit of impotent rage, was reminded by the advisor. It is said that Longxia is a private enterprise. How could it possibly be a private entity? You must be mistaken. What the hell is the name of that company? The Giant Dragon Steel Company, a privately owned steel mill located in Longxia, Qinchuan City, has been the subject of meticulous investigation by military strategists, who are well aware that the company remains oblivious to its true circumstances. Giant Dragon Steel has long believed that its steel pipes are intended for water pipeline installation and that its drones are merely used for tourism photography. The wretched giant Dragon Steel is set to hold a press conference tomorrow morning, where I shall expose their transgressions to the world. Meanwhile, the Pentagon is diligently gathering evidence against giant Dragon Steel, while Liu Xinwei, concluding a day's work, reclines in his office chair, engrossed in his mobile device. On a short video platform, in Chiga's livestream, the exuberant host reveals, "Brothers, we have finally obtained the genuine article today. The base materials for the Yashin 105 and Kassan rockets." The animated host excitedly showcases the steel pipe in his hands. And Liu Xinwei's eyes widen as he notices the inscription, GPT 3091-93, distinctly etched on the rocket launcher. Why does this seem so familiar? Chapter 49. Manufacturing rocket shells and suicide drones, yet claiming to be a civilian enterprise? Liu Xinwei stared intently at the screen, murmuring, "Isn't this the production standard for civilian steel pipes from Longxia? Our own steel pipes adhere to this standard and sell quite well. Brother Qi, this is just our Longxia civilian water pipe. If this material can be used for rocket shells, doesn't that mean our Longxia Steel Plant could seamlessly transform into a military factory? Patience, everyone. Just give me a moment to demonstrate." The host brandished a flame thrower, directing its searing blaze at the steel pipe, which soon glowed red. Quite intriguing. It withstands high temperatures without deforming, certainly suitable for use as a rocket launcher. Whose product is this? It's impressive. Someone upstairs must be dreaming of riches. It's clearly Brother Qi's lucrative venture. Which domestic steel mill possesses such technology? I must seize the opportunity to make an acquaintance, Liu Xinwei pondered. The host chuckled heartily, saying, "I have no such intentions, and I'm not afraid to tell you that these steel pipes are no longer available through legitimate channels. This remarkable steel pipe must certainly be under state control. What a pity. If only I knew whose product this was, I would buy them out. I recognize this steel pipe. The Cat's Paw Anti-Black Group has mentioned it. It's the main weapon used by the Desert Camel guerrilla fighters to strike at the American forces. Is this still a steel mill? It's clearly an arms supplier. I wonder which steel mill possesses such audacity. Let me show you a couple of videos to experience the firepower of our Longxia steel pipes. In the footage, Desert Camel guerrilla fighters shouldered rocket launchers, firing at the invading enemies of their homeland. Each rocket sent 3 to 5 American soldiers to their demise. Wow, are American soldiers really that incompetent now? What happened to their combined arms tactics? Haha, are you a new fan? You don't know how fearful American soldiers are of death. Combined arms tactics? Under overloaded conditions, a single Yashin 105 can take out a tank. Let us draw lots. I hope those American soldiers muster a bit more courage and take down a few more. The thoughts of those upstairs are quite wicked, but I like it. A black dragon insignia flashed across the body of the rocket launcher, and Liu Xinwei wondered, why does that look like our steel pipe? That can't be possible. The host chuckled. Let us pause the video here, and now I will introduce the second formidable weapon of the Camel guerrilla fighters, the suicide drone. Host, could you rotate that steel pipe from earlier? Liu Xinwei commented, and the host gently replied, I know everyone is eager, but please be patient. Upon hearing this, Liu Xinwei settled in to continue watching. Now let us watch this video of the Camel guerrilla fighters hunting American soldiers at night. The screen was pitch black until the drone's night vision activated, revealing a couple of fully armed American soldiers. The drone locked onto its target and suddenly surged towards the ground. With a resounding explosion, the American soldiers fell lifelessly. Wow, how is this different from a video game? It's so bloody. They just died like that. Whereas the so-called global cop. Is this their strength? My goodness, Brother Qi, please refrain from using codes. Half a Fox has been sealed for over a year, so do pay attention. Typically, aren't attack drones equipped with mounting points? One should not squander such resources. The video depicted that the drone's munitions had been expended, yet there was a desire to prevent the American soldiers from fleeing, thus resorting to a suicidal charge. Liu Xinwei listened intently to the broadcaster's explanation while observing the battlefield imagery. Wait a moment, isn't that the upgraded version of our factory's Longxia drone? Broadcaster, is the suicide drone in the video painted in desert gray? Does it bear a black dragon insignia on its underside? Patience, the answer shall be revealed shortly. Brother Qi, employing a strategy of feigned restraint, sparked urgency within Liu Xinwei. Whoosh! Over 20 large rockets soared past the live stream, leaving Brother Chi momentarily stunned. Have we encountered an impatient tycoon? Good heavens, is he that reckless? Brother, do you still need attachment for your legs? You truly are insufferable. How can one possess such wealth? Brother Chi exclaimed, thanks to President Liu for the generous donation of large rockets. You were indeed correct. The Desert Camel's drone does feature the Black Dragon insignia. What? Liu Shunwei was momentarily taken aback, swiftly piecing together the entire sequence of events. He urgently inquired, does a rocket's body also carry the same Black Dragon insignia? Brother, you aren't in the know and deliberately trying to expose me, are you? Brother Chi chuckled. Though not explicitly stated, this remark effectively confirmed Liu Shunwei's suspicions. The base material for the Yashin 105 and Kassan rockets is indeed their very own D-grade high-temperature seamless steel pipe, and the guerrilla suicide drones are none other than the Longxia drones. At last, the reason behind the American Department of Defense's sanctions against them became clear. They claimed that Julong Steel was an international war sponsor. Is it not true that they are indeed sponsoring international warfare? The tycoon wishes to conduct business, Brother Chi. So please dispense with the suspense. It feels as though the tycoon is verifying something, and that nickname sounds rather familiar. I feel as if I have heard it somewhere before. Is the tycoon still present? Do say something. Liu Shunwei was left in a daze, staring blankly at the live stream. The tycoon remains in the broadcast room, so I shall cease the suspense. The words I am about to share may indeed lead some fans to immense wealth. So listen closely. Brother Chi declared with conviction. Brother Chi, I implore you to speak swiftly. It's been an entire evening. Recording mode is activated. I shall not miss a single word. 2 years ago, a private enterprise of ours landed on the American Department of Defense's sanctions list. I trust everyone is aware of this. Most fans in Brother Chi's live stream were either military enthusiasts or faux military enthusiasts, well-versed in significant events of the Blue Planet. I know, Julong Steel, but it seems that company has been rather quiet these past 2 years. Wait, Brother Chi, you can't possibly be implying. Indeed, the base material for the Yashin 105 rockets is produced by this very company's seamless steel pipes, and the immensely powerful guerrilla artillery is also manufactured by them. Brother Chi blurted out, and Liu Shunwei's anxious heart finally found relief. Goodness, all this time, it was not the American soldiers targeting the guerrillas, but rather striking at Julong Steel. Tomorrow, we shall maximize our production capacity and impart a formidable lesson to the Eagle Nation. At this moment, Liu Shunwei felt not an ounce of remorse. Instead, a flicker of pride ignited within him. Our products are engaging in combat with the Eagle Nation. How impressive. Let us expand our production line further. We shall operate around the clock, manufacturing steel pipes and gas canisters. Wealth awaits us. What does that mean? What wealth? The situation is somewhat intricate. We shall discuss it further when we convene tomorrow. Upon ending the call, Liu Shunwei left Ma Qianlin in a state of bewilderment, who promptly summoned his assistant to assign production tasks. The livestream room erupted into chaos due to Brother Chi's remarks. What the heck? Is that really it? So the Eagle Nation possesses evidence that firmly implicates Dragon Steel. The Eagle Nation is fabricating evidence. Dragon Steel had issued a statement declaring itself a private enterprise. Yet now, fans have begun to realize that this is indeed a private enterprise capable of producing rocket munitions and kamikaze drones. Chapter 50, The Order Explosion. Ma Qianlin was bewildered. This private enterprise is impressive, yet the Desert Camel is even more remarkable. The conversion of civilian steel pipes and gas canisters into weaponry is truly extraordinary. Ultimately, it all boils down to the fact that the product quality of Julong Steel is impeccable. Otherwise, do you think one could simply wield a steel pipe as a rocket launcher? Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to place your orders. An opportunity for wealth lies before us. Let's charge forth. Currently, placing an order can still yield profits. As Chiga is aware, several border trade companies within the country have made substantial purchases of steel pipes from Julong Steel and have reaped considerable rewards. Thus, we have uncovered the reason behind the surge in sales of Julong Steel pipes. Apparently, the fans in by Xiaoying's live stream are arms dealers. Chiga, why not share a link for sales? With Julong Steel's current popularity, you are bound to make a fortune. With Chiga's prowess, success is inevitable. Chiga, what about the drones? Which company produces them? Are you not aware that after the steel pipes were regulated, Julong Steel developed the Longxia drones independently? Good heavens! Is Julong Steel aiming for the skies? My worldview has been shattered. Even the drones are from Julong Steel? This truly affirms their identity as sponsors of international warfare. What a spectacle! Julong Steel is indeed formidable, having flourished despite sanctions from the Eagle sauce. Rocket shells, merciless artillery, and suicide drones. If one claims they're not a military enterprise, I simply cannot believe it. Why haven't you placed your orders yet? The Longxia drones appear to be unrestricted for export. Lu Xinwei observed the frenzied comments from netizens. The drones can be purchased. The Desert Camel guerrilla forces are likely utilizing the Longxia 01 model. Rich man, have you awakened? By the way, does Rich man have international trade connections? We could partner to profit. Forget it. Ordinary people cannot engage in shady business while living peacefully in the country, Chiga advised. This statement holds merit. Only those with systemic support can thrive, while ordinary enterprises would struggle to survive 6 months under Eagle sauce sanctions. Chiga is right. Earning money through risky ventures is no easy task. After saying this, Lu Xinwei sent another round of rockets and exited the live stream. Rich man, don't leave. Having money allows for indulgence. Throwing away tens of thousands is trivial. Have you all noticed that Rich man's name is the same as the chairman of Julong Steel? What the heck? I checked his profile. It's astonishing. He is indeed the chairman of Julong Steel. Chiga was utterly stunned. Did the head of Julong Steel truly remain oblivious to the fact that their products were being sold as arms abroad? What a missed opportunity worth 100 million. Director Lu is a billionaire. I've already placed my order. No one can compete with me. Lu Xinwei exited the live stream, and within 10 minutes, the phone in the Julong Steel office rang incessantly. What did you say? You want 2,000 drones? The duty officer picked up the phone, but before he could respond, another sales call rang through. How many do you need? 5,000 drones? Please, hold on. I'll register your request. But we need you to pay half the deposit first. Is that acceptable? If you transfer the funds now, we will commence production immediately without delay. The duty officer was brimming with excitement, as the Dragon Steel Plant had explicitly stipulated that every worker was a brand ambassador for Dragon Steel and also serve as salespersons, earning a 2% commission on every sale, irrespective of the seller. Before long, he had secured orders for 200,000 drones and 360,000 steel pipes. Factory director, I've struck gold. When Ma Qianlin received the call, he was utterly bewildered. What nonsense are you spouting? Are you not on duty? He retorted. Oh, no. I didn't mean I struck gold, but our factory has. What did you say? You received hundreds of thousands of orders in half an hour? Are you certain? Have a finance department check the accounts. Several have confirmed that full payment deposits have been received. In the dead of night, Ma Qianlin summoned the factory's finance team to audit the accounts. Director, is there a problem with our books? Rest assured, I graduated from Longxia and have nothing to fear. The finance officer assured him, boasting that Director Lu was far more magnanimous than previous bosses, with a monthly salary of 30,000 and little overtime. Even better, Director Lu consistently advocated for lawful tax contributions and the fulfillment of corporate social responsibility, alleviating fears of potential tax audits. I know you're impressive, but our accounts are fine. The reason I called you in the middle of the night was to conduct an audit, the finance officer mumbled, albeit reluctantly booting up the computer as requested by Ma Qianlin. All public transfer ports were closed at night. It was impossible for. Wait, what is this? How did so much money come from overseas and private accounts? The finance officer was flabbergasted. Ma Qianlin immediately picked up the phone. Shaoli, check if these company names match. Sam E International Trade Company, La Helan Dun International Technology Development Company, private account Hu Li Wei. They do match. But the phone keeps ringing, Shaoli exclaimed excitedly. The midnight cacophony of ringing felt like celestial music to Xiao Li's ears. After all, it was money, his money. Director, there are continuous accounts sending us funds. Could there be an issue? The finance officer expressed concern. Ma Qianlin pondered briefly. I'll call the chairman. What is going on? 600 million in half an hour? Lu Shenwei had anticipated a surge in sales due to Brother Chi's live stream, but had not anticipated such an exaggeration. Chairman, do you know what is happening? Ma Qianlin inquired. I was planning to discuss this tomorrow, but since you're awake, the situation is... Lu Shenwei succinctly explained the circumstances, leaving Ma Qianlin utterly astonished. He realized that after a lifetime of being honest, he had inadvertently become an arms dealer. Ma Qianlin hadn't forgotten that he and Lu Shenwei were on the sanctions list of the Eagle Country's Department of Defense, initially feeling wronged. Now, it seemed the Eagle Country, known for its fabrications, had spoken the truth for once. What should we do now? Lu Shenwei contemplated. We should accept all orders. Opportunities like this are rare. Understood, Ma Qianlin affirmed, promptly instructing Xiao Li to meticulously record every order's requirements. The following day, before dawn, Lu Shenwei rushed to the office. Upon receiving the sales statistics from Ma Qianlin, he was taken aback. A staggering 6 billion orders, surpassing the revenue amassed by Longxia Steel in previous years. Are we not crossing any legal boundaries with our approach? Ma Qianlin expressed his concerns. Lu Shenwei dismissed the notion, stating, as long as there is no prohibition in law, we are free to act. After all, Longxia Steel is a private enterprise in Longxia, and the overreach of foreign powers cannot impede us. Very well. I shall convene a mobilization meeting shortly, set production tasks at full capacity, and cancel all leave for 100 days of vigorous effort. Ma Qianlin declared with exuberance. That 6 billion order would sustain Longxia Steel for 2 years. Chairman Lu, it seems you have been rather busy lately. Gu Ming suddenly called, and Lu Shenwei, quick-witted, inquired, Leader, is there an issue? Chapter 51, with the classic of mountains and seas as evidence. The territory of the Eagle Nation belongs to us. Director Gu Ming had previously mentioned that he had been preoccupied with the momentous launch of the Wide Area Silence. The sudden call to himself indicated the gravity of the matter at hand. It wasn't anything overly significant, merely that the Eagle Nation's Ministry of Defense was convening a press conference at 10 o'clock the following morning. Gu Ming spoke softly. The sales of Dragon steel pipes, gas cylinders, and drones have the potential to influence the outcome of a small-scale conflict. According to statistics from the Longxia Intelligence Department, the number of Eagle soldiers killed by Dragon Steel has surpassed 200. Furthermore, with an incessant flow of weaponry to the Desert Camel region via the black market, future casualties among the Eagle troops are likely to escalate dramatically. What does their press conference have to do with us? Surely they cannot impose sanctions on us again? Lu Shenwei muttered. Gu Ming chuckled. You've actually guessed it right. The Eagle Nation's Ministry of Defense now intends to designate Dragon Steel as a special entity for sanctions. Special entity for sanctions? What does that entail? It's rather complex to explain. To put it simply, anyone associated with Dragon Steel, be it businesses or individuals, will fall under the jurisdiction of the Eagle's long arm of the law. This is utterly oppressive. Lu Shenwei exclaimed in anger. I was selling pipes profitably, and now they sanction me. I switched to gas cylinders, and again I face sanctions. Now I'm producing drones. Who would have thought that the ingenious warriors of the Desert Camels would repurpose them into suicide drones? Rest assured, they cannot reach our domestic operations. But your overseas ventures may be impacted, Gu Ming cautioned. Lu Shenwei hastily inquired. We received a large batch of orders yesterday. Is everything all right? A large order? No problem. Continue production as you see fit. I will coordinate with the higher-ups, even if they wish to restrict Dragon Steel due to international implications. They will have to wait until we fulfill the current orders. Thank you for your support. We will adjust our production strategy. With Gu Ming's assurance, the 6 billion seems secure. Just be cautious and do not cross any red lines, Gu Ming advised. Lu Shenwei nodded repeatedly. You need not worry. As long as the motherland directs Dragon Steel eastward, we shall never tread westward. By the way, may I inquire about the progress of the industrial assessment? Gu Ming responded mysteriously. There have been findings, although they differ somewhat from our expectations. The 3-month industrial assessment in Longxia indeed uncovered several promising technologies, such as high-performance stamping engines, range-extending hybrid technology, and short-range wireless charging solutions. However, these all pertain to civilian applications and diverge significantly from military requirements. The higher-ups have decided to suspend the assessment and adjust strategies, intending to revisit it in 6 months. Our factory has once again produced the Dragon Cat agricultural vehicle. Do you think our military might find it useful? Liu Xinwei asked. With Wang Zizhong and his team having been in the countryside for over a month, the market for the Dragon Cat agricultural vehicle had yet to materialize, and Liu Xinwei sought to leverage Gu Ming's connections for opportunities. Agricultural vehículos. Our Navy may not have use for them, but your Dragon Eagle drone might pique the interest of the Air Force, Gu Ming remarked casually, then suddenly remembered. Also, don't get too caught up in selling. Don't forget the significant event at the end of the month. Rest assured, the wide-ranging trial of the Silent Sea will proceed, and I assure my presence. Upon hearing this, Gu Ming contentedly ended the call. Chairman, what did Director Gu say? Machiavelli inquired eagerly. The U.S. Department of Defense is imposing sanctions again, reminding us to remain vigilant. Oh, will this affect our production? Steel pipes are certainly unaffected, but the Dragon Eagle drones are uncertain. Liu Xinwei had already prepared for the possibility of restrictions on the production of Dragon Eagle drones. The senior management of Longxia was not intimidated by the U.S. Department of Defense, yet they feared misunderstandings from smaller nations. After all, a private steel mill like yours can support a small-scale war. If a dispute arises, might you not deploy drones to obliterate us? Sigh. The business we painstakingly established is hindered by U.S. sanctions. Ma Qianlin lamented. Liu Xinwei gently reassured him. Uncle Ma, let it go. Supporting justice inevitably comes at a cost. Once we grow stronger, we shall impose sanctions on the U.S. Ma Qianlin retorted in anger. In recent years, the U.S. has been gradually weakening, transitioning from a global police force to an isolated cowboy. Isolationism is prevalent, yet a withered camel is still larger than a horse. Even in decline, the U.S. remains a global hegemon, audaciously asserting dominance over any nation. Yet, there exists a resolute group of righteous individuals, adorned in headscarves, who engage the U.S. soldiers with rockets fashioned from civilian steel pipes in a spirited exchange. Un climat resta sourd. As soon as the invincible facade reveals even the slightest crack, other nations will tear the U.S. apart. Other countries can endure numerous defeats, but the U.S. cannot afford a single loss. Liu Xinwei gazed into the distance, his eyes sparkling with determination. He firmly believed that Longxia, as the foremost industrial power in the world today, would inevitably reclaim its former glory. In a moment, I shall issue a statement on the official website, prohibiting the modification of drones and steel pipes, while also limiting personal purchase quantities, Liu Xinwei declared. With the exposure from Brother Chi's livestream, an increasing number of individual buyers have emerged. Liu Xinwei could not guarantee what these individuals intended to do with the Dragon Eagle drones upon returning home. This morning, while scrolling through videos, he discovered that some had begun to replicate the Yashin 105 rocket launcher using the Dragon steel pipes, necessitating an immediate disclaimer. I shall handle it right away. Ma Qianlin promptly arranged for the office to release the announcement, and within half an hour, the internet erupted with uproar. White Xiaoying and several major live streams echoed opposing sentiments. What does this mean? Is Giant Dragon Steel no longer interested in profit? Personal purchases require a statement of purpose. Each person is limited to 4 steel pipes and 1 drone. If personal purchases are disallowed, can't we procure in the company's name? Do not underestimate the executives of Giant Dragon Steel. They will surely uncover your little schemes. Fortunately, those who placed orders last night will not be affected. 2,000 steel pipes can yield substantial profits. White Xiaoying explained, I believe everyone is aware that my live stream has inadvertently become an arms trading hub. Don't you think Xiaoying seems a bit gleeful? Please remove the word bit. Xiaoying is indeed Huang Han, so what if she revels in the U.S.'s misfortunes? Huang Han, the so-called Yellow Han who seeks to cede the 18 provinces of Han? No. I am a true Yellow Han, illuminated by the sun and moon, and all lands belong to Han. Do not conflate me with traitors. By Xiaoying stated solemnly, the false Yellow Han demands the 18 provinces of Han. The true yellow Han knows that all illuminated by the sun and moon is Han territory. The Rocky Mountains are the sacred ground of Guanyin Bodhisattva, and we fervently demand the reclamation of the land occupied by the Eagle Nation. The individual upstairs is deluded. The Guanyin Temple is located on Mount Luojia, not the Rocky Mountains. You speak nonsense. I have the classic of mountains and seas as evidence. That land occupied by the Eagle Nation was, tens of thousands of years ago, part of our Dragon Summer. Chapter 52. 2 years, 8 aircraft carriers. Do you really wish to engage aliens? Uncertain who instigated it. The fans in the live broadcast room grew increasingly fervent. The galaxy is indeed a river. I declare that the entire universe belongs to Longxia. Stop daydreaming upstairs. Has Longxia developed the aircraft carrier arrestor wires? Are there nuclear-powered carriers that do not consume fuel? I call out nonsense. It is said that Longxia's indigenous arrestor wire technology is leading the world, and nuclear-powered carriers are currently under construction. Are you out of your mind? Leading the world, nuclear-powered carriers? Longxia's first aircraft carrier, the Broad Silent, is steam-powered. How foolish can you be? Arrogance has its limits, has been muted by the host. What a laugh. Your barking has ceased? Fool. Longxia's first aircraft carrier is merely a trial. Once the technology matures, it will be like producing dumplings. Jiangnan Leather. No, Jiangnan Shipyard, with 16 docks at Southern Shipbuilding Heavy Industry. If we assume half the docks are used for constructing aircraft carriers, given Longxia's industrial capacity, 2 carriers in 2 years is not unreasonable. Is it? Goodness. 2 aircraft carriers in 2 years? Are you upstairs really itching for an alien confrontation? And what about your glorified Eagle Dad? They haven't even mastered electromagnetic catapult technology. While our Longxia's first carrier goes straight to electromagnetic launch. Doesn't that eclipse your blood-sucking Eagle Dad? Calm down. Hee. You've rendered the sycophant speechless. Bai Xiaoying chuckled. It is rumored that the Broad Silent will undergo sea trials next month, and some have already received invitations. Oh, is it really going to sea trials? Does this mean the arrestor wire technology has truly made a breakthrough? Last year, I heard my older brother say something about how the Eagle sauce had us in a chokehold and the bear was hiking prices. Not surprising. Our Longxia has so many scientists who are not idle, anticipating it eagerly. I hope to receive a visit invitation. Don't get your hopes up. The initial sea trial is a comprehensive examination of the carrier's technical performance. Besides naval leaders and technical personnel, outsiders are rarely invited. Whoever can secure an invitation for Xiaoying will have her agree to anything. Oh my, is the opportunity for a live stream with Bai coming up? What are you thinking? Visiting a massive aircraft carrier, a colossal plane, and you think it can compare to Xiaoying in her attire? Xiaoying, even in your wildest dreams, maintains some standards. Spending 10 million might not even guarantee you this opportunity. 10 million to visit a super weapon? Where is it that cheap? I was merely jesting. Bai Xiaoying waved at the camera, preparing to wash up and sleep, when suddenly she saw a call from Lu Shenwei. ISN-T Chairman Lu busy? It's rather unusual for a munitions dealer to be free. You must be raking in profits, right? Let us not discuss that. Remember to tune in to the Eagle Sauce Ministry of Defense at 9 tonight for significant news. Significant news? What is going on? Keeping it mysterious, you'll find out when the time comes. When the Dragon Steel faced an attack from trolls, Bai Xiaoying was among the few independent media figures who firmly believed in Dragon Steel's innocence. In reciprocation, with such substantial news of sanctions from the Eagle Sauce Ministry of Defense, Lu Shenwei naturally thought of Bai Xiaoying first. With an air of mystery, I will be watching and live streaming tonight. Lu Shenwei nodded, and then summoned Ma Qianlin to prepare countermeasures. The Ministry of Defense of the Eagle Nation seeks to undermine us. Although the tangible damage may be negligible, Lu Shenwei will not be indulgent. He intends to seize this opportunity to create a stir, stepping boldly upon the Eagle Nation's forehead, thereby expanding the influence of Dragon Steel. Are the materials ready? Let Director Ma take a look. As Lu Shenwei spoke, his assistant activated the computer screen. Joyful music accompanied striking visuals of tanks, aircraft, and artillery, leaving Ma Qianlin utterly captivated. Xiao Lu, is this reckless approach acceptable? Ma Qianlin inquired, astonished, as the content seemed to be a direct affront to the Eagle Nation. Reckless? We are merely being factual. The visuals and content are merely references to international news. Liu Xinwei asserted confidently. Should we send it to Director Gu and the others for review? This video feels somewhat. No need. Just send the video. Are we really afraid that the Eagle Nation will retaliate against us? Seeing Liu Xinwei's steadfastness, Ma Quanlin had no choice but to acquiesce. The announcement was prepared to be posted online, ready to be released the moment the Eagle Nation's Ministry of Defense held their press conference. Liu Xinwei had preemptively contacted several influential figures to deliver a minor shock to the Eagle Nation. As night fell, Bai Xiaoying commenced her live broadcast. Is Xiaoying really going live tonight? Something must be afoot. Could it be that Xiaoying has received an invitation? Clearing her throat, Bai Xiaoying announced, "Tonight promises excitement. Let me connect to the live video." She set up her equipment and entered a special channel. "Hey, Xiaoying, are you truly going to stir things up? Aren't you afraid of being banned? Exercise caution with the Eagle Nation's chat software. It's easy to get your account suspended." A mysterious informant had alerted me in advance that the Eagle Nation's Ministry of Defense was planning something. Is Xiaoying's influence now reaching the military? Truly connected. Can you share any details? If I knew, I would certainly share, but alas, I am equally bewildered, Bai Xiaoying replied candidly. So, are we merely waiting in vain? What if the Eagle Nation's Ministry of Defense has nothing to share? Fear not. If they lack content, Xiaoying will provide some. Just then, Bai Xiaoying received a short video from Dragon Steel that nearly had her in stitches after a single viewing. Who on earth conceived such a creative idea? Would the Eagle Nation not be infuriated upon seeing it? Xiaoying, come on. Show everyone how to subdue the eight-headed serpent. Don't go overboard. I want to see Xiaoying crush Yuhido's golden elixir with her bare hands. Yuhido has been dead for over 100 years. Are you still trying to beat a dead horse? The fans in the live chat were wildly engaging, and Bai Xiaoying, with a serious demeanor, remarked silence. The spokesperson of the Eagle Nation's Ministry of Defense, the green-haired sister, is here. It is said that the green-haired sister, with dark skin, identifies as an armed helicopter. Every time I see her, I feel nauseous. How could the Eagle Nation appoint such a person as their spokesperson? Perhaps this is a reflection of the Eagle Nation's unique aesthetic. I await their antics. The green-haired sister grasped the microphone and began to sternly denounce Longxia for disturbing world order and disrupting peace in the Camel Desert region. Has this fool lost her mind? Our Longxia warriors never leave home. What havoc are we wreaking? Rumor has it that the Eagle Nation's latest indulgence is not illegal. Perhaps they are a bit high. Sister Green exclaimed, following an investigation by the Department of Defense of the Eagle Nation. It has been confirmed that the Longxia Qinchuan Dragon Steel Company serves as a supplier of weaponry for the Desert Camel terrorists. The suicide drones, rocket artillery, and volatile gas canister bombs they provide have inflicted irreparable damage upon the valiant warriors of the Eagle Nation who defend freedom. As Sister Green spoke, she displayed 3 harrowing images of Eagle soldiers struck by the Dragonhawk drones, the Yashin 105 rocket missiles, and the merciless artillery. The brutality depicted in the images and the horrific scenes prompted enthusiastic applause from the viewers in the live broadcast. My goodness, is this not the Dragonhawk drone from Dragon Steel? Is it truly equipped with bombs in such a ludicrous manner? Who on earth could conceive such a scheme to transform pipes and gas canisters into rockets? Chapter 53, Eagle Sauce, Pride. I steal oil for my country. Dragon Steel has truly become formidable, undoubtedly a military enterprise. I previously heard Brother Chi discuss Dragon Steel's transformation into a military factory during a live stream. I never expected it to be true. What is Eagle Sauce attempting? An upgrade in sanctions? It seems so. Eagle Sauce is quite predictable, isn't it? Intimidation, sanction, and military aggression. We vehemently condemn Dragon Steel's despicable actions in supporting terrorists, urging them to cease their reckless pursuits. Green-haired sister seethed with indignation. Bai Xiaoying couldn't contain her laughter. Isn't this our common vernacular? When did Eagle Sauce learn it? Did they pay tuition? Xiaoying, you're too mischievous. Eagle Sauce is probably crying in the restroom. I believe everyone should purchase more Dragon Steel pipes to lend our support and prevent our heroic enterprise from being besieged. I would love to support, but Dragon Steel has purchasing limits. The Ministry of Defense has confirmed the inclusion of Dragon Steel on the list of severe sanctions. Any organization or individual daring to purchase from Dragon Steel will face harsh penalties for the Eagle Sauce Ministry of Defense. Green-haired sister exuded an air of formidable authority, reminiscent of the Qing dynasty's determination to wage war against the world, causing the live stream audience to erupt in laughter. Green-haired sister is amazing. A nationwide effort to sanction Dragon Steel. The international confirmation is valid. Dragon Steel is set to sell like hotcakes now. The press conference concluded, and everyone waited eagerly for Xiaoying's engaging video to commence. Are there any experts? But can you outdo the Eagle Sauce Ministry of Defense? Anticipating. What is Xiaoying planning? Hopefully, she is not announcing personal sanctions against the Eagle Sauce Ministry of Defense. By Xiaoying cheerfully announced, everyone, open your eyes wide. The engaging video is about to begin. The live stream momentarily faded to black, and when it resumed, a waving stars and stripes appeared in the center of the screen. The scene then shifted to an award stage, where a fair-skinned boy held a certificate, grinning at a dark-skinned teacher. The teacher proclaimed, loudly, the first prize of this competition goes to Bob Allen from Texas Elementary School for his performance of I Steal Oil for My Country. What on earth? I steal oil for my country? Holy moly, this is outrageous. Did Dragon Steel retaliate right after the Eagle Sauce Ministry of Defense issued the sanctions? Majestic landscapes and camels, Eagle Sauce warriors riding in Hummers. I take pride in being an oil thief, donning a steel helmet as I traverse the world. Bullets and shells mean nothing to me. I rejoice in the desert's fierce winds. This is a true depiction of the audacity of the Eagle Sauce soldiers, akin to oil bandits. The lyrics are brilliant. Dragon Steel possesses a true genius. With a machine gun aimed at the rising sun, oil tankers deliver the evening glow. Fearless of heaven or earth, let the protests and condemnations come as they may. The screen displayed rows of Eagle Sauce oil tankers, perfectly aligned. I steal oil for my country. Your home has oil, and your home is my home. Tanks adorned with the stars and stripes rumbled by, oil tankers following one after another. I am in stitches. How will Eagle Sauce respond now? Does Eagle Sauce even need to respond? They might just spiral into oblivion. Xiaoying, could you share the original link? I wish to repost it. No problem. Chairman Liu anticipated everyone would appreciate it, and the download link has been placed in the comment section for free access. By Xiaoying chuckled, recalling how she nearly laughed herself breathless upon first viewing the adapted video. Chairman Liu was quite the trickster. Dragon Steel seems to have taken on the Eagle country's Ministry of Defense. To obstruct someone's source of income is akin to killing their parents. If I were Chairman Liu, I would be equally incensed. How can a dignified world superpower insist on opposing a mere private enterprise? What is the rationale behind this? Let us not forget this private company possesses suicide drones and can manufacture rocket artillery components. This is utterly outrageous. I suspect Dragon Steel could swiftly transform into a military factory overnight with explosive production capacity. A monthly output of 2,000 suicide drones. Wouldn't that instill fear? By Xiaoying's live stream was buzzing with excitement, while Chigu and other streamers maintained their own heated discussions. I steal oil for my country, even produced versions in eagle, bear, and desert camel styles within 2 hours. The video concluded with a special acknowledgement of the Eagle country's Ministry of Defense, its overseas bases, Lockheed Martin and Raytheon, among other renowned institutions and arms companies. Dragon Steel is reveling in the chaos, fanning the flames. Have we seen any statements from our spokesperson? I wonder how the higher-ups perceive this situation. What else could there be? They will certainly favor their allies over the facts. Besides, Dragon Steel is indeed in the right this time. By tomorrow, I predict this topic will surge into the top 3 trends, likely reaching the #1 spot by morning. The following morning, the topic, I steal oil for my country, soared to the headlines, amassing a staggering 180 million views. The original video on Dragon Steel's official website accumulated over 12 million downloads, and the office phone was nearly inundated with calls. While a significant portion of the feedback praised Dragon Steel, a minority of dissenters condemned the company for distorting the truth. What sort of individuals are those criticizing us? ISNT the Eagle Soldier S. Oil, theft a common tactic? Maquian Ling questioned. Lu Shunwei chuckled, saying, "The dissenters are rather foolish. Let us document their phone numbers and report them all to the Chuan Security Department. If luck strikes, they could unwittingly earn 500,000. As the end of the month approached, he needed to prepare thoroughly for the visit to the vast silence. New clothes, shoes, and pants were essential. He wished to make a splendid appearance for the aircraft carrier's sea trial. "Uncle Ma, accompany me this afternoon for some shopping." "Me? Perhaps it's best I refrain. My taste is rather outdated." "Well then, I'll go alone if necessary." Just then, a call from Bai Xiaoying came through. "Ms. Bai, that seems like a splendid option." "Thank you, Chairman Liu, for the video you shared last night. My followers have surged by over 100,000, Bai Xiaoying beamed. Lu Shunwei replied earnestly, "And how do you intend to express your gratitude to me?" This question left Bai Xiaoying momentarily speechless. It had been an offhand remark. "What do you wish for me to do? It wouldn't be accompanying me for shopping, would it?" "Shopping? Does Chairman Liu truly need more clothes?" "Not particularly, but I wish to present myself formally for an event at the end of the month." In the factory, Lu Shunwei typically donned work attire. Although he possessed some clothing, few pieces exuded elegance. Otherwise, he would not have been mistaken for a conference hosted by Huang Liang. "I see," Bai Xiaoying pondered, her mind racing with ideas. Suddenly, an intriguing notion struck her, a live streaming event. When Chairman Liu spoke, could Xiaoying possibly decline? "How about we go shopping together and stream it live?" she proposed. "Live streaming to buy clothes? Doesn't seem appropriate," Lu Shunwei murmured. Bai Xiaoying, with a cheerful grin, insisted, "That's my only request. I implore you." She had already conceived the theme for the live stream. A day in the life of a billionaire, simple and unpretentious. It was bound to attract attention and generate significant traffic. "Very well, we shall meet tomorrow afternoon," Lu Shunwei casually replied. Chapter 54. The Millionaire's Suit. Is Lu Shunwei showing off? Just as Lu Shunwei had finalized the time, he had yet to hang up the phone when a call from Zhou Wen came in. Director Zhou's call announced a meeting for tomorrow. After saying this, Lu Shunwei connected with Zhou Wen. "You're quite impressive, having been sanctioned by the U.S. Department of Defense while still pulling off a major feat," Zhou remarked. "Director Zhou, they're the ones bullying us, and I am powerless to change that," Lu Shunwei replied, exasperated. "They're trampling on us right above our heads. How can one endure such indignity? If I don't retaliate, I would be remiss as a man from Longxia." "Huh, youngsters with ambition," Zhou chuckled. Lu Shunwei tentatively asked, "You're not angry with me?" "Angry? Why would I be? You are the first among us in Longxia to dare to challenge the U.S. Department of Defense. I can only commend you," Zhou responded with approval. "To be honest, I have long wished to do this. If it weren't for our Longxia being a nation of propriety, I would have been even more audacious." Lu Shunwei laughed heartily. "Doing what you did is fine, but don't go overboard. Your recent endeavors are commendable. Stealing oil for the motherland has been covered in multiple renditions, achieving greater impact than 2 years of external propaganda efforts. The world has long suffered under Qin. Many are dreaming of crossing the gates, yearning for the U.S. to explode with gold coins. Unfortunately, the emaciated camel is still larger than a horse, and the U.S. is still holding on with all its might. But now, with giant dragon steel emerging, various factions are naturally following suit and getting creative. I may not be able to defeat you, but I can certainly annoy you. You should have mentioned earlier, I have some hidden talents as well. Now on to serious matters. Who is in charge of your external propaganda planning this time?" "The City Bureau's Publicity Department wishes to invite him for guidance." "Huh, is that appropriate?" "The Publicity Department is a legitimate power entity, responsible for online public opinion regulation and value guidance. Initially, the Publicity Department was meant to liaise with you, but their director heard of our acquaintance and asked me to relay a message." "Ah, I see. However, you're most familiar with this event as planning." "Familiar? Who might that be?" "It wouldn't be old Ma, would it? Your nephew, Zhou Cun, is our factory's publicity head. He has such capabilities? I was unaware. If it is indeed your nephew's planning, then the Zhou family's ancestral grave must be smoking with pride. Do inquire further." After exchanging pleasantries, the call concluded. The following day, in Bai Xiaoying's live stream. "Hey family, guess who I brought on today?" Bai Xiaoying announced as she pulled Lu Shunwei into view. "Hello everyone. I am Lu Shenwei, he smiled. The sun must have risen in the west. Lu Dong has entered Xiaoying's live stream again. This collaboration is truly dreamlike. Could it be that Xiaoying has succeeded? Xiaoying, I advise you to cherish this moment. Among the wealthy in Longxia, Lu Dong is the only one younger than you. Bai Xiaoying disregarded the teasing from her fans. Today's themed livestream is a day in the life of a humble billionaire. And the star is none other than Lu Dong. What a price it must have cost to bring Lu Dong here. Don't you know? Lu Dong and Xiaoying are friends. When Giant Dragon Steel faced online defamation, Xiaoying stood firmly behind them. I remember that. Many dissenters caused quite a stir in the live stream. Enthusiastically engaging in conversation, fans were abuzz as Bai Xiaoying escorted Lu Shenwei into the Qinchuan SKP International Shopping Center. Live streaming a shopping spree? Showering us with affection right here? What crime have I committed? The heartache is unbearable. This is utterly absurd. Mr. Lu, when will the restrictions on drone and steel pipe sales be lifted? Our home renovation is awaiting the plumbing. Recently, there have been a surge in orders, and the production line was overwhelmed, with recovery anticipated only next month, Lu Shenwei explained. Home renovation? Using the Dragon Steel pipes? Spare us. I recall you boasting about an order of 20,000 steel pipes. How could that possibly suffice for a renovation? Dear brother upstairs, let us not be too ludicrous. The abacus beads are practically bouncing off Mr. Lu's face. Ignoring the fans' comments, Bai Xiaoying focused on a traditional Chinese gown. What do you think of this one? The lace detailing seems a tad too informal, Lu Shenwei pondered. With the broad-spectrum trial of the Silent Sea approaching, military leaders would be present, necessitating a formal and dignified appearance. Bai Xiaoying inquired, what is the occasion? What is the budget? A serious and solemn affair. As for the budget, let us keep it reasonable, ideally not exceeding 1 million. Lu Shenwei contemplated briefly. Listen up, is this even humanly possible? Not exceeding 1 million. One extravagant display. 1 million could buy a house. I can't bear to watch this live stream. It's giving me palpitations. A pair of gold-trimmed trousers wound T cost 1 million. Mr. Lu, as a high-end tailor, I could craft you 100 perfectly tailored suits for that amount. Goodness, I'm so envious I could weep. This is genuinely heartbreaking. Bai Xiaoying was rendered speechless. 1 million was casually tossed around? What event was Mr. Lu attending? The Grand Elder Conference of Dragon Summer. A budget of 1 million was certainly ample, allowing for numerous selections. The thought of spending 1 million on clothing set her heart ablaze. To present herself, she would toil for an entire month of live streaming to earn a mere few hundred thousand. It was only due to the immense traffic from the Dragon Steel that her monthly earnings exceeded 10,000, which was rare. For a budget this generous, you might consider our Shengshi Huafu collection. The entire ensemble is only 198,000. The saleswoman smiled brightly. Shengshi Huafu, a masterpiece by top designer Yi Dailang, is indeed a remarkable value at 198,000. Are you speaking in human terms? A suit for 198,000? Are you truly discussing value with me? Do you think everyone is a millionaire? For Mr. Lu, 198,000 is hardly exorbitant. It's even less than the cost of a meal. Bai Xiaoying assessed the outfit. It looks decent. Shall we get a try? A tailored black suit, complemented by a light blue shirt and a navy tie, exuded elegance without losing grandeur. Lu Shenwei nodded in agreement. That works. 10 minutes later, Lu Shenwei emerged from the fitting room, impeccably dressed in a sharp suit. Bai Xiaoying's eyes lit up. Mr. Lu looks incredibly handsome. A gentleman like him is indeed unparalleled. Clothes make the man. Mr. Lu's attire will undoubtedly impress. Is it acceptable? Lu Shenwei inquired. Bai Xiaoying scrutinized him. It feels like something is missing. Ah yes, dress shoes. Mr. Lu's attire is simply remarkable. Wearing it will undoubtedly attract attention, the sales associate remarked with an almost obsequious tone. In my opinion, it is Xiao Ying who possesses discernment. They should truly be together. How do you find these two pairs? She inquired, presenting a pair of shoes. The black ones are understated yet elegant, while the brown ones exude a subtle luxury. Crafted from exquisite Italian cowhide. In recent years, the economic downturn has adversely affected even the luxury sector. Diamonds and gemstones have seen a decline in sales, and the fashion industry has experienced a significant slump. What do you think? Lu Shenwei asked. Bai Xiaoying pondered for a moment, yet before she could respond, the sales associate interjected, the black is versatile, while the brown is striking. Either choice is commendable, though it ultimately depends on your boyfriend's preferences. Boyfriend? What nonsense! Lu Shenwei felt no inclination to clarify, while Bai Xiaoying frowned and insisted, he's merely a friend. Chapter 55, Director Gu? Even the king of heaven himself would be powerless. This salesperson is a master of embellishment. If she encourages a bit more, it might indeed come to fruition. Go Xiaoying. I would rather believe in the existence of ghosts than trust the words of a salesperson. What is happening? Has Chairman Lu not explained, implying acquiescence? Given Chairman Lu's stature, he likely wishes to avoid putting Xiaoying in an awkward position. Is no one paying attention to the leather shoes? The limited edition from Edai Wolf costs no less than 240,000 per pair. I am astounded. The world of the affluent is so unpretentious. Black, then, Lu Shenwei stated. White Xiaoying, being a streamer, swiftly adjusted her demeanor and nodded in agreement. I also think black is beautiful. Half a minute later, Lu Shenwei reappeared in his newly donned shoes. Chairman Lu's ensemble is both striking and elegant, suitable even for the Supreme Elders meeting. Don't spout nonsense upstairs. The moderator can frequently be found in Xiaoying's live stream. Moderator, I advise you to tread carefully. Chairman Lu is present today. You really are bold. Calling out the moderator, huh? What do you think? Dashing. Any girl would drool at the sight of Chairman Lu. Ahem, I am not a delicacy, all right. Let us wrap it up. Lu Shenwei handed over the black gold card, and the saleswoman exclaimed with excitement. After discounts, it's 460,000. What do you think? Lu Shenwei nodded, and the saleswoman swiftly processed the payment and packaged the items, fearful that he might change his mind. The entire shopping experience lasted no more than 3 minutes, and Xiaoying mused when she might possess as much wealth as Lu Shenwei. 3 minutes for a man to spend 460,000. Saleswoman, stop laughing. I'm talking about Xiaoying's commission. With 460,000 in sales, the commission is at least 10. Goodness, is the luxury goods industry this profitable? No joke, 3 years without a sale, and then 3 years of profit. The saleswoman finished packaging the items and handed them to White Xiaoying. Xiaoying? What is this? Why is it being handed to me? She was momentarily stunned, but gracefully accepted the paper bag. Hilarious. Xiaoying's expression shifted from confusion to sudden realization, solidifying her role as Chairman Lu's maid. Have you all missed the point? Chairman Lu just pulled out a black gold card. Do you comprehend its significance? I have a black gold card too. One can obtain it with a bank deposit of over 500,000. Do not jest. Chairman Lu's black gold card is a globally limited edition, issued by Universe Bank. If I did not misread, Chairman Lu's card number is 00010. Do you know what that signifies? Those who understand, stop keeping us in suspense. If you don't speak up, I will come after you. There are only 100 globally limited cards, and it is said that one must have over 1 billion in cash to apply for one. White Xiaoying stared at the fans' comments, utterly stunned. What does having 1 billion in deposits even mean? Undoubtedly, the wealthiest person in Qinchuan. While there are many enterprises in Qinchuan with assets in the hundreds of billions, finding someone who can produce 1 billion in cash is exceedingly rare. Tears of envy welled up. Even if I earn 1 million a month from live streaming, it would take 100 months or 8 years without a break to accumulate such wealth. Lu Shenwei. I so wish to take a bite out of him. How infuriating. In the depths of her heart, Bai Xiaoying was in turmoil, yet she managed to speak. Mr. Lu, let us conclude matters for today. Stop. I wish to return home and weep under my covers. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. I've yet to buy you some clothes, Lu Shenwei said, pulling her back with determination. Bai Xiaoying, bewildered, replied, for me? Buying clothes? It would be remiss not to show my appreciation for your company during our shopping excursion. Mr. Lu is quite magnanimous. Xiaoying, you ought to relent. I implore you, let me at least embrace your heels. Oh my goodness, the happiness is overwhelming. I desire. Prada, Coach, Chanel. No, those are too pedestrian. Bai Xiaoying suppressed her excitement. Isn't this improper? It's my own money, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's perfectly acceptable for me to spend, Lu Shunwei casually remarked. What a lavish disposition, but I find it delightful. Wealth allows for such indulgence. How infuriating. Mr. Liu, I beg you, force my compliance just this once. By the way, do you have spare keys? Make me a few. Bai Xiaoying repeatedly declined, but could not withstand Lu Shunwei's insistence. Ultimately, he paid the bill, and Bai Xiaoying acquired a lovely gown and 2 handbags, totaling 110,000 yuan. I have recorded today's live stream. I shall send it to my boyfriend now. Oh no, dear friend, should you send that? He would then become your ex. The live stream chat erupted in a flurry as Bai Xiaoying and Lu Shunwei waved goodbye to the camera. Concluding the session, thank you, Mr. Liu, for your cooperation. My fan base has surged, Bai Xiaoying exclaimed with a cheerful smile. Lu Shunwei raised his hand. I should be the one thanking you. The following day, before dawn, Zhou called again. You've become rather arrogant. Trying to play tricks on me? What do you mean by that? You are the savior of Julong Steel. I would never dare to deceive you. You're fabricating tales. I inquired with Zhou Siyuan, and he mentioned that the idea was yours. Regarding this matter, while I may have suggested it, Zhou Siyuan had to execute it. Did he not? Surely, it is not my place to edit and film the video. Zhou Siyuan is quite perceptive, having merely provided a conceptual framework. Remarkably, within a single night, he produced the video, requiring only minor adjustments. Do not inflate Zhou Siyuan's ego. You must attend the promotional training session the day after tomorrow, Zhou insisted firmly. Lu Shunwei calculated the time. That is unfeasible. I have significant matters to attend to the day after tomorrow. What could possibly be more important than the training session for the Qinchuan City Publicity Department? Have the organizer speak with me. Seeing Zhou Wen's obstinacy, Lu Shunwei murmured, what the day after tomorrow? Just one day later. One day. Not even a second will suffice. Zhou Wen boasted to the charming director of the publicity department, asserting that if Lu Shunwei failed to fulfill his teaching obligations, he would be left utterly humiliated. He was convinced that Lu Shunwei's claims were mere excuses, thus maintaining his rigid stance. Shall I have Director Gu from the Navy's RD department call you? Not even the Emperor himself could change my mind. Who is this Director Gu? You speak of Director Gu Ming from the Navy's Equipment Procurement RD department? Indeed, that is correct, but you just stated it was impossible. I shall cancel the Navy's event right away. No. Do not act foolishly. Matters concerning the Navy are of utmost importance, so you must go. Really? Is it unnecessary for the director to make a call to explain? Absolutely not. How can you not comprehend the gravity of the situation? The Navy's operations undoubtedly take precedence over our city bureau's activities, Zhou Wen stated sternly. Yet, Lu Shunwei simply wished to tease him. Director Zhou, we have an understanding then. It is not that I lack respect for you, but rather that you deem the Navy's activities more significant. Do not be glib. Prepare yourself adequately for the naval event, Zhou Wen advised. The Navy has specifically invited Lu Shunwei to participate. What else could be more important than the aircraft carrier sea trial? The trivial training session for the City Bureau's publicity department must yield to the Navy's activities. Zhou Wen possessed that level of awareness. The following morning, under a bright and pleasant sky, the Navy's special aircraft landed steadily at Qinchuan Military Airport. Chapter 56. The Interruption of Cable Fracture. Eagle sauce explodes on the spot. Important note. After careful consideration, I have decided that this book will continue to be serialized until it reaches 1 million words, with no breaks in between, ensuring at least 2 chapters of 4,000 words daily. Occasional bursts of creativity are to be expected. At the behest of his superiors, Chen Huatao was tasked with escorting Lu Shunwei to the naval base. Lu Shunwei politely remarked, I can manage on my own. It seems unnecessary to send a special plane. You are the cornerstone of the aircraft carrier's airborne capabilities, Chen Huatao replied earnestly. The director emphasized the need for a grand reception. Lu Shunwei inquired, is there anything else we need to prepare? There is no need for special arrangements. We have already packed toiletries and a change of clothes for daily use. Please wait a moment while I finalize a few details. We will depart shortly. There's no rush. Take your time, Lu Shunwei responded. As the moment of departure approached, Lu Shunwei sought out Ma Qianlin. Has Uncle Wang returned yet? That old rascal is utterly engrossed, spending half a month living at the agricultural collective. With significant naval activities on the horizon, I'll be on a business trip for a few days. Uncle Ma, please keep a close watch on the factory. Rest assured. I am well aware, Ma Qianlin replied. We must also expedite the production of the Long Eagle drones and steel pipes, as I anticipate that strict regulations will soon be imposed from above. Drawing from experiences of previous sanctions, Liu Xinwei anticipated that the internal and external circumstances would soon tighten. When that time comes, it will be difficult not only for overseas companies to procure drones and steel pipes, but also for Longxia to sell domestically. Moreover, keep an eye on the development progress of the large unmanned transport aircraft. Although the reverse wind transport team has not pressed for updates, we cannot afford to be complacent. The chief engineer has thoroughly analyzed the design blueprints and is planning the initial setup for the production line. We need to accelerate the timeline. And regarding Uncle Wang, please keep an eye on that as well. Don't worry, little Liu. While you are away these few days, I will be stationed at the factory around the clock. Ma Qianlin assured, thumping his chest. Liu Xinwei nodded in acknowledgement. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Liu Xinwei boarded the special plane bound for the naval base. Upon landing, he was warmly welcomed by the naval personnel. Zhong, beaming with delight, greeted Liu Xinwei. Finally, little director, Liu has arrived. Gulme, let me introduce you to these esteemed individuals. Liu Xinwei respectfully replied, Mr. Zhong, I hope you are in good health. Tomorrow is a monumental day for our Navy. See, this young man knows how to speak well. Zhong chuckled as he began the introductions, presenting the third in command of the Navy, the head of the Ideological Work Department, and the commander of the broad domain silent aircraft carrier. Liu Xinwei was momentarily taken aback. These were figures one would typically only see on Longxia's news broadcasts. They greeted him warmly, and he repeatedly expressed his respects. Good day, leaders. The third in command remarked, in this vast world, there is much to be achieved. Comrade Liu, Longxia needs talents like you. You are overly gracious. I am merely contributing in my humble capacity. Liu Xinwei responded respectfully. Do not jest. The third in command of the Navy is a person of immense influence. With a single word, they can obliterate an entire industry. They stand at the pinnacle of the Longxia military. Just as Zhong completed the introductions of the naval leaders, Gu Ming approached. I heard you specifically arrange your attire for the sea trial event? Gu Ming inquired. Liu Xinwei felt a bit embarrassed, responding, You are aware of this matter as well? The aircraft carrier's sea trial is a matter of utmost secrecy. The Naval Intelligence Department has thoroughly investigated the backgrounds of all invited guests. They are aware of everything, from Liu Xinwei's shopping habits to where he had breakfast this morning. A single outfit worth over 400,000. You truly possess great wealth. You jest. I simply wish to show my appreciation. Let's set this aside for now. I must prepare diligently for tomorrow's sea trial. I have heard that in recent days, the Eagle Nation's Little Chick aircraft carrier and the Yamato of the Foot Basin have also been undergoing sea trials. Is that credible, you mean? Rest assured, it is absolutely reliable. Suddenly, Liu Xinwei recalled something, filled with anticipation. The Longxia Naval Base was bustling with preparations for the aircraft carrier's sea trial. While across the ocean at the Eagle Nation's naval base, the testing of the next-generation Raptor heavy carrier-based aircraft had entered a critical phase. The commander of the Eagle Nation's Department of Defense and the fleet commander were present in person. Executives from the Raytheon Equipment Group and the Lockheed Martin Corporation were also in attendance to witness the inaugural flight test of a new generation of carrier-based aircraft. Mr. William, congratulations on your company's successful acquisition of the Defense Department contract for the arrestor wire, said an executive from Raytheon, with a smile that did not reach his eyes. William retorted with disdain, Lockheed Martin is renowned worldwide for producing high-quality weaponry, which has withstood scrutiny from the Pentagon. The revolving door is not solely your domain. Wolf quipped before departing. The Eagle Nation's characteristic revolving door sees nearly every leader of the Department of Defense transition into high-ranking positions at major defense contractors like Lockheed Martin or Raytheon upon leaving office, utilizing their former public positions to benefit these companies while earning substantial salaries. The current senior advisor at Lockheed Martin is the former deputy commander of the Eagle Nation's Department of Defense. Foolish Raytheon. Do they truly believe they can sway the Department of Defense solely through the revolving door? Scoffed an assistant. William replied with pride, "We have always triumphed through quality. Once they observe today's test, they will comprehend." While the company's arrestor wire was indeed purchased from Longxia Dragon Company, its quality would withstand scrutiny from Lockheed Martin. Little did William know, Liu Xinwei had covertly manipulated the situation, playing a card of inferior quality disguised as superior. Half an hour later, the next-generation Raptor fighter jet was catapulted from the carrier deck. It soared and danced through the air, performing various high-difficulty maneuvers, eliciting rounds of applause from the spectators on the deck. Heaven bless the Eagle Nation. Our great country shall undoubtedly lead in freedom. Long live the Eagle Nation. We are the defenders of liberty. The crowd was exuberant as the Raptor aircraft descended to prepare for landing. On the deck, hydraulic buffers activated, and the 4 arrestor wires were raised in sequence. The Raptor fighter lowered its tail hook as its tires made contact with the deck. The first arrestor wire tightened instantly, just as William's heart began to relax. The next moment, the first arrestor wire snapped. WTF! The Raptor fighter lost control, and the remaining 3 arrestor wires shot upward, attempting to catch the Raptor. Yet, in less than a second, all 3 arrestor wires snapped simultaneously. With a splash, the Raptor fighter plunged into the sea, prompting the pilot to quickly engage the ejection seat. Regrettably, the moment had come too late. As the cockpit opened, the pilot, along with the ejection seat, collided violently with the edge of the aircraft carrier's deck, plummeting into the depths of the ocean with a resounding thud. Above, the severed arrestor cable lashed about like a steel whip, striking a nearby Raptor fighter jet. Its wings shattered, the fuel tank ignited in a brilliant explosion, and chaos erupted across the deck. Several cables whipped into the crowd, unleashing a cacophony of anguished cries. Just imagine being struck by a cable as thick as a bowl. Could one possibly survive such a fate? The screams intermingled with the bloodshed as William was struck by the arrestor cable, shattering his left leg. Clutching his calf in agony, he found himself utterly abandoned, with no one rushing to his aid. Trusting in the reliability of the Lockheed Martin Group's arrestor system, no one anticipated that the cable would fracture, nor was there an emergency response plan in place. The crowd scattered in a frantic escape, and William was trampled underfoot. Gazing at the billowing smoke from the Raptor, only 2 words echoed in his mind. It is over. Chapter 57. Do not rush. Let the bullets fly for a while. The incident occurred unexpectedly, leaving the shipboard firefighters with no time to respond. Thick smoke engulfed the sky, reducing 4 Raptor fighter jets to mere steel frames. As firefighting foam finally began to spray from the pumps, lying on a stretcher, William rapidly contemplated a resolution, while the commander of the aircraft carrier was already beside himself with fury. Damn Rocktunder Nuttons. Where is their representative? Bring him to me. Seize him. General, the incident is under investigation. We have no authority to detain any lawful citizen, the ship's staff reminded him. The commander retorted angrily, for Raptor fighter jets reduced to scrap. 21 crew members dead, 17 severely injured, and 7 missing. Are you telling me I cannot apprehend him? If it weren't for the constraints of naval law, I would kick that fool hard with my pointed shoes and shove a magnum barrel into his foul mouth. Pulling the trigger without hesitation, the ship's staff quietly interjected, General, Mr. William is the vice president of Rocktunder Nuttons and maintains close ties with the leaders at the Pentagon. Now, immediately, bring that fool here. The aircraft carrier commander was livid, and the staff member, shrinking back, hurried off to find him. Yet, William was exceedingly cunning. After a brief bandaging, he swiftly boarded a rescue helicopter and departed from the carrier. Settled comfortably in the helicopter cabin, William promptly dialed the president's number. Mr. President, the carrier's arresting cable has snapped on site. You are aware of this. What do we do now? You say I bear full responsibility? What ist? Initially, it was you who planned to procure from a third party. You pocketed $30 million in kickbacks. If memory serves, it was from the Tom Keck Foundation, correct? Tuck away your schemes. If the Pentagon truly pursues this, none of U.S. will escape. William angrily hung up the phone. His assistant, sitting nearby, advised Mr. William, we should focus on our own rescue. Self-rescue? Once the Pentagon discovers we sourced the arresting cable from Longxia and sold it to the Navy at 10 times the price, they will annihilate my entire family. Having long been entrenched in the arms trade, William had witnessed too many arms dealers who ended up shot multiple times and declared suicides. His blonde, blue-eyed mistress had just given him a pair of beautiful daughters. He had no wish to die. We could frame Longxia's Navy, his assistant suggested. Frame them? Elaborate. Simply claim that the carrier's arresting cable was tampered with by Longxia Navy spies, then embellish the story. You understand, anti-Longxia sentiment is politically correct domestically. Your little groundhog brain is quite astute. Let us proceed with that plan. William redialed the president's number, and after a brief conversation, a smile graced his face. The incident involving the Chickadee-class aircraft carrier was quickly sealed off by the Eagle Nation's Navy and the Department of Defense. Nonetheless, the ever-vigilant reporters soon caught wind of it, with a postal reporter seeking out William's assistant late into the night. I am unaware of the situation you mention. The assistant maintained his silence. Unfazed, the reporter subtly slipped a gold card across the table. I hear you enjoy golfing. Perhaps you would appreciate this gold card. The assistant casually accepted the gold card, muttering, "The golf course in Central Park is quite a distance from here. Your vehicle is parked downstairs. Here is the key." The journalist handed over the golden key of the Cadillac, prompting the assistant to smile and ask, "What would you like to know? Please take a seat." In the realm of the Eagle, there exists nothing that money cannot sway. If it cannot be swayed, it merely indicates that the offered sum is insufficient. I heard that the Little Chicken aircraft carrier has encountered an incident. I wonder if you are aware. I was a first-hand witness to this event, and the scene was engulfed in thick smoke, quite tragic indeed. The assistant merely stated this, and the journalist's breath quickened. Thick smoke? Was the aircraft carrier on fire? Or was there an issue with the onboard aircraft? What exactly transpired? The Longxia Navy group adheres to stringent confidentiality regulations. I must protect my client's secrets. This card contains a sum of 500,000 if you. The assistant received it with a grin, saying, "Please do not share this with anyone." The latest generation of Raptor fighter jets has experienced a malfunction in its power system, resulting in the failure of the arrestor wire. What? The new generation of Raptor fighters is facing issues? That seems implausible, as it is said that the research and development costs for the Raytheon Corporation alone amount to $20 billion. The journalist was astounded, recognizing this as a significant scoop, one that could not be purchased for any price. If the newspaper could release a report at the earliest opportunity, its influence in the realm of public opinion would undoubtedly surge. We do not discuss possibilities. We only speak of the facts I witnessed. The Little Chicken aircraft carrier will dock at the Naval Yard for repairs tomorrow morning. I believe you ought to seek answers there, the assistant whispered, covering his mouth. The journalist, without pausing to express gratitude, swiftly departed with his camera. Timeliness is paramount in journalism. He must unveil the sensational news as quickly as possible. No sooner had the journalist left than Mr. William appeared in the adjoining room. "How did I perform, sir?" the assistant inquired excitedly. William smiled, saying, "Your expressions were overly dramatic. Your gesture for money lacked sufficient greed." To conceal the issue surrounding the arrestor wire of the Longxia Navy group, William and his superior devised two strategies. The first was to divert blame, and the second was to muddle public discourse. They sought to attribute the incident of the onboard aircraft testing to inherent flaws in the Raptor fighter, tarnishing Raytheon's reputation while guiding media narratives into disarray. Once the momentum of public opinion is established, attention would shift away from the faults of the Longxia Navy group. At that point, they could bribe the Pentagon's accident investigators to influence the jury, ensuring the continued glory of the Longxia Navy group. The incident involving the Little Chicken aircraft carrier was temporarily obscured, while nearby, across the sea from Longxia, the Izumo-class quasi-aircraft carrier's deck was filled with guests and crew members attending the ceremony. Kumita gazed proudly at the soaring Shinsen fighter jets above, and the defense minister and foreign minister among the onlookers nodded in approval. However, the next moment, disaster struck. The arrestor wire snapped, and a Shinsen fighter plunged into the crowd of spectators. Blood flowed, and flesh was scattered. Kumita was struck by the aircraft's tail, sustaining severe injuries. Yet, Many guests and the self-satisfied cannon fodder were not as fortunate, meeting their demise on the spot. Two rescue helicopters equipped with water cannons hurriedly ascended, only to collide in the chaos, resulting in an immediate explosion that claimed the lives of over 10 individuals. The incident lasted a full 3 hours before it was brought under control, as reported by the aircraft carrier's commander. Preliminary assessments indicate that 73 individuals perished on the spot. 41 succumbed to severe injuries, 103 sustained serious injuries, and 24 are unaccounted for. 5 fighter jets were destroyed, along with 2 rescue helicopters and 4 tow trucks. The naval forces deemed this catastrophe the most significant loss since World War II. Kameda, who lies in a coma from his grave injuries, has been apprehended, and all personnel from the international trading company responsible for procuring the aircraft carrier's arrestor wires have been taken in for questioning. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of this calamity, Liu Xinwei, finds himself savoring the gentle sea breeze with a skewer of meat in his left hand and a liquid explosive in his right, utterly content. Little Liu, it has been several days. Have there been no developments from the Americans or the naval forces? Liu Xinwei gazed confidently at the sea, replying, "Patience. Let the bullets fly for a while." Chapter 58, Liu Xinwei, block the issue and you can shoot me. Let the bullets fly for a while? What does that mean? Do you think the situation is escalating? Gu Ming asked, perplexed. Liu Xinwei took a swig of beer, the calm before the storm. The absence of news from the Eagle Sauce and the Foot Basin Chicken in recent days surely indicates something is amiss, doesn't it? That is a valid point, indeed. The Eagle Sauce and Foot Basin Chicken have been notably quiet lately. Gu Ming tossed a couple of peanuts into his mouth, while Liu Xinwei set down his can. You should rest early. You have major matters to attend to tomorrow. Likewise for you. Do not take your youth for granted, as the motherland requires you to be in good health. Gu Ming patted Liu Xinwei on the shoulder and left after ensuring 2 guards stayed behind. Would the 2 older brothers care for a drink? Please drink freely. We are responsible for your safety. The guards remained steadfast. Liu Xinwei chuckled. Thank you. The moonlight was as frosty as frost, and the sea breeze was gentle. In the distance, the warship stood tall, and suddenly, an odd question surfaced in Liu Xinwei's mind. Where, exactly, did those fellows from the Navy's publicity department learn their sorcery, capable of making an aircraft carrier appear like a small fishing boat and a 10,000-ton destroyer resemble a remote-controlled toy? Having dined and imbibed, Liu Xinwei prepared to rest, mindful not to keep his Gar brothers worried for too long. The news regarding the Eagle Sauce aircraft carrier had yet to circulate, yet numerous rumors were already rampant online. Brother, it's outrageous. The Eagle Sauce's little chick aircraft carrier has exploded. Dude, can you speak clearly? It's exhausting to listen to. What is happening? I see no updates from Big Head Eagle or Chiga. There's no news abroad either. I'll send you a picture, and you'll understand. A user by the name of Ji Buichong uploaded a photo obscured by billowing smoke. Brother, did you take that picture with a landline? Who can see anything? The little chick aircraft carrier is on fire? No way. That's a nuclear-powered electromagnetic catapult carrier. Nuclear power still requires maintenance for the reactor. Moreover, if the electromagnetic catapult has issues, a fire wouldn't be surprising. Are you kidding? The Eagle Sauce aircraft carrier is the best in the world. You think it caught fire? That's a skill inherited from the third brother. It all starts with a picture. The content relies on imagination. Believe it or not, the foreign networks are going wild, all talking about the little chick aircraft carrier on fire. I've seen it too. I wonder about the damages. Until I see a formal media report, I won't believe a word. The online information changed every minute, and half an hour later, more photos emerged. Holy cow, the aircraft carrier's deck is charred? Did it really catch fire? Did Eagle Sauce steal the third brother's tricks? It seems the onboard aircraft have also sustained damage. This ruckus is significant. Brothers, don't sleep. A big pill is coming. I haven't slept in 6 months. What is your problem? A user named Poet Zhang Zongchong uploaded over 10 photos depicting thick smoke, with even blood on the deck. Oh, there are more experts? ISNT that the little chick? It looks more like the Foot Basin Chicken style. They've even hung the anti-flag. The Foot Basin Chicken Izumo-class ship is reportedly on fire, a matter that surfaced during the daytime. What a perplexing situation. It seems that chaos has erupted. Rise and celebrate, for the grand event has finally arrived. This incident is indeed absurd. The Foot Basin Chicken and the Eagle Sauce aircraft carrier have encountered problems almost simultaneously. Is there truly no underlying issue here? The equipment of the Foot Basin Chicken is largely procured from Eagle Sauce, and rumors online suggest that the new generation of Raptor fighter jets is experiencing power failures. However, that seems inaccurate. The images depict the Foot Basin Chicken's carrier-based aircraft as the Shun, which they developed independently. Without a full understanding of the situation, I shall refrain from commentary. What nonsense is this? Why engage in such futile chatter? I am utterly exasperated. The social media platform is flooded with videos of the Foot Basin Chicken Izumo-class ship ablaze. Yet the forums related to the Foot Basin Chicken remain silent. There are even claims that agents from the Bear Nation are involved, which is utterly ridiculous. Though the internet is rife with speculation, the central figure, Liu Xinwei, has long since drifted into slumber. Suddenly, the urgent ringing of a phone jolts him awake. Director Gu, it's still dark outside. Has the event been moved forward? You need to hurry over. The leaders have arrived, and the situation has escalated. What do you mean? Escalated? Liu Xinwei inquires. It's not just Eagle Sauce. The Foot Basin Chicken has encountered issues as well. The Foot Basin Chicken? What does this have to do with them? It's complex. The guards are waiting right outside your door. Follow them to the command center. Despite his confusion, Liu Xinwei realizes that a meeting at the command center indicates a serious matter. He dons his outerwear and follows the guards to the military vehicle. At the Naval Command Center, a gathering of high-ranking officials convenes. Gu Ming, I need you to clarify whether there are indeed issues with the arresting wires on this batch of aircraft carriers, the commanding officer states gravely. Gu Ming clenches his fists. Sir, I assure you on my honor as a soldier that should there be any problems, I will accept full responsibility. The sea trials of the vast silence are not a rehearsal. If something goes awry, it won't just be us here facing a military tribunal, the commander implores earnestly. Despite the fact that the Dragon's super cables have undergone nearly 100 tests, the intelligence just received is shocking. The Eagle Sauce Navy's Little Chicken nuclear-powered aircraft carrier suffered a catastrophic failure, resulting in the destruction of 4 Raptor fighter jets, 21 crew members deceased, 17 severely injured, and 7 missing. The situation for the Foot Basin Chicken is even graver. The Minister of Defense and the Foreign Minister both collapsed and perished on the spot. 5 Shin fighter jets were rendered inoperable, 114 lives lost, 103 injured, and 24 unaccounted for, along with significant damage to other military equipment. Sir, please trust me this once. The Dragon's aircraft carrier's arresting wires are unquestionably secure, Gu Ming asserts, maintaining his composure. As the two converse, Liu Xinwei is ushered into the command center. Liu Xinwei quickly explained to the leaders about the arresting wires sold to Eagle Sauce, Gu Ming urges. Liu Xinwei is utterly bewildered. What is happening? Is the command officer of the vast silence present as well? Comrade Liu, are you aware of the incidents involving the Eagle Sauce Little Chicken nuclear-powered carrier, the Foot Basin Chicken Izumo-class ship? So the Eagle Sauce and Foot Basin Chicken carriers truly are in trouble? Seeing Liu Shan's bewildered expression, Gu Ming began to elucidate the matter. Goodness, such a remarkable achievement? Shouldn't I be awarded a medal? Perhaps as the vanguard against the Eagles, or the hero who thwarted the rising sun. Liu Shan exclaimed with enthusiasm. Gu Ming, however, wore a somber expression and replied, Let us maintain decorum. Our superior is still present. The aircraft carrier commander softly inquired, Are you implying that this is all you're doing? Clearing his throat, Gu Ming modestly responded, You flatter me, sir. I had discussed this with Director Gu, and only with his consent did I dare to proceed. Yet, the incident involving the Foot Basin Chicken aircraft carrier was indeed unforeseen. After a brief pause, Liu Xun continued, Initially, my intention was merely to outmaneuver the Eagle Sauce through Lockheed Martin. Never did I anticipate that the Foot Basin Chicken would somehow acquire the blocking cable from Lockheed Martin. Chapter 59, Joyous News. The American Eagle's funeral, a feast for the entire village. To have calculated the connection to the Foot Basin Chicken indeed seems like a serendipitous occurrence. Thus, the arresting wires used by the Eagle and the Foot Basin Chicken aircraft carriers must also have been produced by Dragon Steel, right? The aircraft carrier commander furrowed his brow. Before Lu Shenwei could speak, Gu Ming interjected. Yes, but the steel cables sold to them by Dragon Steel have been tampered with. I can prove it. Director Gu, did you not inform the leaders? Lu Shenwei inquired. Gu Ming replied awkwardly. At that time, I feared that enemy agents might leak the information, and frankly, I lacked confidence in the Foot Basin Chicken aircraft carrier. Lockheed Martin possesses the world's leading weaponry research and development technology. Gu Ming could hardly believe they would fail to uncover the issue. Director Gu, your actions have left the leaders utterly bewildered. 2 hours prior, the Longxia Intelligence Department meticulously unraveled the most accurate information. Both the Eagle and the Foot Basin Chicken aircraft carriers encountered simultaneous issues. Gu Ming candidly admitted that it was highly likely the arresting wires used by those two were produced by Dragon Steel. This revelation left the leaders in a state of panic. The Guangyu Silence had similarly employed Dragon Steel supercables. If any mishap were to occur, everyone would be held accountable and face a military tribunal. So, all of this was orchestrated by the two of you? The aircraft carrier commander's face turned a deep shade of anger. Gu Ming clenched his teeth, ready to take full responsibility. But Lu Shenwei spoke first. It was my idea. Director Gu could not oppose me and had no choice but to agree. You got quite a nerve. If substandard arresting wires were mistakenly used on our aircraft carrier, would you take responsibility if something went wrong? The aircraft carrier commander questioned. Lu Shenwei stepped forward. Sir, if any issue arises, you may execute me on the spot. The production timelines for high-quality cables and inferior products differ significantly. There is no chance of such a grave error occurring. Sir, it was my failure to inform you of the situation in advance. It has nothing to do with Lu Shenwei, Gu Ming hastily added. The quality of the aircraft carrier's arresting wires is of paramount importance, directly affecting the morning's sea trials. No detail can be overlooked. The aircraft carrier commander conferred quietly with 3 aides, initially deciding to postpone the sea trials. To minimize the risk of issues arising, I have decided to delay the Guangyu Silence's sea trials and conduct a comprehensive inspection of the arresting wire's performance, the aircraft carrier commander stated solemnly. Upon hearing this, Lu Shenwei immediately became anxious. Sir, I guarantee with my life that the arresting wire will not fail. If there is even the slightest issue, you may execute me immediately. Sir, the sea trial date was established long ago, with numerous guests in attendance. The arresting wire will absolutely not pose a problem. I swear on my honor as a soldier, Gu Ming implored. The entire Navy Equipment Procurement and Development Department has worked tirelessly for nearly 2 years to ensure the success of the aircraft carrier sea trials. Delaying the sea trials would mean a complete denial of their efforts, rendering the hard work of nearly 1,000 researchers and soldiers futile. The aircraft carrier's sea trials cannot afford even the slightest oversight. You must understand that postponing them is the most prudent course of action. The aircraft carrier commander was understandably reluctant to delay the sea trials, but it was better to err on the side of caution. If a problem were to arise, executing both Lu Shenwei and Gu Ming would be the least of their concerns, as a multitude of researchers and soldiers would also face repercussions. The atmosphere within the command center was tense, as Gu Ming opened his mouth, eager to continue the debate. Suddenly, Zhong entered the conference room, prompting the aircraft carrier commander to inquire, Old Zhong, what brings you here? To accommodate the esteemed elder and experts. The commander had specifically instructed the guards not to disturb them. I heard everything outside. If the old man didn't arrive now, I would genuinely fear you might impulsively make a grave mistake, Zhong said earnestly, while the aircraft carrier commander remained silent. Delaying the sea trial was indeed a prudent course of action, but it was not the most suitable one. I have participated in the performance and quality testing of the Dragon's arrestor wires, and I can assure you that Longxia cannot find a second manufacturer with superior quality. Moreover, Comrade Xiao Lu has also stated that the arrestor wire incidents involving Eagle Sauce and the Basin Chicken were his doing. What is there to fear? Do you think Xiao Lu would jeopardize our Navy? Zhong spoke with conviction, yet the aircraft carrier commander continued to lower his head, reluctant to make a decision. With less than 3 hours until dawn, you were always single-minded during your service, overly cautious, lacking in adventurous spirit. Here's the deal. As an old man, I'll take the blame if the arrestor wires encounter problems, Zhong stated solemnly. The sea trial of the wide area silent was crucial to Longxia Navy's century-long deep blue plan. Even a minute's delay was unacceptable. The aircraft carrier commander retorted, "That cannot be. You are the cornerstone of our Navy's equipment development. Do you still regard me as that cornerstone?" Zhong replied casually. With the conversation reaching this point, the aircraft carrier commander had no choice but to concede, since old Zhong insists. Let us prepare for both scenarios. Guming was instructed to immediately notify the firefighters to devise a rescue plan for a potential arrestor wire failure, while others would proceed as planned. Conducting the sea trial at 9 a.m. as scheduled, Guming nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, leadership, we will accomplish the task. Do not be so tense. The arrestor wires of the Dragon Steel will not fail. Focus on other aspects, lest you neglect something crucial," Zhong advised before turning to leave. Satisfied that matters were settled, due to the change in plans, the naval base bustled once more under the moonlight, with everyone anxiously awaiting the commencement of the sea trial. Meanwhile, across the ocean, a news report stirred a considerable uproar in the realm of Blue Star military affairs. Chiga and various military bloggers were filled with enthusiasm, even rising in the middle of the night to live stream. What the hell? The arrestor wires of the Basin Chicken and Eagle Sauce both snapped? This is too bizarre. How could this happen within less than 20 hours? The report claims it's an issue with the new generation of Raptor fighters, but the Times states it's a quality problem with the arrestor wires. Hooray! The arrestor wires took out the foreign minister and defense minister of Basin Chicken on the spot. What a joyous occasion. This is tremendous news. Shouldn't we celebrate with a feast tomorrow? The reality of this incident was almost unbelievable. Initially, I thought it was merely an entertainment piece fabricated by the report, only to discover it was a catastrophic accident, Chiga murmured. Chiga, do you have any insider information? The simultaneous issues with Basin Chicken and Eagle Sauce seem highly improbable. Raytheon has accused Lockheed Martin of providing faulty restraining cables. Yet Lockheed Martin staunchly denies these claims, asserting that the design of the new generation Raptor fighter jet is flawed, being overweight and exceeding kinetic design limits. Should the Pentagon truly pursue an investigation, both parties would find themselves in a precarious situation. The Pentagon, a FAA for the military-industrial complex, is unlikely to take action against the powerful entities of Lockheed Martin and Raytheon. In any case, with the United States in mourning, it is a time for celebration in Longxia Village. One can only wonder when our aircraft carrier will commence sea trials. Let us hope for a smooth journey ahead. Rest assured, it will be soon, Brother Chi remarked with a smile. Chapter 60. Longxia. Is Eagle Sauce out his mind? I have successfully conducted a sea trial. Do you have any inside information? Please share. Are you foolish? Brother Chi has extensive connections. What he says must hold truth. Could a kind reader please pass along the illustration of extensive connections? Alas, several streamers have been banned. I wish to enjoy Brother Chi's presence for a few more days. Brother Chi smiled and remarked, when the time comes, everyone will naturally be informed. The incident involving Eagle Sauce and the Foot Basin Chicken aircraft carrier continues to escalate, and at the moment, the first rays of dawn grace the Longxia Naval Base. All personnel are on high alert. The deck cleaning crew is fully prepared. The welcoming team stands ready. The firefighting and rescue squad is on standby. The hangar is in proper order. The fuel storage and power plant are functioning normally. The bridge command is operating smoothly, with guests arriving in succession. Guming is stationed at the command center, relaying various orders and information. Guming, feeling anxious, experiences cold hands and feet, prompting Zhong to reassure him. Remain calm in times of great significance. Do not be overly tense. Zhong's words resonated, urging everyone to muster their spirits and conduct one final check, as the guests have already entered the venue. Guming cannot help but feel nervous. This is the inaugural sea trial of Longxia Navy's first aircraft carrier. A comprehensive examination of its capabilities and any minor oversight could result in major headlines. Guests are signing in, and the naval welcoming team is responsible for their reception. Liu Shunwei rises early, freshens up, and is escorted by guards to the aircraft carrier's deck. Mr. Liu, why are you not in formal attire? The soldier inquires, curious since he heard that this gentleman had spent more than 400,000 on a special outfit for the sea trial ceremony. 400,000. That is equivalent to several years' income for an average family. I made an impulsive purchase at the time, but ultimately felt that this work uniform is more appropriate. Lu Shunwei replied, pointing to the black dragon emblem on his chest, with giant dragon steel emblazoned on the back. Initially intending to dress lavishly for the sea trial, he observed the diligent and humble soldiers tirelessly preparing for the event over the past few days, leading him to believe that wearing his factory's attire aligns better with the theme of the sea trial. No matter how expensive or fine a suit may be, it does not belong to Longxia. However, this garment is a genuine domestic textile. Wearing it signifies that Lu Shunwei is not merely attending as an individual, but is representing giant dragon steel by invitation. Your work uniform clearly reflects a practical disposition, the soldier complimented. As they chatted, Lu Shunwei stepped onto the aircraft carrier's deck. Zhong jovially remarked, "What about your splendid attire? Why didn't you wear it for us to see? Please, spare me your teasing. Isn't this work uniform quite satisfactory?" Lu Shunwei scratched his head. "Youthful wealth often leads one astray. Do not resent my admonitions." Zhong had learned from Gu Ming about Lu Shunwei's extravagant expenditure on his outfit and initially intended to offer a gentle reprimand, only to forget amidst the busyness. He had hoped to address it directly when seeing Lu Shunwei today, but to his surprise, Lu Shunwei had already come to the realization himself. "Your guidance is already a great honor to me. I am grateful to you," Lu Shunwei beamed. Zhong, with a serious demeanor, stated, "Guests attending such occasions typically represent a collective. This work uniform is indeed quite fitting." Lu Shunwei raised his hand to look around. On the deck, apart from those donned in combat uniforms, there were representatives from various heavy weaponry conglomerates. "You are indeed an educator," Lu Shunwei nodded in acknowledgement. Listening to wise counsel is wise, especially when it comes from someone like Elder Zhong. Zhong was increasingly fond of Lu Shunwei. His interest piqued. "Would you be inclined to join the Navy's Research and Development Department? Join the RD department? But I'm already 26. Is it still possible for me?" Lu Shunwei replied with hesitation. "Many of our researchers join the Navy at nearly 40, despite being only in their 20s. Zhong chuckled amiably. If Lu Shunwei were to join the RD department, the advancement in naval weaponry would surely accelerate significantly. "By the way, Lu, why are you still here? Your position is near the bridge. Come with me," Gu Ming said, grasping Lu Shunwei's arm and leading him forward. Lu hurriedly responded, "Elder Zhong, let's discuss this later." "Gu Ming, do not rush." "Understood, Elder Zhong." Half an hour later, the steam turbine ignited, and the aircraft carrier slowly departed from the military port. "Director Gu, has the construction of our Longxia nuclear-powered aircraft carrier commenced?" Lu Shunwei inquired softly. Gu Ming, with a stern expression, replied, "One must first learn to run before dreaming of flight. We are just beginning. There is no need to rush." "Are you implying that it has not started yet? Is our next aircraft carrier to be conventionally powered?" Lu Shunwei pressed further. Seeing Gu Ming's silence, he understood. The Navy's development cannot be rushed. However, with the looming threats surrounding Longxia, a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier is urgently needed to break through the depths of the Blue Sea. I must earn more money, unlock the artificial sun to accelerate the progress of the Longxia nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. Elder Zhong, I apologize, but I fear I cannot join the Navy at this moment. The construction of a Navy is not accomplished overnight. With more enterprises like Julong Steel, we will eventually possess our own nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. Gu Ming gazed towards the distant horizon, his eyes filled with determination. As they readied their attire, preparations for the sea trial commenced. Just as Gu Ming finished speaking, the aircraft carrier's commander announced loudly, "The Longxia Navy's aircraft carrier Broad Domain Silence begins its inaugural sea trial. Prepare the onboard aircraft. Launch." With the powerful thrust of the electromagnetic catapult, the flying shark fighter jet soared into the sky. The sound barrier shattered overhead as it ascended with remarkable agility. A series of high-difficulty maneuvers unfolded, eliciting applause from the guests observing on the deck. Whoosh! The second flying shark launched from the side runway, followed closely by the third. Fourth, a total of 24 fighter jets soared through the skies. Witnessing Longxia's own aircraft flying overhead, Lu Xunwei felt an indescribable excitement swell within him. For a century, Longxia had endured poverty and weakness, suffering humiliation from foreign powers and witnessing its lands torn asunder. Now, we finally possess our own aircraft carrier, our own fighter jets, and our self-developed arrestor wires, erasing the humiliation of being forced to scuttle in the harbor a century ago. On this day, let the tears of history flow freely. Our Navy shall stand proud. The aircraft carrier broad, domain silence, hull number 16, can still avenge the grievances of 10 generations. To the barbaric outsiders, behold the roar of the dragon. The flight test concluded in less than half an hour. The fleet commander and Gu Ming, along with others, were on edge as the first Shark fighter jet was poised to land. The aircraft carrier's arresting gear was raised, the hydraulic dampers whirled, and 4 arresting wires were taut. The Shark descended rapidly, its tailhook deployed. With a decisive click, the tailhook deftly ensnared the arresting wire, bringing the fighter jet to a swift halt, landing securely on the deck. Longxia Navy, long live! Longxia people, long live! Someone shouted, and an immediate eruption of cheers resonated across the deck. We have succeeded. We have triumphed. Xiao Lu, we have achieved it. Old Joan, look. The arresting wire is flawless. Leadership, the arresting wire, is in perfect order. The commander of the aircraft carrier exhaled deeply, relieved by the smooth operation. Gu Ming shouted in excitement, while Lu Xunwei smiled in silence, as if everything was well within grasp. Chapter 61. The aircraft carrier's sea trial. Even monkeys were terrified. Our efforts have finally borne fruit. Everyone, please remain calm. We still have fighter jets to land. Zhong reminded, while Gu Ming suppressed his joy, and Lu Xunwei let out a sigh of relief. Director Gu, I told you our arresting wire would hold up just fine. There was never an issue. It was merely the leader's anxiety. Concern breeds chaos. Not only the leaders were tense, but even I was on edge. Now, everything is smooth and safe. Subsequently, more than 20 flying Shark fighter jets landed in succession, with the arresting wire performing steadily, eliciting rounds of applause from the guests. The firefighters, who had been on high alert, finally relaxed, and the naval leader nodded in satisfaction. The aircraft carrier's commander took the stage to deliver a speech, beaming with pride. Xiao Lu, you've worked hard this time, Gu Ming said earnestly. Lu Xunwei replied softly. To contribute to the Navy is a blessing I have earned over 8 lifetimes. When we take the group photo later, remember to stand next to the commander. Huh? Is that appropriate? The aircraft carrier commander is a significant figure, second only to the naval leader, and I'm just a chairman of a private enterprise. Can I do that? This is Old Zhong's intention and mine as well. By the way, your outfit today looks nice. Just as Gu Ming finished speaking, the guests began to gather for the photo, and Lu Xunwei had no choice but to take his designated position. The aircraft carrier commander, noticing Lu Xunwei beside him, leaned in to whisper, and the naval leader smiled, saying, Young man, well done. I merely did what I was supposed to do. Lu Xunwei replied, neither servile nor arrogant, and the naval leader nodded appreciatively. Half an hour later, the Guangyu Jijingho began its return, the white seagulls soaring gracefully around it, as everyone beamed with joy. Director Gu, the comrades from the military newspaper are asking if this can be reported? Shun Huadao inquired. Gu Ming smiled, saying, had there been no incidents with the eagle sauce and foot basin chicken, we would indeed have kept it confidential. But since both of those carriers encounter problems, we must release the news, showcasing the might of the Longxia Navy to the world. Gu Ming expressed with pride. At noon, Longxia's first channel aired a special interview program titled Towards the Deep Blue, comprehensively covering the journey of the Guangyu Jijingho from its inception to its successful sea trial. The report concluded with the group photo, and just as Ma Quanlin was having lunch, his wife, Sun Ping, called out to him. Old Ma, look. Is that our Director Lu? Yeah, it really is. Oddly enough, Director Lu is wearing work attire on screen, but it looks good. Now the whole country will know about our Julong Steel. Who is the old man next to Director Lu? He looks impressive. What old man? That's the aircraft carrier commander, the first commander of an aircraft carrier since the founding of Longxia. Is that impressive? Sun Ping, lacking military knowledge, caused Ma Quanlin to chuckle in disbelief. To put in perspective, In ancient times, this person would be akin to the deputy marshal of the army, a figure second only to the highest authority. Isn't that just moderately impressive? There are still those above him. You should just go wash the dishes. I can't explain it to you. If you don't want to explain, fine, you wash the dishes yourself. While Ma Quanlin and his wife were bewildered, Bai Xiaoying's live broadcast room was also filled with excitement. Xiaoying, the big guy is done for. Director, Liu has abandoned you. What do you mean? Is there some gossip? Do not speak recklessly. Chairman Liu is Chairman Liu, and I am myself. Bai Xiaoying said with a frown, blaming the fans for their wild speculations. Now even her closest friends were inquiring whether she had managed to cling onto Liu Xinwei's golden thigh. Are you not aware? Chairman Liu has been invited to participate in the sea trial of the vast silence. It has even made the news. Is that true? Where did you hear such news? It was reported on Longxia 1. Did you not catch the midday news special? They even interviewed the commander of the aircraft carrier, a rather dashing older gentleman. What has Julong Steel done this time? Why would they invite Chairman Liu to the aircraft carrier sea trial? Liu Xinwei attended the sea trial of the aircraft carrier? What have I missed? Oh dear. At this moment, Bai Xiaoying felt as if she had lost a fortune. No one had informed her that Liu Xinwei was invited. Even if she had known in advance, it would have been a chance to ride the wave of publicity. Xiaoying, do not cry. Stand up and fight. Crying won't help. After all, it is the sea trial of an aircraft carrier. For Chairman Liu to attend is indeed a blessing. Did you not notice the group photo? Chairman Liu was almost in the center position. Julong Steel must have some grand plans. No doubt about it. Do not speak recklessly about this. Be cautious or you might attract unwanted attention. In contrast to Bai Xiaoying's live stream, filled with astonished expressions, the atmosphere in Brother Chi's live stream resembled a joyous celebration. The successful sea trial of the vast silence was akin to a grand revelation. Brother Chi was so excited he was practically dancing. The fans in a live stream were fervently showering gifts, with images of sports cars and yachts flooding the screen. By golly, our nation finally possesses its own aircraft carrier. In the future, we can learn from the Eagle Nation. Where is our aircraft carrier fleet? An aircraft carrier is a mobile fortress at sea, paired with a mighty destroyer. The 300 nautical miles beyond Longxia's coastal defense line will be under our command. Surely the monkeys must now acknowledge the 9-line? The monkeys are likely trembling in fear. A 10,000-ton destroyer coupled with an electromagnetic catapult aircraft carrier would keep their king awake at night. What 9-line? All under heaven is the king's land. Wherever the sun and moon shine is Han territory. They should crawl away. I do not know if the monkeys are afraid, but the Foot Basin chickens are undoubtedly trembling right now, as their blood debts remain unpaid. Well said, the mountains and rivers may be foreign, but we harbor an unyielding enmity. I would rather see Longxia strewn with graves than let the Foot Basin people thrive. Everyone, please remain calm and speak rationally. Although the sea trial was successful, we still have a long way to go before the aircraft carrier fleet can demonstrate combat readiness. Brother Chi reassured his viewers. We have many technical challenges to overcome. Relying on steam turbine propulsion using heavy oil is, after all, not the most comfortable solution. Are you implying that nuclear-powered aircraft carriers have already been developed? It is hard to say. Given the temperament of our leadership, they usually present a facade of weakness. The fact that the vast silence has been showcased indicates that newer aircraft carrier technologies are indeed under development. When will we possess nuclear-powered aircraft carriers? Targeting the Pacific and reclaiming the Bodhisattva's domain? You illiterate. I have told you countless times that the Bodhisattva's domain is Mount Longxia, not the Rocky Mountains. I am willing. Our ancestors have inscribed our Longxia territory in the classic of mountains and seas. If you do not believe me, look it up yourself. While the crowd enjoyed the spectacle, Brother Chi shook his head with a smile, stating, in comparison to this, I am more curious about the reactions of the Eagle Nation and the Foot Basin chickens at this moment. The long-awaited sea trial of the Dragon Summer's Silent Vastness aircraft carrier has met with remarkable success, while the Izumo-class vessel has suffered a fire, necessitating its return to the dock for repairs. Major media outlets in the United States are preoccupied with accusing one another of disseminating false news, and several prominent defense contractors are engaged in a blame game. Meanwhile, The little chicken aircraft carrier has yet to enter the dock for maintenance. The Izumo-class vessel, steeped in a tradition of resilience, may soon see the Prime Minister publicly apologize, benefiting from institutional advantages, as the populace remains indifferent to the discharge of waste and the consumption of nuclear food. It has been noted that the loss of approximately 100 lives on the Izumo-class vessel is deemed inconsequential. My interest lies more with the American response. It is said that the Pentagon initially intended to abandon the investigation, but our successful sea trials seem to have provoked the American leader, prompting a renewed call for inquiry. Chapter 62. Confronting Errors? A Farce. I am the sage of the sauce. Observing the funeral without disdain. Netizens from Longxia flocked to leave comments on the Eagle Sauce Embassy's account. Eagle Sauce carriers ignite. A technical marvel of the world. Even their pups have learned. I steal oil from my motherland. Eagle Sauce, you're doing splendidly. Steal a few more trucks of oil, and we'll have the funds for repairs. You don't comprehend anything. This is the powerful advantage of the military-industrial complex. Losing a few more top soldiers is inconsequential. The leaders of the Pentagon took note of the situation, their fury palpable. An order was issued for a thorough investigation into the Little Chicken aircraft carrier incident. The design company of the Little Chicken aircraft carrier, as well as the Raptor fighter jet manufacturer, Raytheon, some executives from supplier Lockheed Martin were taken away for questioning. Mr. William, what shall we do now? The assistant asked, anxious and unsettled. Calm yourself, frantic groundhog. There is no need for alarm. The president has arranged everything. Whatever they inquire, simply say you do not know. Is that permissible? They are FBL investigators. Trust in the company. Trust in our consultants. They have gathered ample incriminating evidence against Raytheon and sent it to the press. Soon, public attention will shift towards the Raytheon scandal. Raytheon is foolish, insisting on a mutually destructive confrontation. Utterly deluded. The following day, the newspaper ran a feature on how Eagle Sauce S. Raytheon secured production contracts for the Raptor fighter jets through bribery of high-ranking Pentagon officials. Instantly, a tumult erupted in public discourse, condemning Raytheon's actions. Meanwhile, across the ocean, the leader of the Foot Basin Chicken S. Mustachioed Navy publicly apologized for the Izumo aircraft carrier incident. Standing tall, he bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, nearly burying his head to the ground. The apology video rapidly circulated worldwide, garnering cheers from many dissenters. Look at the leader of the Foot Basin Chicken Navy, daring to confront errors. Shouldn't we in Longxia reflect and learn from this? Confronting errors? Are you making an international joke? Did the Foot Basin Chicken acknowledge its fault after discharging sewage and facing global criticism? Laughable. What a spirit of humility. I refuse to be convinced unless the Navy mustachioed leader receives the title of Sage of the Sauce. Look at how formidable they are. Nearly 200 casualties. And a mere bow suffices. This is the institutional advantage of the Foot Basin Chicken. In our Longxia, even 30 casualties would warrant oversight from the Elders' Council. Despite being the target of global ridicule, the Foot Basin Chicken maintained a sense of self-satisfaction. Seemingly no further inquiries were made post-apology. However, behind the scenes, the Foot Basin Chicken's Special High-Tech Department secretly apprehended the head of the overseas trading company, Jiro Kameda. Poor Jiro had just awakened from a coma, still reveling in his survival, only to be subjected to torture by his own people. Speak. Who instructed you to procure the substandard arresting wires? Don't hit me. Don't hit me. I'll confess. I'll tell everything. The batch of cables was purchased from Lockheed Martin. At this point, you still wish to conceal the truth? Lockheed Martin's arresting wires are of the highest quality globally. You claim the issues arose from their products, yet we have found no evidence. The interrogator, wielding a whip, coldly questioned Kameda Jiro, who had already been battered and bruised, rendering him incapable of deceit. He hastily divulged the truth. The Lockheed Martin Corporation had not signed a procurement contract with the company for confidentiality reasons. All transactions were conducted clandestinely, with Kameda Jiro even making payments through a black market account. Still unwilling to speak the truth? Are you colluding with the Longxia forces? The interrogator struck Kameda Jiro's face with the whip, leaving a vivid scar. In agony, Kameda cried out, I have no collusion with Longxia. My only contact with them was due to Lockheed Martin's procurement of the obstruction cable from Longxia. Attempting to argue your case? A prestigious company like Lockheed Martin, the foremost weapons supplier in Blue Star, requires procurement from Longxia? The interrogator's face darkened, and the head of the Special High Research Department, with a frigid expression, commanded, "Sever his tongue." "What? I am not lying. I am not lying. Please stop." Kamita desperately pleaded, but was met with even harsher lashings. After half an hour, Kamita had lost 2 front teeth, and his left knee was shattered, rendering him unconscious. The interrogator murmured, "Chief, this stubborn fool refuses to speak. Could there be deeper secrets? What secrets could a traitor colluding with Longxia possess? If he does not confess after 3 more days of torment, he shall be thrown to the dogs." The head of the Special High Research Department declared before departing, convinced of Kamita's treachery. He had considered Kamita's claims, but given the magnitude of the Izumo-class aircraft carrier incident, someone had to bear the blame. The Emperor was furious. Surely, a few heads must roll. Alas, Kamita Jiro was merely a victim of unfortunate circumstances. While the interrogations continued, the Pentagon was not idle. After a heated exchange, Raytheon Corporation and Lockheed Martin reached a private agreement. Lockheed Martin would cease its pursuit of Raytheon, and in turn, Raytheon would withdraw its lawsuit against Lockheed Martin. Both parties jointly pressured the Pentagon leadership to downplay the incident involving the Little Chick aircraft carrier. However, the Pentagon's upper echelons were not naive. The commander-in-chief had personally ordered an investigation. 4 F-22 Raptors worth $150 million have been lost, along with countless personnel and property. Do you truly believe there are no issues here? The Pentagon remained relentless. Under pressure, Lockheed Martin's executives ultimately decided to allocate a portion of funds to quell the situation. "We must offer them $4 billion to silence those vultures," Williams stated darkly. His assistant whispered, "4 billion? That seems excessive. We will contribute $1.5 billion. The remainder must come from Raytheon. They cannot escape responsibility for this matter," William replied vehemently. The assistant hastily nodded, "I will contact them immediately." After negotiations, Raytheon conceded, agreeing to involve Lockheed Martin in the later repair work of the Little Chick aircraft carrier, with compensation costs shared equally. William added, "Also, inform the Foreign Trade Company that the Pentagon has traced the matter back to us. We will need $5 billion to appease the situation." The assistant promptly contacted Jiro Keaton, but the call could not be connected. The operations of Lockton Derivatives Neoding Company not only remained unaffected by the aircraft carrier's cable break, but also secured the repair contract for the Little Chicken aircraft carrier, valued at $1 billion. Simultaneously, Raytheon successfully acquired a new procurement agreement for the Raptor fighter jets. Both parties were elated, resulting in a world where only the Foot Basin Chicken and the Eagle Sauce Pentagon were left injured. Of course, none of this had any bearing on the instigator, Liu Shenwei, who at that moment was toasting with a glass in hand, celebrating the sea trial of the Wide Silence ship alongside Guming. The gathering was filled with prominent figures from the Longxia military, and Liu Shenwei nodded repeatedly, utterly captivated by the scene. Chapter 63. Is it you, General? At the celebratory banquet for the sea trials of the Vast Silence, the venue was filled with an array of soldiers clad in military uniforms, their shoulders adorned with golden stars. Among them was the second-in-command of the Southeast Navy, engaging in conversation with the leader responsible for ideological work within the same Navy. Nearby, 2 figures were clinking glasses, both leaders of the North Sea Navy, accompanied by staff officer. Gu Ming introduced each individual. Yet Liu Shenwei found himself overwhelmed by the grandeur surrounding him. All attendees of the banquet were at least 3-star generals, any one of whom could command significant influence. "Are you Comrade Liu? I am Liu Shenwei. And you are?" Liu Shenwei politely raised his glass, tapping it against that of the amiable elder who had spoken. The old man chuckled. "With young talents like you in Longxia, I feel at ease." "You flatter me. I have merely done what I could," Liu Shenwei humbly replied, unwilling to take credit for his efforts. Guming leaned in to whisper, "This is General Zhang, an expert in naval equipment." Old Zhang was a student. "Huh? Teacher Zhang? He is a revered figure in the Navy. I often mention you to my mentor. It is fortuitous that I have the opportunity to meet you today." The elder continued with a warm smile. General Zhang spoke softly. I may be retired, but the future of our Longxia Navy will rely on young individuals like you, Lu. Old Zhang is merely being modest. He is currently a senior advisor to the Navy, Guming clarified. Even in retirement, General Zhang's presence loomed large. His words carried more weight than those of any current leader in the Naval Equipment Department. He was once a fearless warrior. Rising through the ranks from the grassroots of the Navy, he persevered on an uninhabited island for 6 years before dedicating over 30 years to naval equipment research and development. After a glorious retirement, he became a sought-after guest on numerous military talk shows, particularly excelling in discussions about aircraft carriers and fifth-generation fighter jets, leaving the intelligence agencies of the Eagle Nation bewildered. In recent years, due to the Navy's developmental needs, he was called back into service. One could say he personified living naval history. With your encouragement, I, Lu Shunwei, shall strive to excel, he declared earnestly. General Zhang patted Lu Shunwei on the shoulder. Longxia belongs to us, but ultimately it will belong to you. Work diligently. With that, General Zhang departed with a smile. Old Zhang then inquired, Young Lu, would you be interested in working with me? Old Zhang, are you attempting to poach me? Guming feigned indignation. Zhang shot Guming a disapproving glance. You brat. I trained him. How is that poaching? Old Zhang, if I join the Navy, will I still be able to manage my factory? Lu Shunwei asked. The Navy has regulations. It is possible, but you will have little freedom, Zhang replied candidly. If everyone seeks only profit, who will protect our homeland? Who will safeguard our borders? Lu Shunwei furrowed his brow in silence. Old Zhang, I apologize, but I need to earn money, substantial amounts, to transform our system mall with advanced technology. What? Are you unwilling? Guming was taken aback, as Lu Shunwei did not strike him as a greedy person. Is it possible for me to manage a factory while serving the Navy? Lu Shunwei inquired. He chuckled. You're just hoping for the best. Let's not make things difficult. Zhang teased. Lu Shunwei, only 26 and brimming with youthful exuberance, was reluctant to join, but he understood that manufacturing naval equipment could still contribute to the Navy's development. Guming, with a stern expression, remarked, You're not eager to be personally mentored by Elder Zhang? Many would beg for such an opportunity. I. The words lingered on Lu Shunwei's lips, but ultimately remained unspoken. Instead, he lightened the mood, saying if I earn more money, I could later donate an aircraft carrier to serve our Longxia. Couldn't I? Ah, you rascal, forget it. Guming sighed in resignation, while Lu Shunwei offered no further explanation. Comrade Lu, you've truly kept us on edge this time, the aircraft carrier commander said as he approached with a glass in hand. Lu Shunwei, taken aback, responded, I should be the one to toast you. All attendees from the previous night's meeting had received a confidentiality order. Apart from us, no one else would be informed. The commander stated gravely. Lu Shunwei replied earnestly, Even if the eagle and the chicken knew, they couldn't do anything to me. I won't step outside Longxia. Though he said this, caution was still necessary. The commander nodded in agreement. He had already consulted higher authorities to enhance security around the Long Dragon Steel factory to safeguard Lu Shunwei. The chicken might fear the Longxia Navy, but the eagle was not easily intimidated. Should they discover that the issue concerning the aircraft carrier's tethering was caused by Long Dragon Steel, they might resort to unscrupulous tactics. Recently, a leading national defense expert had tragically perished in a car accident, serving as a stark reminder. Enemies and traitors lurk everywhere. Vigilance is imperative. Thank you for your concern. I will remain cautious, Lu Shunwei replied respectfully. The commander smiled. I heard from Elder Zhang that you declined the Navy's invitation, which is perfectly fine. You can still aid the Navy from outside. Thank you for your understanding, Lu Shunwei nodded. The group raised their glasses in celebration until the night grew deep. The following morning, Lu Shunwei boarded a private jet back to Qinchuan City. Little Lu, you're finally back. Go see. Old Wang is nearly losing his mind. Ma Qianlin sought him out as soon as he returned to the factory. What is wrong with Uncle Wang? It's about the Longma agricultural vehicle. He has been at the agricultural cooperative for nearly half a year and has identified numerous issues. Ma Qianlin recounted, as Lu Shunwei nodded intermittently. None of these are major problems. The Navy will send people this afternoon to put up the sign. Let's focus on this matter first. Gu Ming had specifically mentioned the Navy would deliver a prestigious sign that afternoon, though he hadn't disclosed its content. All right, I'll see where it's suitable for the sign at the factory entrance, Lu Xunwei responded. Just then, Wang Zizhong rushed in, visibly frantic. Lu Xunwei glanced over, nearly failing to recognize him. The once robust Wang Zizhong now appeared gaunt, having lost a significant amount of weight, his skin darkened by the sun, resembling a rural farmer. Uncle Wang, you've been diligent in your work, Lu Xunwei remarked. Wang Zizhong grasped Lu Xunwei's arm, exclaiming, Director Lu, you're finally back. The Longma agricultural vehicle has received an excellent response in the countryside. There are still a few minor issues. Once improved, the sales are bound to soar. Let us find a suitable place where I can provide you with a detailed report. Observing Wang Zizhong's fervent expression, Lu Xunwei hurriedly reassured him, Do not rush, Uncle Wang. We have ample time to discuss. Indeed, you are not in a hurry. After all, Old Ma possesses production lines for steel pipes and drones, akin to a money-printing machine. You oversee the grand scheme, executing your work with remarkable prowess, while I, Old Wang, have yet to make any notable contributions since joining Giant Dragon Steel. Wang Zizhong lamented his plight, and Lu Xunwei could only offer continuous consolation. Once the Navy's plaque is unveiled this afternoon, I will have a thorough discussion with you. The Longmao agricultural vehicle, despite all the hype, is merely an agricultural vehicle. How significant could the issues truly be? Chapter 64. The Navy's Friendly Collaborative Unit? The military enthusiasts are in an uproar. Let us assume you have agreed with me. Tomorrow morning, I will summon all the technicians for a thorough study. Shall we? Wang Zizhong said with a serious demeanor. Uncle Wang, go ahead and make the arrangements, Lu Xunwei replied, his curiosity piqued by what plaque the Navy might present, rendering him indifferent to Wang Zizhong's lengthy discourse. Even if the agricultural vehicle issue proved challenging, there was still a system to support them, was there not? News of Lu Xunwei's return to the factory spread like wildfire at Julong Steel. The chairman had finally returned and was rumored to have received a Navy plaque. What kind of plaque? Someone inquired. The home of first-class meritorious service? Not quite that extravagant, but certainly an honor, came the response. With the chairman back, Director Ma could finally take a breather. After all, he was aging, and in just a few days, he seemed to have aged even more. The workers buzzed with excitement, while Lu Xunwei returned to his office accompanied by Ma Qianlin and a few others. No sooner had he settled into his office chair than Zhou, when's phone call came through. You brat, you finally returned. I've been nearly driven mad by the propaganda department. Zhou complained. Listening to Zhou Wen's grievances, Lu Xunwei chuckled. I heard the director of the propaganda department is a woman. Did you owe her a favor? Don't be ridiculous. I don't owe anyone anything. It's merely a matter of colleagues helping each other, Zhou Wen hastily defended, but Lu Xunwei was not convinced. If there were no ulterior motives, how could the esteemed director, Zhou, go to such lengths to assist a woman? In a couple of days, arrange a time. I'll take Zhou see you in along. He is quite astute and better suited to train the young folks at the propaganda department. Let us agree on that then. And please don't change the schedule again, Zhou Wen insisted repeatedly, to which Lu Xunwei readily acquiesced. After hanging up with Zhou Wen, Wang Jiawei called in with a swift tone. Chairman Lu, you are quite the sensation lately. Wang Jiawei had seen the information submitted by his secretary yesterday, leaving his head buzzing. Lu Xunwei had actually posed for a photograph with the aircraft carrier commander and a host of other influential figures, compelling him to reassess the strength of Julong Steel. The aircraft carrier broadband silence was undergoing sea trials, and only the most prominent figures were invited. Wang Jiawei had once sought a way in, willing to pay 30 million for an invitation, but no one had paid him any mind. Lu Xunwei was no ordinary individual. Not only had he participated in the carrier sea trials, but he had also stood at the center for a photograph. Wang Jiawei racked his brain, unable to fathom how Lu Xunwei had earned such a distinction. President Wang, are you inquiring about the progress of the unmanned transport aircraft development? Lu Xunwei pondered before responding, but Wang Jiawei indicated he was in no rush. What then is the purpose of your call today? Oh, nothing much. Just a casual inquiry and to suggest we get together when convenient, Wang Jiawei replied. As a billionaire, Lu Xunwei belonged to the same circles and should engage in more discussions. However, Wang Jiawei remained oblivious to the fact that Lu Xinwei's mind was wholly occupied with schemes to amass 10 billion. Very well. I would appreciate it if you could arrange to introduce me to a few clients, Lu Xinwei said with a cheerful tone. Wang Jiawei exchanged pleasantries and arranged to introduce Lu Xinwei to some titans in the Longxia wealthy circle before they concluded their conversation. Chairman, what did Director Lu say? The secretary inquired eagerly. Last month, Reverse Wind Express applied for the approval to launch a small drone delivery service, only to be met with rejection from the Air Traffic Control Department due to safety concerns. In recent days, Wang Jiawei has been tirelessly navigating relationships in a bid to resolve the situation. Despite Lu Xinwei's youthfulness, his words are astute and calculated, prompting Wang Jiawei to ponder whether he should address the matter directly. However, given Lu Xinwei's meticulous nature and the fact that their relationship has yet to reach a level of casual familiarity, he decides to hold off for now. Reverse Wind Express has already procured 2,000 small unmanned delivery drones, specifically designed for single package deliveries. If approval can be secured for the flight routes, it would significantly enhance operational efficiency, potentially increasing the annual revenue by at least 20. Amidst his mounting stress, Wang Jiawei witnesses Lu Xinwei and Ma Qianlin receiving a plaque from the Navy, heralded with fanfare. This moment happens to be caught by Xiaoying, who is passing by. Family, look what Xiaoying has discovered. There is something going on at Giant Dragon Steel, Xiaoying exclaimed. Is that a plaque of honor being presented? Xiaoying, Giant Dragon Steel is a confidential unit. Are you sure it's wise to broadcast live from their doorstep? Little do they know about Xiaoying's connection with Director Lu. Do they comprehend the significance of Mrs. Lu? Let us not stray off topic. Xiaoying, steady the camera and see what plaque Giant Dragon Steel will display. The family settled in as Xiaoying began her live stream. She aimed her phone at the main entrance of Giant Dragon Steel. But Uncle Lu was quick to step in front of the camera. Young lady, please go live elsewhere. Photography is not permitted here. Uncle Lu, having received confidentiality training and possessing a strong sense of security, was resolute. This elder commands respect. He's not to be underestimated. Uncle Lu is formidable, a true guardian of Giant Dragon Steel. Don't jest. I heard this elder earns a hefty sum each month for guarding the gate. Goodness, as a humble construction worker, I barely make 5,000 a month. Such tears. The plight of university graduates seems worse than that of a dog. After her remarks, Xiaoying called Lu Xinwei, unaware that he was nearby. Why is Miss Bai here? Lu Xinwei waved at her. Wow, one phone call, and I summoned Director Lu. Is Xiaoying here to seek accountability? Why wasn't I included in the aircraft carrier sea trial? Xiaoying's courage may not yet match the gravity of the situation. Director Lu now possesses naval connections. With a soft yet serious tone, Xiaoying replied, I happen to pass by. What are you all occupied with? The playful streamer has transformed into a demure young lady. Xiaoying's ability to adapt is commendable. Hold on. Lu Xinwei turned to the naval personnel to inquire whether the plaque could be publicly displayed. Receiving an affirmative response before declaring, this is a naval plaque, marking our collaborative partnership. Blind student, I have discovered a significant point. The naval insignia was unexpectedly discovered by Xiaoying during the live broadcast. Astonishing. Today's stream is indeed intriguing. Is this confidential? Xiaoying shook her phone, indicating that she was still live. It's permissible to film. It's positive promotion, Lu Xinwei said with a cheerful smile. Gaining her approval, the camera swiftly focused on the industrious workers. The workers were seen setting up a ladder to hang a rectangular golden sign above the entrance of the Julong Steel. What does it mean to be a friendly cooperative unit with the Navy? Seeing the group photo, it was evident that Julong Steel had naval connections. Are they no longer concealing it? Are they making a direct appearance? A friendly cooperative unit with the Navy, my goodness, there are hardly any in Longxia. Chapter 65. Earning money to marry a wife? No, my earnings serve a greater purpose. The crowd was utterly astonished, captivated by the plaque of the Navy's Friendly Cooperation Unit. I have seen this sign at the Jiangnan shipyard, yet Jiangnan is the design unit for the vast silence. What role has the Giant Dragon Steel played in the aircraft carrier's development? It feels increasingly enigmatic. I yearn to explore their factory. My friend, I advise you to abandon such dreams. Securing a position at Giant Dragon Steel is even more challenging than passing civil service exams. True, yet the benefits at Giant Dragon Steel are remarkable. Fresh graduates enjoy 7 insurances and 2 funds, with starting salaries of at least $15,000. Is that so? More impressive than the capital's selected civil servants? The last recruitment round attracted nearly 20,000 applicants for just a few technician positions. 1 in 10,000, damn it. A few years ago, my family claimed they could help me land a job at Giant Dragon Steel. I rejected the idea without a second thought. And now I regret it. Brother upstairs, you're quite the show-off. I commend you. My classmate from Shigong University, after 3 months, was confirmed with 13 insurances and 8 funds, earning a monthly salary starting at $20,000. National Defense, 7 sons. Truly remarkable. That is something we can only envy. Mr. Liu, does the plaque from the Navy hold any special significance for Giant Dragon Steel? Bai Xiaoying inquired. Liu Shan immediately responded. I hope Giant Dragon Steel will serve the nation and support the Navy's defense. With such vision, it's no wonder Giant Dragon Steel is thriving, someone remarked. Speaking of which, I placed an order for 2 drones. The production schedule has already stretched to nearly 3 months. For those lacking patience, you can purchase them on the black market, but expect a markup of $4,000. The excitement in Xiaoying's live stream was escalating, soon attracting the attention of other streamers, with Chi Gu almost entirely rebroadcasting the event. Brothers, don't sleep just yet. Another significant revelation is upon us. In Chi Ge's live stream, a picture-in-picture display revealed workers ascending ladders to hang the plaque of the Navy's Friendly Cooperation Unit at the entrance of the Giant Dragon Steel factory. In contrast to the faux military enthusiasts in Xiaoying's stream, many fans in Chi Ge's audience possess professional backgrounds. What is happening? Has Giant Dragon Steel officially displayed the Navy's Friendly Cooperation plaque? Goodness. As far as I know, only Jiangnan Shipyard and Beihai Heavy Industry in Longxia have such recognition. What monumental event has Giant Dragon Steel undertaken? I suspected something was afoot after seeing Mr. Liu's news yesterday. I didn't anticipate the revelation would come so swiftly. Giant Dragon Steel is both low-key and impressive. Why don't other units make a grand announcement? Who is this streamer showcasing Giant Dragon Steel? Bai Xiaoying? I've never heard of her. She is the one who subdued the 8-headed serpent and crushed the golden elixir of Hirohito. You didn't know? A lesser-known creator from the entertainment sector, Bai Xiaoying. If you're in need of amusement, you can find her. Xiaoying and Chi Gu, a dream collaboration indeed. Fans cheered for the unveiling of Giant Dragon Steel's plaque. Yet amidst the applause, there were also detractors and naysayers. Are you kidding? Just hanging a plaque makes Giant Dragon Steel impressive? Do you even know what contributions they've made? The comment above is spot on. A bunch of fools reveling in ignorance, unaware of Giant Dragon Steel's significance to the Navy. Dissenters attempted to provoke, yet netizens remained oblivious to the specifics of Giant Dragon Steel's endeavors. Are these comments from Northern Mainland users? Are they pretending to be critics? The fans swiftly discerned the enemy spies, causing the pretenders to flee. The Dragon Steel Corporation, adorned with a naval insignia, concluded its business in no time. Chairman Liu, our mission has been accomplished. Please inform Director Guoming. The naval soldiers stood at attention and saluted, to which Liu Shunwei nodded and shook their hands, expressing gratitude for their efforts. After bidding farewell to the naval personnel, Bai Xiaoying turned off the live stream camera. Chairman Liu, you're quite formidable now. Shall we arrange for an exclusive interview another day? No. You know I dislike being in front of the camera. Were the clothes we purchased last time intended for the aircraft carrier's sea trial ceremony? Indeed, though there were some unexpected circumstances, and we only wore dress shoes. Liu Xinwei stamped his foot, while Bai Xiaoying smiled brightly. Chairman Liu, should you prosper in the future, do not forget about me. Does Miss Bai still lack funds? Liu Xinwei inquired with surprise. Indeed, even an additional 100 or 80,000 would not suffice. Bai Xiaoying revealed her pearly white canines, eliciting laughter from Liu Xinwei. Earning hundreds of thousands monthly from live streaming and still lacking funds? Aren't you the same? A billionaire earning billions annually, yet still working tirelessly to accumulate wealth. Ahem, my earnings serve a significant purpose. I have my own significant purpose as well. I'm saving for my dowry. Ah, Miss Bai is merely jesting. Bai Xiaoying shot him a look. You were the one who made the first joke. Surely one cannot earn billions in a year solely to marry? Shall we sit in the office for a while? Lu Shunwei diverted the conversation, mentioning that sales of the agricultural vehicles were underwhelming and he might need Bai Xiaoying's assistance for future live streaming promotions. Although it seemed a stretch to promote agricultural vehicles through live streaming, it remained a viable avenue. It's a confidential unit. I fear that if I live stream, I might get apprehended. Bai Xiaoying politely declined. It wasn't that she didn't wish to take a look, but the current state of Dragon Steel was too unique. If it's inconvenient now, we can arrange an event another day, Miss Bai suggested. That sounds agreeable. I appreciate Chairman Liu for granting me a surge in traffic. We shall discuss further another time. Bai Xiaoying waved as she stepped back, while Lu Shunwei watched her depart. The naval assignment had concluded, yet the repercussions were just beginning. In the distant military camp on the northwestern frontier of Longxia, a soldier clad in desert gray, adorned with 4 stars, ended his live stream, muttering, "How could the Navy get ahead of us? The quality of Dragon Steel's pipes is exceptional. You should make time to visit. Commander, we have a significant exercise next month, and senior leaders will come to inspect. What do you think about postponing our visit to Dragon Steel for 3 months? An officer inquired. The 4-star soldier pondered. You may decide. I only desire results. Understood, Commander. The officer stood at attention and saluted, preparing to visit Dragon Steel in due time. Across the sea, the island of Jixia and the Eagle Sauce Triangle building simultaneously noted this peculiar situation. In the interrogation room of a high-security facility, the tortured Jiro Kamida was once again awakened by cold water. Trader Kamida, regarding your claim about the Longxia aircraft carrier obstructing the supplier, is it referred to as Dragon Steel? The interrogator demanded sternly. The iron hook pierced through Jiro Kamiya's pelvic bone, leaving half of his ears severed and his swollen eyes unable to discern anything. I. As I observed Kamiyama stammering, the interrogator delivered a punch to his abdomen. Speak. Is it Dragon Steel? Yes, it is Dragon Steel. I have been commissioned by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to procure the arresting wires used by the Izumo. Kamiyama summoned his remaining resolve and recounted the events, leaving the interrogator and the head of the Special High Police in stunned silence. Could it be that the Great Eagle Nation intends to purchase arresting wires from a private company in Longxia? Who would believe such a tale? Thus, it implies that by dispatching spies to infiltrate Dragon Steel, one could acquire the technology for the arresting wires, the head of the Special High Police exclaimed with excitement. Chapter 66. Deploying spies? Strawberry soldiers, assemble. Kamida Jiro interjected. It is not so simple. Dragon Steel is a classified entity of Longxia, and the military will undoubtedly assign guards to patrol day and night. Isn't it simple? We could recruit professional spies to infiltrate, suggested the cunning head of the Special High-Tech Department. The Longxia people are highly vigilant and would not betray their national interests for a mere few 100,000. Aren't there the strawberry soldiers? They would surely be suitable for this task. The Special High-Tech Department of the Foot Basin Chicken has recruited a cadre of spies from Frog Island to venture into Longxia, while across the ocean. The Triangle Building of the Eagle Sauce has also dispatched agents deep into Longxia's heart. Regrettably, the objectives of both parties do not align. The Foot Basin Chicken aims to steal secrets regarding the obstruction cable, while the Triangle Building is solely interested in investigating the reasons behind Dragon Steel's naval accreditation. The following day, within the roundtable conference room of Dragon Steel, Wang Zizhong, accompanied by the Agricultural Vehicle Research Team, submitted a substantial stack of technical documents. Lu Xinwei looked overwhelmed. Director Wang, please highlight the key points. Director Liu, the Longmao Agricultural Vehicle RD Department has conducted extensive field research for 183 days and identified 6 major issues with our machinery, Wang Zizhong stated. Flipping through the investigative report, he enumerated. The Longmao Agricultural Vehicle has sufficient power, yet its passability is poor. The vicinity of farming fields is predominantly unpaved, making it prone to scraping the chassis and causing malfunctions. The single-row seating arrangement is utterly inadequate for farmers' needs, and the front-wheel drive is insufficient for certain inclines. As Wang Zizhong continued, Lu Xinwei nodded frequently. Are there any other issues? This is only the fifth point. The last point I believe to be particularly critical. Wang Zizhong asserted, the anti-rust paint is substandard. The first agricultural machine dispatched to the fields has endured merely 5 or 6 heavy rains, and the steel frame and bottom beams have already begun to rust, with spots appearing on the roof. The farmers traverse muddy and sloped terrains with a long-mount agricultural vehicle. If rust issues lead to an accident, I, Wang Zizhong, would bear the blame. Anti-rust, power drive, chassis issues, insufficient seating. Are these the only 6 problems? Lu Xinwei inquired. Wang Zizhong pondered for a moment. If we resolve these 6, the others are minor concerns. His team had privately discussed the matter. It was not that the current technology could not address these issues, but the costs were prohibitively high. Just applying anti-rust paint would add nearly 1,000 to the cost, not to mention raising the chassis, which would require at least 3,000. Resolving these issues would likely elevate the overall costs, Lu Xinwei contemplated. Wang Zizhong grimaced. To completely rectify them would increase costs by at least 20,000. An increase in costs inevitably leads to a rise in selling price. A loss-making venture cannot endure. Do not fret. Within 2 weeks, I shall present you with a solution that ensures costs do not rise significantly, Lu Xinwei assured confidently. The chassis suspension issue is manageable. The front wheel issue is not troublesome, and the seating can be modified easily. The major difficulty lies with the anti-rust paint. It is not that the technical challenge is great, but rather the patent issues and longevity of rust prevention. Currently, the best anti-rust and anti-corrosion paint available is from Eagle Sauce Ford. Using their paint would incur patent fees amounting to several million to tens of millions. The chicken in the foot basin could have sufficed. Yet recently it has been revealed that the data from the so-called 3 ants has been fabricated, causing significant issues with the paint quality as entire sections easily peel away. Chairman, we are also in discussions to negotiate a reduction in price, Wang Zizhong pondered. Lu Xinwei nodded in agreement as the technical seminar for the agricultural vehicle concluded, followed promptly by a large progress report meeting for the unmanned transport aircraft project. Ma Quanlin, holding documents in hand, spoke eloquently. The development of the large unmanned transport aircraft had been remarkably smooth. Within just 4 months, the technical team had thoroughly understood the blueprints. Currently, they were in the trial production phase for critical components, and Ma Quanlin confidently asserted that a complete production line would be established within 6 months, ready for trial production. Director Ma, there is no need to rush the large commercial unmanned transport aircraft project. We must ensure quality to establish our reputation in commercial partnerships, Lu Xinwei advised. In the realm of military equipment, there was the endorsement of the Navy, leaving little room for doubt. However, in the civilian sector, aside from substantial sales of the giant Dragon steel pipes, other product lines had seen little growth. The out-of-stock Long Eagle unmanned drone Model 01 was largely used for illicit market transactions, with very few genuinely interested in civilian applications. Wang, the general manager of Reverse Wind Logistics, had inquired about the progress, expressing concerns that the pace of our research and development might compromise quality. Ma Quanlin candidly confessed that he shared similar apprehensions. In Wang Jiawei's view, no private enterprise in the entire Longxia dared to undertake contracts like this. Yet, Giant Dragon Steel not only accepted them but also progressed at an alarming speed, which understandably raised his concerns. Please inform General Manager Wang that if he is uneasy, he is welcome to visit our factory. We will not let his 600 million in research investments go to waste, Lu Xinwei assured, to which Ma Quanlin chuckled. General Manager Wang might wish to come, but he would not gain entry to the factory. Besides our official employees, anyone else wishing to enter Giant Dragon Steel must undergo rigorous scrutiny. Reverse Wind Logistics has overseas operations, making Wang Jiawei a key focus for examination. If he truly wishes to visit, I will communicate with higher-ups. We cannot deny the god of wealth entry, can we? Lu Xinwei replied with a smile. His current priority was to swiftly amass 100 billion to exchange for solar technology. After a productive morning meeting, Lu Xinwei was preparing to take a brief nap after lunch when the finance department knocked on his door. Is there something amiss? He queried, surprised. This graduate from Longxia was exceptionally skilled at managing finances and rarely meddled in other affairs. As long as it was lawful, she would undertake any task assigned. Is the salary insufficient? Do you wish for Jisin? Lu Xinwei inquired. The finance officer shook her head. Is there a problem with our accounts? He asked again, receiving another negative shake. Lu Xinwei chuckled wryly. I am not adept at deciphering the thoughts of young women. Please, just tell me. As long as it remains lawful, the factory can assist you. Chairman, I have a junior who just graduated, the finance officer said shyly. The finance girl was nearing 30. How could her junior have only just graduated? A doctoral graduate? Splendid. Let us arrange an interview for him. Lu Xinwei readily agreed. However, the finance officer shook her head. He has a bachelor's degree, also from Longxia. Huh? What has he done? In the past, Lu Xinwei wouldn't even have asked, but now. Giant Dragon Steel was a different entity altogether, being both a confidential unit and a partner of the Navy. Entering the realm not only necessitates an internal audit by the formidable Dragon Steel, but also undergoes a dual verification by the Secret Bureau and the Naval Department. For those with a criminal record, the prospect of entry is nearly impossible, assisting the employer in falsifying accounts. The employee is left bearing the brunt of responsibility when the employer absconds. The finance officer, on the verge of tears, confides softly, to which Lu Xun offers solace. To assist your employer in shouldering the burden of accounts is indeed the mark of a true warrior. Here, submit your resume to me, and I shall endeavor to find solution. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Hold your gratitude for a moment. Let me be candid. Unlike you, he requires that upon entering the factory, you first serve as a warehouse manager for no less than a year. Chapter 67. Engaging in major affairs without informing me? Next time, I shall blacklist you. The finance department nodded in acknowledgement. The warehouse management at Long Dragon Steel also enjoyed a starting salary of 10,000, with the possibility of permanent employment after 3 months. Having resolved the financial concerns, Lu Xinwei contemplated calling Zhou Wen to discuss the training arrangements. However, upon looking up, he noticed the finance clerk still standing there. Is there anything else? She inquired softly. Chairman, we currently have 3.6 billion in cash on the books. Do you have any special arrangements in mind? 3.6 billion in cash? When did it accumulate to such an extent? Lu Xinwei murmured. The finance clerk pondered. In recent months, sales of Long Dragon steel pipes and Long Eagle drones have surged, with production schedules extending 3 months into the future. Many clients have paid full deposits. That explains it. With such substantial cash flow, do you have any ideas? Lu Xinwei asked. The finance clerk replied gently, Chairman, if I may suggest, we could engage in funds lending or financing leasing. Are you suggesting usury? Lu Xinwei queried. As the concepts of funds, lending, and financing leasing ventured into his realm of ignorance, the finance clerk clarified, it is not usury. However, the returns on funds are significantly higher than bank deposit interest. Let me think it over. After all, we are engaged in tangible business. Suddenly venturing into a new domain warrants caution. The finance clerk nodded. Should Lu Xinwei concur with her approach? Long Dragon Steel as financial gains could increase by 200 to 300 million annually. With the financial matter settled, Lu Xinwei promptly dialed Zhou Wen's number. You engage in significant affairs without informing me. Should this happen again, I may have to blacklist you. Before Lu Xinwei could articulate more, Zhou Wen rebuked him. What incident are you referring to? Feigning ignorance, Zhou Wen responded. The naval affiliation, of course. If it weren't for my little Zhou releasing a video, I would still be in the dark. This matter was communicated to us on short notice by Director Gu, instructing us to keep a low profile. Such nonsense. You were told to maintain a low profile, yet you still streamed it live? Let us not dwell on that for now. Where are we holding the training? I wish to arrive early for preparations. Still at the Qin Chuan Intercontinental Hotel, the very place where you were apprehended last time. Calm down, I assure you. I will conduct myself properly tomorrow, Lu Xinwei consoled. Zhou Wen, with a scowl, remarked, in the future, any such affiliations must be communicated to the Bureau in advance. After all, Long Dragon Steel is a local enterprise in Qin Chuan. Such an honor cannot be concealed. You are right. It was my youthful ignorance, Zhou Wen admitted. What youthful ignorance? You are merely playing the fool, Zhou Wen retorted angrily. Yesterday, at midnight, Provincial leaders called to inquire about the situation. I was in my undergarments, completely in the dark. It was the provincial leaders who informed him that Longxia Steel had been designated as a naval-friendly cooperation unit. Zhou Wen's face turned green with fury upon hearing it. The third such unit in the nation, the first in Sichuan. And you, Longxia Steel, wish to keep it under wraps? You clearly do not value the honor bestowed by the Navy. It is infuriating. In other enterprises, even receiving a municipal-level advanced unit accolade would be celebrated for years. Yet, Longxia Steel, with its honor plaque from the Navy, has been treated with such silence? No news interviews, no special reports. Even Zhou Wen, the deputy leader of the Municipal Bureau, was unaware of this. Director Zhou, you're being terribly unjust to me. I just returned yesterday, and I have barely settled in. A mountain of matters awaits my attention. I have no time to concern myself with naval insignias or even the collision of Mars with the Blue Star. Lu Shunwei lamented. Speaking of which, are you aware of our newly launched chinchilla agricultural vehicle at Julong Steel? Could you possibly reach out to the Municipal Agricultural Association for assistance? This vehicle is robust and durable, yet it lacks recognition, resulting in sluggish sales. Zhou Wen retorted with irritation. You only remember me when you need help? You are the epitome of opportunism. If there is another good opportunity for a listing, do not call me. Lu Xinwei hastily apologized. Your words are too severe. How could I dare not call you? Spare me your banter. After tomorrow's training, I will contact the Agricultural Association for you, Zhou Wen replied, balancing his cold demeanor with a warm heart, acquiescing to the promotion of the chinchilla agricultural vehicle. Thank you, Director Zhou. Our factory manager Wang will treat you to drinks. Lu Xinwei cheerfully remarked. Zhou Wen rolled his eyes and said, if anyone is going to treat to drinks, it should be you. Wang should maintain his dignity. Whatever you say. Lu Xinwei laughed as he hung up the phone. Zhou Wen instructed Huang Liang, reach out to the Municipal Agricultural Association and inquire about the sales of agricultural machinery under their purview. Director, agricultural machinery sales have always been the Li family's business. Huang Liang reminded him. The Li family, a century-old prominent clan in Sichuan City, primarily engaged in fertilizer production, agricultural machinery sales, and large-scale farming. It could be said that the Li family held a near monopoly in Sichuan's agricultural sector. Huang Liang believed it would be challenging for Julong Steel to carve out a share of the market with their agricultural vehicle. What are the Li family? In the market economy implemented by Longxia, does Julong Steel not have the right to sell their agricultural vehicles? Zhou Wen's expression darkened. He detested any familial monopolization of the market. Inadequate competition equated to insufficient competition. How could the economic market in Sichuan thrive under such circumstances? How could Sichuan's economy develop? After all, Julong Steel had managed to break through the stagnant waters, and Zhou Wen would not allow those commercial giants to hinder progress. Of course they can sell. But the Agricultural Association has agreements with the Li family's enterprises, and we cannot impose mandatory allocations, Huang Liang clarified. The Li family's agricultural machinery sales company and fertilizer distribution agency had long been bound to the Agricultural Association, which received annual donations exceeding 10 million from the Li family. The sudden emergence of Julong Steel seeking to share the spoils would not be welcomed by the Agricultural Association. Zhou Wen contemplated, it is not an imposition. It is merely a guiding suggestion from the Municipal Bureau to ensure the Li family does not misunderstand. Huang Liang nodded, feeling that the task at hand was challenging. However, since the director had spoken, it was necessary to proceed regardless of the difficulties. That afternoon, Huang Liang contacted the Municipal Agricultural Association. Yet, the leaders there were evasive, citing the difficulties of promoting new agricultural machinery and the heavy economic burden on farmers. Without the Agricultural Association as support for promotion, even if the company frequently visited rural areas, the results would likely be minimal. In the heart of Sichuan City, at the Li Group building, the secretary quietly inquired, "Young master, the Agricultural Association has called to say that the Municipal Industry and Commerce Bureau intends to promote the new agricultural vehicle. How should we handle this matter?" Li Ziwu, without turning his head, replied, "Is there any need to inquire with me about this matter? The sale of agricultural vehicles constitutes a significant sector of the Li family's commercial empire. Not only the Municipal Bureau of Industry and Commerce, but even the mightiest deity would be unable to intervene. Inform the Agricultural Association that should they dare to acquiesce to the suggestions of the Municipal Bureau, our family's annual donations will be altogether withdrawn. The secretary nodded and prepared to depart when Li Ziwu inquired further, which company's products does the Bureau intend to promote? Those from other provinces or from our own city? From our city, the secretary reflected before responding. It is the Julong Steel. Chapter 68. Wang Zizhong Little Lu Dong. Let us two take a stroll together. Li Ziwu smirked, considering the giant dragon steel as merely a new money upstart. Wasn't their chairman a pretty boy named Lu something? His assistant reminded him. Lu Shenwei. Yes, that's him. Li Ziwu's expression darkened. In just 3 short years, Giant Dragon Steel had risen from the brink of bankruptcy to become one of the top 20 enterprises in Qinchuan. With Lu Shenwei once hailed as the richest man in the region, Li Ziwu had long held disdain for Lu Shenwei. If it weren't for his father's insistence on maintaining a low profile, how could a man who earned just a few billion a year be considered the wealthiest in Qinchuan? Nonsense. He wasn't even worthy of carrying the shoes for the Li Group. Let us issue a warning to Giant Dragon Steel. The agricultural machinery market in Qinchuan is no playground for just anyone, Li Ziwu coldly declared. The assistant whispered, Second young master. The chairman has instructed us not to provoke Giant Dragon Steel. Unlike Li Ziwu's reckless demeanor, the assistant understood the implications of the Naval Cooperation Unit plaque they had hung. They were already making a mockery of them. How could they tolerate it? It was merely an act of bravado, as rumors swirled about their military-industrial background, scaring everyone around. Li Ziwu remained unfazed. Over the years, numerous outsiders had attempted to infiltrate the Qinchuan agricultural machinery market, but those who should have vanished ultimately did. How could a mere Giant Dragon Steel think it could claim a share of the pie? The assistant shrank back, falling silent. Li Ziwu Kumanda. Remind Giant Dragon Steel to keep its eyes wide open. The assistant, upon hearing this, merely remained quiet. Li Ziwu, displeased, asked, What? Do you not heed my words? You are right, second young master. They must be taught a lesson. I will arrange it immediately. The assistant hurriedly nodded. The Li Group began to covertly target Giant Dragon Steel, while Lu Shenwei remained blissfully unaware. At the Giant Dragon Steel factory's employee cafeteria, Wang Zizhong raised his glass repeatedly, while his co-workers struggled to restrain him. Director Wang, the chairman has had too much to drink. You should stop. What do you mean too much? Little Lu Dong can handle his liquor. Having suppressed his feelings for too long, Wang Zizhong had already become tipsy after just a few drinks, pulling Lu Shenwei to drink heartily. Ma Qianlin happened to be dispatched to another location for business, and others could not dissuade them. Lu Shenwei initially intended to refuse, but he could not withstand Wang Zizhong's persistent toasts. After all, as the chairman, he had to show some respect to his vice director. To promote the Longmao agricultural vehicle, Wang Zizhong spent all seasons in the countryside, enduring both the harsh winter and scorching summer. Few possessed such perseverance. Uncle Wang, I will take care of the agricultural vehicle improvements. If our technology falters, we will buy it. If we lack experts, we will pay a handsome price to recruit them. In any case, Giant Dragon Steel has the funds. Under the influence of alcohol, Lu Shenwei also began to feel a bit dizzy. Wang Zizhong raised his drinking vessel and downed it in one gulp. Lu Shenwei attempted to mimic him, but was stopped by others. What are you thinking? How could Lu Dong, in his 20s, possibly compete with an old hand from northern Jiangsu? If anything were to happen to Lu Dong, what would become of the nearly 2,000 workers at Giant Dragon Steel? Zhou Siyuan pulled Lu Shenwei aside, saying, Chairman, we have had enough for today. Let us disperse. Enough? There are still a few bottles on the table. Drink! Wang Zizhong exclaimed loudly. Zhou Siyuan gestured for the other workers to carry Wang Zizhong away. Zhou Siyuan, is that really necessary? After all, he is Director Wang. What is the problem? If anything goes awry, I will take responsibility. Hurry and get Director Wang out of here. If we keep drinking, something serious might happen. The dining table was littered with 7 or 8 empty liquor bottles, and even the self-proclaimed invincible Wang Zizhong was becoming disoriented. Could Director Lu withstand this? Don't pull me. I'm not drunk. You little rascal. I'll remember you. Zhou Siyuan, right? Young Director Liu, let us continue drinking next time. Your Uncle Wang has a good tolerance. Just before being escorted out of the cafeteria, Wang Zizhong was still shouting boisterously. Zhou Siyuan supported Liu Shunwei back to the dormitory. Chairman, you should rest. I'll be right outside. Call me if you need anything. You should go back and sleep too. Mifine, Liu Shunwei's rude. Are you really all right? Of course I'm fine. You go ahead and sleep. Liu Shunwei pushed Zhou Siyuan out of the door and then lay straight on the bed. Seeing this, Zhou Siyuan dared not leave. He pulled a chair against the wall to rest, keeping an eye on Liu Shunwei's movements. With his stomach churning, Liu Shunwei lay in bed, unable to sleep. He decided to sit up and contemplate the future development strategy for the Julong Steel Corporation. A few days ago, during the aircraft carrier sea trials, Guming had already hinted that there would be an enhanced oversight on the Julong steel pipes and Longying drones. Naturally, some compensation would be offered, so the idea of getting rich through arms sales was temporarily unfeasible. The Navy would not be procuring Julong super steel cables in the short term either. As for large commercial unmanned transport aircraft, initial trials would take at least 6 months, with full development taking at least another year. To cover the 100 billion shortfall, the focus had to shift to the Longmao agricultural vehicle. In the days since Liu Shunwei returned to the factory, he had not been idle. His assistant had already delivered a well-organized market research report on agricultural vehicles. According to the market survey, last year, sales of Longxia agricultural vehicles grew by 10 compared to the same period the previous year, reaching 1 million units. Among these, small agricultural vehicles accounted for the largest share at 60, medium-sized vehicles for 30, and large vehicles for 10. The market for small agricultural vehicles remained a primary sales driver, and the design concept for the Longmao agricultural vehicle was sound and sufficiently targeted, as long as the 6 improvement suggestions made by Wang Zizhong were addressed. The Longmao agricultural vehicle would undoubtedly sell well. Liu Shunwei contemplated accessing the system marketplace and began to search for suitable cutting-edge technology. All-wheel drive? That technology was impressive. Equipping the Longmao agricultural vehicle with it would significantly enhance its off-road capability and stability. He focused on a technology named Quattro 4-wheel drive, noticing that it was priced at a mere 2,000. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Shunwei exchanged for a complete set of technical blueprints. Rust-proof paint was also crucial. He couldn't sell agricultural vehicles that would rust within days. Tipsy, Liu Shunwei continued to scroll through the system interface in search of appropriate rust-proofing technology. Meanwhile, in the dormitory building, a finance intern chatting with her boyfriend suddenly received a banking alert. Julong Steel's corporate account had made an external expenditure of 20 million, with the recipient unknown. Why are you silent? On the other end of the line, the boyfriend expressed his concern, to which the finance officer explained, just during the day, I spoke with Chairman Liu about invigorating our funds, emphasizing that we cannot keep all our money sitting idly in the account. Yet, moments ago, Chairman Liu suddenly spent 20 million, categorizing it under the project of technological upgrades. That's a positive development, isn't it? It indicates that your chairman is indeed willing to invest. He remarked, what do you mean by our chairman? In just a couple of days, when you report for duty, you will surely start referring to him as our chairman too. He is truly a wonderful person. Indeed, our chairman, they both agreed, immersed in their affectionate banter. Suddenly, the finance officer's phone chimed again with a payment notification. Julong Steel's corporate account has disbursed 200 million. Just when they had praised Chairman Liu for his willingness to spend, another 200 million had been allocated, again for the project of technological upgrades. The young finance officer chuckled, completely oblivious to any issues at hand. Chapter 69. What rust-proof paint costs 200 million? Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory below, Liu Shunwei remained blissfully unaware. Just 3 minutes prior, he had finally discovered an appropriate formulation for rust-proof paint. Promising a decade of protection and maintaining vibrant color for at least 8 years, it also boasted an extravagant feature for radar wave detection. Though Liu Shunwei hardly paid it any mind. At a mere 20,000 for the exchange, it was undeniably a lucrative deal, alleviating any concerns about rising costs. After completing the exchange, He lay down and succumbed to a deep slumber. The following morning, a sober Wang Zizhong wished he could slap himself twice. It was supposed to be a matter of external conflict. Yet how had a civil war erupted at the banquet the night before? He had cornered the chairman, pouring drink after drink. I didn't say anything outrageous, did I? Wang Zizhong inquired. Zhou Xiyuan teased. You were quite the tight-lipped one, but every mention of little Lu made us tremble. What? Little Lu? Wang Zizhong's mind exploded with realization of his foolishness. What else did I say? He asked, his heart racing. Zhou Xiyuan pondered. You claimed that refusing a drink would be disrespectful, and that the chairman was being unreasonable. Did I truly say that? Indeed. You even remarked that the chairman was about the same age as your son, and thus should address you as Uncle Wang. Wang Zizhong's head buzzed. Drinking had caused him to err. From today onwards, I shall abstain from alcohol. He hastily donned his clothes and rushed outside. I need to apologize to the chairman. Don't be in such a hurry, Deputy Factory Director. Chairman Lu may not yet be awake, Zhou Xiyuan advised. Even if he has forgotten, I must still apologize. As Deputy Factory Director, I must set an example. Upon reaching the dormitory building, Wang Zizhong found Lu Xinwei just about to lock the door to leave. Chairman, Uncle Wang, you arrive at an opportune moment. We have already resolved the paint and rear drive issues. Chairman, I was too reckless last night. You didn't drink too much, did you? Last night? After sacrificing home and career for over half a year in the countryside, it was a rare release, though your capacity for drink truly surprised me. The Northeast tiger and Northwest wolf cannot compete with the Southern sheep. That saying holds true indeed. Cough, I possess no grand skills. Merely the ability to drink 2 tails of cat urine. Let us not dwell on apologies. We must head to the conference room to discuss the new proposal. As Lu Xinwei spoke, he strode forward, with Wang Zizhong sighing and following closely behind. Zhou Xiyuan, summon everyone from the Totoro Agricultural Vehicle RD Department for an impromptu technical verification meeting. Hearing Lu Xinwei's command, Zhou Xiyuan promptly complied. 20 minutes later, the round-table conference room was filled to capacity. Lu Xinwei explained the technical solutions to the audience, garnering widespread astonishment. Quattro 4-wheel drive technology? How have I never heard of this? You wouldn't understand. It must surely be a new technological proposal devised by Chairman Lu. All-wheel drive sounds incredibly impressive. I can grasp 4-wheel drive, but I've never encountered a paint that is rust-proof for 10 years. The technology for paint and coatings involves cutting-edge chemical advancements. Could it be that Chairman Lu acquired it at a premium? The proposed solution appears straightforward. However, executing it may take several months. The technicians murmured, and Lu Xinwei surveyed the group. These are the key technical points. If anyone has questions, please feel free to ask. Wang Zizhong was the first to raise his hand. Chairman, these solutions aren't too expensive, are they? It should only amount to 30 to 20,000, which won't significantly increase the renovation costs. Lu Xinwei replied softly. Wang Zizhong sighed with relief. The renovation costs were manageable, and the upgraded Totoro agricultural vehicle would surely recoup its expenses in no time. Chairman Lu specifically invited him back to lead the team, yet nearly a year had passed, costing close to 10 million, with nothing earned for the factory. Rest assured, Chairman, we will work tirelessly to achieve results within 3 months, Wang Zizhong stated seriously. If they failed to produce results, he would feel utterly incompetent. Let South not place too much pressure on the team. Any issues should be communicated back to the factory. Lu Xinwei reassured him. Wang Zizhong was excellent in many respects, but his eagerness for immediate success was a concern. Transforming the Totoro agricultural vehicle into the 4th flagship product for Julong Steel required patience. After the meeting, Lu Xinwei returned to his office, followed by Zhou Xiyuan. I've prepared your presentation materials. You just need to present, and I will manage the slides, Zhou Xiyuan said respectfully. Although he had an advantageous connection through his uncle Zhou Wenshu, he was determined not to embarrass him. Thus, Zhou Xiyuan diligently studied and worked hard at the factory. While others left at 6, he stayed until 8, embodying diligence. He ensured his work was exemplary, fearful that others might perceive him as having gained his position through connections. I've reviewed the content. It's well done, so you will present at this training. Me? Present? Am I lacking confidence? Young people must seize opportunities for practice. But Chairman, am I not only a few years older than you? You wish to say that? Well, you're actually several years younger than me. No, I will follow your lead. Zhou Siyuan, unlike his uncle, was known for his dutiful demeanor. Before joining Julong Steel, his uncle had specifically advised him that Chairman Liu possessed great wisdom and ambition, urging him to learn diligently from Liu Shenwei. By the way, after you leave, please fetch me a cup of yogurt, Liu Shenwei reminded. After drinking too much liquor, some yogurt will soothe the stomach. Zhou Siyuan nodded and exited, just as the financial officer entered with the account statements. What is the situation with these two invoices? Were they charged by Factory Manager Ma or Deputy Factory Manager Wang? Liu Shenwei examined the two hefty bills totaling 220 million, frowning deeply. When did Uncle Ma and Old Wang become so extravagant, spending such large sums without notifying me? The financial officer blinked, saying, "Isn't this an expense you incurred yourself, Chairman? Is there an issue? Why are you silent?" Liu Shenwei inquired. The financial officer stammered, "Chairman, these two expenditures were made by you last night. The recipient is not visible, but the details indicate they are for technical upgrade costs." What? This? Liu Shenwei could hardly believe it as he picked up the two bills, scrutinizing them repeatedly. The first transaction amounts to 20 million, while the second reaches 200 million. When did this happen? Oh no, could have been during last night as drunken revelry. I shall set these receipts aside for now and sign them for you later. Liu Shenwei casually responded, and the finance personnel nodded before departing. He immediately accessed the system to investigate. The pricing for the Quattro all-wheel drive technology was indeed marked at 2,000, and the anti-corrosion coating was also accurate at 20,000. Just as Liu Shenwei was taken aback, he suddenly noticed the unit price displayed in the mall. Good heavens! 10,000? Previously, the technology had been priced in yuan. How did it suddenly escalate to 10,000? System, are you toying with me? System, I demand an explanation. Chapter 70. My size is impressive. Please bear with me. What is happening with the system? Why has the exchange unit changed from yuan to 10,000 yuan? Detected an increase in the host's cash balance. The system mall's exchange unit has been automatically upgraded to 10,000 yuan. An automatic upgrade? How considerate of you. Liu Shenwei, infuriated, cursed under his breath and immediately summoned Wang Zizhong. Chairman, you called for me? Wang inquired. Have you made any progress on the anti-rust paint issue? I was just about to consult a few chemical experts regarding the paint formulation. I thought we could finalize it in a month. Chemical experts? No need for that. We will recruit our own personnel. The paint formula must remain confidential, classified as top secret for the factory, Liu Shenwei instructed. Wang Zizhong muttered, "It's just paint. Why are you so anxious? This is a 200 million priced anti-rust paint formula. You might not take it as seriously as I do," Liu replied. The Longxia agricultural vehicle is crucial for the factory's diversified development, and I must keep a close watch on it. Now that a significant amount of money has been spent, we cannot afford to be careless as before. Liu Shenwei resolved to personally oversee the Longxia agricultural vehicle project. Failing to produce outstanding results would be an affront to the 200 million invested. It is my honor to take the lead. Honestly, I have long wanted you to take charge, but I was concerned it might overburden you, Wang Zizhong replied with a broad smile. Liu Shenwei, with a serious expression, continued. We also need a four-wheel drive technology team. It would be best to recruit a technical team. The current workforce for the Bobcat tractor is still too weak. We need to expand our manpower. The money has already been spent, and the system will certainly not yield anymore. With this in mind, Liu Shenwei aimed to achieve something monumental. All right, I will investigate further, Wang Zizhong said cheerfully. With Liu Dong personally at the helm, many issues would be resolved effortlessly. At Julong Steel, Ma Qianlin curiously asked, "Xiao Liu, is it really necessary to create such a grand spectacle?" Uncle Ma, do not worry. I will manage the situation. The Longxia agricultural vehicle will not incur losses, Liu Shenwei assured him. After delegating tasks, Liu Shenwei took Zhou Siyuan and headed to the Qinchuan Intercontinental Hotel. At the training venue of the Municipal Publicity Bureau and the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, Huang Liang approached Liu Shenwei. "Mr. Liu, welcome. Please come in." Liu Shenwei nodded. gesturing towards the opulent banquet hall behind him. Whose event is this? Quite extravagant. It's the Li Group, the Li family. I was just about to mention. Chairman Liu has arrived. Let me introduce you to these individuals. Zhou, when interjected, introducing Liu Xinwei to several key members of the Municipal Publicity Bureau. This long-haired beauty is the chief director, and beside her is, you should already know this one, the reporter from the municipal television station. Liu Xinwei nodded in acknowledgement as Zhou accompanied him into the venue. This scene happened to be witnessed by Li Ziwu, who was hosting an event across the hall. Is that Liu Xinwei? What's he doing here? The municipal bureau has come for training. Are you interested? His assistant inquired. Li Ziwu, with a forced smile, replied, What a coincidence. Later, have him removed. Huh? Young master, that wouldn't be appropriate. Seeing his assistant so startled, Li Ziwu remarked casually, I was just joking. His assistant let out a long sigh of relief. If he truly intends to meddle in the Qin Chuan agricultural machinery market, it would not be impossible to break a leg or two. Li Ziwu remarked coldly, while his assistant remained silent. The old gentleman had already cautioned him against engaging in reckless antics with Li Ziwu. Rest assured, second young master, we have already made our intentions known to the city's agricultural association. As long as the association refrains from providing subsidies for agricultural machinery, no matter how exceptional the products from the Julong Steel Company may be, they will find no market. The assistant replied with a smile. Not all matters require the application of force. Sometimes, intellect proves to be more effective than violence. The second young master falters due to his lack of wits, perpetually fixated on conflict. Within the training venue, Zhou Xiyuan spoke eloquently before the electronic screen, his captivating discourse eliciting waves of applause from the young women of the city's publicity department. Director Zhou, I must say your young man is quite impressive. Ahem, he's quite average, really. While he stands out among recent graduates, he still falls short compared to you. I entrust him to you. Please do not indulge him. Rest easy. Director Zhou Xiyuan is quite astute. I need not instruct him specifically. He knows how to avoid drawing attention. Liu Xinwei chuckled, and Zhou shifted the conversation. I've already informed the city's agricultural association about the agricultural vehicles. It may prove challenging. Isn't your word effective? Most members of the agricultural association have ties to the Li Group, which has long been a recipient of their donations. The Li Group? The one hosting the banquet across the venue? Indeed, they have nearly monopolized the market share of agricultural machinery in Xinchuan. Liu Xinwei contemplated. The target market for the Longmao agricultural vehicles is not confined to Xinchuan. We aim to market them nationwide. Prior to the steep price of rust-resistant paint, Liu Xinwei had considered that capturing the Xinchuan market alone would suffice for profit. However, now, merely recouping the 22 million in technological upgrade cost necessitates seizing at least 3 regional agricultural machinery markets. The single market of Xinchuan could yield only 1 or 2,000 vehicles at best, and recovering costs would take no less than 2 to 3 years. Liu Xinwei could not afford such a delay, should a conflict arise between Longxia and the Eagle Nation. His heavy oil-powered aircraft carrier would stand no chance against their nuclear-powered counterpart. Thus, the Li Group, my substantial ally, please exercise patience. My profitability serves a greater purpose. Nationwide? That is quite an ambition, Zhou remarked, astonished. Liu Xinwei scratched his head. So please do not fixate on the naval designation, perhaps in a few days. The army might also come to make an announcement. I will certainly keep you informed. Look at you, soaring high. If the army were to come and make a proclamation, I would write the Zhou character backwards. Zhou wore an expression of disbelief, while Liu Xinwei chuckled. I merely jest. I see how eager you are. You little rascal. You need a lesson. Do not boast about selling agricultural vehicles nationwide. First, conquer the Xinchuan market. The Li Group completely dominates the Xinchuan agricultural machinery market, leaving no avenues for outsiders to intervene. Just days ago, city leaders addressed this concern in a meeting, emphasizing the need to vigorously revitalize Xinchuan's agricultural sectors and to promote the local specialties, such as the Xinchuan doghead jujube and flowheart persimmons. However, the agricultural products flourish on the sun-drenched slopes of the deep mountains in Xinchuan, where the collection is already quite arduous, and transportation poses an even greater challenge. The Li Group, in pursuit of agricultural machinery sales subsidies, has been selling poorly performing agricultural vehicles to farmers at the price of $24,000 each. The local Bureau of Industry and Commerce and the Transportation Department have received over 10 reports of accidents caused by the substandard quality of these vehicles. The Bureau of Industry and Commerce has reached out to the Li Group, yet they steadfastly maintain that their vehicles are without fault. Moreover, backed by a public relations team, they assert that the Bureau is disrupting the normal operations of businesses and undermining the commercial environment in Xinchuan. Even though Zhou is unable to swallow this indignation, he has no choice but to endure it for the time being. Chapter 71. Recruiting 4 individuals, yet over 3,000 responded? However, circumstances have changed. Julong Steel has ventured into the agricultural vehicle manufacturing sector. A confrontation with the Li Group is inevitable, and the city's stance is rather delicate. On one hand, there lies a venerable agricultural giant, contributing 400 to 500 million in taxes annually, and on the other, the transitioning Julong Steel, boasting an annual tax contribution exceeding $100 million. The leaders in the city must ponder the balance of significance between the two. Rest assured, we are currently upgrading the initial models of agricultural vehicles. Once the upgrades are complete, the existing agricultural vehicles will surely pale in comparison to our offerings. Lu Shenwei, brimming with confidence, joked about investing 200 to 300 million in a single agricultural vehicle, asserting that it would undoubtedly outperform the Li Group's inferior products. The City Bureau's stance is one of unwavering support, while also ensuring fair competition among enterprises. Director Zhou, rest assured, we shall not resort to unscrupulous tactics. You at Julong Steel need not worry. We guarantee that others will not either. What do you mean by that? The Li Group? Lu Shenwei inquired, to which Zhou chuckled. I never said that. You implied it yourself. Will the Li Group disrupt our agricultural vehicle sales? If they dare to act recklessly, they shall soon learn just how formidable Julong Steel is. Zhou Siyuan delivered an impromptu speech, earning continuous applause from the audience. Half an hour later, Zhou exchanged contact information with his admirers, bidding a reluctant farewell. Chairman, did I perform well? Your eloquence was commendable, indeed. You flatter me. A few girls even asked for your WeChat earlier. What do you think? Huh? Just add them in chat. Lu Shenwei had long since gained notoriety in the public relations sector, and the youthful, vibrant ladies were not naive. It was a rare opportunity to engage with Lu Shenwei up close, and they certainly did not wish to miss the chance to attract a wealthy partner. Poor Zhou Siyuan spent the entire afternoon adding WeChat contacts, only to discover that the girls were all interested in Lu Shenwei's information. Me? My words carry little weight. They hardly acknowledge me. Isn't your identity as the director's nephew sufficient? Lu Shenwei teased. Zhou Siyuan sighed. Chairman, you may not be aware, but the girls who added me all have connections. Many are the daughters of directors. It is someone like you, young, affluent, and cultured, who captures their attention. Lu Shenwei chuckled. Just tell them you are the chairman's secretary, the second in command. That should elevate your status. But I'm not. I can't deceive them. You weren't before, but you are now. Huh? Are you joking? Zhou Siyuan's eyes widened. He knew Lu had several administrative assistants, but no administrative secretary. Many senior directors were eyeing that position, as being the chairman's right-hand person was highly coveted. Do I seem like someone who jokes? Go to the HR department tomorrow and complete the necessary procedures. Lu Shenwei casually remarked. Zhou Siyuan, being astute, understood not to pry further. He had never leveraged his uncle's position at the bureau to exert influence at the factory, and such a person was indeed trustworthy to have by his side. This, Chairman, am I advancing too quickly? Zhou Siyuan was taken aback, and Lu Shenwei solemnly stated, with greater ability comes greater responsibility. Starting tomorrow, you will oversee the upgrade project for the Longmao agricultural vehicle. Rest assured, Chairman, I will complete the task without fail, Zhou Siyuan replied with delight. Upon leaving the conference room, Zhou Siyuan eagerly shared the good news with his uncle. However, what appeared to be a simple personnel adjustment took on a different significance in Zhou Wen's ears, that cunning old fox. Lu Shenwei is laying a trap for me. He deliberately had my nephew take the stage at the training session. After I mentioned that the Li Group monopolizes the Qin Chuan agricultural machinery market, He suddenly promoted my nephew to be the chairman's secretary. What does that imply? It is clear he wants me to assist Giant Dragon Steel with the sales of Longmao agricultural vehicles. Zhou declared, I need to arrange a meeting with the sales director of the Li Group. They have been overstepping lately and need to be put in check. Huang Liang, puzzled, asked, Director, didn't you say this was a celestial battle, and we should remain spectators? Why suddenly join the fray? Zhou replied with resignation. Who said we are not involved? Although Director Liu is young, I cannot simply ignore the hand he has dealt me. Since we are already in the game, we might as well lend as much assistance as we can. The sales director of the Li Group is a formidable opponent and may not show us any courtesy. This time, they cannot dictate the terms. They may be tough, but we are not to be trifled with. Zhou paused. We also need to address the Agricultural Association. Given that the Li Group has made donations, they might be wary of offending them. As one of their supervisors, shouldn't we be concerned about inciting their ire? With your guidance, I know how to proceed, Huang Liang said, nodding before departing. Meanwhile, Lu Shunwei, returning to the steel mill, perused the resumes in his hand, oblivious to the impending storm. Isn't it just recruiting 4 graduates in chemical engineering? Why are there thousands of resumes? Lu Shunwei exclaimed in confusion. Wang Zizhong explained, Chairman, these have already been filtered. The minimum qualification is a master's degree from a 211 university, and we did not consider those whose undergraduate and master's degrees are in different fields. Director Ma and I spent an entire afternoon selecting. These 200 graduates have impressive qualifications. 200? That is indeed a rare find, Lu Shunwei mused. You may choose wisely. Ideally, we should focus on master's degrees. We do not require doctoral candidates. Wang Zizhong nodded in agreement and subsequently selected 360 master's degree holders and 40 doctoral candidates for the interview stage. Having heard that Giant Dragon Steel was notoriously difficult to enter, he was astonished that for just 4 positions, over 400 candidates showed up for interviews. Come on, you think that as few? At least 3,000 people submitted resumes online. Those who made it to the interview are the fortunate ones. Even the city administration finds it hard to get into Giant Dragon Steel. It seems quite challenging. After all, Giant Dragon Steel offers excellent benefits, a probationary salary of 15,000, and after 3 months, it increases to 20,000, along with 13 insurances and 5 funds. Who wouldn't want that? True, but entering Giant Dragon Steel now relies purely on luck. As the graduates waiting for their interviews chatted animatedly, Lu Shunwei received another call from Wang Jiawei in the office building. Director Lu, are you busy lately? I will be passing through Qinchuan in a couple of days and would like to pay you a visit. Lu Shunwei replied cheerfully. As long as General Wang has the time, you are welcome to visit any time. I will be here. That's settled then. I shall pay a visit the day after tomorrow afternoon. Your timing is impeccable, as we have just refurbished the agricultural vehicle production line, and it would be splendid to have your guidance. Upon hearing this, Wang Jiawei winced in discomfort. Who would wish to observe an agricultural vehicle production line? What I require is to establish a transportation route for small, unmanned aerial vehicles. While I may not be well-versed in agricultural vehicles, since Chairman Liu has extended the invitation, I shall certainly take a look. After exchanging pleasantries for a brief moment, Lu Shunwei concluded the call. He informed by Xiaoying that General Manager Wang from Shifeng Express would be visiting Julong Steel for an inspection the day after tomorrow, and I need her to conduct a live interview. Additionally, we must summon reporter Mu from the municipal station and Director Zhou. If Longmao agricultural vehicles are to make their mark beyond Qinchuan, we must first create a formidable presence. Chapter 72. Am I lacking in traffic? Is there paid content behind it? Dear readers, Happy New Year! During the Spring Festival, updates will be reliably posted at 8 in the morning. I kindly request your support. Thank you. In the Qinchuan City Bureau of Industry and Commerce, Zhou wore a beaming smile upon receiving a call. You should perform well under Director Liu. Do not let down his mentorship. Rest assured, Uncle, I will always keep Director Liu in mind. Zhou Siyuan replied earnestly. Be diligent. Be courteous to your fellow workers. Zhou advised, noting that Julong Steel was still in its growth phase. If his nephew performed well now, There would undoubtedly be a position for him in the upper management once Julong Steel expanded significantly or even established branches. I maintain good relations with my colleagues and will not bring you disgrace, Zhou Siyuan assured. It is not just for my own reputation, but for your future. An uncle cannot remain in his position forever. Among the younger generation of the Zhou family, only Zhou Siyuan showed promise. Once you retire, you may need Zhou Siyuan to help take care of things, he added. Zhou Siyuan nodded seriously and inquired, tomorrow, will General Manager Wang from Reverse Wind Logistics be accompanied solely by Section Chief Huang Liang? That kid Huang is as clever as you. General Manager Wang is merely visiting Julong Steel and is not establishing a logistics base in Qinchuan. So Huang is sufficient, Zhou replied. Zhou Siyuan pondered this, acknowledging that his uncle was indeed a leading figure in Qinchuan's business community, and Wang's visit was simply a courtesy call. Be sure to attend to Mu Guchan and Bai Xiaoying. One represents the city television station, and the other represents new media. Both wield considerable influence. Use General Manager Wang's visit as an opportunity to promote the Longmao agricultural vehicle. It may very well ignite interest, Zhou advised. Having received guidance from his uncle, Zhou Siyuan promptly reached out to the two media personnel. Bai Xiaoying readily accepted the invitation, while Mu Guchan politely declined, citing prior commitments at the city television station. Upon learning of the situation, Lu Shunwei chuckled. As long as Miss Bai comes, we do not expect much from the city television station. The following day, Wang Zizhong hurriedly approached Lu Shunwei. Chairman, I have located a passenger vehicle technology team, but their asking price is quite high. Lu Shunwei frowned. How much do they want? They have about 40 to 50 members with a minimum monthly salary not less than 15,000, Wang Zizhong considered. Lu Shunwei smiled. Old Wang, do you know the current minimum salary for our factory's formal employees? Wang Zizhong shook his head, and Lu Shunwei suddenly remembered Wang's annual salary, realizing he was unaware of the workers' compensation. The average monthly salary for entry-level workers is around 16,000, with the lowest at 12,000. Their request for 15,000 is not excessive. Wang Zizhong's eyes widened. What did you say? The minimum salary for workers is 12,000. The base salary for the Longmao agricultural vehicle team should indeed be higher. So if you believe that team is suitable, bring them all over to us. Lu Shunwei, now unperturbed by expenses, had already spent hundreds of millions and was indifferent to an additional monthly expenditure of several hundred thousand. Very well, I will contact them now, Wang Zizhong said cheerfully. Also, with General Manager Wang from Reverse Wind Logistics coming tomorrow, you will be responsible for promoting the Longmao agricultural vehicle. Me? Is that appropriate? Perhaps Zhou Siyuan should handle it. He is more eloquent. Zhou Siyuan? That works too. Wang Zizhong discerned that Lu Shunwei harbored intentions to cultivate Zhou Siyuan, thus aligning himself with the leadership's aspirations. After a series of preparations from Julong Steel, Wang Jiawei arrived fashionably late the following afternoon. Lu Dong's arrangements seemed excessively grand. Observing the array of leaders awaiting at the entrance of Julong Steel, Wang Jiawei was taken aback. Was such a spectacle truly necessary? Bai Xiaoying aimed her phone at Wang Jiawei, instantly invigorating the live stream's audience. Wow, Wang Jiawei, one of Longxia's most enigmatic tycoons. Is Julong Steel about to collaborate with Nifeng Express, aiming for greatness and renewed glory? Hey, bro upstairs, should I arrange a fortune for you? Previously, Nifeng Express seemed to have procured a batch of Longxia drones, reportedly for transportation purposes. That deal fell through. It appears the aviation authority denied the route, leaving it in limbo. Mr. Wang, it's been a while. Let us converse as we walk, Lu Shunwei said, firmly shaking Wang Jiawei's hand and ushering him into the factory. Isn't there a need for registration? Wang Jiawei inquired curiously. Lu Shunwei waved his hand dismissively. We have already registered your and your assistant's information. The others will remain in the reception area for tea. Nodding in acknowledgement, Wang Jiawei entered the factory, where Zhou Siyuan began to elaborate on Julong Steel's developments over the past 2 years. After touring the Julong Steel and Longying production lines, Wang Jiawei couldn't help but exclaim, Lu Dong manages this exceptionally well. Not quite on par with your billion-dollar logistics empire, Lu Shunwei responded with a smile. Following a round of mutual flattery, Wang Jiawei felt the moment was ripe to convey his intentions. However, Zhou Siyuan interjected with another introduction. This is our latest product, the Longma agricultural vehicle. With just 30 liters of gasoline, it can travel 400 kilometers, adept at both passenger and cargo transport. 30 liters for 400 kilometers? This pretty boy certainly knows how to boast. Even the paper-thin skin of a foot basin chicken wouldn't dare to claim such. If true, it would be unbeatable solely on fuel efficiency. Wang Jiawei pondered for a moment, then burst into laughter. Isn't this tailor-made for our company? In Longxia, who doesn't know that aside from the Green Hat brother, Nifeng is the leader in the express industry. With 800,000 three-wheeled vehicles, they practically dominate half the Longxia courier sector. What can the likes of Shaolin Temple's Master Santong Ida or Crazy Rabbit do against that? Mr. Wang is absolutely correct. The Longma agricultural vehicle is particularly suitable for small parcel delivery, Zhou Siyuan replied. Wang Jiawei casually remarked, if this little vehicle truly proves effective for deliveries, we might consider ordering several thousand for a trial. Mr. Wang, you intend to order several thousand? Lu Shunwei interjected suddenly. Before Wang Jiawei could respond, Lu Shunwei confirmed. Zhou Siyuan, did Mr. Wang just mention how many vehicles he wishes to order? 5,000 vehicles. I believe that's what Mr. Wang said. Isn't it, Secretary Chen? Wait a minute. Lu Dong is setting a trap here. Nifeng Express certainly has an agenda for visiting Julong Steel. You must navigate this. Is the essence of a true business battle this straightforward? Forcing you to purchase agricultural vehicles while holding your nose? Zhou Siyuan turned to Wang Jiawei's secretary, Secretary Chen, who wore a bewildered expression. What's going on? Who said anything about ordering your agricultural vehicles? Isn't this a case of coercive sales? Just as Secretary Xiaochuan was about to voice a rebuttal, Wang Jiawei interjected, saying, Director Lu has struck a chord with me. Let's initially place an order for 5,000 units to assess their effectiveness. If this agricultural vehicle proves suitable for express delivery, we will consider increasing our order. Wang was straightforward. Let's discuss this in the conference room. Lu Shunwei chuckled lightly. The plan is set. My apologies, Wang Jiawei. We will first utilize the reverse logistics to recuperate the investment for the agricultural vehicle. Is this for real? Is Chairman Wang truly conceding so easily? I heard that agricultural vehicle costs around 20,000 each. 5,000 units is quite a modest target. Goodness, I cannot comprehend the world of these magnates. As both parties entered the conference room, Bai Xiaoying discreetly ended the live stream. What is going on? Is the following content paid? The subsequent information is a trade secret. Even if you pay, they want to share it with you. Let us not even mention us. Even Xiaoying's status is not sufficient to gain entry into the conference room. Chapter 73. Swift Transport Against the Wind. After 8 months of effort, Chairman Lu resolved everything with a single phone call. The fans were indeed correct. Bai Xiaoying's interview has reached its conclusion, but the confrontation between Lu Shunwei and Wang Jiawei is just beginning. Wang Jiawei has already extended his goodwill towards Lu Shunwei, offering genuine financial support. Now it is time for Wang Jiawei to seek something of substance in return. The primary purpose of this visit was to assess the progress of the development of large commercial unmanned transport aircraft while discreetly inquiring about certain matters. While Wang Jiawei appeared nonchalant, Lu Shunwei understood that this moment was crucial for unveiling true intentions. He turned to Ma Qianlin and requested, Director Ma, please elaborate on the progress of our large commercial drone research and development. Taking up the laser pointer, Ma Qianlin spoke with confidence, indicating that, according to the current pace, the large unmanned aircraft would be ready for trial production and flight tests within 6 months at most. Wang Jiawei interjected occasionally with inquiries about details, which Ma Qianlin addressed one by one. The progress exceeded Lu Shunwei's expectations. However, the issue of flight routes remained unresolved. Even if the large unmanned transport aircraft were developed, it would be of little use without the necessary routes. Chairman Lu, your research team is remarkably efficient. It indeed surpasses my expectations, Wang Jiawei remarked with a smile. Lu Shunwei responded, Mr. Wang, with your significant financial investment, we certainly do not wish to disappoint you. The large commercial unmanned transport aircraft is something Liu Shenwei believes could be a formidable asset, with the potential to generate billions in sales annually. With competitors like Swift Transport pioneering large unmanned aircraft to enhance efficiency, the likes of Santong Ida cannot afford to remain passive. The Frantic Rabbit Company is diligently striving to seize the Longxia Express market. They would not let this opportunity slip by. One can only imagine the anxiety of the Green Hat brother. The entire express delivery industry would be thrown into a frenzy due to the advent of large commercial unmanned transport aircraft. The prospect of selling large unmanned aircraft, resulting in a substantial influx of cash, renders any challenges, including artificial suns, insignificant. Chairman Liu speaks the truth. However, even if the large unmanned transport aircraft is successfully developed, we cannot make large-scale purchases at this time. What do you mean? Are you jesting with me? You've stripped bare, and now you claim to be a eunuch? Liu Shenwei inquired, puzzled. Is there perhaps a difficulty on your end, Mr. Wang? As Liu Shenwei pressed for clarification, Wang Zhou feigned a bitter smile, stating, "It's not a grave issue. You should be aware, Chairman Liu, that we have procured a significant number of Longxia drones for deliveries. Indeed, that is the case. Could it be that there are quality concerns with the Longxia drones?" Liu Shenwei questioned. Wang Zhou quickly waved his hand. The quality of the Longxia drones is exceptionally high. However, we are encountering some complications in applying for unmanned transport routes in 3 cities. Is it that the upper authorities are withholding approval? Liu Shenwei asked. Not exactly. They haven't outright denied it, but the approval process is exceedingly slow. We submitted our application 8 months ago, yet we have yet to receive any response. Upon hearing this, Liu Shenwei immediately grasped the true purpose of Wang Zhou's visit. He promptly took out his phone. I'll try to leverage my connections, though I cannot guarantee success. With your assurance, I'm already satisfied. After all, if the routes are not granted, both our companies will incur losses. Nodding, Liu Shenwei dialed Gu Ming's number. Director Gu, I have a matter I would like to request your assistance with. What brings you to think of me, young Chairman Liu? Speak freely. As long as it does not violate principles, I can accommodate. Liu Shenwei, reaching out to him, clearly indicated that he was facing a challenging situation. It is not my concern. It is the logistics company, Reverse Wind Express, that seeks to establish drone transportation routes in several cities domestically. What do you think? I can assist with your matters, but as for Reverse Wind Express, I am not well acquainted with them. Gu Ming decisively declined, and Liu Shenwei felt a surge of urgency. Wang Zhou was even more anxious, suspecting that Liu Shenwei might have directly contacted the military magnates behind the scenes, for if they were amenable, everything would fall into place. Please, by assisting them, you are also aiding me, Liu Shenwei interjected hastily. Gu Ming pondered for a moment. What advantages do we gain from that? Consider this. If our dragon steel flourishes, our production quality will undoubtedly improve, benefiting both you and your organization, Liu Shenwei articulated casually, though internally he was more anxious than anyone. Director Gu, I implore you to agree quickly. By resolving the issues for Reverse Wind Express, I stand to gain considerably. We are still in need of funds for the artificial sun and nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. That being said, I hope you are not using our name to flaunt around, Gu Ming admonished. Liu Shenwei waved his hand in explanation. We operate within the law and would never tarnish the reputation of the entities involved. Very well, considering your request. I will resolve this within a week. Additionally, communicate to Reverse Wind Express that while profit is welcome, they must not engage in reckless behavior. The treatment of delivery personnel must also be addressed. While the bosses feast, the employees must at least have some broth. Gu Ming's words echoed in Wang Zhou's mind, as it was evident the intention was to admonish Reverse Wind Express. Rest assured, I shall convey your message, Liu Shenwei replied with a smile. And Gu Ming exchanged a few more pleasantries before concluding the call. Mr. Wang, you heard all of that, correct? Liu Shenwei remarked with a grin. Wang Zhou nodded vigorously. I did indeed. Reverse Wind Express will surely heed the call from above. I will adjust the base salary next month. Do as you see fit. I have relayed the message, Liu Shenwei casually remarked. Wang Zhou lowered his voice. Director Liu, would it be convenient for you to introduce me to this leader? After all, they are assisting us with such a significant matter. resolving the dilemma faced by Reverse Wind Express, which has persisted for 8 months and affects tens of thousands, indicates a formidable influence. I can make an introduction, but the leader may not be inclined to engage. What do you think? Then let it be. I would appreciate your help in passing on the message. Wang Jiawei's delight was evident, and Lu Shunwei merely nodded. Indeed, it is easier to handle matters when there are influential connections, though regretfully, such relationships cannot be leveraged for personal gain. Once the upgrades for the agricultural vehicles are completed, I will reach out to you again. Director Lu, you are too courteous. I will personally come to collect the vehicles, Wang Jiawei said with a smile. Having resolved such a significant issue, he was naturally inclined to reciprocate. Whether it be 5,000 agricultural vehicles or even 10,000, he would gladly cover the expense. After bidding farewell to Wang Jiawei, Lu Shunwei immediately contacted by Xiaoying. Miss Bai, please delete today's livestream content. Lu Shunwei had initially feared that Wang Jiawei would not be swayed by his approach, thus contemplating a public broadcast to ensure Wang Jiawei would have difficulty retracting his words later. It now appeared that both parties were akin to Zhou Yu and Huang Gai, willingly engaging in a mutually beneficial arrangement. All right, Director Lu, may I inquire what you discussed with Mr. Wang? Bai Xiaoying asked curiously. Lu Shunwei chuckled and remarked, the strategic cooperation between both enterprises will be announced tomorrow in the news. Mr. Lu, please do not forget about me when there are more good things, Bai Xiaoying said, pointing out that they were counting on him for publicity. How could I possibly forget? After giving his reminders to Bai Xiaoying, Lu Shunwei promptly sought out Zhou Siyuan. Please have several more streamers share our report on the reception for General Manager Wang of Reverse Wind Express. We must create a significant impact. Zhou Siyuan inquired. Should we particularly inform Chief Huang from the Municipal Bureau? Rest assured, he is quite astute and will undoubtedly relay the message to Director Zhou, Lu Shunwei casually replied. The following day, the announcement of a strategic partnership between Julong Steel and Reverse Wind Express, involving the procurement of 5,000 agricultural vehicles for delivery purposes, went viral across the internet. Chapter 74. Since I cannot comprehend the profound teachings of Mahayana Buddhism, I possess some knowledge of martial arts. Is it true that Nifeng Logistics procured 5,000 agricultural vehicles to serve as delivery carts? What is the rationale behind this? Moreover, Mr. Wang has displayed benevolence by proposing to raise the base salary of delivery personnel. What could be the circumstances? Has he experienced a moral awakening? The couriers at Nifeng Logistics truly endure great hardships. Has Mr. Wang decided to take genuine action this time? Are you playing a role? If the compensation at Nifeng Logistics is deemed low, the three expresses will undoubtedly find themselves in tears. Despite the lofty praises for the Totoro agricultural vehicle, I have yet to see many on the roads. Dachun, have you finally awakened? Agricultural vehicles are typically found in rural areas. Who would be foolish enough to take them on the road? I eagerly anticipate the commendable performance of the Totoro agricultural vehicle. I truly hope for their resounding success. As for the usability of the agricultural vehicles from Julong Steel, I am indifferent. I primarily wish to observe how Chairman Lu operates. With the announcement of a collaboration between Julong Steel and Nifeng Logistics on their official website, various media outlets rushed to cover the news, leading to a surge of reports concerning the Totoro agricultural vehicle across the internet. The media department of the Li Group promptly acquired a Totoro agricultural vehicle at a premium price for disassembly. Li Ziwu, observing the disassembled parts of the Totoro agricultural vehicle, scoffed, a mere assemblage of trash. The anti-rust paint is subpar. Do they truly believe they can compete with the Li family? The second young master, possessing a discerning eye, concurred. Indeed, the agricultural vehicle from Julong Steel is nothing but scrap metal. Li Ziwu, I have heard that the inept one from Municipal Bureau of Industry and Commerce wishes to assist Julong Steel. Is there any truth to this? Yesterday, he approached our group sales director, advocating for fair competition. Fair competition? Huh. Do they really believe their shoddy products are worthy of competing with the Li Group? The sales director offered no agreements, merely stating a desire for Julong Steel to operate lawfully. Well said, but since Julong Steel refuses to recognize their place, they shall receive a lesson, Li Ziwu remarked coldly. summoning the head of security at the lead group for further instructions. At the Julong Steel Plant, 4 newly hired graduate students specializing in coding engineering had arrived. Which universities did you all graduate from? Xi'an University of Technology, and you? Me? I attended Shanghai Jiao Tong University. We both hail from Southeast University. As the 4 introduced themselves, one of them said, I heard that the chairman of Julong Steel is coming soon. Are you unaware? We've been personally brought in by the chairman. What does that imply? Are we to become his elite guards? Will our salaries increase now that we serve under the chairman? As they conversed, Lu Shunwei entered the room. Following a brief introduction by Wang Zizhong, Lu Shunwei got straight to the point. I have specifically summoned you to research a new type of coating that provides long-lasting rust resistance and a bright finish, exclusively for agricultural vehicles. The 4 exchanged glances, wondering why they had been called in for such a task. Noticing their silence, Lu Shunwei continued, do not underestimate this task. First, take a look at the formulation details. Wang Zizhong presented the anti-rust coating formulation to the 4, who remained silent for a considerable time after reviewing it. Is it challenging? Lu Shunwei inquired. Chairman, you have provided the formulation details. We merely need to source and blend the raw materials. It is not particularly difficult. Since there is no difficulty, can it be accomplished in 2 months? After the formulation is complete, there will still be the matter of the paint inspection. However, 2 months should suffice. This task is entrusted to you, and a reward of 100,000 will be granted upon completion within 2 months. Lu Shunwei casually remarked, and the 4 individuals widened their eyes. They had heard of the generous benefits at Julong Steel, but they never anticipated a bonus of 100,000 before officially becoming employees. Grateful for the chairman's trust, we assure you we will fulfill the task. A 100,000 bonus means each person would receive 25,000. What do you mean by 25,000 per person? If outsiders knew, they might think Julong Steel couldn't afford such bonuses. 100,000. Each person gets 100,000, Lu Shunwei declared, leaving the 4 newcomers in astonishment. A 100,000 bonus, and each person? Is this the strength of Julong Steel? Granting such a bonus to fresh graduates. Chairman Lu, you understand the technology. Rest assured, we 4 will work ourselves to the bone to complete the task within 2 months. Only if the ancestral grave of the Zhao family smokes will I be able to join Julong Steel. Lu Shunwei raised his hand. Do not be overly excited. As long as you develop the anti-rust paint, all 4 of you will be immediately regularized. Really? Chairman, we will begin our research at once. The 4 of them insisted on starting work, and after Lu Shunwei offered a few reminders, he departed. Uncle Wang, please do not let them overexert themselves. The youth, driven by the prospect of bonuses, might even forego sleep. The anti-rust paint team was assembled, and the newly recruited automotive team commenced work as well, making smooth progress on the upgrade of the Totoro agricultural vehicle. Half a month later, the anti-rust paint team achieved a significant technological breakthrough. And good news also arrived from Zhouwen's side. The lead group agreed to fair competition, ensuring the rights of the Qinchuan farmers. However, the following day, Lu Shunwei received news that the agricultural community's Totoro vehicle branch had been vandalized. Chairman, the instigators have been identified. They are thugs hired by the lead group. The lead group? They present one face in public and another behind our backs, treating Julong Steel as if we were mere clay. Lu Shunwei was furious. Since you cannot comprehend the teachings of the great vehicle, an old monk is also acquainted with some martial arts. Wang Zizhong inquired, Chairman, what do you suggest we do? What to do? The workers at Julong Steel carry their own steel pipes. That shouldn't pose a problem, right? Lu Shunwei countered. Wang Zizhong immediately understood. Rest assured, I know what to do. That afternoon, the personnel at the Totoro agricultural vehicle branch in the countryside received high-quality steel pipes sent by Julong Steel. Simultaneously, the dispatch personnel reminded them, aim for the legs, they are the most vulnerable. Supervisor, will this approach cause any issues? They are riding on our heads. And you still question if there will be any repercussions? Beat them. The chairman has stated that if any damage occurs, we will cover it. After all, the troublemakers are all local ruffians. 2 days later, A large-scale brawl erupted between the Totoro agricultural vehicle branch and the thugs hired by the Lee Group. 6 thugs were injured, and 3 were caught and tied to a tree for interrogation. The thugs cried out for help, and fearing the situation would escalate, the Lee Group ordered them to use wooden sticks and shovels. The individuals from the Dragon Steel Company exhibit a certain level of thuggery, each brandishing steel pipes as thick as a bowl. By heavens, they could inflict lethal harm. Brothers from Dragon Steel, we are merely here to earn a living. Let us set aside our steel pipes and converse amicably. The ruffian leader, attempting to reason, was met with the furious retorts of the Dragon Steel workers. What nonsense are you spouting? Charge forward, and let us take down one foe at a time. The Dragon Steel crew had long been prepared. Their comrades tightened their grips on the steel pipes and struck at anyone in their path. The thugs, though malevolent, were not foolish. Seeing the overwhelming odds, they turned to flee, yet several still suffered grievous injuries. The ruffian, bound to a tree, cried out for mercy. What you're doing is illegal. Do you not fear the patrol officers? Even if the King of Heaven himself were to arrive today, he could not save you. Chapter 75. The scoundrels, please, let me go. I have already reported to the police. Kind sirs from Dragon Steel, I implore you to release me. The 3 bound scoundrels were genuinely terrified. They had once thrived on monetary transactions, but now their lives were perilously at stake. Only now did they grasp the gravity of their situation. Just days prior, they had been quite audacious. I beg you, let me go. I have already alerted the authorities. One of the scoundrels lamented. The sales team from Dragon Steel, upon hearing this, nearly burst into laughter. Huh, are we the villains here? The employees of Dragon Steel chuckled, when suddenly, the sound of urgent police sirens pierced the air. In the chairman's office at Dragon Steel, Lu Shunwei exclaimed, "What did you say? I'm on my way." He rushed out, and Zhou Siyuan inquired, "Chairman, what has happened? Our workers are on the verge of killing those scoundrels. You drive, and we shall head to the countryside immediately." "What do you mean? They are about to be killed? Stop dawdling. Let us move." Upon Lu Shenwei's swift arrival at the scene, the workers of Dragon Steel, who were locked in a standoff with the police, immediately felt invigorated. "Brothers, the chairman has arrived. Do not fear. Stand your ground. Calm down. Remember, the scoundrels are human too." The police captain shouted in exasperation. But Lu Shenwei was blocked by the officers as he approached. "I am Lu Shenwei, chairman of Dragon Steel. This is all a misunderstanding. Chairman Lu, you have finally arrived. Before the situation escalates, let us release those tied to the tree. They are on the brink of suffocation," the police captain urged. Lu Shenwei nodded solemnly and approached his workers. "This is outrageous. Release them at once," he commanded, then quietly advised, "First, let them go. We can settle the score later." Several workers untied the ropes, delivering a few kicks as they did so. "Get lost." Seeing this, the police captain let out a sigh of relief. If a life were to be lost today, it would indeed be a grave matter. "I apologize for the inconvenience," Lu Shenwei said courteously. The police captain replied sternly, "We will take these societal pests with us. I hope Chairman Lu can manage his workers well. Should there be another disturbance, I cannot guarantee it will be contained." "Rest assured, there will not be a next time," Lu Shenwei assured, thumping his chest, and thus the turmoil came to an end. "Honestly, what were you thinking?" Lu Shenwei chided, his expression darkening. The workers muttered, "Chairman, they were the ones bullying us. We were merely defending ourselves." Defending oneself is a long-standing tradition in Longxia. The workers had learned this from their ancestors. Is that what I meant? Self-defense is acceptable, but what was the reasoning behind tying them to a tree? If you must bind them, do so in the shop. They ought to receive a proper lesson, a thorough beating, if necessary. However, one thing must be remembered. Never cause trouble for the police. Do you all understand? Lu Shenwei surveyed the crowd, and the workers, once dejected, now responded eagerly, "Chairman, you can rest easy. We will not trouble you again." "All right, disperse. Head to the finance department. Each of you will receive a bonus of 20,000. Lu Shenwei casually remarked that the workers who dared to confront the ruffians must be handsomely rewarded and utilized. Just as he concluded the dispute, Zhou Wen's call came through. "Mr. Lu, I heard that the thugs from the Lee Group caused a ruckus at your place. Director Zhou has heard as well. News travels fast. Is everything all right?" I just heard the chief of the patrol police mention that the League Group's ruffians are quite troublesome. Rest assured, the Dragon Steel has never lost a fight. I'm aware of that. In these exceptional times, the enforcement team of Dragon Steel is renowned in Qinchuan, wielding a steel fork that makes class enemies tremble. However, do exercise caution. The League Group's underhanded tactics extend beyond mere inconvenience, Zhou cautioned. Lu Shunwei wholeheartedly agreed, recognizing that while the League Group publicly espoused fair competition, they likely had numerous and scrupulous methods prepared behind the scenes. Uncle Wang, let us have our workers in the countryside return first. We will proceed once the upgraded Dragon Cat agricultural vehicle is ready for launch, Lu Shunwei contemplated. Wang Zizhong, puzzled, responded, Chairman, are we really severing the hard-won relationship with the agricultural cooperative? The League Group may be like a rabid dog, but we are not. They seek to triumph through agricultural subsidies, yet we shall let quality speak for itself. Lu Shunwei aspired to take the high road, while the League Group insisted on pursuing sinister paths. The following day, news of Dragon Steel's violent resistance to law enforcement emerged in the public eye. Wow, Dragon Steel is impressive. Steel pipes versus batons. Violent resistance confirmed. Surely the video cannot be fabricated. I've heard that this arose from a dispute over agricultural vehicle sales. This is terrifying. Confronting the Qinchuan Patrol Police directly shows Dragon Steel's audacity. The Public Relations Department of the League Group orchestrated campaign, fabricating the narrative of Dragon Steel's violent defiance, prompting the uninformed populace to join in the derogation. Numerous streamers who initially supported Dragon Steel shifted their allegiance, while only a few, such as Qi Gu and Bai Xiaoying, continue to stand by them. I believe that Dragon Steel would not resort to violent resistance. Bai Xiaoying stated solemnly. Did the streamer take money? Every team has its bad apples. Bai Xiaoying's reputation has long been tarnished. I hear she's being kept by the president of Dragon Steel. I am proud. What can you do? Has been muted by the streamer. Does Xiaoying need money? The criticism is missing the point. I heard this conflict arose from agricultural subsidies. The opposing side is the League Group. Matters in the agricultural sector are delicate, but I have heard that Dragon Steel has already withdrawn its rural branches. Knowing they're in the wrong, Dragon Steel certainly had a retreat. The League Group has been in the agricultural machinery business for over a decade, producing top-notch agricultural vehicles, which is not something Dragon Steel can simply leverage. Qi Yi, what is your take on this matter? Chiga chuckled. Does anyone truly know the nature of the League Group? Does Qi Gu have insider information? A local tyrant clashing with a river dragon. I wonder if Dragon Steel can withstand such a confrontation. What is the point of watching two companies fight? Let us focus more on the chicken tsunami. Joyous news. The chicken tsunami truly deserves it. The dispute between Long Dragon Steel and the League Group is far from over. In the League Group's building, the assistant reported, Second young master, as you instructed, we have recruited a group of online commentators to spread rumors. Li Ziwu corrected him, saying, it is not spreading rumors, but rather stating facts. There are many voices online condemning Long Dragon Steel. I intend to bring Long Dragon Steel to disgrace, compelling Lu Xinwei to kneel and beg for mercy on their behalf. To covet a piece of the League Group's pie is akin to courting death. Meanwhile, the League Group has engaged in defamation, and Lu Xinwei has not been idle either. He is gathering incriminating evidence against the League Group, preparing for a concentrated revelation of their misdeeds. Chapter 76. Donations for the chicken of the foot basin? Certainly. I shall contribute 1,000 paper cranes. Zhou Siyuan approached Lu Xinwei with a hefty stack of documents. After merely glancing through a few pages, Lu Xinwei set the materials aside. Chairman, I have coordinated with 6 media outlets to prepare a concentrated expose, Zhou Siyuan exclaimed, his face alight with enthusiasm. Even if these pieces of evidence did not utterly obliterate the League Group, they would certainly inflict considerable damage. Let's hold off for now. We shall reveal it after the upgrade of the agricultural vehicle is complete, Lu Xinwei contemplated. Striking a serpent without killing it could lead to adverse consequences. What he sought was a decisive blow. Zhou Siyuan nodded and inquired, Chairman, last week, following the tsunami in the chicken of the foot basin, many enterprises have been donating funds and materials. Should we also contribute to the chicken of the foot basin? Who initiated such a call to action? Lu Xinwei replied coldly. In light of frequent natural disasters, should the chicken of the Foot Basin not reflect upon the heinous deeds it has committed? I would only consider donating to the chicken of the Foot Basin if the Blue Star were to explode. Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, the Mitsui conglomerate, and the like, were they not all local enterprises of the chicken of the Foot Basin? Why should Longxia Enterprises join in this charade? Numerous Longxia enterprises had already followed suit, claiming that mountains and rivers are different yet share the same sky and moon. Nonsense. Mountains and rivers are different. It is a matter of mutual enmity. With 35 million sons and daughters of Longxia, every inch of land is stained with blood. Lu Xinwei vividly recalled that during the great earthquake in Longxia in his past life, the chicken of the Foot Basin dispatched surveying teams at once. They delved deep into Longxia's heartland to collect geographical information, their intentions wicked enough to incite the fury of gods and men alike. Once their schemes were thwarted, they hypocritically organized donations. But what were they donating? Paper cranes. During the Longxia earthquake, they dispatched surveying teams for rescue and still had the audacity to donate paper cranes? To hell with that. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration lit up Lu Xinwei's mind. While others were donating money, we could donate items, achieving a similar effect. Observing l'US attitude shift dramatically. Aucun questionned. Chairman, what shall we donate? What shall we donate? When the chicken of the Foot Basin sent paper cranes as blessings during the earthquake, we shall reciprocate in kind. Let us instruct the factory workers' families to fold at least 4 paper cranes each and deliver them by tomorrow morning. Hearing Lu Xinwei's words, Zhou Siyuan could not help but chuckle. How shall we phrase the blessings? Doesn't the chicken of the Foot Basin believe in the afterlife? Then let us wish the victims a swift ascent to paradise. Lu Xinwei said with a smile, and Zhou Siyuan nodded in agreement, internally lamenting the brilliance of Lu's idea. It would be rude not to reciprocate such gestures. Let's not forget to seal it tightly with steel plates to ensure our heartfelt intentions remain undamaged, Lu Xinwei kindly reminded. Zhou Siyuan stifled a laugh. Rest assured, I will use the finest shipping containers. That afternoon, families of the workers at the giant Dragon Steel factory busily purchased colored paper to compete in their craftsmanship. Why are we suddenly folding paper cranes amidst such heavy workloads? Who knows? Perhaps with a new idea from Chairman Lu. Hurry up and fold. I heard it's a gift for the disaster-stricken region of the chicken of the Foot Basin. We should use black cardstock. Novedambling. I've memorized the blessings. Swift ascent to paradise. The following day, the giant Dragon Steel factory collected 10,000 paper cranes, packed them into containers, and dispatched them to the disaster area of the chicken of the Foot Basin. Meanwhile, at the Li Group's skyscraper, Li Zuan gazed at his dejected younger brother with a face full of displeasure, employing online hired hands to spread rumors and resorting to thugs for physical intimidation. Had you not been a member of the Li family, I would have broken your legs by now. Li Zuan was infuriated by his brother's incompetence. Li Zuwu hastily explained, Brother, Long Dragon Steel is bullying us. Fully aware that agricultural machinery sales are our family's business, yet they insist on meddling. Silence. How dare you call me brother? How can I have such a foolish sibling? Li Zuan raturta angrili. Li Zuwu attempted to argue further, but was silenced by the fierce glare of Li Zuan. Within the Li Group, rumors circulated that Zuan lacked sophistication and Zuwu lacked valor. Although Li Zuwu appeared bold, he lacked the ambition necessary for advancement. Conversely, while Li Zuan seemed cultured, his merciless nature far surpassed that of his younger brother. Their father was aging, and the future of the Li Group depended on the two of them. The predatory wolves of Qinchuan regarded them as easy prey. Li Zuan spoke earnestly. Despite his brother's foolishness, blood ties remained strong. He could not afford to neglect his responsibilities. Yet, within just 3 months of his business trip, his brother had provoked the emerging force of Long Dragon Steel in Qinchuan. Li Zuwu, defiantly lifting his chin, responded, Brother, precisely because of this, I must confront Long Dragon Steel's provocation. Foolishness. Do you even know who Long Dragon Steel is? They are a rising enterprise backed by the Qinchuan Bureau of Industry, the Propaganda Bureau, and the Confidentiality Bureau, potentially with military connections. Are you seeking death by provoking them? Li Zuan chastised. Li Zuwu countered, But we cannot allow them to intrude upon the agricultural machinery market, can we? Spreading rumors and resorting to violence are not the optimal choices. The Agricultural Association stands with us, and Long Dragon Steel will not make significant waves. Li Zuin had investigated Long Dragon Steel's so-called Dragon Cat agricultural vehicle, finding its design unattractive and quality severely lacking. The steel beams and drive shafts were prone to rust. How could such inferior products compete with the agricultural vehicles of the Li Group? Long Dragon Steel had closed its rural agricultural machinery outlets, and you should also withdraw the online rumor-spreading operatives. This matter ends here, Li Zuin contemplated. But brother, we received word from our contacts in the Agricultural Association that Long Dragon Steel is upgrading their agricultural vehicles and will likely compete with us again within 2 months. Li Zuin chuckled lightly. Do not worry. As soon as they dare to release a new product, I will ensure they are left searching for their teeth. Having dealt with farmers for years, Li Zuin understood that they did not require excessively high-quality agricultural vehicles, but they must be affordable. The Li Group's private label agricultural vehicles were being sold at a loss, and Long Dragon Steel's upgraded vehicles could not maintain their original price. Should they dare to increase their prices, the Dragon Cat agricultural vehicle would surely fail. Brother, you have worked hard during my absence. Take a break and rest well. Li Zuin had already arranged for a cruise to Australia. Once he sent his incompetent brother away, the Li Group would surely flourish further in his capable hands. Li Zuin nodded and returned to his office, slamming the door behind him. Li Zuin, who do you think you're to point fingers at me? Do you truly see yourself as the patriarch? You think you can sideline me and seize power for yourself? Not a chance. Li Zuin seethed with rage, harboring a deep-seated hatred for his brother, who was born merely seconds before him. Are you not intent on confronting the Dragon of Steel? I shall thwart your desires. Jealousy and fury have triumphed over reason, as Li Zuin summoned his assistant to orchestrate a scheme, allowing treachery to flourish in the shadows. On the distant island of Jizhong, the tsunami-battered survivors eagerly opened the relief containers, only to find a massive iron box, sealed with steel plates, before them. Matsui-san, come and see what this is, exclaimed one. A steel container. Surely it contains valuable goods. Everyone, hurry and fetch a cutting machine. It arrived from Longxia country, and inscribed upon it were Chinese characters. Mountains and rivers are of different realms. I recognize that. But how should we interpret the subsequent 4 characters? Chapter 77, Blessings from Longxia, Ascend to Bliss. The mountains and rivers are of different realms. We share not the same sky. The scarlet characters emblazoned on the sturdy steel plate are undoubtedly words of blessing from Longxia. Enough of the analysis. Let us find a way to open the box. The people of Longxia are truly contradictory. They slander us for discharging waste while simultaneously offering us donations. Hurry, let us open the box. I am eager to see what treasures they have sent. Hopefully, it includes warm clothing and food, as I have not eaten for several days. The disaster victims from G Basin gathered with cutting machines and began to connect the circuits for cutting. Ziz! Sparks flew, yet no matter how hard they tried, they could not penetrate the steel container. Everyone put in more effort. If such a robust steel plate encases it, there must be something valuable inside. Gambaru! Minasan Gambaru! The more they struggled, the more excited the disaster victims became. They called upon more people to join in, and after 16 arduous hours, they finally opened the steel container. Utterly exhausted, yet at the moment the steel was cut open, the victims were left dumbfounded. Am I seeing things? 1,000 paper cranes? What nonsense are you uttering? How could the people of Longxia possibly send us paper cranes, transported over such a distance in a steel container? How could it contain paper cranes? 1,000 paper cranes? Surely not. Is this not what we love to send to other disaster-stricken regions? What good are paper cranes? Damn it. I want pork bone ramen. I want to eat ramen. Those cursed people of Longxia actually sent us 1,000 paper cranes. The victims were seething with rage, completely failing to reflect on why Longxia would send such items. The steel of the dragon merely allowed them to experience the anger and confusion of other disaster victims who received paper cranes in their time of need. The paper cranes bore inscriptions, Ascend to Bliss? Ah, those wretched Longxia scoundrels. How dare they curse us? The disaster victims were filled with impotent fury, while across the sea, In Longxia, Qin Chuan and Lu Shunwei chuckled at the receipt. If I'm not mistaken, those garbage people from G Basin must be cursing me. Zhou Siyuan smiled and said, Chairman, you are truly a benevolent person, bestowing them with blessings in their despair. How could they possibly curse you? Enough of your banter. Keep a close eye on the progress over these next few days. It will be best to complete the upgrades for the Totoro agricultural vehicles by the end of the month, Lu Shunwei contemplated. Zhou Siyuan nodded in agreement, and the production department of Longxia's Totoro agricultural vehicles began to operate at full throttle. 5 days later, the anti-rust paint for the Totoro agricultural vehicles was finally prepared. How long will the anti-rust last? Lu Shunwei inquired. The 4 bewildered novices, exhausted from their labors, replied, the anti-rust duration starts at a minimum of 10 years. And it is also corrosion resistant. What do the testing agencies say? We have submitted samples to the 4 major testing agencies in Longxia. The anti-rust values exceed national standards by more than 10-fold, demonstrating remarkable corrosion resistance and long-lasting freshness. Hearing this, Lu Shunwei let out a heavy sigh of relief. Old Uncle Wang, you can now rest easy. Wang Zizhong, who had been tirelessly urging the progress, had hardly slept, spending nearly all his time in the anti-rust paint preparation workshop, save for the occasional trip to the restroom. It is better to wait until the spray painting is complete and the other processes are debugged before taking a break, Wang Zizhong stated seriously. The issue with the anti-rust paint has been resolved, but the adjustments to the chassis and powertrain are still ongoing. Zhou Siyuan will keep a close eye on the chassis and powertrain tuning. You need not worry, Uncle Wang, Lu Shunwei reassured. If this continues, not only will the upgrades to the Totoro agricultural vehicle be unfinished, but Wang Zizhong's health may also deteriorate. You should rest well. I will have Uncle Ma help keep an eye on things. Now, you can be at ease. Unable to refuse Lu Shunwei's insistence, Wang Zizhong agreed to rest for 2 days. In the following half-month, Lu Shunwei and his team focused intently on the progress. The adaptation of the Quattro 4-wheel drive technology proceeded smoothly, and other issues were also resolved effectively. The next month, the trial production line for the improved Totoro agricultural vehicle was established, which Lu Shunwei named the Totoro Agricultural Vehicle Model 02 Improved Version. The accompanying anti-rust paint technology was referred to internally as the flowing light anti-rust process, while the Quattro 4-wheel drive technology was designated as the Dragon Carriage. Director Lu, the first batch of trial production for the improved Totoro agricultural vehicle has been completed. What do you think about the pricing? Wang Zizhong inquired. After a month of relentless work, they had finally produced the upgraded Totoro agricultural vehicle. He had absolute confidence in the technical aspects, yet he was uncertain about the pricing strategy. Director Lu mentioned that the cost increase was minimal, but the newly recruited technical director from the passenger vehicle team had stated otherwise. The Dragon Carriage drive technology is considered top-tier in Blue Star, and although it is used in an agricultural vehicle, it surpasses many luxury vehicle drive technologies. As for the flowing light anti-rust paint, it is unparalleled in its class. Which automotive manufacturer can guarantee complete rust protection for 10 years? While Director Lu claimed that the expenditure was not substantial, the actual investment might be significantly larger. Since the positioning is an agricultural vehicle, it should adhere to the original pricing strategy, enhancing quality without raising prices, Lu Shunwei contemplated. Farmers in Longxia are among the poorest. Even a modest price increase of a few hundred yuan might be unaffordable for them. Wang Zizhong's eyes widened. Are you suggesting we still set the price at 20,000? That won't result in a loss, right? There is no question of losing money, Lu Shunwei replied confidently. While there will certainly be no losses, there will be no profits either. An investment of 220 million to upgrade the Totoro agricultural vehicle, according to comprehensive cost estimates, would necessitate a price increase of at least 4,000 yuan per unit just to break even. However, this additional 4,000 yuan could become an unbearable burden for many farming families. After much contemplation, Lu Shunwei ultimately decided to maintain the original price. Really not losing money? Wang Zizhong was incredulous. A vehicle with such impressive technology being sold for only 20,000? Director, Are you planning to operate at a loss just for publicity? Wang Zizhong asked. Lu Xinwei shook his head. It's somewhat of a trade-off. The several hundred units of the Totoro agricultural vehicle already sold will also be upgraded for free. We cannot let consumers suffer. While resolving the paint issue is manageable, modifying the vehicle's powertrain layout is quite difficult. Wang Zizhong frowned. Lu Xinwei casually responded, Is it really that hard? Why not just recall all the sold agricultural vehicles and replace them with new ones? That afternoon, the official website of Julong Steel issued a recall notice for the Totoro agricultural vehicle, causing a sensation in the Qinchuan business district. Is a significant technical upgrade being performed on the Totoro agricultural vehicle? After 3 months of silence, Long Dragon Steel is finally poised to make its move. Is there anyone in the know regarding the situation? The impending clash between Long Dragon Steel and Lee's group? Let us not exaggerate. Long Dragon Steel has just ventured into the agricultural machinery sector, while Lee's group has been at it for over a decade. What could they possibly compare? Long Dragon Steel's technology is commendable. Just take a look at how Chairman Liu operates. In this instance, I stand with Lee's group. Their agricultural machinery is robust and reliable, while Long Dragon Steel offers nothing of value. The upgraded version of the Chinchilla agricultural vehicle has yet to be launched, yet a silent war has already begun. Onlookers eagerly await the unfolding drama, but besides issuing a recall notice, Long Dragon Steel has remained tight-lipped. Lee's group appears bewildered, and the local industrial and commercial bureau is equally perplexed. What exactly does Long Dragon Steel intend to do? Chapter 78. Is it a crime to circle in front of the Dragon Steel factory? At the Qinchuan Municipal Bureau of Industry and Commerce, Zhou Wen appeared anxious. What is Dragon Steel up to? They've released information, yet there seems to be no subsequent action. He had been trying to reach them by phone, but neither Chairman Liu nor Director Ma and the deputy directors were available. Huang Liang responded, Could it be that something has happened at Dragon Steel? Arrange for a vehicle. We're going to Dragon Steel immediately. Zhou Wen had already learned that the mastermind behind the Li group had changed to Li Zuan, a ruthless and cunning individual, far more difficult to deal with than the naive Li Ziwu. Director, the Municipal Agricultural Association has approved the subsidy for the Dragon Cat agricultural vehicle. What could possibly be wrong with Dragon Steel? Huang Liang inquired. Zhou Wen furrowed his brow. I am uncertain of the situation, but it is highly unusual that I cannot reach anyone at the upper echelons of Dragon Steel, including the office. I can understand if Lu Xunwei and others are busy and unable to answer their phones. However, my own nephew's phone is also unreachable. He wouldn't ignore my calls, even when preoccupied. Thus, it is certain that something is amiss at Dragon Steel. The two were in a rush as they arrived at the Dragon Steel factory, only to find the gates tightly locked, with a vigilant guard at the entrance watching them. These guards are unfamiliar to me. Stay put. I will approach them, Zhou Wen said, stepping out of the vehicle towards the guard booth. Suddenly, the guard raised his weapon. The sanctity of the guard is inviolable. Step back, state your name, and present your identification. Zhou Wen was taken aback, and Huang Liang quickly pulled him back. We are from the Qinchuan Bureau of Industry and Commerce, and wish to speak with Chairman Liu. Huang Liang forced a smile and produced his identification. Zhou Wen steadied himself. Being aimed at by a gun was indeed intimidating. I am Zhou Wen, the director of the Qinchuan Bureau of Industry and Commerce. Is it possible to step back? No one is permitted to approach Dragon Steel without authorization, the guard commanded, maintaining his aim. Zhou Wen, realizing the gravity of the situation, retreated. May I ask which department we need to seek permission from to enter? Huang Liang quietly inquired as he reclaimed his identification. That is classified information. The guard remained vigilant, having been instructed not to allow anyone near Dragon Steel, not even the most powerful figures. Huang Liang muttered under his breath. This is unusual. Even Uncle Liu, the usual guard, is absent. It appeared that the security at Dragon Steel had been taken over, leaving uncertainty about the circumstances inside. Zhou Wen, his brow furrowed, turned to leave, but the guards suddenly blocked their path. What is the meaning of this? Zhou Wen questioned, perplexed. You are suspected of stealing military secrets and are not permitted to leave, the guard replied coldly. What do you mean? Are we committing a crime simply by circling around the entrance of Dragon Steel? Zhou Wen exclaimed in bewilderment, while Huang Liang attempted to argue. But two armed guards advanced towards them. Remain calm. We will cooperate fully, Zhou Wen hastily assured, with the ominous barrels of the weapons trained on them. Huang Liang wanted to protest, but they were forcibly escorted into the factory. Upon entering, they discovered the premises swarming with armed soldiers, each emanating a palpable aura of danger, suggesting they had seen their fair share of conflict. What had transpired at Dragon Steel? Zhou Wen was perplexed, and within the conference room, Lu Shenwei and the deputy plant directors wore equally bewildered expressions. "Are you Lu Shenwei?" inquired a solemn middle-aged officer. Lu Shenwei respectfully replied, reporting to the leadership, "I am Lu Shenwei, the legal representative of Julong Steel." He caught a glimpse of the officer's shoulder insignia, 2 stars and 4 stripes. "Chun Guang from the Western Theater. They all affectionately call me Old Chun." The officer introduced himself amiably. "You are too kind. Just call me Little Lu," Lu Shenwei murmured, aware that the presence of a 2-star officer surely did not signify a casual visit. "Since I am a few years older, I shall address you as Little Lu." Chun Guang chuckled. At that moment, a guard leaned in to whisper, "We have apprehended 2 suspicious individuals outside. Do you know them, Little Lu?" "Suspicious individuals?" "Their names are Zhou Wen and Huang Liang. They claim to be from the Qinchuan Bureau of Industry and Commerce." "Ah, so it is them. I am acquainted with them. The director and section chief of the Qinchuan Bureau have been of great assistance to our enterprise," Lu Shenwei quickly clarified. "Bring them in," Chun Guang casually instructed. 10 minutes later, a visibly anxious Zhou Wen and Huang Liang were ushered into the conference room. "Please take a seat. I need to discuss a matter with Little Lu, and you may serve as witnesses." Chun Guang gestured, but Zhou Wen and his companion dare not sit, especially Zhou Wen, who instinctively straightened his back upon seeing Chun Guang. In his 40s, the 2-star officer seemed to have ascended rapidly through the ranks. "We transitioned from military service. He had only held a single star." "Little Lu, are you aware of what Julong steel pipes and Longing drones are being utilized for?" Chun Guang inquired. Lu Shenwei nodded, and Chun Guang continued. "Previously, we procured a batch of Julong steel pipes through the General Administration for Industry and Commerce. To be candid, the quality was quite commendable, fully meeting military standards. We did not intend for military use. It was merely a misunderstanding by outsiders," Lu Shenwei hastily explained, fearful of being misinterpreted. "Isn't it fortuitous that this demonstrates the military-grade quality of Julong steel pipes?" Chun Guang remarked casually. However, Lu Shenwei remained cautious. Guming had warned him that the Longxia military's stance on Julong Steel's semi-military nature was ambiguous. Thus, he never promoted the military quality of Julong Steel's products. "I did not. I have no knowledge of that." "Please do not jest. We are a private enterprise," Lu Shenwei quickly dismissed. Chun Guang remained noncommittal, as his aide produced samples of Julong steel pipes and Longing drones. "What does this signify? Are we headed for court? Surely this stern-faced gentleman is not attempting to act against me?" "Little Lu, you should be quite familiar with these 2 items," Chun Guang stated. "If I claim not to know, would you believe me?" "Huh. The youth possesses a sense of humor. What would you like us to do?" "As long as we avoid imprisonment, I can accept a hefty fine for a non-military enterprise to produce and sell military goods, according to Longxia's most lucrative legal stipulations. Engaging in the purchase and sale of arms constitutes the illegal trade of firearms and ammunition, with the lightest sentence being 3 to 10 years of imprisonment." "You seem a bit apprehensive." "Relax. I am not here to create trouble," Chun Guang said with a smile, while Lu Shenwei felt the sweat trickling down his back. Early in the morning, over 20 military vehicles obstructed the entrance of the factory, and the entire giant Dragon Steel was under stringent control. Armed sentinels replaced the usual guards, and even the once formidable Lu, who had previously stood against the Navy, was sent home to enjoy tea. "Now, you tell me not to fear? I might as well transform into a nervous wreck, if you don't mind. Feeling a bit anxious? Is there anything we at Giant Dragon Steel can assist you with? Please, feel free to speak," Lu Shun stated with solemnity. Chun Guang remarked, "Youth indeed brings cleverness. Can these 2 items be combined for my use?" "Combined? What do you mean? Are we to weld 2 steel pipes onto the drone? Or are we to attach a drone to the steel pipes? Could it be that the Western Theater is also toying with the idea of desert camels?" Chapter 79. The Fear of Insufficient Firepower. Terminal Stage. Is there no remedy? Do you mean employing tactics akin to the desert camel? Hanging rocket artillery from drones? Lu Xunwei expressed his astonishment. That shouldn't be the case. The Longxia army is renowned for its formidable firepower. Would the Western theater truly consider such a seemingly impoverished approach? The fear of inadequate firepower is at a critical stage. Can they genuinely regard that as a viable option? Sir, may we listen in on this matter? Ma Qianlin Sudil inquired. Chen Guang took a sip of water. Young Lu understands the intent. The specific implementation of the tasks falls upon you few, does it not? Chen Guang had long since grasped the management structure of Longlong Steel, with Ma Qianlin and his deputy Wang Zizhong beneath Lu Xunwei. The other two deputy factory directors were solely dedicated to their specific tasks, exhibiting diligence and a strong sense of confidentiality, especially the one named Zhao Tiniu, who never discussed work matters after leaving the factory, and even insisted on confidentiality from his family. Ma Qianlin and the others nodded silently, while Zhou Wen slowly raised his hand to interject. Sir, would there be no issues for the two of us? You two are from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, are you not? The matters I am about to discuss require your cooperation, with the condition of utmost confidentiality, Chen Guang casually remarked. Does this concern us? Zhou Wen looked bewildered, only to hear Chen Guang state, the Western theater is currently developing a new type of individual weapon to address the shortcomings in personal firepower. Shortcomings in firepower? The Longxia artillery can even strike extraterrestrial forces, and you still speak of insufficient firepower? Chen Guang continued, I trust you comprehend the implications of my words. Are you suggesting that the Dragon Steel Pipe houses the Dragon Eagle drone to replace the individual rocket launcher? Lu Xunwei queried. Chen Guang smiled. You grasp it swiftly. Truly a genius who revived Longlong Steel in just 6 months. What are your specific thoughts? Lu Xunwei pressed further. Do you have any additional ideas? Firepower must be ample. Our Western theater possesses the weakest firepower. It was only upon witnessing the use of your drones in international conflicts that I considered collaborating with you to develop a new weapon. Longlong Steel had long been on Chen Guang's radar, but he had been preoccupied with drills, leaving no time to engage. It was only after the formidable Blue Army's colonel had left him in disarray, shattering his undefeated Red Army, that he recalled Longlong Steel. After hearing Chen Guang's exposition, Lu Xunwei let out a long sigh of relief. Rest assured, we will undoubtedly complete the research and development within 6 months, he pledged, thumping his chest. The technology for individual rocket launcher drones is not overly complex. Focus diligently on your work, and should you require support from the Western theater, do not hesitate to voice it. By the way, how will the deposit be handled? The leader chuckled, explaining that both the giant Dragon Steel Pipes and the Dragon Eagle drones already had production lines, eliminating the need for additional research and development investments, thus waiving the deposit. Chen Guang furrowed his brow and asserted, this won't do. He turned to his accompanying advisor and said, transfer a deposit of 5 million first. We can settle the total account once the research is completed. Does that sound reasonable? Lu Xunwei nodded hastily, exclaiming, you're too kind. It is our honor to contribute to the army. They all say you are clever, and I see no reason to disagree. Do your best, there's great potential ahead. After Chen Guang stood up, the advisor suddenly whispered in his ear, the matter with the leader hasn't been mentioned yet. We were having such a good conversation that I almost forgot, Chen Guang said, slapping his forehead, causing Lu Xunwei to grow tense again. You should be aware of the conflict with the white elephant at our border, right? They have encroached upon our territory and then turned the tables on us, which infuriates me. Noticing Lu Xunwei's furious expression, Chen Guang reassured him, calm down. They haven't gained any advantage, but we have suffered losses in terms of cold weapons. Therefore, I wish to commission Giant Dragon Steel to forge a batch of dual-purpose cold weapons for both peacetime and wartime. Dual purpose? Mace? Great sword? Is it urgent? Very urgent. I need a general outline within a week. Given the urgency, it must be that the white elephant is up to no good again. Lu Xunwei pondered for a moment and replied, please leave a colleague in charge of communication, and I assure you that I will have the required equipment ready within a week. Chen Guang smiled knowingly as he rose. I await your good news. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Xunwei finally saw Chen Guang and his party off. As military vehicles departed one by one, Giant Dragon Steel returned to its usual tranquility. With the task now defined, Lu Xinwei surveyed the room, asking for thoughts. Zhou Wen was the first to raise his hand. Director Lu, this matter doesn't concern us much, does it? Lu Xinwei replied with a smile. It doesn't concern us greatly, but we do need your support, Director Zhou. After all, this is a special mission. Rest assured, I will fully support this on behalf of the Industry and Commerce Bureau. There will be no sudden inspections in the short term. Zhou Wen had initially planned to initiate a comprehensive quality and safety inspection at Giant Dragon Steel, but that could no longer proceed. Lu Xinwei nodded, reflecting on how the sudden visit from the Western Theater Command caught Giant Dragon Steel completely unprepared. Chairman, leave the individual cold weapons to me, volunteered Ma Qianlin. Wang Zizhong contemplated for a moment. I'll handle the modification of individual drone weaponry. Lu Xinwei raised his hand, saying, I will personally oversee this matter, Uncle Wang. Keep a close eye on the marketing of the Longma agricultural vehicle. Lu Xinwei was puzzled as to why the Western Theater Command, feeling underarmed, did not consult with the artillery brethren to research new weaponry, but instead turned to themselves. Little did he know, the various military districts and branches were in constant competition with one another. The recent launch of the naval aircraft carrier had significantly boosted naval combat strength, igniting a sense of urgency within the Army, Air Force, and artillery units. Everyone was holding back, and unless absolutely necessary, they would not reach out to their brethren for assistance. Engaging a private enterprise for research and development would not incur substantial costs, and if needed, a nationwide tender could always be arranged. The task allocation was complete, and Wang Zizhong murmured, Our improved agricultural vehicle has yet to be launched. Yet the local agricultural association has already approved subsidies amounting to 500 yuan per vehicle. What is going on? Isn't the agricultural association under the control of the Li Group? How could the approval process be so seamless? One must never harbor ill intentions, but one should always remain vigilant against potential deceit. Lu Xinwei pondered, We have contacted all major media outlets. Perhaps we should hold a new vehicle launch event. Is it appropriate for an agricultural vehicle to do so? Wang Zizhong cautioned. Traditionally, such launch events are reserved for family passenger cars. Has anyone ever done this for agricultural vehicles? Nobody has. We shall be the pioneers in this endeavor. Lu Xinwei had come to a realization. The Longmao Agricultural Vehicle Model 02 would be designed to benefit farmers, while simultaneously they could develop an upgraded model for profitability. One would be high-end, and the other more economical. While it may not yield substantial profits, it certainly would not result in losses. Chapter 80. The district chief initially, I was reluctant, yet the compensation offered was simply too enticing. Uncle Wang meticulously scrutinized the production quality of the agricultural vehicles, while Zhou Siyuan and I were tasked with marketing and promotion, as arranged by Lu Xinwei. Zhou Siyuan pondered for a moment, then stated, Chairman, I have already reached out to several acquaintances within the automotive circle to promote our new vehicle. Let us avoid any exaggeration. A standard promotion will suffice. It would be ideal to enlist a few renowned influencers for a vehicle review, Lu Xinwei advised. Zhou Siyuan nodded emphatically. He had already contacted the district chief, Brother Hu, and the newly appointed Liandarin. With the addition of Qi Gu and Bai Xiaoying, the promotional atmosphere would undoubtedly be vibrant. After a series of arrangements, the meeting adjourned, and Lu Xinwei kept Ma Qianlin back for a private discussion. The demand for cold weapons in the Western Theater was pressing. During the meeting, Lu Xinwei had already selected blueprints from the system's marketplace. They needed to be versatile for both peacetime and wartime, while also possessing significant power. He immediately chose multifunctional shovels, wolf-toothed clubs, and sabers. The multifunctional shovel, with a single-edged blade, was particularly suitable for cracking open the skull of the third brother, Bai Xiang. Should conflicts escalate, the wolf-toothed club and saber would serve as formidable weapons, capable of sending the third brother to meet Shiva with just one blow each. Chairman, I believe equipping the Western Theater is paramount. Ma Qianlin began, but Lu Xinwei abruptly handed him 3 blueprints. Did Director Lu manage to draw these while on a brief restroom break? Ma Qianlin marveled. This design is exceptional. The saber and wolf-toothed club are traditional weapons of Longxia, and the multi-functional shovel's design is unique, perfectly aligning with the requirements of the Western theater. Lu Shunwei, with a serious demeanor, responded, "Since you find it suitable, let's not deliberate further. We must commence production immediately. Halt the production lines for steel pipes and gas cylinders to make way for these 3 pieces of equipment. We must produce at least 10,000 units within 3 days." Ma Quanlin contemplated briefly. "The timeline is rather tight. I will make arrangements at once. Adjusting the production molds and modifying the line will require at least a day. With the remaining 48 hours, we will push our capacity to the limit to produce the required number of units. Everyone must exert themselves. The warriors at the border are eagerly awaiting their equipment." Lu Xinwei urged, "Be sure not to forget the anti-rust paint." "Rest assured, I won't forget." That evening, Ma Quanlin promptly convened a meeting with the workshop directors. "We require a special batch of equipment, and the design plans have been distributed to you. 3 days. We must produce 10,000 units within this time frame." As soon as Ma Quanlin finished speaking, the workshop directors erupted in protest. "Director Ma, are you trying to drive us to our limits? Adjusting the production line alone will take at least a day. Producing 10,000 units within 2 days, it's impossible. Even if we forego breaks, the machines will need maintenance. What is the urgency? Who is the client?" Ma Quanlin raised his hand to calm the crowd. "The identity of the client is not significant. We must engage in intensive production for 3 days. All workers involved in the production will receive an overtime pay of 1,000 yuan per day. If anyone is unwilling, they may withdraw from the workshop now. Ma Quanlin will not stop them. 1,000 yuan for a day's overtime?" The workshop directors suddenly found themselves breathless, their eyes reddening with frustration. The representatives from Workshop 3 declared that should any brother workshop be unable to cope, they would gladly take on the production, albeit with the condition that overtime compensation be provided. "Lao Lu, don't indulge in such fanciful notions. 2,000 in overtime per day? Are you not concerned about exhausting yourself?" Chuckled one of them. "We are all kin, and I too wish to share the burden." The calculations were nearly striking me in the face, yet they spoke of sharing the load. "Why should your team not share the burden with me?" Under the lure of generous rewards, Ma Quanlin remarked with a smile, "How tasks are distributed is beyond my concern, but we must not delay our production objectives. Rest assured, Director Ma, we are well aware of our responsibilities." Indeed. Might we negotiate for a bit more in overtime? Do not overstep your bounds. Time is of the essence. Let's commence work." With Ma Quanlin as command, the 24 production workshops of Julong Steel plunged into a cost-unconstrained effort to produce specialized equipment. Meanwhile, Lu Xinwei was preparing for a new vehicle launch while instructing Zhou Siyuan to liaise with automotive review media. However, when Zhou Siyuan approached several major automotive review outlets, the moment they heard about evaluating an agricultural vehicle, they were taken aback. The district head was the first to decline politely, saying, "Mr. Zhou, I am aware of Julong Steel's wealth, but it is rather inappropriate for you to request a passenger car reviewer to appraise an agricultural vehicle, is it not? Name your price. Any amount will suffice." Zhou Siyuan, having received Lu Xinwei's authorization, could independently decide on promotional expenses below 2 million. "It is not a matter of money. I am approaching this from a professional standpoint. 1 million, what does that sound? We merely require you to conduct 3 evaluation sessions after our new vehicle launch." 1 million? Is there an issue with your vehicle? The district head was astonished. He typically charged no more than 200 for each evaluation session. And here was Julong Steel offering 1 million, seemingly testing his limits. "There is no issue with our vehicle. We have secured national sales authorization and Ministry of Industry and Information Technology registration. It simply lacks recognition." Hearing Zhou Siyuan's explanation, the district head hesitated. Julong Steel was relatively new to the agricultural vehicle sector, which was not their primary focus. More importantly, evaluating an agricultural vehicle could significantly undermine his reputation. 150,000 is my utmost sincerity. 150,000. The district head's breath quickened, his heart racing. If he accepted this deal, it would mark the highest single income of his career. Noticing the district head's continued indecision, Zhou Siyuan raised the offer once more. 180,000, district head. Should you find this unacceptable, I am afraid there is little I can do. 180,000? Am I truly worth that much now? The district head's breath stopped momentarily. It was no longer a question of whether to agree, but rather how to agree and ensure the evaluation of the agricultural vehicle was conducted effectively. However, in his momentary daze, Zhou Siyuan misinterpreted his silence as refusal. Originally, Zhou Siyuan had approached him due to his forthrightness regarding the Passat A-pillar issue, believing him to be a man of integrity. Thus, he had sought him for the inaugural vehicle evaluation, but it seemed fate was not in their favor. With a sigh, Zhou Siyuan prepared to depart. Suddenly, the district head spoke up. An evaluation of agricultural vehicles is indeed a novel concept. Here's the deal. You shall pay a deposit, and I will thoroughly study how to best conduct the evaluation. You agree? Zhou Siyuan exclaimed with delight. It was your sincerity that moved me. Agriculture once formed the foundation of Longxia, and although we now reside in an industrial society, agricultural vehicles remain of paramount importance to farmers, as the district chief explained. You are exceedingly wealthy. Throwing money at me with such abandon, it would be foolish not to comply. After securing the district chief's agreement, Zhou Siyuan sought out Brother Hu, only to find that Brother Hu's schedule was fully booked, leaving him unable to undertake a project with Julong Steel at that moment. In his predicament, Zhou Siyuan turned to the emerging car reviewer, Master Lien, a local media figure in Qinchuan. Julong Steel wishes for me to conduct a review of their agricultural vehicles. Master Lien expressed his surprise. Zhou Siyuan nodded. How does a review fee of 200,000 sound? If it is indeed Julong Steel, I shall accept no payment. Master Lien replied. Chapter 81. The Army's New Equipment. The Wolf Fong Club. Third brother, are you afraid? Will you not accept a single coin? Zhou Siyuan inquired. Are you proposing to promote this for our public good? Chairman Liu has aided me, so I regard this promotion as a way to express my gratitude to him, replied Lien Darren casually. Chairman Liu helped you? What is the story behind that? Zhou Siyuan asked. Lien Darren chuckled. To Chairman Liu, it may have been a trivial matter, but for me at that time, it held immense significance. If Liu Shenwei were present, he would undoubtedly be pleasantly surprised to recognize the new automotive reviewer before him as none other than the young girl from the Four Sons dealership, Wan Ling. Noticing that Lien Darren had no intention of elaborating, Zhou Siyuan refrained from pressing further. Chairman Liu is a man of integrity, even if you are well acquainted. I insist that you accept this 200,000 in promotional funds. Zhou Siyuan insisted. Lien Darren, aware that Julong Steel was financially secure, was resolute in declining the benefactor's money. After several refusals, Zhou Siyuan had no choice but to relent. Once the evaluation media was arranged, Zhou Siyuan sought out by Xiaoying and Qi Ge, and upon Qi Ji's recommendation, he brought a ding on board. Qi Ge, I've never heard of a ding, Zhou Siyuan remarked. A ding specializes in military commentary and boasts a vast following. Yet securing a steady income is challenging. Let's see if he is suitable for collaboration with you. I will consult Chairman Liu and respond shortly. If this collaboration does not materialize, we can always explore opportunities in the future. Liu Shenwei's authorized promotional budget was capped at 2 million, which he had completely exhausted. To provide additional funds for a Ding and his team would exceed his authority. You mean military A Ding? Liu Shenwei inquired, astonished. Military A Ding is a well-known figure in military circles, possessing a wealth of first-hand information and a fan base both domestically and internationally. You are familiar with him? He is quite renowned in military circles. Involving him would broaden our promotional reach. Excellent. After finalizing the promotional strategy, Liu Shenwei scheduled a new vehicle launch event for a month later, during which 2 models of agricultural vehicles would be unveiled: the Longmao Agricultural Vehicle Model 02, improved version, and Model 03, performance version. The performance version, built upon the improved version, would feature a sunroof, keyless one-button start, air conditioning, and larger wheels. Moreover, the performance version would further optimize engine tuning, enhancing off-road capabilities, with a top speed reaching 140 kilometers per hour. The improved version is priced at 20,000. How much shall we sell the performance version for? The performance version is aimed at wilderness entertainment, emphasizing off-road functionality. It bears some resemblance to the Jimny's positioning. The Jimny is an overpriced, under-equipped vehicle. while our Longmao agricultural vehicle will not follow that path. So, are you suggesting a price of 60,000? Or, the performance version is intended as a large off-road toy, priced at 36,800. It cannot be too expensive. The improved version benefits farmers, while the performance version appeals to urban middle-class individuals yearning for the wilderness. A well-performing toy vehicle priced under 40,000 will attract no shortage of middle-class buyers. 36,800? That price seems rather low, Zhou Siyuan remarked. We will operate on thin margins. One cannot always expect to achieve great success in one leap. Lu Xinwei explained with a smile. Zhou Siyuan pondered. Chairman, I believe we could still find buyers at a price of 40,000. Do not be hasty. This is merely our initial foray, Lu Xinwei remarked casually. Determining the promotional plan, Ma Qianlin, accompanied by Zhou Siyuan, began their rounds. They first visited the Municipal Administration for Industry and Commerce, followed by the Publicity Bureau to engage in their endeavors. Even Wang Zizhong leveraged his long-standing connections to reach out to the CEO of Qin Heavy Truck, hoping to secure a presence for the new version of the Longmao agricultural vehicle during its unveiling. Meanwhile, Ma Qianlin and Lu Xinwei toiled diligently, overseeing the production of multifunctional shovels, broadswords, and spike clubs. In a strategic military zone in the western frontier, a report was made to the leadership. We have just received a call from Julong Steel. They have completed the production of 3 pieces of equipment and are inquiring about transportation. The communications soldier announced loudly. Chen Guang was taken aback. In just 4 days? They haven't even shared the equipment blueprints with us, and it's already done? Sir, here are the photos of the equipment. The communications soldier presented a photograph showcasing the neatly arranged multifunctional shovels, spike clubs, and broadswords. Each piece emanated an aura of chilling excellence, clearly formidable in nature. Excellent. Have the transport aircraft fly to Qinchuan immediately. I want to see these pieces by tomorrow morning. By the way, how many were produced by Julong Steel? Surely not just these few. Each item has been manufactured in quantities of 10,000. Ma Qianlin stated, and if further production is required, they can scale up. Hearing this, Chen Guang was perplexed. He was aware that Julong Steel had limited production lines dedicated to steel pipes. How were they managing to maintain steel pipe supply while simultaneously producing these 3 items? Did they possess an abundance of production lines? I too am curious. Hence I inquired further. However, Chairman Lu remained silent. So I called Director Ma, who disclosed the truth. The production lines for steel pipes and gas cylinders have entirely converted to manufacture the Spike Club Trio. Is that so? Julong Steel must be incurring significant losses. Chen Guang feigned indifference, yet internally he felt a profound sense of admiration, sacrificing personal gain for the greater good. It was no wonder that his naval comrades held him in such high esteem. Lu Xinwei's vision was rare, and he resolved to assist them whenever the opportunity arose. That evening, a military cargo plane from the Western Theater Command landed at Qinchuan Airport. Local troops personally welcomed the arrival, and military trucks proceeded directly into Julong Steel. Let's expedite the loading process. Upon learning of the truck's arrival, Lu Xinwei took the initiative to assist in the loading. An hour later, 20 military trucks departed from Julong Steel, and Lu Xinwei released a long sigh of relief. Chairman Lu, the leadership has instructed that should Julong Steel encounter any difficulties in the future, you may use this red landline to call this number. The soldier responsible for safeguarding the equipment handed Lu Xinwei a note, to which Lu Xinwei nodded silently. Please convey to the leadership that we have made progress regarding the individual soldier equipment. After bidding farewell to the trucks from the Western Theater Command, Lu Xinwei summoned Zhou Siyuan to discuss the details of next month's new vehicle launch event. Ading and Qi Gu will collaborate on a live stream. Thanks to Qi Gu's personal contribution, Ading cheerfully remarked. Since he began analyzing war dynamics, his fan base had been steadily increasing, peaking at an astonishing 12,000 new followers in a single day. Yet, despite his growing popularity, he lamented the lack of promotional opportunities, resulting in persistently low income. Brother Qi waved his hand, saying, "It's all thanks to Chairman Lu's generosity, always considering us in good fortune. Isn't it a bit extravagant for the agricultural vehicle that Chairman Lu is launching next month to hold a press conference like the new energy vehicle companies? Xiaoping, Li Xiang, Wei Lai, the three treasures of the Longxia new forces? Wei Lai lacks ambition, Li Xiang has no future, and Xiaoping has neither. It's hilarious. The agricultural vehicle is encroaching on the passenger vehicle market. Chairman Liu is taking quite a big risk this time. It seems all sorts of car review bloggers have been invited. Let's not dwell on that for now. Even Mr. Lian, every time he receives payment, the district chief. I heard he even invited the food-loving Brother Hu, but unfortunately, Brother Hu's schedule is too packed. For what you all are suggesting is Giant Dragon Steel guaranteed victory. This completely disregards the Li Group. Chapter 82. You are not afraid of Dragon Steel, but I am. The Li Group is undeniably formidable. Yet Dragon Steel is not to be underestimated. This statement holds truth. It appears that Yunli has a knack for turning aspirations into achievements. But safeguarding the Li Group's domain may prove challenging. If the Li Group were united, there might be hope, but the discord among the Li brothers is detrimental. What discord? The Li Group operates on a grand scale. After all, did not the Municipal Agricultural Association approve the subsidy for the Longcat agricultural vehicle? Dachuan, have you awoken? Teacher Wang mentioned that you needn't squander your time on studies. While Li Zuin and Li Ziwu squabble internally, Dragon Steel stands idly by, poised to reap the benefits without effort. I have heard that the revamped Longcat agricultural vehicle starts at a price of 20,000, placing immense pressure on the Li Group. Opinions among netizens vary, yet most adopt a passive, spectator approach, eagerly awaiting developments. At the headquarters of the Li Group, Li Ziwu exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind? The Longcat agricultural vehicle's subsidy has been approved?" Li Zuin retorted angrily. The latest price for the Longcat agricultural vehicle is set at 20,000. This blatant loss leader strategy is clearly aimed at the Li Group. Should the Longcat agricultural vehicle decimate our branded agricultural vehicles, the Li Group's commercial framework would suffer a severe blow. Li Zuin dismissed the concern, "Brother, as you have stated, Dragon Steel produces subpar products. Why should we fear?" With a darkened expression, Li Zuin realized that persistent fabrications had begun to be accepted as truth even by his own kin. While he could concede that the initial Longcat agricultural vehicle by Dragon Steel was inferior, could the improved model, meticulously crafted by Lu Xinwei, still be deemed as such? A mere youth, armed with determination, had revitalized the ailing Dragon Steel, achieving a valuation in the billions within 2 to 3 years. The audacity to think that such a competitor could be dismissed was unfathomable to him. Were Li Ziwu not his own brother, Li Zuan would have been tempted to silence him. The circumstances had shifted. Previously, it was Wang Zizhong from the Lynx Tractor Factory, but now it is Lu Xinwei at the helm. Li Zuin implored earnestly, "Our father is aging, and my brother is of little use. The burden of preserving the Li Group's legacy rests solely on my shoulders." Li Ziwu, with a sneer, responded, "Brother, do we truly fear a mere boy? You are overestimating him. Fool! Lu Xinwei is backed by a cadre of prominent Qin Chuan figures. If you're unafraid, I am," Li Zuin admonished. Within Dragon Steel, unity had been achieved, with all workers rallying around Lu Xinwei. Ma Qianlin and Wang Zizhong had initially distanced themselves from the Qin Chuan business sphere, only to be forcefully drawn back by Lu Xinwei. These two were once capable of challenging their patriarch in a contest of strength. Their previously dormant connections were revived, and numerous opportunists sought to seize a piece of the pie while Dragon Steel and the Li Group clashed. "Brother, if you truly fear, I shall confront Lu Xinwei," Li Ziwu said darkly. With a sharp slap, Li Zuin struck Li Ziwu's face, instantly swelling his cheek. "You confront him? What do you plan to do?" "Depart. In my capacity as the acting president of the group, I hereby suspend all of Li Ziwu's positions within the organization. Return your access card and the key to the vice president's office." Li Ziwu, in a state of panic, hastily pleaded for mercy. "Brother, we are kin. You cannot treat me this way. Take him to Australia first, and return once this tumult has passed," Li Zuin instructed the 4 bodyguards. Despite Li Ziwu's desperate struggles, he was firmly subdued by the guards. "I was wrong. I truly was," he cried hoarsely, but Li Zuin remained an impassive observer. The eldest son had decisively uprooted the second son's influence within the corporation. Hush, let them settle their fraternal discord. We, as outsiders, must not interfere. Those who meddle will meet their demise. The second son, despite his ambitions, lacks capability and is harsh towards others. It is the eldest who is suited to steer the corporation. Indeed, such sentiments were shared. Yet the question remained whether they could withstand the formidable new agricultural machinery from Longxia Steel. While the internal strife within the Li Corporation raged on, the relentless machinery of Longxia Steel continued its advance. The Qinchuan Industrial and Commercial Bureau, in support of Longxia Steel's new agricultural vehicle, generously offered the Qinchuan Sports Arena for their use. You truly have a knack for this. The arena is quite spacious, remarked Director Wang. The exhibition company will arrive this afternoon. They have 3 days to complete the setup for the launch event. Upon hearing Zhou Xiyuan's words, Wang Zizhong's spirits lifted further. According to Lu Xinwei's arrangements, major media outlets had begun to create a buzz. However, the response was lukewarm, as the launch of an agricultural vehicle bore the same significance as a bride entering her wedding palanquin for the first time. Xiaoying, what's the situation with President Liu? Is he really that confident? The improved agricultural vehicle is priced at 20,000. Is this information reliable? I've heard there's also a performance version. Do you have any insider information, Xiaoying? As the launch of the new Longma agricultural vehicle approached, Xiaoying's follower count began to rise dramatically. She languidly replied, President Liu mentioned it exists, but I have not received the specific parameters. Is it truly real? A high-performance agricultural vehicle? The design is a blend, inspired by new automotive forces. Everyone, please remain patient. The launch event is just days away, and I will live stream it for you, Xiaoying gently assured. I heard Longxia Steel has rented the Qinchuan Sports Arena. Can Xiaoying secure a few entry tickets? The Qinchuan Sports Arena? That venue is quite substantial. Xiaoying inquired. Entry tickets? Let me ask President Liu. Dialing Lu Xinwei, she asked, President Liu, could you spare me a few tickets for the launch event? He casually offered 10 tickets, causing Xiaoying to beam with joy as she immediately began a lottery in her live stream. Xiaoying is on a roll. President Liu is generous, casually giving away 10 tickets. You must consider how long Xiaoying has been collaborating with President Liu. It's possible her live stream could even promote agricultural machinery in the future. Miss Bai has quite the clever ideas. The lottery certainly boosts engagement, Lu Xinwei remarked with admiration. Zhou Xiyuan suggested, 70% of the tickets for the launch event have already been distributed. How about we allocate the remainder to our workers? Sounds good. Having more familiar faces is beneficial. Lu Xinwei had already been informed of the internal personnel adjustments within the Li Corporation, with Vice President Li Ziwu being relieved of his duties. Li Zuan was now fully in charge of the Li Corporation and had revised the sales policy for Li-branded agricultural machinery, reducing the price to 19,000 per unit, with the added benefit of agricultural subsidies. Customers purchasing agricultural machinery from Li's group can enjoy a generous 5% discount on fertilizers. Mr. Liu, should we consider implementing some countermeasures? Zhou Xiyuan inquired. Lu Xinwei shook his head, as competing with Li's group was not his intention. Furthermore, the Dragon Cat agricultural vehicle is designed for dual-line development. Even if farmers do not show interest, there remains the prospect of appealing to the middle class. Focus on preparing for the press conference. Do not concern yourself with anything else, Lu Xinwei advised, to which Zhou Xiyuan nodded emphatically. The team at Giant Dragon Steel was diligently preparing for the new vehicle launch, while Li's group made frequent moves in an attempt to safeguard its foundational market. Meanwhile, a conflict erupted 1,000 miles away at the border of Longxia, disrupting the regional stability. Chapter 83. Pure Love. Only for you, Longxia. In a command post located at the western frontier of Longxia, the air was thick with tension. The White Elephant forces have crossed the border. Please give the order, a soldier urged. Chen Guang extinguished his cigarette, his voice rising in frustration. An order? Damn them. They wield steel rods while our soldiers are armed merely with batons and riot shields, he lamented. With unwavering conviction, Chen Guang declared, deploy the equipment sent by the Steel Dragon. The first echelon shall utilize multifunctional shovels, the second echelon will wield spiked clubs, and the third must prepare the broadswords for action. Any fool from the opposing side who dares to advance, we shall strike them down. Understood. The staff officer nodded solemnly as the frontline troops began to distribute the weapons. Look at these multifunctional shovels. They are impressively sharpened. I wonder how many blows the spiked clubs can withstand from those fools, he mused. Those scoundrels, intoxicated by their own arrogance, dare to challenge us. Attention! The enemy is beginning to cross the river. By the ancestors, comrades, the time to defend our homeland has arrived. For the honor of our lineage, charge with me. Chun Guang shouted fervently. Mazu, grant me strength. The warriors of Longxia roared as they surged toward the trespassing forces. The opponents, adorned with headscarves, were taken aback by the fierce determination of the Longxia soldiers wielding shovels. Are they truly prepared to fight to the death? Wasn't it said that Longxia warriors are exceptionally restrained? As long as they do not fire the first shot, they would never cross the river. Why is the situation so contrary to what the commander described? In a moment of panic, the opposing forces began to retreat. Yet, some audacious souls picked up stones to retaliate, only to be swiftly subdued by the might of the shovels. Stay close, strike fiercely. I will take responsibility for any consequences, shouted the leading Longxia captain. Damn it, those curry-eating fools dare to tread on sacred ground. A cornered rabbit bites back. We are Longxia, a great nation with thousands of mushroom bombs and millions of valiant warriors. Do they think we are mere decorations? Let us show them our might. If they fall, it shall be on my account. With a firm grip on his shovel, the captain struck down the fleeing adversaries. The other soldiers followed suit, their battle cries echoing as they left the enemy bloodied and bruised. This sudden clash was brief, concluding in less than half an hour. 4 warriors from Longxia were gravely injured during the rescue efforts, while the White Elephant forces suffered over 20 fatalities and 50 wounded. The following day, the White Elephant Ministry of Foreign Affairs falsely accused Longxia of crossing the border, disrupting regional peace. In response, a spokesperson for the Longxia military released footage of the conflict, igniting a media uproar. These fools are courting death. How despicable, exclaimed one soldier. Over 100 attacked our small squad. Damn it, I will make them pay. Another voiced indignantly. We sustained 4 injuries, while they lost over 70. What a victory. Someone else added. Victory? We have suffered losses. We are the people's soldiers, the most admirable of individuals. What are they? Trash bathing in polluted rivers. Unworthy of comparison with us. Another soldier lamented. Tears welled in the eyes of the injured soldier, who penned in his diary, pure love, only for you, Longxia. And the emotion overwhelmed him. I endured a restless night, with the only solution that came to mind being to indulge in a couple of packs of cigarettes to support our nation's military funding. The White Elephant is a mere beast. Trading our elite forces for inferior soldiers is a loss, even at a 1-to-1 exchange. With the military releasing videos of the conflict, various military commentators emerged. Ading and Brother Chi promptly delivered reports on the situation. Initially, we suffered unexpected losses, but we later compensated for them with improved equipment. Brother Chi explained, let us pray for the swift recovery of our warriors. I heard that Xiao Chun has just married, and another has recently become engaged. Fortune favors the brave. The medical standards at the Army General Hospital are indeed commendable. It seems our soldiers wielding shovels were unfamiliar with such tools. Are they new recruits? The Navy has new equipment, the aircraft carrier. The Air Force boasts the J-20 heavy attack aircraft, and the Army's new gear consists of labor protection shovels. The Army brothers are weeping in despair. I scoured the Army's official website overnight, but found no specific information regarding this shovel. This shovel is remarkable, with a single edge blade that makes our foes cry out in pain. I also spotted a spiked club and a great sword. Quite impressive, though I haven't seen them in action. Most of our adversaries perish from drowning or freezing. If the great sword and spike club were to be utilized, over 100 foes would likely succumb on the spot. Brother Chi casually remarked. Brother Chi, do you have any inside information? It seems Brother Chi's connections are extensive. He has managed to uncover this news. Just look at this equipment. What is circulated online lacks authenticity. The great sword is sharpened, weighing 3 kilograms. while the Spike Club is even more exaggerated, covered in barbs. Brother Chi shared two images. In one frame, a resolute warrior firmly grips the great sword, gazing into the distance. In another, a Dragon Xia soldier wields a spike club with an imposing demeanor. They appear formidable with one strike. Wouldn't our foes ascend to the heavens? They'd be promptly sent to meet Shiva, a true tool for decapitation. Which manufacturer produced this equipment? I haven't seen any announcements on the Army's procurement website. It must be a specialty item. When it comes to cold weapons, Longquan is the first choice. The industrial craftsmanship seems unlike that of Longquan. It resembles something produced by a steel mill. Let us refrain from wild speculation. In due time, the Army will surely release bidding information. Brother Chi shifted the topic. Do not forget to join my live stream the day after tomorrow for the release of the new agricultural machinery by Giant Dragon Steel. I hope everyone can show their support. An agricultural vehicle launch for the first time in Dragon Xia, with Giant Dragon Steel as the sponsor. Brother Chi need not worry about starving. Regardless of the quality of their machinery, with Brother Chi's endorsement, we will certainly support it. In the office of the chairman at Giant Dragon Steel, preparations for the conference were in full swing, and Lu Xinwei was overwhelmed with work. Chairman, you should take a break and have some water. The remaining tasks can be handled by me and Factory Director Wang. Zhou Siyuan poured a cup of hot water. Chairman Lu advised others to conserve their energy, yet he himself worked tirelessly. Just a few more days of vigilance will be beneficial. No sooner had Lu Xinwei finished speaking than the red landline phone in front of him rang unexpectedly, prompting Zhou Siyuan to excuse himself. Xiao Lu, your products are quite impressive. You flatter me. Have they proven useful? Why do I only see the multifunctional shovel on the field, while the other two pieces of equipment are absent? Are they ineffective? Shen Guang replied sternly. Has the great knife not yet demonstrated its prowess in cleaving through the white elephant's fragments? The situation is not so dire. The multifunctional shovel is sufficient to address our needs. It would be most beneficial if it could assist you, Lu Xun expressed with delight. Shen Guang nodded and stated, the Western Theater intends to bestow upon you a designation as a friendly cooperative unit of the Army. What are your thoughts on this? The final payment for the multifunctional shovel has already been made, even exceeding by an additional 500,000. However, the theater leadership seems to find this inadequate and has requested Chen Guang to provide further concessions to the Giant Dragon Steel. After much contemplation, Chen Guang could only think of emulating the Navy's approach, suggesting the addition of a plaque to signify honor. Chapter 84. The Great Weapon. Swarm Attack Drones. Leader, we have merely assisted in producing a batch of cold weapons. Is it really necessary to attach a friendly cooperation clause? Upon hearing Lu Xinwei's words, Chen Guang chuckled. Isn't the Dragon Steel responsible for developing drone attack strategies? You are more than capable. Rest assured, we will undoubtedly complete the task on time. Lu Xinwei promised with a pat on his chest, and Chen Guang offered a few more reminders before concluding the call. Zhou Siyuan, please come in. As Zhou Siyuan entered, Lu Xinwei joked, your uncle may no longer be able to bear the surname Zhou in the future. Huh? What do you mean by that? Zhou Siyuan was perplexed. Is this related to the call with Uncle Wen? Just a jest, Lu Xinwei replied casually. With the press conference looming, he urged Zhou Siyuan to meticulously check all promotional measures, ensuring that everything was flawless. Zhou Siyuan accepted the task and went to consult Wang Zizhong. Finally granted a moment of peace, Lu Xinwei leaned back in his chair, contemplating the combination of dragon steel pipes and drones. To balance firepower and portability, it seemed most appropriate to reduce the size of the drone, allowing it to be launched from within the steel pipe. With his ideas in mind, Lu Xinwei accessed the system marketplace and immediately set his sights on the swarm attack drones. Each compact attack drone weighed 700 grams and could carry 4 500-gram inertial-guided bombs, while the body could also be fitted with high-explosive material, serving as a kamikaze drone. With a full charge, the drones had a maximum flight radius of 15 kilometers, and without considering the return journey, they could attack targets within a range of 32 kilometers, reaching a top speed of 160 kilometers per hour. The drones were equipped with anti-jamming devices and high-definition thermal imaging, enabling them to autonomously locate enemies. Each launch tube could accommodate 3 attack drones, easily transportable by a single soldier. Additionally, they could be connected to form a multi-tube launcher, creating a swarm attack to target adversarial objectives. The exchange price was merely 12 million, an extraordinary value. According to Liu Xinwei's estimates, the manufacturing cost of each drone was no less than 700 yuan, while the launch tube cost less than 100 yuan and was reusable. Should large-scale production commence later, costs could decrease even further. Once Liu Xinwei completed the exchange, Ma Qianlin unexpectedly knocked and entered. Just the person I was looking for. Please have a seat. Our Dragon Steel pipes are selling remarkably well, and I am considering expanding the production line. Ma Qianlin initiated the conversation, noting that the sales of Dragon Steel pipes and gas cylinders were increasing daily, with half of the trucks entering and exiting the factory designated for loading pipes. Is it all for civilian use? Liu Xinwei inquired. Ma Qianlin replied in a hushed tone, as you know, it is impossible for civilian use to account for such a large quantity. Orders arrive in batches of tens of thousands. How could that possibly be civilian? Let us pause for now. We are not in the arms business, and besides, Chen Guang and the others have cautioned us that this line of work cannot be sustained for long. Liu Xinwei pondered, weary of the frequent production restrictions imposed upon them. With the opportunity to transition, he was determined to abandon the brute force approach in favor of high technology. A performance version of the Totoro agricultural vehicle yields a profit of 5,000 yuan, while each drone can net several thousand. Once he accumulates sufficient funds, he could pursue further industrial upgrades, such as exchanging for a solar generator to harness clean nuclear energy, reaping substantial rewards in the process. Little Liu, we have the support of both the Navy and the Army, so let's have a word with them. There should be no issues. Ma Qianlin is truly reluctant to relinquish the steel pipe production line, as it represents the hard work of our comrades. Arrogance and complacency are not the traits of our Julong Steel. Some things must be abandoned when necessary. Liu Xinwei does not wish for everyone to rest on their laurels, merely waiting for fate to take its course. Ma Qianlin nodded in resignation, aware that this situation cannot last long. Yet once easy money is tasted, it becomes exceedingly difficult to let go. Little Liu, Julong Steel has been revived through your efforts. Tell us how we should proceed next. Ma Qianlin, a seasoned veteran of many storms, may not change his mindset swiftly, but he is open to advice. Liu Xinwei presented the design blueprint for the swarm attack drone. Uncle Ma, let's transform the production line instead of merely expanding it. You're already familiar with this, as it still involves drones and steel pipes. However, the technical challenges have significantly increased. You must lead the team to conduct thorough research. Ma Qianlin inquired with curiosity. Have you been contemplating this recently? I thought you were indifferent to the Julong Steel pipe production line. Not at all, Liu Xinwei replied with a smile. Ma Qianlin scrutinized the blueprints for a considerable time. The process is indeed more complex than that of Julong Steel pipes, so our drone production line must also be revamped. We should add another line for civilian drones, keeping military and civilian production separate. Liu Xinwei pondered, once the swarm unmanned attack aircraft is fully developed. The Western Theater Command will undoubtedly make large-scale procurements, and our current production line will be insufficient. Understood. I will make the arrangements, Ma Qianlin affirmed with a nod, and Liu Xinwei patted him on the shoulder. Uncle Ma, Julong Steel will flourish more and more. You need not worry. After a moment of silence, Ma Qianlin exhaled deeply. I suppose I'm becoming outdated in my thinking. You are far too modest. Julong Steel still relies on your leadership. A household with an elder is like possessing a treasure. Liu Xinwei looked forward to everything being streamlined before handing over the factory to Ma Qianlin and others, allowing himself to take a step back. By the way, the expansion of the factory that Director Zhou promised us has been approved by the Planning Bureau. We will expand by 300 acres. Ma Qianlin suddenly remarked. 300 acres is no small amount. It is fully sufficient for the growth of Julong Steel in the coming years. Uncle Ma, keep a close watch on this matter. Do not get too caught up in land prices. Industrial land is not too expensive, but there are several ancient trees on the designated land that are difficult to relocate. We should try to avoid the ancient trees. If absolutely necessary, find someone to trim them. Having a bit of greenery in the factory area is quite pleasant. Liu Shenwei provided simple instructions, and for the next 2 days, everyone at Julong Steel mobilized. The Qinchuan Sports Stadium was transformed anew, with 8 Totoro agricultural vehicles positioned at the center stage. With everything in place, they awaited the press conference scheduled for tomorrow morning. Wang Zizhong looked on with satisfaction. Liu Shenwei inquired, "Has the Li Group stirred up any further trouble? Aside from their earlier price cuts on agricultural machinery, there have been no other actions," Zhou Siyuan replied. A week prior, the Qinchuan Industrial and Commercial Bureau, in conjunction with the Tax Bureau, commenced a joint inspection, with the Li Group as the first target. In response to this overt pressure, Li Zuan stated that they would abide by the law. Ma Qianlin expressed his concerns, saying, "Xiao Lu, this behavior does not align with the character of the eldest scion of the Li family. We should remain vigilant. One must harbor no malicious intent, yet remain cautious of others," he added. "Rest assured, Director Ma, we have prepared over 200 security personnel, and the city police department has dispatched numerous officers to keep watch," replied Zhou Siyuan. Liu Shenwei pondered. "Uncle Ma is correct. Tomorrow's event will be under the constant surveillance of drones, ensuring that no slip-up occurs." With everything in place, they awaited the arrival of the auspicious moment. The next morning, the launch event for the new agricultural vehicle, the Dragon Steel Cat, was held as scheduled at the Qinchuan Stadium. The venue was bustling with activity, exuding a lively atmosphere. Chapter 85. A Decade of Rust Prevention? Nonsense. By Xiaoying aimed her camera at the stage. "Fans, do you see those red cloths? Beneath them lies the new vehicle." "Xiaoying, what about the family of fans? They? A heartless bunch. They've already gone off to explore. Speaking of which, if the Dragon Steel Corporation is making such a spectacle, it would be a delightful disaster if the new vehicle launch flops. Are you dreaming upstairs? It's merely an agricultural vehicle. A failure? Impossible. I heard that attendees can order the Long Eagle drone on-site. Xiaoying, could you bring one back for me? Is that true? How come I was unaware? Invited guests have the privilege. All attendees can purchase a Long Eagle drone at original price and receive a Dragon Steel pipe as a gift." Seriously? I would pay a high price for a ticket. It's too late. Tickets were already being sold at 3,000 each yesterday, and those were for the back row without seats. Damn, why did no one inform me of such a good opportunity? Don't you monitor the seafood market? The scalpers have gone mad. In stark contrast to the interests of by Xiaoying's fans, the military enthusiasts in Chiga and Ading's live stream demanded close-up shots of the Dragon Steel pipes and the Long Eagle drone Model 01. Chiga explained, "This item is not intricately crafted, but its quality is exceptional. It is heat-resistant and corrosion-proof. The prototype of the rocket launcher. Indeed, I hope to collect one." The Heavenly Soldiers are thoroughly tormented by this. Dragon Steel is impressive. The Heavenly Soldiers have completely morphed. Remember the mass grave incident from a few days ago? They slaughtered the old, the weak, and women without mercy. Such trash could wander for a millennium and still be deemed lenient. Let us pray for the ultimate victory of the desert camels. Is that Liu Shenwei moving on stage? He looks remarkably youthful. A Liu, promising in youth, thus named Liu Shenwei. How amusing. Chairman Liu's name surely implies prudence and integrity, yet here it has transformed entirely. I seek an introduction. I've heard Chairman Liu is still single. Did you notice that bun-headed female host across the way? Bai Xiaoying, rumored girlfriend of Chairman Liu. Don't jest. The one who subdued the 8-headed serpent, Xiaoying, could never match with Chairman Liu. It's a mismatched pairing. Amidst the chattering crowd, the launch event for the new Dragon Cat agricultural vehicle commenced. Liu Shenwei took the stage amidst the cheers, proclaiming, "Friends from all sectors, I am honored to introduce to you the flagship product of Dragon Steel, the new Dragon Cat agricultural vehicle. Handsome even in work attire. That's the allure of wealth. A billionaire, after all. The new generation of Dragon Cat agricultural vehicle inherits the excellent design language of its predecessor, maintaining a minimalist industrial aesthetic. The Dragon Cat agricultural vehicle Model 02 features Dragon Steel's self-developed luminous rust prevention technology, promising a decade of rust resistance." What is this? A decade of rust prevention? Surely, that's a fabrication. This boast is exaggerated. Chang'an Ford claims the best rust prevention, yet dares only to assert 8 years. A century of Ford ruined by Chang'an. As for joint venture Ford, let us not even go there. Better to compare with parallel imports. If they are not exaggerating, just based on this decade of rust prevention, Dragon Steel has already triumphed. In a live broadcast featuring the district chief and the esteemed Mr. Lien, automotive enthusiasts passionately voiced their opinions. District Chief, what is your take? Is a decade of rust prevention merely an exaggeration? Indeed, claiming a 10-year rust resistance for agricultural vehicles seems rather far-fetched. I must clarify that I possess no insider information. Yet based on the past promotions of Julong Steel, it is highly likely to be authentic, the district chief declared. After securing a commercial partnership, the district chief meticulously researched the history of Julong Steel, a company that has faced repeated sanctions from the U.S. Department of Defense. Contrary to expectations, it has not only survived, but has thrived. If allegations of deceit and false advertising were to arise, the district chief would dismiss them outright. However, based on his extensive experience in automotive evaluation, achieving 10 years of rust resistance indeed presents significant challenges. The district chief used a charge per individual assessment. This time, it seems he may be collecting in bulk, remarked one observer. 10 years of rust prevention? If they could merely compete with century-old American automotive companies, that would be impressive. Brothers, have you forgotten? This is an agricultural vehicle, not a passenger car. A similar situation was unfolding in Mr. Lien's live stream, where his wit and humor swiftly alleviated any tension. What if 10 years of rust resistance proves unattainable? Let us set that aside for now. Only a truly formidable enterprise would dare to make such bold claims. Before Mr. Lien could finish his thought, a viewer interjected, correcting him that Julong Steel is indeed a reputable steel manufacturer. Isn't Julong Steel a vehicle manufacturer? Let us not dwell on that for the moment. Historically, Julong Steel has produced exceptional products, with their steel pipes and Longxia drones being exported worldwide. However, just as this was stated, another viewer countered with concerns regarding the initial model of the Longmao agricultural vehicle, which was criticized for its poor craftsmanship, with rust on the chassis and drive shaft, indicating severe quality issues. Mr. Lien furrowed his brow, pondering how to address this. Yet, let's not focus on that. Julong Steel has announced a recall of all problematic vehicles for replacements. Now you have no grounds for rebuttal, do you? Mr. Lien smugly asserted, only to be swiftly contradicted. What are you saying? The initial Longmao agricultural vehicle sold very few units, and they all had issues. Let us not linger on past problems. Focus on the launch event, Mr. Lien awkwardly suggested. It's not that the host is ineffective, it's just that there's no solid defense. I concede that Julong Steel's other products are commendable, but perhaps we should reconsider the Longmao agricultural vehicle. Did you not observe that even the host couldn't defend it? Various hosts streamed furiously, while fans tossed metaphorical rotten eggs at one another, primarily coming to witness the spectacle surrounding the Longmao agricultural vehicle launch. On stage, Lu Shun delivered an impassioned address, undeterred by the jeers from the audience. In addition to our luminous rust prevention technology, we have also comprehensively upgraded the performance of the Longmao agricultural vehicle. With a full tank of fuel, it can traverse 400 kilometers on paved roads using just 30 liters of gasoline, reaching a maximum speed of 100 kilometers per hour with fully upgraded wheel hubs. The dimensions of the rear cargo bed have been expanded to 120 centimeters, facilitating transportation for our farmer friends. The overall length of the vehicle has been extended to 4.2 meters, with a curb weight of 2 tons and a rated load capacity of 900 kilograms, equipped with a 1.5T gasoline engine and dual-row seating for a maximum of 4 passengers. Isn't this just a small pickup truck? It actually sounds quite promising. The self-weight may be somewhat exaggerated, yet its load capacity is commendable. It can transport small items, priced no less than 40,000, and one might consider purchasing it for recreational use. A gasoline engine seems inappropriate. Affordable diesel would be far more suitable for rural applications. I urge the swift announcement of the final price. Anything exceeding 30,000 would be disregarded by farmers. As the atmosphere reached a fervent pitch, Lu Shun boldly declared, quality enhancement without a price increase. The final price of the improved model of the Totoro agricultural vehicle Type 02 is set at 19,800. Additionally, one can enjoy a subsidy of 1,500 for agricultural machinery, 19,800, and a subsidy of 1,500 for agricultural machinery. Goodness, has the Dragon Steel gone mad? Selling at a loss? Chapter 86, A Shocking Arrival. The Dragon Cart Propulsion Technology. The price of the new generation of the Totoro agricultural vehicle has just been announced, and the crowd erupts in cheers. What a steal. This price is practically a giveaway. Agricultural subsidies aren't easy to obtain. One must possess a farming household registration to apply. Spending 19,800 on a large toy isn't a loss. Isn't it more appealing than the old folks rides on the market? Calm down, everyone. This is an agricultural vehicle. You want to use it often. No rush. We haven't even seen the design yet. Stay composed. We must remain composed. Although we produce agricultural vehicles, the aesthetic appeal is on par with that of luxury SUVs. Liu Shunwei declared, as he dramatically pulled away a large crimson cloth. The robust exterior of the new Totoro agricultural vehicle, with its towering wheels and the autumnal hue of the populous Euphratica, instantly captivated the attention of all present. Wow, is my eyesight deceiving me? This is an agricultural vehicle? Director, zoom in closer. Am I hallucinating? 19,800. What more could one desire? I declare the Totoro is my dream car. Though, I must inquire, can it be registered with a blue plate? It should be possible. If the old folks rides can be registered, then certainly the more refined Totoro can. As the pricing and design were unveiled, the audience erupted in jubilant cheers. Yet the competitors of the Totoro agricultural vehicle found themselves in discomfort. If Liu Shunwei's words were true, our agricultural machinery simply cannot compete. Li Zuin, observing the live broadcast from the Li Group, murmured, and his assistant inquired, "President, shall we employ some tactics?" No need. The extravagant features of the Dragon Steel are utterly useless to the common farmers. Let us release the news that the Li Group's agricultural machinery is dropping prices by 3,000. Li Zuin asserted with authority, engaging in a price war. The Li family has never feared anyone. The assistant nodded and departed to make the arrangements. Unless absolutely necessary, Li Zuin was reluctant to resort to underhanded methods. With the Li Group's agricultural machinery now being offered at a reduced price, the atmosphere at the Totoro agricultural vehicle launch became lively once more. I just heard the news. The Li Group has decided to lower their prices, remarked the district chief casually. Does the Li Group's agricultural machinery still have room for price reductions? Are they preparing to engage in a price war with Dragon Steel? Agricultural machinery sales constitute half of the Li Group's empire. They would never relinquish this. I've heard the Totoro agricultural vehicle has a more powerful version. Why hasn't it been revealed? Though the price of 19,800 is enticing, the absence of airbags makes it feel somewhat